Chapter 1. Alas, how unfortunate. Why am I so foolish? After all, I am a distinguished graduate from a prestigious university. How could I make such a basic error? Lin Feng strolled along the bustling street, a silver smartphone clutched in his hand, shaking his head and sighing. It turned out that today was the day Lin Feng was interviewing at China Mobile. As a leader in the Chinese information industry, the company is renowned for its generous treatment of employees. To secure this position, Lin Feng had begun his preparations a month in advance. He scoured the internet for information, familiarizing himself with the various services offered by China Mobile, and even purchased a suit specifically for today's interview. Although it was a modest suit, it cost Lin Feng a considerable sum, causing him some financial discomfort. Nevertheless, he deemed this initial investment worthwhile, considering the company's attractive compensation and benefits. Lin Feng had indeed made exhaustive preparations for this interview, approaching it with a resolve that left no room for failure. Heaven rewards those who strive with his efforts. He found success. Lin Feng's eloquence shone through as he adeptly navigated the interviewer's questions, maintaining a confident smile throughout. In the brief 5-minute interview, he performed exceptionally well, bolstered by his credentials from a prestigious university and a suite of relevant certifications, including English proficiency tests. Upon answering the interviewer's final question and observing a slight nod from them, Lin Feng's mind began to wander. He envisioned his future life, a monthly salary nearing 10,000, a 9-to-5 schedule, and an office complete with air conditioning and comfortable sofas. This was the epitome of a white-collar existence. However, before Lin Feng could fully indulge in his blissful daydream, a sudden splash of cold water extinguished his happiness. Lin Feng, is it? I'm afraid you do not meet our company's recruitment criteria. The interviewer's indifferent words struck Lin Feng like a thunderbolt. Why? Lin Feng snapped back to reality, his excitement giving way to agitation. Had all his efforts over the past month been for naught? He refused to accept this, but he also recognized that his initial reaction had been overly emotional. After calming himself, he asked, "Could you please provide me with a reason?" The interviewer glanced at Lin Feng, their tone cool as they inquired, "What is your phone number?" At this, Lin Feng instinctively replied, 131. Boom! Suddenly, everything became clear to Lin Feng. Having successfully gained admission to a prestigious university and graduated, he was certainly no fool. With the interviewer's prompt, he realized the issue lay with his contact information had mistakenly listed his China Unicom number on his resume for the China Mobile interview. This number had been his since his freshman year, and he had never changed it. He had never anticipated that such a trivial error would cost him this opportunity. Lin Feng's family was not well off. In fact, they were quite impoverished. Both of his parents were farmers, toiling from dawn till dusk, working the land to support him and his younger sister, Lin Ra, who was 6 years his junior. Because of their financial circumstances, Lin Feng had always been diligent in his studies. He was the first student from his village to attend a prestigious university, a source of immense pride for his parents. However, upon entering university, he found himself surrounded by distractions, classmates dating, playing online games, while his own determination from high school seemed to have vanished. Lin Feng, however, remained the exception. Aside from his studies, his only leisure activity was reading online novels. With the proliferation of the internet and the explosive growth of the information age, a multitude of online novels had emerged. Lin Feng had developed a fondness for the genre of fast food literature, having read numerous works by various authors. If one were to ask him about his favorite novel, it would undoubtedly be Pan Long by the esteemed author Tomato. Since discovering Pan Long, Lin Feng often imagined himself as the protagonist, Lin Lei, wielding power in that fantastical world. Lin Feng shoved his phone, which had been his companion for 4 years, into his pocket and gazed skyward, contemplating his parents' increasingly hunched backs and his younger sister, Lin Ra, on the cusp of her youth, yet without a single fine garment to her name. He had intended to decline his university's recommendation for graduate studies in order to start working early, earn money to support his family, improve his parents' living conditions, and buy new clothes for his sister, allowing her to attend a better school. Yet all of this had evaporated due to a minor oversight. Because of this job, Lin Feng had missed the prime opportunity for interviews. Major companies had already completed their recruitment processes. Finding a good job would now require waiting until next year. But would he be able to compete with the younger students then? Of course, such a setback would not shatter Lin Feng's resilient spirit. After collecting himself, he set off towards the talent market. However, just as he glanced around, a shadow suddenly hurtled towards him from above. Before he could react, everything went dark, and he lost consciousness. "Brother, what happened to you? Father is still waiting for you to attend class." When Lin Feng regained consciousness, he heard a childish voice ringing in his ears. Confused, Lin Feng looked down to see a chubby little boy standing before him, his bright, curious eyes gazing up in wonder. Lin Feng turned his head, scanning the unfamiliar surroundings, with wooden threshold that seemed out of place in modern society and an ancient, weathered atmosphere enveloping him. All of this left Lin Feng's mind in a state of disarray. Brother, why are you dazed again?" Seeing his brother in a stupor, the little boy shook Lin Feng's arm, trying to rouse him. With a jolt, Lin Feng was brought back to reality. He pinched his thigh hard, the sharp pain confirming that this was not a dream. But if this was not a dream, how had he inexplicably ended up here? Had he crossed over to another world? Having read countless stories about such crossings and often daydreamed about experiencing one himself, Lin Feng's capacity for acceptance was beyond the ordinary. Yet, this was merely speculation. Regaining his composure, Lin Feng looked at the chubby little boy who had called him brother and tentatively inquired, "Am I your brother?" "Yes, you are my brother." The little boy beamed, pleased that his brother was speaking. At that moment, Lin Feng realized that his body had shrunk significantly. He estimated that he was now only around 7 or 8 years old, while the boy before him appeared to be 3 or 4. "Little brother, what is my name?" By this point, Lin Feng had accepted the reality of his situation. Though it was difficult to comprehend, had he not always dreamed of such an adventure? With the situation now a fait accompli, there was no need to dwell on the details. The immediate priority was to ascertain where he had landed, whether he had traversed space, time, or both. Since the little boy recognized him as his brother, Lin Feng decided to embrace this role to avoid revealing any inconsistencies. "Your name is Lin Feng. Have you really forgotten your own name?" Although the little boy was innocent, he began to doubt Lin Feng's unusual questions. Lin Feng was about to ask how the boy knew his name, but then realized that perhaps the person he had replaced also bore the name Lin Feng. Shifting his approach, he asked, "What is your name, little brother?" "I'm called Woden," the boy replied, his face a picture of hurt, his lips pouting as if about to cry. Did his brother really forget his name? Woden? At the mention of this name, Lin Feng was taken aback. He felt he had heard the name Woden before, but couldn't quite place it. Just then, a voice called from behind him. "Young Master Lin Feng, your father is still waiting for you to attend class. Young Master Woden will be in my care." Turning to look, Lin Feng saw an elderly man with a ruddy nose approaching. In that instant, he finally recalled why Woden's name sounded so familiar in the novel Panlong. The protagonist Lin Lei had a younger brother named Woden. Could it be that he had crossed over into the world of Panlong? Had he replaced Lin Lei? His dreams had come true. Wait, wasn't the protagonist named Lin Lei? Why do I share the name Lin Feng? Have I become Lin Lei's brother, or perhaps his older sibling? But aside from Woden, Lin Lei didn't seem to have another brother named Lin Feng. Before Lin Feng could delve deeper into his thoughts, the butler, Shili, spoke again. "Young Master Lin Feng, are you tired from your training? Quickly wash up and change your clothes. Do not keep your father waiting." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng, well versed in the events of Panlong, was immediately convinced that he had indeed crossed over into that world. Though he was astonished, there was clearly no time to ponder these revelations. Regardless of whether I am Lin Lei or Lin Feng, it is merely a name. Perhaps the protagonist was originally named Lin Feng, and Lin Lei is simply a creation of the author. In the future, Lin Lei will no longer appear in this book and will be replaced by Lin Feng. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause to your reading. Imitating Lin Feng's character in the book, he replied, "Understood, Grandpa Hiri." After washing up and donning a fresh set of garments, Lin Feng entered the living room, where Hog Baruch was sitting upright at the dining table. In front of Hog lay 3 hefty tomes. "Father." Lin Feng bowed respectfully. Although he had never met Hog, He recognized the imposing figure before him as his father, the current head of the Baruch family, Hog Baruch. He would also become his future adoptive father. The narrative from the original text remained unchanged. Hog nodded coldly, and Lin Feng stood nearby. Yesterday, I recounted the entirety of the nations on the Yulon continent to you. Now, repeat it back to me, Hog stated with an icy demeanor. All the nations of the Yulon continent? A cold sweat broke out on Lin Feng's brow. While he was quite familiar with the storyline of Pan Long, he had not memorized it to such an extent. The original text had only provided a general overview of the national powers on the Yulon continent, without delving into the details again. Even as a devoted fan of Pan Long, he had only a vague understanding of the matter. However, Lin Feng was aware that Hog was exceedingly strict in his household. In the original narrative, Hog's approach to Lin Feng's education was harsh to an extreme, allowing no room for defiance. It seemed that today he had no choice but to answer the question whether he liked it or not. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng began to recall the events of Pan Long. Just as Hog was about to reprimand him, Lin Feng stammered, "The entire Yulon continent has 3 perilous regions. The first mountain range, the Beast Mountain Range, the second mountain range, the Setting Sun Mountain Range, and the first forest, the Dark Forest. These 3 treacherous areas are vast beyond measure. The Beast Mountain Range nearly spans the continent from north to south, stretching over 10,000 miles in length, home to countless magical beasts, including those with the power to destroy heaven and earth. The entire continent's configuration has been shaped by the presence of this Beast Mountain Range. The Beast Mountain Range, Setting Sun Mountain Range, and Dark Forest were frequently mentioned locales in the latter part of Pan Long, and Lin Feng was relatively well acquainted with them. Raising his gaze slightly, he caught a glimpse of Hog's stern visage, and his heart began to race. He vaguely remembered that in the original text, Lin Feng subsequently analyzed the various empires and alliances, only to be punished with a switch for forgetting the number of principalities and kingdoms within the Holy Alliance. It appeared that today, he would inevitably face punishment. Since it was unavoidable, he might as well rely on his memory. After organizing his thoughts, Lin Feng continued. To the west of the Beast Mountain Range lie 2 major alliances: the Holy Alliance, associated with the Church of Light, and the Dark Alliance, aligned with the Church of Darkness. To the east of the Beast Mountain Range, however, are 4 great empires: the Yulon Empire, the Oberline Empire, the Rhine Empire, and the Roa Empire. Pausing at this point, Lin Feng realized he could only recall the names of these great empires and alliances, unable to specify their locations or detail how many principalities and kingdoms existed beyond that. He had steeled himself for a punishment, as even the original Lin Feng had received a similar fate. Is that all? Hog's expression darkened as he pressed. Tell me, how many kingdoms and principalities does our Holy Alliance have? Our Holy Alliance has. Lin Feng feigned deep contemplation. Though he was resigned to punishment, he still needed to put on the appropriate expression. If Hog were to discover that he was a time traveler who had taken over his son's body, his life would surely be in jeopardy. Although the likelihood of this was minimal, it was best to be cautious. Hog's countenance turned icy as he retrieved a switch from nearby. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng wisely extended his right hand. Hog's eye muscles twitched, and the switch cracked sharply against Lin Feng's palm twice. 2 crimson lines appeared on Lin Feng's right hand, yet he gritted his teeth and endured, not uttering a sound. However, inwardly he cursed Hog, clearly remembering that the original Lin Feng had only been struck once, while he had received 2 blows. It seemed the extent of one's answer indeed determined the severity of the punishment. Yet, considering he had usurped another's body and obliterated their soul, being struck twice might serve as a modest form of compensation. Lin Feng, you must remember, we live within the Holy Alliance and must possess the utmost understanding of its matters. Hog gazed coldly at his son. Across the Yulon continent, there are roughly 6 major powers, 4 empires and 2 alliances. This was a direct quote from the book, and Lin Feng nodded emphatically. However, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of resentment. He thought to himself that Hog's explanation was less clear than his own, and he questioned the justification for his punishment. If he was to be punished, he at least expected to be treated the same as the original Lin Feng. Yet, He had received 2 strikes instead. Of course, these thoughts remained unvoiced, and Lin Feng dared not express them. The ensuing events closely mirrored those in the original text, as Hogg began to impart knowledge about the Linfeng continent to Lin Feng, who exhibited remarkable obedience that a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Especially considering the lingering pain from the 2 slaps he had received, Lin Feng dared not provoke further conflict as time passed. The clock in the living room chimed 11 times, indicating it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. Following the original narrative, Hogg sold the stone-carved lion for 600 gold coins to a man named Philip. Lin Feng also expressed his desire to become a master sculptor, echoing the sentiments of the original tale. And Hogg's reaction was largely consistent with that of the text. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the fiery clouds painted nearly half the sky, casting a crimson hue across the earth. Lin Feng received Hogg's command to clean the sect hall. Having grown up as a rural child, Lin Feng was no stranger to household chores, and tidying up the already clean sect hall proved to be a trivial task. In no time, he had polished the hall to perfection. According to the original story, Lin Feng would soon venture to the backyard to locate the immensely significant dragon ring. The thought of it exhilarated him. The dragon ring was a paramount artifact and would greatly aid Lin Feng in his pursuit of strength. That it could be said that half of the reason the Lin Feng of the original tale became the unparalleled master of this universe was due to the dragon ring. Without it, Lin Feng could scarcely imagine how many times he would have perished. Now that he had taken Lin Feng's place, did that mean the dragon ring belonged to him? This thought ignited a fervor within Lin Feng. As a man, he naturally yearned for a life filled with valor and adventure. That he reflected on the legends created by the original Lin Feng, revered by countless admirers, and now these accolades would rightfully belong to him. Even with Lin Feng's resilient spirit, he found it hard to contain his excitement. Following the method outlined in the original text, Lin Feng finally discovered the obsidian dragon ring. Upon seeing it, he understood why the Lin Feng of the original story mistook the dragon pattern on the ring for an earthworm. The ring, dark as night, bore dragon designs outlined by several lines. Although lifelike, they did not align with Lin Feng's aesthetic sensibilities. The creature depicted hardly resembled a dragon. Rather, it appeared more akin to a snake with legs. Could there also exist a phrase about embellishing a snake with legs in this world? Although it was not the Eastern divine dragon, Lin Feng recognized it as a Western dragon, and thus he chose not to alter the original narrative. Continuing to refer to this seemingly mundane artifact as the dragon ring. Should he pledge his allegiance to it now? Lin Feng hesitated. He knew that within the ring resided an ancient figure named Dellen Kiwat, who would eventually become his mentor. One of Lin Feng's regrets regarding the original tale was his inability to resurrect Dellen Kiwat. Gazing at the ring in his hand, Lin Feng mused, "Since I have become the protagonist of the dragon ring world, I shall rectify the shortcomings of the original narrative." Lin Feng resolved silently that he would never allow Dellen Kiwat, his future grandfather figure, to meet a tragic fate because of him. Glancing at the sunset outside, Lin Feng remembered that it would soon be time for evening training, and the thought of encountering the renowned velociraptor thrilled him. He suppressed the urge to immediately pledge his allegiance to the dragon ring. He dashed to the front yard, bursting through the gates of the Barrack family estate and racing towards the open space on the eastern side of Wushan town. Although Lin Feng was unaware of the exact location of the training grounds, he recalled it was situated to the east of the town. In no time, he arrived at the clearing, where 3 teams had gathered. Hillman was speaking, and upon hearing Lin Feng's footsteps, his piercing gaze turned towards him. Lin Feng recognized the burly middle-aged man before him as Hillman, who had shown considerable care for the Lin Feng of the original story, and he held a favorable impression of him. Coming to a stop beside Hillman, Lin Feng raised his chin and said, "I apologize for my tardiness. Uncle Hillman. Today's training task comes with an additional penalty. Fall back in line." Hillman replied coolly. "Yes," Lin Feng responded loudly, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the velociraptor. As expected, it wasn't long before a thunderous sound echoed, shaking the earth in a rhythmic manner. The other children, sensing the tremors, panicked, unsure of what was happening, while Lin Feng stood calm and composed, wearing an expectant expression. Little did he know that Hillman had taken note of his unflappable demeanor. Remaining calm in a crisis and training diligently might indeed lead to the possibility of achieving the rank of a 7th or even 8th level warrior in the future. After casting a commendatory glance at Lin Feng, Hillman led the group towards the source of the sound. though Lin Feng had envisioned this moment while reading the original text, standing before a velociraptor towering over 2 stories and measuring over 20 meters long left him in awe. With such a formidable presence, even an elephant would be no match for its stomp. Soon, Lin Feng witnessed the velociraptor engaged in combat with humans, experiencing the dazzling spectacle and might of magic for the first time. It was far more captivating than the anime he had previously watched, such as Ultraman. The sensory experience, sight, touch, and more, far surpassed anything that could be captured on screen. When the 8th level dual system mage unleashed the dance of fire serpents, Lin Feng acutely felt the air around him heat up several degrees. The velociraptor was swift in its approach and retreat, causing only minimal damage to the town while refraining from slaughtering its inhabitants. After witnessing the mage's splendid performance, Lin Feng's desire to learn magic intensified. While he accepted the whims of fate and embraced his new identity as Lin Feng Barrack, he could not shake his concern for his parents and younger sister. He worried that their well-being might be compromised due to his mysterious disappearance, especially for his beloved sister, who was only 14. He pondered the psychological impact his absence might have on her. Lin Feng was oblivious to the answers to these concerns, yet he hoped that time would flow differently between Earth and this world. Otherwise, by the time he followed the original narrative to become a master, his family might no longer be alive, which would be unbearable. Shaking his head, Lin Feng decided to cease dwelling on such futile thoughts. His focus shifted to leveraging his familiarity with Lin Feng's growth path to avoid unnecessary detours and reach mastery swiftly. After which he would return home. "Father, may I inquire if the descendants of our dragon blood warrior family have the potential to become mages?" Lin Feng's hands clenched tightly around the bed sheets. His gaze fixed intently on his father. Although he was well aware of the affirmative answer, he needed to approach the matter from the perspective of Lin Feng Barrack. Subsequently, Hogg delivered a disappointing response. "Lin Feng, every year during the military recruitment season, which occurs in the late autumn, there are tests for aspiring magic students held in the royal city of Finley. If you genuinely wish to pursue this, you may try your luck when autumn arrives." With that, Hogg exited the room. A mage. The requirements for talent are exceedingly stringent. He sighed as he departed. But Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. He understood that his path to becoming a formidable warrior was about to commence. With countless challenges awaiting him, after dinner, Lin Feng hurried back to his room, eager to pledge his allegiance to the dragon ring and seek guidance in magic from his grandfather, Dylan. Although he recognized that the Lin Feng of the original story inadvertently bonded with the dragon ring the following day due to the battle between Tylan and Rudy, he could not afford to take such risks. If a large stone were to strike his head, there would be no place for his lamentation. He retrieved the dragon ring from around his neck, carefully bit his finger to draw blood, and let a drop fall onto the obsidian surface of the ring. The moment the blood touched the dragon ring, it was instantly absorbed by its dark material. And as it did so, the ring began to emanate a soft glow. Lin Feng focused intently on the dragon ring, anticipating what would unfold next. Suddenly, the dragon ring detached from his grasp and floated into the air, its luminescence intensifying. Abruptly, the glow of the dragon ring began to contract sharply, transforming into a dazzling stream of light that shot forth from the ring and landed beside the bed, materializing into a figure. The figure was an elderly man clad in a moon-white robe, with white hair and a kind demeanor. Recognizing this ethereal figure, Lin Feng understood that it was the soul of Dylan Kiwat, the Earth-type sanctum mage who had long resided within the dragon ring. Although he was aware of the figure's identity, Lin Feng felt compelled to feign surprise and exclaimed, "You? Who are you?" "Greetings, little one. I am Derlinko Water, the archmage of the sacred domain of the Puan Empire," the amiable elder said with a smile. Derlinko Water's opening remarks were identical to those in the original text. Lin Feng, however, had no time to ponder this, as he widened his eyes in astonishment and asked, You are the archmage of the sacred domain?" Derlinko Water nodded with confidence. Lin Feng's performance was commendable. Although he was fully aware of Derlinko Water's true nature, he maintained an innocent demeanor of ignorance. It was precisely this innocence that endeared him to Derlinko Water. Under Lin Feng's insistence, Derlinko Water named the Ring of Earth the Ring of the Coiling Dragon. Naturally, the sweet-tongued Lin Feng began to refer to Derlinko Water as Grandpa Derlinko, who in turn shared tales of the history of the Yulan continent and recounted how his soul came to reside within the ring of the Coiling Dragon. Thus, the relationship between Lin Feng and his grandpa Derlinko underwent a qualitative transformation. The gentle and kind nature of Derlinko water successfully touched Lin Feng's heart. Previously, Lin Feng had merely felt sympathy for Derlinko water, but now he undeniably regarded him as his true grandfather. As their conversation deepened, the image of Grandpa Derlinko gradually overlapped with that of Lin Feng's late grandfather back on Earth. Both possessed such warmth and kindness. Grandpa Derlinko, you just mentioned that you are the archmage of the sacred domain. Could you teach me to learn magic? Lin Feng's heart raced with anticipation. Although he knew that Grandpa Derlinko would undoubtedly teach him magic, he still felt a twinge of nervousness. After all, he was not the original Lin Feng. Though he inhabited the body of the former Lin Feng barrack, he could not be certain that this body's magical aptitude would not vanish due to his transmigration. Should that be the case, Lin Feng would have to pursue the path of a warrior, forever severed from magic. Derlinko Water's white beard twitched with excitement, and his eyes sparkled as he replied, "Of course, your grandpa Derlinko is the most magnificent archmage of the earth element. And among all magical schools, Earth is the mightiest." When discussing magic, the old man seemed to come alive. Subsequently, Lin Feng followed Derlinko Water's instructions to test his affinity for earth magic. "Now, let us commence with an assessment of your elemental affinity. Please sit cross-legged, close your eyes, and enter a meditative state," said Derlinko Water gently. Although Lin Feng had never practiced meditation, his extensive reading of novels had acquainted him with the concept. He complied and began to meditate. However, understanding the concept of meditation was one thing. Achieving a meditative state was another, and no matter how hard Lin Feng tried, he could not enter that state. Could it be that his magical talent had truly vanished due to his transmigration? A wave of frustration washed over Lin Feng. If that were the case, he would never be able to return to Earth, his homeland. "Do not worry. Just focus on your feelings and tell me what you sense," encouraged Derlinko Water with a reassuring smile. Lin Feng promptly closed his eyes again, striving to calm his mind. With Derlinko Water's guidance, after approximately half an hour, Lin Feng finally entered a meditative state. Observing Lin Feng in meditation, Derlinko Water smiled faintly and waved his hand. Instantly, a plethora of earth elements began to gather around Lin Feng. Typically, the density of earth elements in a given area remains consistent. But at this moment, with Derlinko Water's formidable mental prowess, the density of earth elements surrounding Lin Feng surged nearly 100-fold. If Lin Feng could not sense the earth elements under such conditions, then there would be no hope left. Derlinko Water thought to himself that a 100-fold increase would allow even an ordinary person to perceive them. Fully immersed in meditation, Lin Feng felt immense joy and excitement. It seemed his magical talent had not vanished. "Haha, I have hope of becoming a master." However, Lin Feng soon found himself puzzled. The original text had mentioned that during Lin Feng's first meditation, the only elements surrounding him were the earthy yellow of earth magic, accompanied by a few wisps of light blue from wind magic. Yet now, a dazzling array of colorful lights danced around him: fiery red, pitch black, blazing white, watery blue, deep purple, and pale cyan, though the predominant color remained the earthy yellow of earth elements. As he gazed at the myriad colorful lights swirling around him joyously, Lin Feng's confusion deepened. Could it be that I possess an extraordinary affinity for all magical elements, surpassing even the original Lin Feng? The thought thrilled Lin Feng further. "Lin Feng, do you sense it?" Derlinko Water's voice gently echoed in Lin Feng's mind. "Grandpa Derlinko, I can feel it. So many earthy yellow lights, an overwhelming abundance, thousands. In fact, there are over 100 just floating on the back of my hand," Lin Feng exclaimed candidly. Upon hearing this, Derlinko Water was filled with elation. "Excellent. Now, take your time and follow my instructions. Do not think of anything else," he instructed, and with a hypnotic tone, he gradually guided Lin Feng out of the meditative state. Simultaneously, Derlinko Water released his hold on the earth elements, allowing their concentration to return to normal. As Lin Feng emerged from meditation, he felt invigorated, entirely different from before. Even in his waking state, he could sense the fluctuations of nearby earth elements. Though not as distinctly as when meditating, "Grandpa Derlinko, I can now sense the vibrations of those earthy yellow lights. Truly, though not clearly, I can perceive them vaguely," Lin Feng exclaimed, brimming with excitement, stepping into the realm of magic for the first time. Lin Feng's heart raced with exhilaration. "What did you say? You can sense them even now?" Derlinko Water was astonished, for the concentration of earth elements had returned to normal levels. If Lin Feng could perceive them in this conscious state, it indicated remarkable elemental affinity. "Grandpa Derlinko, why are you silent? How is my elemental affinity?" Lin Feng inquired anxiously, unsure whether his performance was commendable or lacking. Very good, exceptionally good. Your elemental affinity is extraordinarily high. Derlinko Water's face beamed with joy. From what I know, it is likely that among 1,000 magicians, you would be hard-pressed to find one with affinity matching yours. Lin Feng felt his heart leap with joy. Unable to find the words to express his excitement, although he had anticipated this outcome, receiving Grandpa Derlinko's affirmation brought him immense relief, reflecting on the vivid colors of magical elements swirling around him earlier. Lin Feng asked, Grandpa Derlinko, besides the numerous earthy yellow lights, I also sensed a few other colors. What? Derlinko Water was taken aback. He had concentrated the earth elements around Lin Feng, causing their density to increase significantly. Logically, other elemental magic should have been pushed away, unless upon considering this possibility, even Derlinko Water's formidable spirit trembled slightly. He had clearly heard Lin Feng mention various colors. Could it be that Lin Feng possessed talents in 3 or even 4 elemental schools of magic? The thought of an all-elemental talent was too grand for Derlinko Water to entertain. In his lifetime, he had never heard of anyone possessing such abilities, even if they were of the lowest rank. Observing Derlinko Water's astonished expression, Lin Feng felt a swell of pride, yet he remained mindful of his current identity. With wide, innocent eyes, he earnestly stated, Grandpa Derlinko, in addition to the earthy yellow lights, I also sensed red, blue, white, black, purple, and cyan lights, but there were far fewer of those. Lin Feng finished speaking, feigning disappointment by pouting his lips. Derlinko Water, upon hearing Lin Feng's words, was momentarily stunned before a wave of ecstasy washed over him. Red represented fire, blue represented water, white represented light, black represented darkness, purple represented thunder, and cyan represented wind. Could it be that Lin Feng possessed an all-elemental talent? Overwhelmed with joy, Derlinko Water looked at Lin Feng's dejected expression and found it hard to comprehend. Here was a child with unparalleled magical talent, yet he wore a frown of dissatisfaction. Recovering from his joy, Derlinko Water chuckled softly, Little one, if what you say is true, then I must congratulate you. You may very well be a possessor of all-elemental talent. Without waiting for Lin Feng's reaction, Darren Kiwat continued, Of course, elemental affinity is merely a part of it. Mental strength is of utmost importance. After all, given sufficient time, magical power can be continuously enhanced. But the limitations of mental strength pose the greatest obstacle to a wizard's advancement. Lin Feng took a deep breath and nodded. Now, let us assess the second aspect, your mental strength. Darren Kiwat said, gazing intently at Lin Feng. Lin Feng understood that mental strength was indeed crucial. Although he was aware from the original text that Darren Kiwat would later entrust Lin Feng with the plain blade carving, significantly accelerating his mental strength development compared to others. He also recognized that an individual's foundational mental strength was the primary determinant of a wizard's future achievements. If his basic mental strength were inadequate, failing to meet the threshold of becoming a wizard, even if Grandpa Darren handed the plain blade carving to him later, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to attain the accomplishments of Lin Feng as depicted in the original narrative. Grandpa Darren, what must I do? Lin Feng inquired, ready for the next step. Nothing at all, Darren Kiwat chuckled. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, though this surprise was feigned. I am the spirit of the dragon ring. You are its master. I can perceive the strength of your mental prowess without the need for testing. I can tell you right now. Darren Kiwat smiled at Lin Feng. How is my mental strength? Lin Feng held his breath. The strength of his mental capacity would determine his destiny. Your mental strength is approximately 100 times that of your peers, Darren Kiwat stated with a smile. 100 times? Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Even though he had anticipated this outcome, he was still taken aback. He recalled that in the original text, Lin Feng's foundational mental strength was only about 10 times that of his contemporaries, while he himself was tenfold that of the original Lin Feng, and 100-fold that of his peers. How could this not fill him with elation? Perhaps it was because I inherently possess the mentality of a 20-year-old. Even though my body is still that of an 8-year-old, however, my mental strength has remained unchanged. With this realization, Lin Feng felt a sense of relief. Observing Lin Feng's joyous expression, Darren Kiwat remarked, I am equally astonished. Logically speaking, a person's mental strength reaching 50 times that of their peers would be considered the mark of an extraordinary genius, yet you have achieved an astonishing 100 times. Perhaps the term freak is the only fitting description for you. Lin Feng was momentarily speechless. A freak? Perhaps so. After all, as a time traveler, isn't that precisely what I am? Your elemental affinity and mental strength far surpass those of ordinary wizards. If I were to guide you, becoming a sacred domain magus like myself would merely be a matter of time. Of course, all of this hinges upon your own willingness to exert effort. Darren Kiwat, was evidently pleased with Lin Feng's remarkable talent. But as he spoke the latter part of his statement, his expression grew serious. "Rest assured, Grandpa Darren, I will not disappoint you, nor will I let down my father or the Barrack family," Lin Feng declared. Images of the many spiritual altars in the ancestral hall and the great deeds behind them flooding his mind. To restore the glory of the Barrack family. This was but one of his objectives. What Lin Feng did not articulate was that his ultimate goal was to return home, back to the earth where he had lived for 20 years. "Excellent. Starting tomorrow, I shall begin your formal instruction," Darren Kiwat said, his gaze intense. In that moment, Darren Kiwat once again radiated the confidence of a sacred domain magus. Lin Feng lay in bed, eyes closed, reflecting on his experiences since arriving in the Dragon Ring world. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Although traversing to his beloved Dragon Ring world had long been his dream, upon realizing this aspiration, he found himself unable to sever the ties of affection for his three closest relatives back on Earth. Additionally, he pondered the perplexing circumstances of his arrival in this world. Was it indeed due to that meteorite? Lin Feng vaguely recalled being struck by a flying stone, after which he lost consciousness. Only to awaken as Lin Feng Barrack, the brother of Wotan. Lin Feng extended his right hand, illuminated by the moonlight, observing two red bruises in his palm. Although they still throbbed faintly, he bore no resentment toward Hog. His adoptive father. From the original narrative, Lin Feng knew that Hog was a good father, stern perhaps, but undoubtedly a competent one. Gently touching his youthful face, Lin Feng murmured, "Lin Feng, although I do not understand why I have replaced you and taken over your body. Since the situation is now a foregone conclusion, I can only express my apologies. I will treat your father and brother as my own kin, and I shall also rescue your mother from the Light Sovereign. I will help eradicate the Holy Light Church and reclaim the treasured Blade of Slaughter." The following day's training proceeded as usual. Of course, the events of Tylan and Rudy battling for the Shadow Mouse and their subsequent clash in the skies over Wushan Town unfolded as they did in the original narrative. Anticipating this, Lin Feng avoided being struck on the head by falling rocks, as had occurred in the original story. This battle between sacred domain powerhouses was swift and fleeting. With their departure, the incident merely became a topic of casual conversation among the residents of Wushan Town. However, Lin Feng was acutely aware that their arrival signified the impending companionship of Bei Bei, who would join him in training and traversing Hell in the Beast Mountain Range, now residing in his own backyard. Yet, Lin Feng did not rush to subdue Bei Bei. After all, Bei Bei was his and could not escape. His immediate priority was to train in magic and strengthen his body under Grandpa Darren's guidance. In the original narrative, Lin Feng only discovered Bei Bei a month before the magical aptitude test in Finley City and subsequently lured him into submission. From the following day onward, Lin Feng commenced a rigorous training regimen. As he could not disclose Darren Kiwat's existence to his father, Lin Feng trained as a warrior during the early morning and evening. During the day, he continued his studies in politics, religion, etiquette, military strategy, geography, art, and various other subjects under his father's watchful eye. Only in the afternoons, during what was supposed to be his free time, would Lin Feng sneak away to the northeastern side of the town, to Wushan, seeking refuge in a tranquil spot where, under Darren Kiwat's tutelage, he absorbed magical knowledge, diligently studying magic while also meditating to refine his magical power. Furthermore, every evening after dinner, Lin Feng dedicated a considerable amount of time to meditation. Each day, he allowed himself only 6 hours of sleep, with the remainder of his time consumed by warrior training, knowledge acquisition, magical practice, and meditation. Do not be mistaken. 6 hours of sleep is hardly sufficient. In reality, daily meditation to train mental strength is exceedingly exhausting, far more so than for an ordinary person. Lin Feng's 6 hours of slumber were profoundly deep. His days were filled to the brim, exceedingly fulfilling. As time passed in this manner, Lin Feng's progress became unmistakable, verging on a transformation. Throughout these arduous efforts, he experienced the thrill of first absorbing earth elemental energy into his being and refining magical power within. He also encountered the near-fainting state caused by excessive meditation and the exhilaration of executing earth magic for the first time, even if it only resulted in a 20-centimeter tall earth spike sprouting from the ground. With each effort, Lin Feng's determination and rapid advancement left Darren Kiwat, the sacred domain magus from 5,000 years ago, in awe. Due to his unwavering commitment to warrior training, Lin Feng's physique grew increasingly robust. Through absorbing earth elemental energy and frequent meditation, his overall demeanor became tranquil and steady. His transformation astonished and delighted his father Hog and others, including Hillman. In his previous life, Lin Feng had been nothing more than a frail scholar. Though he was not entirely powerless, his willpower and current slight frame struggled to meet Hillman's training demands. Fortunately, Lin Feng's yearning to return home fueled his determination, and he understood the immense benefits of this foundational training for his future. Thus, regardless of the hardships and fatigue, he gritted his teeth and persevered, his tenacity surpassing even that of the Lin Feng from the original narrative. After all, the Lin Feng in the original story was merely 8 years old at this time. Possessing a desire for strength but lacking the trials that had shaped Lin Feng's maturity, spring faded into autumn, and before long, it was already fall, with less than a month remaining until the magical aptitude test enrollment. Lin Feng knew it was time to subdue Bei Bei. On this day, after completing his routine of cleaning the ancestral hall in the backyard, Lin Feng did not immediately return to the front yard but instead chuckled to himself. "Little Bei Bei, your big brother has arrived. Be good and await my capture." As he spoke, he began searching for Bei Bei in the backyard. After a short while, Zhixi indeed discovered traces of Bei Bei. As Lin Feng spotted a nearly 20-centimeter-long black mouse gnawing on a piece of gravel, suddenly, this little black mouse darted away, leaping to another spot several meters away where some green stones lay, and continued to nibble at them. The mouse had soft fur, twinkling eyes, and a fluffy tail, exuding an undeniable charm. Remarkably, it even stood upright on its hind legs and hopped playfully about. Upon seeing this little creature, Lin Feng realized it was destined to be his future brother and divine beast, the devouring mouse Bei Bei. Darren Kiwat flew out from the dragon ring, standing beside Lin Feng, gazing in astonishment at the black mouse, a shadow mouse. It is actually the magical beast shadow mouse. Given its size, it appears to be a mere juvenile among its kind. Yet, it was not simply a shadow mouse. It was the offspring of a shadow mouse and a stone-devouring mouse. The second devouring mouse across countless dimensions. Lin Feng merely smirked, knowing better than to voice such thoughts. Following Darren Kiwat's introduction to the shadow mouse and stone-devouring mouse, Lin Feng added a new task to his daily routine: feeding and enticing Bei Bei. To gain Bei Bei's trust and encourage it to form an equal pact with him, Lin Feng began by offering unskinned mountain chicken and wild hare, gradually transitioning to skinned versions. After half a month, he started presenting roasted chicken and hare right to Bei Bei's mouth. Over this period of feeding, Bei Bei began to develop an affection for Lin Feng. One day, as Lin Feng entered the backyard with a freshly roasted chicken, a shadow shot towards him, targeting the chicken in his hand. By the time Lin Feng realized what was happening, the chicken had vanished. Lin Feng, judging by its behavior, the day of your bonding with it is not far off. Darren Kiwat observed, stroking his beard with a chuckle. Time passed, and 20 days had gone by since Lin Feng had begun feeding the little shadow mouse. Their bond had grown exceedingly close, yet, curiously, despite their intimacy, there were no signs of the equal pact being initiated. Night enveloped the land, casting a tranquil stillness over Wushan town. Inside the Barrack family mansion's parlor, candlelight flickered, illuminating the room as Lin Feng, his parents, and the butler Shili gathered around the long table for dinner. "Lin Feng, I've heard you've been frequently bringing roasted hares to that cluster of ancient houses in the backyard." Halfway through the meal, Hog put down his cutlery, turning to Lin Feng with a keen look. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. It seemed the time for honesty had come. Internally, he thought it was time to confess, nodding at Hog. "Father, I recently discovered a delightful creature in the backyard, so I've taken to bringing it food." "A delightful creature?" Little Woden's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Hog nodded. "It's not surprising to find animals in the rarely visited backyard. By the way, I believe the magical testing for admissions in the royal capital, Finlai City, will commence in about a week. Aren't you planning to participate?" The magical testing for admissions? Lin Feng suddenly recalled this matter. A stream of energy visible only to Lin Feng flowed from the dragon ring, transforming into the white-haired elder, Darren Kiwat, who smiled at Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, regarding the magical testing for admissions, you may choose to attend or not. With my guidance, you will fare no worse than those taught by the Academy's magicians." Lin Feng agreed but knew he must attend the Ernst Magic Academy. After all, it was the place where he first met Delia, and their emotional foundation had been laid there. While he recognized he might not follow the same path as the Lin Feng of the original story, marrying Delia could become a possibility if she truly was as enchanting as described and harbored deep feelings for him. Moreover, having spent half a year in this world without visiting Finlai City, Lin Feng was eager to witness the splendor of the cities within the Dragon Ring realm. In his heart, he communicated with Darren Kiwat. "Grandpa Darren, although you have taught me earth magic, and with my own efforts, I believe I will undoubtedly ascend to the sacred realm or even higher. However, I possess talents in other magical elements as well, so I wish to study different types of magic at the academy." "Lin Feng, I seem to have overlooked this. In that case, please agree to your father's wishes," Darren Kiwat replied before returning to the ring. "Lin Feng, What are you pondering? Hog asked, somewhat displeased that Lin Feng seemed lost in thought. Ah, no. Lin Feng quickly turned to Hog, nodding earnestly. Father, I genuinely aspire to become a magician. Please arrange for me to participate in the magical admissions test in the royal capital, Fenlai City, in a week. Hog smiled upon hearing this. A magician. Oh, is that the kind who breathes fire? Little Woden clapped his hands joyfully. Woden, that's mere juggling. Do not confuse juggling with magic, Hog admonished sternly. Oh, Woden pouted, falling silent. Lin Feng chuckled and turned to Hog. Father, there must be quite a few magic academies. Which ones are the best? By the way, are the magic academies mixed with warrior academies? Although he knew he would eventually enter Ernst Magic Academy. He asked, wanting to share in his father's excitement. Hog laughed. Speaking of which, the 4 great empires of the continent and the 2 alliances each have their top academies. You should know that the Aubrian Empire is the most militarily powerful among the 4 great empires. Lin Feng nodded, having learned this basic knowledge over the past 6 months. The most prestigious academy in the Aubrian Empire, Aubrian Academy, is renowned as the foremost warrior academy across Yulan continent. However, when it comes to magic academies, Hog chuckled. The very first magic academy on the continent is within our Holy Alliance, named after the legendary Pope of the Light Church, Ernst Academy. Ernst Academy, the premier magic academy on the continent, produces graduates who are at least level 6 magicians, with many achieving level 7. If our Barrack family could produce a level 7 magician, we could potentially reclaim the family heirloom. Hog spoke with anticipation, his gaze fixed on Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt the weight of his father's expectations. Although he understood that the family heirloom, slaughter, was hardly a treasure, merely sharper than ordinary swords and even inferior to the lowest-tier divine artifacts, let alone the main and supreme artifacts, he would not defy his father's wishes. After all, the blade slaughter symbolized their Barrack dragon blood warrior family, and it was indeed unfortunate for it to be lost. Father, I will surely retrieve our family heirloom and restore the glory of the Barrack family, Lin Feng declared, rising with determination in his eyes. Good. Hog laughed heartily 3 times before gradually calming down. Lin Feng, in a week, I will have Uncle Sheely take you to the royal capital, Fenlai City, for the magical admissions test. Yes, father, Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Young Master Lin Feng, I believe you will surely enter the best magic academy. The butler Sheely chuckled. The best? Oh, the best. Little Woden, with greasy hands, clapped joyfully. Hog maintained a calm demeanor, stating, becoming a magician is not so simple. Perhaps only 1 in 10,000 possesses such talent. The criteria for entering Ernst Academy are even more stringent, as they only accept those with exceptionally high magical aptitude. If Lin Feng can become a magician, I will be more than satisfied, regardless of the academy he enters. Father, I will not let you down. Lin Feng replied with unwavering confidence. After all, he was already a level 2 magician, on the verge of breaking through to level 3. Although Darren Kiwat recognized Lin Feng's genius, he was still astonished that Lin Feng could progress from knowing nothing about magic to being a bona fide level 2 magician, with level 3 just within reach in a mere 6 months. Although the accomplishment can be attributed in part to his own guidance, the truly remarkable achievements of Lin Feng are primarily owing to his innate talent and diligent efforts during this period. As time passed, a week slipped by in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng lay on the grass in the backyard of his family estate, while a small black shadow mouse frolicked around him, incessantly squeaking, yet Lin Feng paid it little heed. The little mouse, with a flick of its eyes, stood upright and placed its front paws on Lin Feng. Squeak. The mouse voiced its discontent. Lin Feng affectionately patted the little mouse's head. All right. Enough of the antics. Tomorrow, I shall leave home for the royal capital, and once the Magic Academy begins its enrollment, I shall be off to the academy as well. After that, there may not be many opportunities for us to be together. This statement was intentionally directed at Bebe, as Lin Feng hoped to inspire it to form an equal contract with him. Yet, perhaps fate had other designs, for the bond between him and Bebe had not yet reached its destined moment. Upon hearing his words, Bebe exhibited reluctance but showed no inclination to forge an equal contract. Truthfully, after nearly a month of companionship, Lin Feng had genuinely grown fond of the adorable little mouse. The following day, after lunch, in the front courtyard of the Barrack family estate, Hogar stood straight as an arrow, gazing intently at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, our town of Wushan is relatively close to the royal capital. Nearly 90 miles away. You should reach the capital before nightfall. Remember, do not cause trouble in the royal capital, for there are many influential figures there. Yes, father, Lin Feng replied respectfully. Hilmin, I leave Lin Feng in your care. Hogar said, turning to Hilmin beside him. Hillman smiled and replied, Lord Hogire, you can rest assured. Good, you may set off now, Hogire exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Farewell, father, Lin Feng said respectfully, then turned to little Wotan with a smile. Wotan, brother is leaving. You must behave at home and refrain from using the cloth that wiped the chamber pot to clean the dinnerware. Little Wotan blinked at Lin Feng with reluctance and said, Brother, goodbye. Seeing the reluctance in Wotan's eyes, Lin Feng felt a hint of tears welling up. He was reminded of his younger sister, Lin Rua, and how similar this farewell was to the one he experienced when he left for university years ago. After half a year of companionship, Lin Feng had come to regard the spirited Wotan as his own brother, even closer than a biological sibling. Lin Feng glanced toward the backyard and thought to himself, Bei. I am leaving if you do not come out now. No one will be here to provide you with food. Hillmin, standing nearby, said to Lin Feng, stop daydreaming. Let us be on our way. Yes, Uncle Hillmin, Lin Feng replied, and without further contemplation, he followed Hillmin out of the Barrack family estate. He was certain that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Bei would undoubtedly follow him. On the roof of the Barrack family's living room, Bei watched as Lin Feng and Hillmin departed. Bei tilted its head in confusion. In its eyes, Lin Feng should have been hunting rabbits, yet today he left with a pack on his back and another person. Bei had grown fond of Lin Feng during this past month, and with no relatives of its own, it had come to see Lin Feng as family. With a sudden movement, little Bei vanished from the roof of the Barrack family estate, swiftly leaping onto the rooftop of another commoner's house, keeping an eye on Lin Feng and Hillmin. The little shadow mouse trailed Lin Feng and soon exited Wushan town. The development unfolded as Lin Feng had anticipated. Upon realizing they were not heading in the direction of Wushan, Bei panicked and darted to Lin Feng's side, biting onto his pant leg with determination. The subsequent events were inevitable. Lin Feng, traversing the narrative of the original text, formed an equal contract with Bei. In that moment, Lin Feng felt a subtle connection of souls with Bei. On the tranquil roads of Wushan town, Lin Feng and Bei exchanged glances, initiating their first communication. From now on, I shall call you Bei, if that is agreeable, Lin Feng thought directly. Squeak, Bei. Squeak, come, Bei, hop onto my shoulder. Instantly, Bei joyfully squeaked and leapt onto Lin Feng's shoulder. You have tamed it. Hillmin was taken aback. Having seen much of the world, Hillmin understood the difficulty of taming a magical beast, yet Lin Feng had just accomplished this feat. Stunned, Hillmin exclaimed, You do not possess a soul contract scroll. How's this possible? It's all right, Uncle Hillmin, Lin Feng replied with a playful smile. Let us hasten our journey. There is still a long way to the royal capital of Finley. With that, Lin Feng pulled Hillmin along and continued on their path to the royal capital, while Bei chirped excitedly on Lin Feng's shoulder. With the sounds of Bei's squeaks echoing, Lin Feng, Hillmin, and Bei disappeared at the road's end. To the west of the Yulon continent lies the Beast Mountain Range, divided into the Holy Alliance and the Dark Alliance, with the kingdom at the forefront of the Holy Alliance being the Finley Kingdom. Finley City serves as the royal capital of the Finley Kingdom and is also known as the Holy City of the Holy Alliance, as the headquarters of the Church of Light is located in the western part of Finley City. The entire Finley City is primarily divided into the Eastern City and the Western City. The Eastern City is governed by the Finley Kingdom, while the Western City is managed by the Church of Light. Because Finley City is both the royal and holy capital, its prosperity is unmatched across the entire Yulon continent. Finley City is vast, accommodating over 1 million residents, ranking among the top 5 super cities in the entire Yulon continent. As evening fell, Lin Feng and Hillmin entered Finley City, walking along the main street of the Eastern City. Champs, Lysias. Lin Feng felt his senses overwhelmed. The ancient, elegant city walls and buildings contrasted starkly with modern cities, imparting a sense of grandeur and weight. Having read about the champs, Lysias in the original text, Lin Feng felt an even stronger sense of awe as he stood there in person. Meanwhile, Bei, hidden within Lin Feng's clothing, peeked out to gaze at the surroundings. Like Lin Feng, it was experiencing the city for the first time, inevitably feeling a bit like a country bumpkin. Lin Feng, what do you think of Finley City? Among the Holy Alliance, it is the largest city, Hillmin remarked as they strolled along the street, observing the warriors and the occasional mage passing by. In Finley City, powerful warriors and mages are quite common, he added. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. The text described Finley City as the political, economic, and artistic center of the Holy Alliance. It is a paradise for the wealthy and the influential. Hillmin nodded in agreement, expressing his admiration. On the bustling champs, Lysias, Luxurious carriages frequently passed by. After a leisurely stroll, Hilm Inn led Lin Feng to a modest inn for their stay. Adjacent to the inn was a small restaurant, where Lin Feng and Hilm Inn decided to dine for the evening. That night, in their shared room at the inn, Lin Feng and Hilm Inn found 2 beds awaiting them. Upon entering, little shadow mouse Bebe leapt from Lin Feng's chest, immediately scurrying around him, squeaking excitedly. "I know you must be hungry, so eat up," Lin Feng said, tossing a whole roasted duck he had brought from the restaurant onto the floor. Bebe eagerly began to tear into it. Lin Feng, "Get some rest. You have the magic test to prepare for in the morning," Hilm Inn advised. "Understood, Uncle Hilm Inn," Lin Feng replied, then sat cross-legged on his bed and began to meditate to strengthen his mental prowess. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the curtains, Lin Feng finally opened his eyes to tea that moment. Dellen Court flew out from the dragon ring. Gazing at Lin Feng with admiration, "Lin Feng, I never imagined you would reach the rank of a level 3 mage before the magical talent assessment that it seems your future achievements will far exceed those of the Saint Realm." Dellen Court expressed with a sense of wonder. He himself had been exceptionally gifted, having attained the Saint Realm, but now in comparison, he felt as though he was not even as capable as an ordinary person. At Lin Feng's age, he had barely just reached the status of a level 1 mage. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a swell of pride. The Lin Feng in the book was still a level 1 mage at this juncture. While he had already attained level 3. However, being mature in mind, he did not allow this small sense of accomplishment to manifest on his face, instead responding humbly, "Grandfather Dellen, it is all due to your excellent guidance." Fenlai City, located along Liyue Road, is one of the main thoroughfares of Fenlai City. The buildings lining Liyue Road are predominantly opulent mansions, alongside several structures belonging to the Holy Kingdom. Among these edifices, the tallest is the Church of the Holy See. The Holy Alliance comprises 6 kingdoms and 15 principalities, with the Holy See exercising dominion over the entire alliance. The Pope holds the highest authority, possessing the power to depose a king of any kingdom. Thus, even in Fenlai East City, the most prominent structure is the Church of the Holy See. This morning, a throng of people gathered at the entrance of the church, most of whom were adorned in exquisite attire befitting nobility. A multitude of carriages nearly filled the expansive square in front of the church, where the aristocrats engaged in amiable exchanges to tea this moment. Lin Feng and Hillman arrived at the scene. Despite having anticipated such a gathering, Lin Feng was still taken aback by the sheer volume of people, astonished by the world's fervor for magic. However, he also recognized that among the multitude of children awaiting their tests, achieving even a tenth of them becoming magicians would be a remarkable feat. At the entrance of the church stood 2 armored warriors, preventing outsiders from entering. After a brief interval, a priest clad in a black robe emerged, walking to the church's entrance where he paused, smiling and proclaiming, "The magic test will now commence." Representatives from various magical academies are also prepared. "Those wishing to undergo the magic test, please follow me into the hall." Under the priest's guidance, the crowd orderly entered the church's grand hall. Inside the spacious hall, the polished marble floor gleamed, while colossal crystal chandeliers hung from above. The influx of hundreds of people did not render the hall congested in the slightest. At the front of the hall sat a row of chairs occupied by representatives from various academies. In the center lay the testing area. The black-robed priest announced cheerfully, "The testing area is located in the center. Those participating in the test shall approach one by one. Others must refrain from entering the central circle. Those preparing for the test, please queue up, while parents and guardians stand aside. Lin Feng, here is the testing fee and your identification. Off you go. Oh, and let the little shadow mouse stay with me for now. It might be troublesome for it to accompany you during the test," Hillman remarked. "Bebe, stay with Uncle Hillman for a bit. I'll go take the test." Lin Feng communicated with Bebe, who shifted uncomfortably in his arms. However, upon Lin Feng's insistence, the little shadow mouse swiftly darted into Hillman's clothing. Lin Feng then accepted 10 gold coins and joined the queue, which was comprised of youths aged from 6 to 18. These children formed 2 lengthy lines, while the priests of the Holy See collected the testing fees. The central testing area, with a diameter of 10 meters, contained 3 adults, 2 responsible for the test and 1 for record-keeping. The testing apparatus included a crystal ball and a complex hexagonal magic array. The first participant approached. Lin Feng was well acquainted with the procedure for testing magical aptitude. Bored, he observed the hopeful youths and children stepping before the priest only to return with faces marked by disappointment. This stirred something within him as he recalled his own experience of failure during a job application. Realizing how similar his expression had been to theirs, of course, Lin Feng felt only a fleeting pang of empathy for those who failed the test. Understanding that fate governs life and wealth, and magical talent cannot be forced as time passed, the hall grew increasingly crowded. The magic testing would span 7 days, allowing most individuals to remain patient by the time it was Lin Feng's turn. The line had extended beyond the hall's confines, yet only a meager 5 or 6 individuals had successfully passed the magical aptitude test thus far. Next, called the Bald Elder, Lin Feng steadied his emotions and stepped forward. With Darren Kerwat still at his side, Darren, only a being of the sacred domain could faintly sense his presence. Ordinary magicians were incapable of such perception. Lin Feng placed his hand upon the crystal ball. Suddenly, the orb blazed to life, radiating brilliant light akin to the sun, with earthy yellow and azure hues intertwining, occasionally flickering with the faintest hint of fiery red. The dazzling glow compelled nearby onlookers to squint. The sight of this sun-like crystal ball left the entire assembly in awe. Even Darren, who had stood beside Lin Feng, was momentarily stunned. According to his expectations, there should have been a symphony of 7 colors. Why were there only earthy yellow and azure? However, when Darren met Lin Feng's gaze, a flicker of understanding quelled his curiosity. The Bald Elder trembled as he glanced at the paper in his hand, which clearly stated that Lin Feng was only 8 years old at this tender age. His elemental affinity was exceptional, displaying both earth and wind as superior. With fire at an intermediate level, the Elder felt his heart race. Typically, a magician's elemental affinity is rated as average, while exceptional ratings are exceedingly rare. The classification of superior is almost unheard of. In truth, Lin Feng's elemental affinity should have surpassed superior. But due to the absence of a category beyond superior, it was deemed as such. A collective gasp echoed through the hall. The elemental affinity was indeed superior, and it was dual elemental, an extraordinary revelation. Following the elemental affinity assessment, the next step was to evaluate mental strength. Please proceed to the magic array. The Bald Elder unusually extended a formal invitation to Lin Feng. Even the gazes of nearby nobles shifted, regarding Lin Feng with newfound respect. The superior elemental affinity indicated he could refine magical power in a remarkably short time, affording him greater opportunity to hone his mental strength. His future potential seemed limitless. Stepping into the magic array, Lin Feng observed its warm white light illuminating around him, immediately felt an oppressive force bearing down upon his soul, a manifestation of the radiance from the light magic. It felt weak, especially compared to the dragon's might of the black dragon from 6 months prior. It was on an entirely different level. Lin Feng's thoughts wandered elsewhere. Given his true prowess, achieving superior mental strength would be a trivial matter. Yet he had no desire for such extremes. Attaining superior elemental affinity sufficed, while securing an adequate rating in mental strength would ensure his acceptance into the Ernst Magic Academy. There was no need to strive for dual superior status like Delia's brother. Dixie.as time flowed. The magic array's glow intensified, and the level of intimidation escalated. The entire congregation in the church hall held their breath, each person recognizing the significance of the spectacle unfolding before them. This unassuming youth, clad in plain attire, was destined to become a formidable magician. Estimating his limits, Lin Feng concluded that collapsing now would likely yield a rating of superior mental strength. With this thought, he feigned weakness, dropping to one knee and supporting himself with his hands on the ground. All eyes turned to the Bald Elder. The Elder, flushed with excitement, declared, "Mental strength, 20 times that of his peers, superior. Superior mental strength and superior elemental affinity." With this proclamation, the way everyone regarded Lin Feng transformed dramatically. Envy, admiration, and a myriad of other emotions coursed through the crowd, yet the previous disdain was conspicuously absent. "Who is that young man? Which family does he belong to?" murmured the nobles below. "His name is Lin Feng." Some admissions personnel learned of his identity from the nearby testing officials. In the following moments, Lin Feng truly experienced the sensation of being a star, reveling in the delightful attention he garnered, akin to being a coveted delicacy, an experience he had never encountered in his past life. "Lin Feng, we at the Ernst Academy sincerely invite you to join our esteemed institution." A voice resonated from a distance, and with its utterance, the hall fell silent. Even the Bald Elder ceased speaking. Lin Feng turned to see a middle-aged man in a white robe approaching, smiling as he continued. "With superior elemental affinity and superior mental strength, not to mention dual elemental superiority. Lin Feng, the Ernst Academy warmly welcomes you. Would you be inclined to join us? Hillman stood in stunned silence for a moment before rushing to Lin Feng's side, his hands trembling with excitement. The Ernst Academy? Gaining entry to the foremost magical institution in the entire Yulon continent signifies a remarkable achievement. Graduating from the academy, even as a standard member, would enable one to effortlessly attain the rank of count within a kingdom. Distinguished alumni are even sought after by the four great empires. Furthermore, the vast Yulon continent only admits 100 students each year to the Ernst Academy, 100 individuals each year. What odds does that represent? All who enter Ernst Academy may be regarded as geniuses. Lin Feng, grant him his wish. At this moment, Hillman was brimming with excitement. However, Lin Feng remained rather unperturbed. His admission to Ernst Academy was a foregone conclusion. His sole desire in attending was to see how the young Lady Delia appeared, as well as to reconnect with several brothers from the 1987 dormitory. The pursuit of magic was merely a secondary endeavor. Sir, I am honored to be able to join Ernst Academy, Lin Feng said with respectful courtesy. The middle-aged man in a white robe was astonished by Lin Feng's calm demeanor, yet he continued to smile and said, Lin Feng, I will report all your identity information to the Academy. At that time, you need only present your identification. Upon entering the Academy, you will undergo another assessment and can officially become a member. Impersonation is futile, as you will still need to be tested upon arrival. The academic year is divided into 2 semesters, commencing on February 9th. You need only arrive at the Academy before that date. This serves as a proof of admission. The middle-aged man in white produced a red letter from his robe. In fact, upon learning of Lin Feng's assessment results, he had already inscribed Lin Feng's name on the admission letter, for he was convinced that no one would decline an invitation from Ernst Academy. Thank you, Lin Feng replied, accepting the red letter. After successfully securing his admission to Ernst Magic Academy, Lin Feng and Hillman did not linger long in Finley City, as Hillman was eager to return and share this joyful news with his Lord Hawk. While Lin Feng was keen to return quickly, hoping to enhance his cultivation within the 6 months leading up to the start of the term. On their way back, Darren Cuter emerged from the dragon ring and asked Lin Feng, Lin Feng, why did you suppress the manifestation of other elemental magic during your assessment, only showcasing your talents in earth and wind magic? Furthermore, your mental prowess should not have merely yielded an upper-tier result. From my sensing, your current mental strength could even be deemed extraordinary. Darren Cuter was perplexed. Typically, individuals strive to present their best qualities during assessments, yet Lin Feng, this anomaly, seemed intent on revealing only the tip of the iceberg. Leaving Darren Cuter utterly baffled, Lin Feng responded with a serene smile. Grandfather Darren, a tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably be felled. A pile that rises above the shore will surely be swept away. One who excels above others will invariably attract envy. Lin Feng refrained from elaborating further, confident that his grandfather Darren would grasp the essence of his words. Upon hearing this, Darren Cuter was momentarily taken aback. Although he had never heard this saying before, his vast experience allowed him to quickly comprehend Lin Feng's meaning. He stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Little fellow, you have taken to educating me. Haha, your foresight is commendable. Had you revealed your full potential, you would undoubtedly have attracted numerous factions vying for your allegiance. Should they fail to win you over, they would surely seek to eliminate you before you could rise. When Lin Feng and Hillman returned to the residence of the Baluk family in Wushan town, they conveyed the news of Lin Feng's admission to Ernst Magic Academy to Hog. After the initial surprise, which Hog had anticipated, Lin Feng was granted the coveted Dragon Blood Codex. Upon seeing the Dragon Blood Codex, Lin Feng found himself in a quandary. He was uncertain whether he should follow the path of dual cultivation in magic and martial arts as the original Lin Feng had. He was well aware that both fighting energy and magic ultimately converge at the apex of the sacred domain. Achieving the sacred domain necessitated the comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth and the profound mysteries of the elements, which would subsequently enhance one's power and lead to divinity. Thus, whether one practiced fighting energy or magic was merely a means to reach the sacred domain, serving as a prerequisite for grasping the profound laws. Lin Feng was confident that if he dedicated himself to a single discipline, he would undoubtedly reach the sacred domain swiftly, far quicker than the original Lin Feng. However, if he pursued dual cultivation, it would inevitably hinder his progress toward the sacred domain. After much contemplation, Lin Feng resolved to adhere to the original path, for the growth of the original Lin Feng had greatly benefited from his martial prowess. Having established his goal, Lin Feng immersed himself in relentless training, excelling in cultural studies, martial arts, and magic alike. Time passed swiftly, and before long, February arrived, with many trees on Wushan beginning to sprout new buds. Heralding the quiet arrival of spring, beneath an ancient tree, Lin Feng sat cross-legged, engaged in meditation to refine his magical energy. In this meditative state, Lin Feng distinctly sensed an abundance of colorful light points swirling around his body. 7 distinct points continuously entering him from various parts, filtering through his limbs and ultimately coalescing in the central dantian of his chest, filling it with a mist of 7 colors. These mists representing the magical energies of various elements. With a gentle exhalation, Lin Feng emerged from his meditative state. Darren Cuter, draped in a moon-white robe, sat cross-legged on the ground, gazing at the surrounding scenery. Upon noticing Lin Feng's awakening, he smiled and remarked, "Lin Feng, you depart for Ernst Academy tomorrow, and yet you are working so diligently today." Lin Feng merely smirked and replied, "Grandfather Darren, I currently stand at the pinnacle of a level 4 magician. I wonder if I might reach the level of a level 5 magician before the term begins, but I still fall just short. Do not be discontent. Achieving the rank of a level 4 magician at the tender age of 9 is truly extraordinary. You far surpass your peers. Moreover, this is merely your accomplishment in magic. Have you not also reached the level of a level 3 warrior?" Darren Cuter stroked his beard, expressing his admiration. Over the past year, he had witnessed Lin Feng's miraculous growth. Had anyone told him that someone could attain the level of a level 4 magician by the age of 9, he would have scoffed. A sage domain archmage. He understood all too well the challenges of advancing in magic. Without immense determination and innate talent, one could not hope to achieve significant success in magical studies, though Lin Feng took pride in his achievements. He was reluctant to delve into this topic with Grandfather Darren. While Darren's words were laden with praise, Lin Feng sensed the melancholy and desolation lurking beneath them. With a flicker of inspiration, Lin Feng decided to offer some guidance to his grandfather. "Grandfather Darren, is the sacred domain truly the ultimate realm for cultivators?" Lin Feng feigned curiosity, directing his question at the reflective Darren Cuter. "The sacred domain?" chuckled Darren. "Before I reached the sacred domain, I indeed believed it to be the ultimate realm for cultivators. However, the moment I attained that state, I realized I was mistaken. Beyond the sacred domain exists an even higher realm, the realm of the divine. Alas, I fear I shall never hope to reach that pinnacle." Darren Cuter shook his head. A former sage domain powerhouse. The dream of becoming a deity had always been his greatest aspiration. A dream rendered unattainable due to his downfall. And how does one ascend to the divine? Lin Feng inquired, feigning ignorance. Upon hearing this, Darren Cuter cast a surprised glance at Lin Feng before explaining. "Before reaching the sacred domain, warriors cultivate fighting energy, and mages cultivate magic to advance. Yet, once one reaches the pinnacle of level 9, the situation changes." Lin Feng remained silent, acting as an attentive listener to advance from level 9 to the sacred domain. One must comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. Only by crossing the threshold of these laws can one ascend to the sacred domain. Then, Grandfather Darren, as a former sage domain archmage, you must have comprehended the laws of heaven and earth. Lin Feng continued to feign ignorance. "Indeed," Darren Cuter replied, a glint of pride finally shining in his eyes, his tone brimming with self-satisfaction. Yet, it quickly returned to despondency. "But those days are in the past. It is best not to dwell on them." Having guided the conversation this far, Lin Feng felt it was time for the final push. "Grandfather Darren, though you may have lost your physical form, your spirit endures. Even if you cannot wield magical energy, you can still comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. I believe that once you ascend to the divine, you will surely break free from the confines of the dragon ring." This was the crux of what Lin Feng wished to convey to Darren Cuter. His earlier naive questions were merely a means to lead Darren Cuter to this realization. The comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth relies entirely on the soul's deduction, bearing little relation to the physical body. Thus, the soul entity Darren Cuter can still grasp these celestial laws. Once one fully comprehends the profundities of a single law, they may ascend to divinity. At that moment, the laws of heaven and earth will manifest, and even the principal artifact, the Panlong ring, will undoubtedly falter before them. Therefore, Lin Feng is confident that should Darren Kiwote achieve enlightenment and transcend the constraints of the Panlong rings, it is an assured outcome. Upon hearing this, Darren Kiwote's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he laughed heartily. It appears that after 5 millennia within the Panlong ring, my mind has become rigid. Ha ha, Lin Feng. You have truly awakened me from my slumber. Very well. I shall return to the Panlong ring immediately to delve into the laws of heaven and earth. In the future, should you encounter any insurmountable challenges, feel free to summon me through the Panlong ring. Without waiting for Lin Feng's response, he transformed into a streak of light and entered the Panlong ring. Lin Feng watched Darren Kiwote's hurried demeanor, feeling somewhat speechless. After 5,000 years, was there truly a need to rush? While he could empathize with Darren Kiwote's current situation, he could not fully grasp the emotions of one who had been in despair, only to suddenly find hope. Such feelings are beyond the reach of mere words that on the following morning, many residents of Wushan Town gathered in the streets to bid farewell to Lin Feng. The emergence of a mage from the Ernst Academy was an unparalleled honor for Wushan Town. Across the entire Yulon continent, Ernst Academy only enrolls 100 students each year. At that moment, Lin Feng remained within the estate of the Baruch family, while Hillman and a group of guards stood outside the gate, in the front courtyard. Only Hogg, Lin Feng, Walton, and the steward, Sheely, were present. Lin Feng, today you shall officially become a member of Ernst. Once you graduate from the academy, you will emerge as a formidable mage. Hogg, filled with emotion, wished to convey a multitude of sentiments before their parting. However, after a prolonged pause, he could only articulate a few simple phrases. Lin Feng, remember the aspirations of our Baruch ancestors over the centuries, and never forget the disgrace of our family. Hogg's complexion was slightly pallid. Upon graduation, you will at least be a 6th level mage, with diligent practice. Ascending to 7th level will not pose a challenge. Moreover, you are a dual element mage. A 7th level dual element mage will undoubtedly be a significant figure in the Finley Kingdom. You will have every opportunity to reclaim our family's treasured legacy. If you fail to do so, even in death, I shall not forgive you. Hogg stared intently at Lin Feng. Even in death, I shall not wish to forgive you. These words sent a shiver through Lin Feng's heart. Though he had read this line in the original text, experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. Over the past year, Lin Feng had fully adapted to the role of Lin Feng Baruch, often forgetting that he was, in fact, a traveler from another world. Before parting, this was the charge bestowed upon him by his father. Father, rest assured, within my lifetime, I shall reclaim the Baruch family's treasured legacy. I swear. Lin Feng gazed earnestly into his father's eyes, his own clear gaze reflecting unwavering determination. Hogg's eyes brightened, and he firmly patted Lin Feng's shoulder. I believe in you, my son. On the eastern path of Wushan Town, Lin Feng turned back to look at the hundreds, even thousands, of his hometown kin who had gathered to see him off, with his father and brother Walton leading the throng. Goodbye, brother, Walton waved vigorously. Lin Feng, with a heavy heart, waved back, his eyes slightly reddening. Father, Walton, he thought, feeling a profound sense of reluctance. This departure felt markedly different from the last, although he had felt sorrow previously. It was nothing compared to the intensity he felt now. While Hogg and Walton did not weigh as heavily in his heart as his parents and younger sister back on Earth, the difference was negligible. Perhaps this was the nature of deepening affections over time. Lin Feng, let us be on our way, Hillman remarked, noting the potential for bandit encounters along the route. He was there to protect Lin Feng on his journey to the academy. Lin Feng, with lingering glances at his family, ultimately resolutely turned and set forth toward Ernst Academy. Farewell, my kin. Farewell, my homeland. At this moment, Lin Feng, the traveler from Earth, fully embraced his new identity as Lin Feng Baruch, not only in body but in spirit. As Wushan Town became his second homeland, concurrently, Lin Feng's mental fortitude surged, swiftly breaking through the 4th level barrier, progressing rapidly, and ultimately stabilizing at the pinnacle of the 5th level. Feeling the significant advancement of his mental prowess, Lin Feng was briefly taken aback, but soon found peace in the realization that this might be what is referred to as enlightenment. Though Lin Feng's mental strength had reached the pinnacle of the 5th level, poised to break into the 6th, his magical power remained at the peak of the 4th level. Of course, to ascend to the 5th, he simply needed to refine his magical energy. In the year 9991 of the Yulon calendar, at the tender age of 9, Lin Feng departed from his hometown of Wushan Town, accompanied by the divine Mousebaban Hillman, the captain of the Baruch family guard. This marked the commencement of Lin Feng's legendary journey. Ernst Academy, the foremost magic academy in the entire Yulon continent, was situated 20 miles south of the holy city of Finley within a mountainous region, funded by the Church of Light. Ernst Academy was grandly constructed, sprawling over an extensive area of nearly 10 square miles. Such a vast establishment was nearly comparable to a city. Outside Ernst Academy, the area was sparsely populated, characterized by expansive mountainous terrain. Dining halls, clothing stores, bars, and other service establishments were all located within the academy grounds, allowing students to live entirely within its confines. What a magnificent sight! Lin Feng exclaimed as he stood before the entrance of Ernst Academy. Upon witnessing the academy's true form, he realized that the university he attended in his previous life paled in comparison. The disparity between 5 millennia of historical accumulation and a mere century of institution was indeed colossal. The main gate of Ernst Academy spanned an impressive 50 meters, crowned by a gigantic crescent-shaped structure adorned with various intricate magical runes, just from the complexity of the magical array above the entrance. One could discern that it was a large-scale magical formation at that moment. The entrance was relatively lively, with a line of administrative staff present, and a young boy holding an acceptance letter and identification was beginning the enrollment process. Lin Feng promptly followed suit with his acceptance letter and identification in hand. The official opening of the semester was scheduled for February 9th, and today was February 8th, as per the notification. All students were required to arrive before the 9th. Lin Feng noted that the boy ahead of him had also just come to enroll today, indicating that he likely resided close to Ernst Academy. The boy in front of Lin Feng could only be described as a child, shorter than Lin Feng by half a head, accompanied by an elder. "Hello, I am Reno from the O'Brien Empire." The boy suddenly turned around, greeting Lin Feng warmly while processing his enrollment. "O'Brien Empire? Reno." Lin Feng was taken aback, closely examining the 8-year-old boy, realizing that this was his future roommate in dormitory 1987 and, eventually, his brother. Naturally, Lin Feng merely reflected on this in his heart, recognizing that while he knew Reno would become a brother with whom he would share life and death, at present, they were still strangers meeting for the first time. "Hello, I am Lin Feng from the Finley Kingdom," Lin Feng replied politely to the boy named Reno. Reno blinked his large eyes, exclaiming, "Finley Kingdom? That must be quite comfortable. It took me a full year to travel from home to the Finley Kingdom. You must have made the journey in no time at all." "Indeed, my journey took only half a day," Lin Feng answered candidly. That Reno's expression was quite comical. "Lin Feng, I have a feeling we will become very good friends and brothers in the future," Lin Feng stated confidently. After completing their enrollment procedures, they simultaneously received their dormitory keys, which were, without a doubt, identical, and their dormitory number was also 1987. "Lin Feng, my young master shares the same dormitory key as you. You two will undoubtedly be roommates and should assist one another in the future," the elder remarked amiably. Reno, somewhat displeased, said, "All right, Grandpa Loom, you can head back now. I am already at Ernst Academy. Hillman, you should also return." "I will take good care of myself," Lin Feng said with a smile to Hillman, who nodded reassuringly. "Lin Feng, then I shall take my leave. Work hard." With an encouraging tone, Hillman exclaimed. Lin Feng chuckled and nodded in agreement. Together with Reno, Lin Feng stepped into Ernst Academy, where the verdant trees, serene lakes, and ancient stone bridges exuded an air of antiquity from the college's historical architecture. Just the sight of a tree large enough for 7 or 8 individuals to embrace hinted at its impressive age. "From now on, we shall be roommates," Lin Feng remarked with a smile at Reno. "Indeed, you hail from the Finley Kingdom, while I am from the O'Brien Empire. Who would have thought we would become roommates at the same magical academy?" "Fate is truly wondrous," Reno responded thoughtfully. "Let us go. Our dormitory accommodates 4 students, and we should meet our other 2 roommates." Lin Feng pulled Reno towards dormitory 1987. Upon arriving, they encountered their future leader, Yale, who, as described in the original book, was busy tinkering with his exercise equipment. Upon noticing Lin Feng and Reno, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he dashed over. "Haha, you must be my roommates. I've been waiting for ages. And until now, I've been all alone. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yale, a rather reluctant member of the Holy Alliance." "What do you mean by a reluctant member of the Holy Alliance?" Reno scoffed. "I am Reno. From the O'Brien Empire. I am Lin Feng, From the Holy Alliance's Finley Kingdom, Lin Feng added with a smile. Reno, Lin Feng, it's a pleasure to meet you. Oh, those exercise tools belong over there, Yale called out to his servant. Exercise tools? Reno blinked in bewilderment. Yale. What do you use those for? Do you aspire to be a warrior? Yale chuckled, wrinkling his nose. Although we are noble magicians, we must maintain a good physique. Otherwise, how can we attract beautiful ladies? There are plenty of enchanting sorceresses among magicians, especially those at Ernst Academy. Not only are they stunning, but they also possess grace. It's quite impressive to boast of having a girlfriend from Ernst Academy. Reno was left speechless. Lin Feng found it amusing that a mere 10-year-old was discussing matters of romance, a notion that struck him as peculiar given his experience as a transmigrator. However, he understood that this was the world of Panlong, where concepts of adulthood were different. Here, if one had the capability, marrying at 3 was hardly an issue. After exchanging ages, Yale's eyes lit up as he declared, Me? I'm 10 years old. Haha, that is not too young. My brother had a girlfriend at 12 that I should prepare early. The innocent little Reno posed a rather silly question. But Lin Feng was far from naive and would not fall for such childishness like in the original text. What a jest! A university graduate, although devoid of romantic experience and having preserved his innocence until the moment of his transmigration, possessed an understanding far beyond that of the inhabitants of this world. After some time, George, the second brother of their dormitory, returned. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of 10-year-old George, who indeed matched the description in the book, standing nearly half a head shorter than 8-year-old Reno. In just a brief conversation, the camaraderie among the 4 brothers of dormitory 1987 grew noticeably warmer. The 4 brothers, accompanied by the divine Mouse Bebe, explored the academy extensively, gaining a general understanding of their surroundings. That evening, they indulged in a grand feast at a luxurious hotel not far from their dormitory, though their drinks consisted solely of fruit juices. The following day, February 9th, marked the official start of their academic journey. No classes were held that day. It was merely an orientation where the academy's leaders delivered encouraging speeches. 100 children, the youngest being 6 and the oldest 12, sat in a classroom designed for hundreds, lacking clarity on the identities of the speakers. Many of them dozed off, and once the ceremony concluded, they joyfully departed Ernst Academy. Classes were structured such that for 28 days each month, lessons were held, leaving only the last 2 days free. Earth magic was scheduled from 8 to 10 in the morning, fire magic from 10:30 to 12:30, water magic from 2 to 4 in the afternoon, wind magic from 4:30 to 6:30, lightning magic from 7 to 9 in the evening, and light magic from 9:30 to 11:30 at night. Since Ernst Academy fell under the jurisdiction of the Light Church, courses on dark magic were not offered. However, most students specialized in a single magic type, requiring only 2 hours of classes per day. Moreover, attendance was voluntary. No one was compelled to attend if they chose otherwise. That on February 10th, at 8 in the morning, Lin Feng arrived at the Earth Magic classroom. After introductions between the instructor and students, Lin Feng commenced his first lesson at Ernst Academy. Yet, after attending just 1 class, Lin Feng resolved never to return to Earth Magic lessons again. Although the Earth Magic instructor was competent, he paled in comparison to Dellen Cuter. With their understandings of Earth Magic worlds apart. At this point, Lin Feng had already attained the level of a 5th-tier magician, and listening to the rudimentary concepts being introduced felt like a form of torment. Akin to a university student being forced to attend kindergarten, Lin Feng also attended the fire and water magic classes, only to find the content akin to that of Earth Magic, with the fundamental principles being comprehensible through his studies of atomic theory at university, even more detailed than what the instructor presented. Consequently, Lin Feng decided he would only occasionally attend the water and fire classes, rather than feeling obligated to show up for every session, eagerly. Lin Feng arrived early for the wind magic course, feeling a surge of excitement as he anticipated the appearance of his original counterpart from the Panlong narrative, who might eventually become his future wife. With such thoughts, Lin Feng's heart raced. In his previous life, he had devoted himself entirely to study, with little time left for romance or courting young ladies. However, in this new world, Lin Feng resolved not to be foolishly obsessed with cultivation, neglecting the joys of love and companionship. Hello, everyone, a handsome young man with golden hair said with a smile. I am Trey, a 6th-year student. From today on, I will be responsible for your wind magic instruction. I reside in dormitory 0298. so feel free to seek me out if you have any questions after class. That 6th-year students were 6th-tier magicians, eligible to apply for graduation and qualified to teach 1st and 2nd-year students. Before we proceed, let us introduce ourselves, Trey suggested with a smile. As each student took their turn to introduce themselves, Lin Feng's anticipation peaked when the long-awaited Delia finally stepped onto the stage. A sweet-faced young girl with golden hair gracefully walked to the front, gently brushing aside the stray strands of hair from her temples, and smiled. "Hello, everyone. My name is Delia, and I am from the Yulan Empire." After her brief introduction, she stepped down, but Lin Feng's gaze lingered, following her until she took her seat. That moment. Although Delia was still a child like Lin Feng, her beauty and delicate features captivated him. Especially when she brushed her hair aside while on stage, it ignited a determination within Lin Feng. "Delia, just wait. I will win your heart." Perhaps it was destiny, but upon their first meeting, Lin Feng found himself inexplicably drawn to this innocent young girl. Was this what they called love at first sight? It certainly felt delightful. Naturally, Delia noticed the attention Lin Feng directed her way. When her eyes met his, she experienced a peculiar sensation, as though she could not escape his grasp in this lifetime. Upon realizing this strange feeling, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she lowered her head in shyness. Seeing her reaction, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Truly, she was still an immature girl. The class passed in a quiet exchange of glances between Lin Feng and Delia. Upon recognizing that Delia was a bashful young lady, Lin Feng felt playful and frequently teased her with his gaze. Despite her shyness, the inexplicable feeling compelled Delia to muster her courage and glance up at Lin Feng from time to time. After class, Lin Feng did not rush to leave. Instead, he approached Delia, boldly extending his hand and smiling. "Hello, Delia. My name is Lin Feng." For Delia, a pure-hearted young girl, Lin Feng decided it was best for him to take the initiative. After all, he was a man in his 20s. If he were to wait for Delia to express her affection as depicted in the original story, it would be rather spineless. Moreover, since he had already resolved to marry Delia in the future, there was no need to endure the tumultuous marathon of romance portrayed in the book. It would be best to secure her affection early on. Although Lin Feng did not intend to follow the example of his older brother from Yale, who engaged in such affairs at the tender age of 12, establishing a romantic relationship with Delia before she turned 12 was certainly feasible, though Delia was shy and taken aback by Lin Feng's boldness. Her kind-hearted nature and underlying curiosity towards him led her to struggle internally for a moment before shyly extending her delicate hand to grasp his. "Hello, my name is Delia. From now on, we shall be good friends. I will save you a seat in class tomorrow." Lin Feng, unabashedly, defined their relationship as good friends upon their first meeting. His declaration was not a negotiation. He simply stated it and departed, leaving Delia standing there, astonished and blushing. How can he do this? He didn't even ask for my consent. Should I comply with his assertion? Delia grappled with her thoughts, ultimately deciding to postpone her dilemma until tomorrow. In this manner, the indecisive Delia evaded the issue, leaving it for the next day. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, who had already stepped out of the classroom, secretly chuckled to himself. The difference between good friends and girlfriends is merely a word. Oh, Delia, you were destined to remain within my grasp. As the seasons changed, Lin Feng had spent over half a year at Ernst Academy. During this time, his abilities had seen remarkable enhancement, with significant progress in both magic and martial prowess. After diligent training for the better part of 6 months, Lin Feng had attained the 6th level of magic, yet he was still far from the 7th. In contrast, his martial arts had only progressed from a 3rd-level warrior to a 4th-level warrior. Notably, Lin Feng's greatest achievement in this half-year was not in personal cultivation but rather in his romantic endeavors. Due to Lin Feng's deliberate approach and Delia's inquisitiveness towards him, their relationship flourished day by day. After 6 months of effort, their romance had essentially solidified. Lin Feng believed that should he now ask Delia to be his girlfriend, she would certainly agree. However, he refrained from doing so, feeling that having a girl under 10 as a girlfriend was quite peculiar. A sentiment influenced by societal norms. Since receiving Lin Feng's guidance, Derinkif had plunged into a frenzied seclusion, emerging only occasionally to offer insights into Lin Feng's training, otherwise remaining absent. Although this lack of supervision was somewhat frustrating, Lin Feng felt a sense of relief, as it allowed him to freely engage with Delia without restraint on a sunny day. After lunch, the 4 brothers of Dormitory 1987 donned sky blue robes, the official attire provided by the academy. Thanks to their consistent training, Lin Feng appeared particularly charming in the robe, accentuating his tall figure. At that moment, the four brothers strolled together, engaging in light-hearted banter. By the way, Lin Feng, I've heard you've been getting quite close to a girl from the wind element, George remarked with a grin. Lin Feng, unreserved with his brothers, replied candidly, her name is Delia, and she is in my class. Classmate, it seems she is on her way to becoming our sister-in-law. Haha, brother, you've outpaced us. Yale teased, no wonder. Third brother is a dual-element prodigy in earth and wind, even with fire being average. Yet, I've never seen him attend earth or fire classes, while he never misses a wind class. The youngest brother, Reynolds, chimed in, unable to hold back his jest. Under Yale's influence, this innocent youth had already strayed from the path. With the matter brought to light, Lin Feng no longer concealed his feelings and boldly declared, so what? We may all be brothers, but I already have a girlfriend. While none of you do that, I've beaten you to it. Shouldn't you hurry and find someone? Lin Feng's retort left George and the others feeling somewhat embarrassed. Especially Yale, who had boasted on the first day of school about finding a girlfriend at Ernst Academy, yet, months later, he had made no moves. Another month passed. Inside the first-year wind element classroom, Lin Feng heard a familiar voice. Lin Feng, you're here. As he settled into his seat, a delightful young girl took her place beside him. Lin Feng glanced at her and smiled. Delia, you arrived quite early. There's still some time before class starts. After months of interaction, Delia had shed her initial shyness. I knew you'd be here early, Delia replied, her eyes crinkling with joy. As they chatted, time flew by, and before they realized it, class had begun. All right, today's lesson is concluded. However, before we dismiss, I have an important announcement, Teacher Trey said with a smile. The students immediately began to murmur excitedly. As all seasoned students should know, Ernst Academy has a tradition whereby we hold a grade tournament in the last couple of months each year. This event is the highlight of our academy, and those who excel in the tournament often find themselves recognized as outstanding students upon graduation. By then, I expect the 4 great empires will extend their invitations to you. Teacher Trey explained with a grin. The students were immediately stirred with enthusiasm at Ernst Academy. Where talent flourished, the tournament provided an opportunity for the gifted to shine. Almost all students with any prowess would participate. Our wind element students will also compete. Those willing to sign up should come and let me know, Teacher Trey stated, casting a glance toward Lin Feng. Teacher, I wish to participate, several students eagerly responded. Excellent. Trey promptly retrieved paper and a quill to record the names, but after noting a dozen participants, he noticed that Lin Feng and Delia were still engrossed in conversation, showing no intention of signing up. Teacher Trey approached them, and Lin Feng looked up, respectfully greeting, Teacher Trey. Delia also bowed politely. Lin Feng, the upcoming tournament is an excellent opportunity for growth that I believe nearly all the elites of the first year will participate. Why haven't you signed up? Such opportunities are rare. Teacher Trey urged. I'm not interested, Lin Feng replied flatly. Taken aback, Teacher Trey responded, Lin Feng, you should know that there are rewards for winning the tournament. Lin Feng couldn't help but smirk. He was well aware that victory would yield rewards, but those rewards were not what he urgently needed, gold coins. Instead, they pertained to better accommodation, which held little allure for him. With his current prowess as a 6th-level magician, even 6th-year students would find it challenging to defeat him, let alone the first years. He had no interest in pitting himself against a group of children. I will not participate, Lin Feng reiterated. Teacher Trey grew somewhat anxious. In truth, he himself was a 6th-year student, and if he could guide his student to a top 3 finish, it would not only bring rewards, but also great honor. Young people often cared about their reputation. However, with Lin Feng unwilling to participate, Teacher Trey found himself powerless. He could hardly compel Lin Feng to join. Delia, sitting beside Lin Feng, was puzzled by his decision. Unsure why he would pass up such a lucrative opportunity. The academy buzzed with excitement over the tournament. Lin Feng's routine remained unbroken as he diligently continued his training. The grade tournament showcased the brilliance of Ernst Academy's students, with each match displaying mesmerizing displays of fireballs, lightning, and wind blades exchanged in fierce competition. The competitions for the 3rd and 4th levels are truly spectacular, showcasing a myriad of supportive and area effect spells. The ground shatters under the onslaught of dozens, if not hundreds, of massive stones crashing down, while lightning strikes incessantly. As for the contests at the 5th and 6th levels, they are even more astonishing. A dazzling array of spells unfolds one after another, accompanied by the terrifying cacophony of explosions that reverberate continuously. The onlookers, students gathered below, erupt into cheers, creating an atmosphere that reaches its zenith. A vast majority of the Academy's populace has congregated here. The year-level tournament has nearly spanned the entirety of a month, marking the most vibrant and frenzied period at Ernst Academy. During this lively time, Lin Feng has only occasionally watched the 5th and 6th level competitions, spending the majority of his time in solitary cultivation. The rules of the tournament stipulate that no one may deliberately place another in mortal peril. Such constraints render the competition rather lackluster. Under the influence of Dellen Kiwut, Lin Feng also harbors disdain for these ostentatious displays. Lin Feng, your current task is to diligently cultivate and amass strength. As for combat experience, once you pass this year's Academy assessment, I shall escort you to the Monster Mountain Range, where you can engage in a genuine life and death trial at the periphery. Dellen Kiwut advises Lin Feng earnestly. At the Waldeli Hotel, the most opulent establishment within Ernst Academy's consumption venues. Today Yale is treating, and the 4 brothers from dormitory 1987 gather to dine on the first floor of Waldeli Hotel. The floor gleams like a mirror, and a row of lovely female attendants stand respectfully, poised to respond to any request. Within the Waldeli, numerous individuals clad in student uniforms are present, most of whom possess considerable financial means, as even a casual meal here costs dozens of gold coins, an expense Lin Feng cannot afford. Having just concluded the year-level tournament, most of the students in the hotel are engrossed in discussions about the event. Among the youthful crowd, there is a table occupied by 4 children. This year's tournament feels rather unfortunate. I was so close, so very close to reaching the semifinals. Who knows? I might have even secured a spot among the top 3. Rainer expresses his dissatisfaction, being the youngest and the most proud among the 4 brothers. Yale chuckles. Indeed, it is quite regrettable that I never expected that Rand would ultimately claim first place. George smiles but remains silent, embodying the demeanor of a congenial fellow who rarely offends anyone. Rand? Lin Feng realizes that, much like the narrative in the original text, it is indeed this Rand who has seized first place. But if his conjecture holds true, the forthcoming events should see him turning this year as champion. Rand, into a laughingstock. To be candid, Lin Feng has yet to engage in any combat since embarking on his magical studies, having only hunted a few wild chickens and rabbits. The thought of pitting his magic against another in a duel fills him with uncontainable excitement. In anticipation of a confrontation with Rand, to test the sensation of using magic against an opponent, this drama must continue. Rand? I recall hearing about you. Are you not the one among our new cohort with exceptional elemental affinity and mental prowess? Lin Feng commits the name Rand to memory. George nods with a smile. Yes, that's him. His innate talent is already high, and he hasn't even begun serious training. His natural mental strength meets the requirements for a second-level mage. This year has merely been about accumulating sufficient magical energy. Achieving first place in the first-year tournament with second-level mage capabilities is hardly a challenge. Talent alone is not enough. Can he truly compete with our Academy's top genius? Dixie, Yale scoffs. I have little respect for Rand. Winning the first-year tournament is no grand feat, Lin Feng. You should have seen how smug he looked after his victory. I shudder to think of the arrogance he would display if he were to win the 5th or 6th level tournaments. As one ascends the ranks of magic, the path to mastery becomes increasingly arduous. Hence, among the thousands of students at Ernst Academy, the majority are upperclassmen, and competition intensifies as one progresses to higher levels. Rainer concurs. I too find him quite insufferable. Compare him to our Academy's top talent, Dixie, who exudes elegance after securing first place in the 3rd-year tournament. The disparity is stark. Moreover, our first-year champion is certainly not Rand. Indeed. 3rd brother, you didn't participate. Had you done so? Humph. Yale remarks with a chuckle. The banter and opinions expressed by the 4 friends ultimately draw the ire of Rand, who has just arrived at the hotel. The ensuing drama is straightforward. Tensions escalate, necessitating resolution through combat. The challenge is set. With a wager of 10,000 gold coins, the outcome of the duel is predictably one-sided. Lin Feng effortlessly reduces Rand to a state of utter humiliation, claiming the prize of 10,000 gold coins. Brothers, tomorrow marks the end of the month. My father's entourage will arrive, and I can arrange for a carriage and guards for us 4 to explore the holy city. What do you say? Yale proposes. The holy city. Rainer, George, and even Lin Feng's eyes light up in excitement. Finley City, the Holy City, is no ordinary place of grandeur, Rayner exclaims eagerly. I rushed from the O'Brien Empire to Ernst Academy. And I only spent 2 days in Finley City, missing out on many attractions. George and Lin Feng nod in agreement. There are numerous sights to behold in the Holy City. Tomorrow, I shall ensure you all have a grand experience. Yale states mysteriously. The following morning, the 4 brothers from dormitory 1987, along with BB, arrive at Finley City, accompanied by Yale's father's caravan. Under the protection of guards like Cass and others, the brothers explore the city. So, where should we head now? Finley City boasts many delightful spots. The East City is filled with luxurious venues and charming attendants, while the West City houses numerous artistic halls, such as the renowned Pruxis Pavilion. Yale, well-versed in Finley City, suggests, charming attendants? Excellent. Let us venture to the East City. Rayner's eyes gleam with mischief that it's still morning. The true allure of those places only emerges at night, but visiting now is certainly feasible. Yale adds with a grin. Lin Feng feels somewhat reluctant about such destinations and interjects, Yale, perhaps we should refrain from visiting those places. What do a group of youngsters like us have to seek there? You mentioned the Pruxis Pavilion earlier. It bears the name of Master Pruxis, which must be quite remarkable. Let us go and take a look. Pruxis, the foremost figure in the art of stone carving throughout the history of the Yulan continent. Master Pruxis, I've heard of him. There was once a piece he created that sold for millions of gold coins. I believe it was titled Hope. Millions of gold coins. How wealthy! Rayner exclaims in awe. George, with confidence, adds, from prehistoric times to the present, countless stone sculptures have been passed down. Among the top 10 sculptures, each is valued in the millions of gold coins. Of those top 10, Master Pruxis alone holds 3 entries, solidifying his status as the greatest of all time in stone carving. Let us go and see, Lin Feng declares immediately. The Pruxis Pavilion, the premier institution in the realm of stone sculpture, has branches in several major cities across the Yulan continent. The pavilion is expansive, attracting a clientele that prides themselves on their refinement. Within the Pruxis Pavilion, if one were to wear several magical rings, they would likely be met with disdain, mocked for their lack of sophistication. Art and refinement. These are of utmost importance here. Admission to the Pruxis Pavilion costs 1 gold coin per person. The harmonious sound of flowing water and music emanates from the pavilion, instilling a sense of tranquility. Patrons flow in and out, nobility, affluent ladies, and beautiful maidens all adorned in exquisite taste. Meanwhile, commoners standing before the Pruxis Pavilion cannot help but feel a sense of inferiority. The 4 brothers, along with their guards, approach the square in front of the Pruxis Pavilion. Anyone with even a modicum of insight would notice the Ernst Academy uniforms worn by Lin Feng and his brothers, as well as the striking azurite thunderhawk perched on Cass's shoulder, prompting a shift in demeanor from those around them towards respect and deference. Cass, you should join us inside. The other 3 can wait outside, Yale casually commanded. Lin Feng and his companions, including Cass, stepped into the Pruxis Pavilion. At the heart of the grand hall stood an imposing humanoid stone sculpture, the masterpiece of the renowned sculptor, Master Pruxis. The entire Pruxis Pavilion exuded an aura of tranquility, regardless of their social standing. Individuals spoke in hushed tones, mindful not to disturb others. Yale, Reno, George, and Lin Feng gazed upon the array of stone sculptures, each filled with a profound appreciation for their exquisite beauty. As Lin Feng instinctively compared these sculptures to contemporary bronze and wooden carvings, he was astonished to realize that, in terms of form and spirit, these stone works surpassed the others significantly. Although he lacked the expertise to fully appreciate these artistic creations, his innate sensibility allowed him to discern their superiority. Consequently, Lin Feng, who had previously held a dismissive attitude towards stone sculptures, found himself humbled in their presence. The exhibition hall of the Pruxis Pavilion was primarily divided into 3 sections: the General Exhibition Hall, the Masterpieces Exhibition Hall, and the Master Exhibition Hall. The General Exhibition Hall showcased works submitted by amateur stone sculptors for public appraisal and valuation, lasting for 1 month, after which the highest bidder would claim the pieces. These works were quite ordinary, typically valued at a few gold coins, with the exceptional ones reaching several dozen, Yale explained with a smile. The Masterpieces Exhibition Hall is a different matter altogether. It consists of individual exhibition rooms, each dedicated to the works of a single recognized master, whose sculptures generally command a price around 1,000 gold coins. As for the Master Exhibition Hall, it houses a mere handful of masterpieces, and the prices for these works are staggering, often in the tens of thousands of gold coins, with some renowned creations fetching hundreds of thousands. As they walked through the serene expanse of the Pruxis Pavilion, Enveloped by soothing melodies, Lin Feng felt as though he were submerged in an ocean of art. That moment, Darren Cowett, rarely emerging from the dragon ring, also began to admire the surrounding sculptures. What utter rubbish! What level of craftsmanship is this to be displayed for public viewing? Darren Cowett remarked with disdain. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. It was understandable for Darren Cowett, the founder of the flat blade style, to hold such an opinion about these sculptures. Amidst Darren Cowett's continuous sighs of disparagement, Lin Feng found himself questioning his own taste, yet he gleaned little else from the experience. Upon returning to the academy's entrance, Lin Feng suddenly heard a familiar voice. Turning around, he was greeted with delight. Uncle Hillman. Upon seeing his Uncle Hillman, Lin Feng quickly recalled the purpose of his visit. Undoubtedly, it was to inform him that Wadden's bloodline had reached the threshold required for a dragon blood warrior. The narrative continued in accordance with the original text. And after Lin Feng presented Hillman with the 9,900 gold magic crystal card he had won from his match against Rand, they chatted briefly before Hillman departed for Wushan Town. After bidding farewell to Hillman, Lin Feng felt a tinge of nostalgia. Wadden is following his destined path toward strength, and I hope he, like in the original tale, can enjoy his studies in the O'Brien Empire and eventually return with a beautiful companion. Shaking his head, Lin Feng entered the academy. Days later, at Ernst Academy, Lin Feng had breakfast and set off for the back mountain to commence his training. As he walked along the campus paths, a shadow mouse perched on his shoulder, scanning the surroundings. Many students at Ernst Academy owned magical beasts, so Lin Feng's shadow mouse attracted little attention. At that moment, a clear voice rang out. Look, it's Lin Feng, the true top mage of our first year. Lin Feng turned towards the sound and saw two adorable little girls whispering to each other, occasionally glancing his way. When he caught their gaze, they burst into giggles, covering their mouths. I've become somewhat of a celebrity, Lin Feng mused, chuckling at the thought. In recent days, he had often overheard others discussing him, and the fact that he had defeated the first-place competitor, Rand, led many to regard him as the premier talent of their year. Who is that ahead? Lin Feng's attention was suddenly drawn to a slight figure in the distance, with golden short hair and a slender build akin to Reno's. The individual walked along the path with an air of cold indifference. Dixie? Lin Feng recognized her instantly, having seen her from afar when he was with Delia. Now 9 years old, she was even younger than Lin Feng by a month. Remarkably, this 9-year-old had already attained the status of a third-level mage. Did you hear? Dixie has reached the 4th level of mage after the end-of-year assessment. Some 17 or 18-year-old girls nearby whispered among themselves. In the 3rd year, most students were over 16, with Dixie standing out as a super genius. 4th-level mage. Lin Feng was taken aback, though his surprise was fleeting. He had already reached the 6th level of mage. Rather than feeling astonished by Dixie's achievement, he felt a hint of pride. Exiting the back gate of Ernst Academy, Lin Feng made his way directly into the mountains. He swiftly navigated the forest. Darren Cowett suddenly spoke. Lin Feng, head towards that spot against the cliff. Against the cliff. Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement, realizing that Darren Cowett was finally willing to teach him the flat blade carving technique. The back mountain was primarily covered in vegetation and wild grass, dotted with towering trees. But after a brief search, Lin Feng found a suitable location. A prominent peak rising several hundred meters, he stood at the foot of the mountain. Master Darren, what have you brought me here for? Lin Feng inquired, though he already had an inkling of the answer. The gentle sound of flowing water accompanied Lin Feng as he sat cross-legged. Holding a flat blade and a palm-sized stone, he began his practice from the basics, using the small stone to hone his skills in the solitude of Ernst Academy's back mountain, under Darren Cowett's guidance. Lin Feng embarked on his journey of learning sculpture. As his understanding of the craft deepened, he began to appreciate why the flat blade style could enhance mental fortitude in its later stages. Lin Feng was determined not to take this training lightly. He was aware that the Lin Feng of the original text achieved remarkable growth and mental strength through mastering flat blade carving, ultimately becoming the youngest individual to ascend to the Saint domain in the history of the Yulan continent, thus rewriting its history. Consequently, in addition to his previous studies in magic and martial arts, Lin Feng now had another discipline to pursue, practicing flat blade carving. During the semester's final assessment, Lin Feng showcased his abilities and successfully passed the 4th-level mage examination, achieving this milestone within a mere year. As his results were announced, his reputation soared within the academy, subtly overshadowing the prodigious talent of Dixie. Had Lin Feng unveiled his full potential as a 6th-level mage, the entire school would have surely erupted in frenzy. As the academic year drew to a close, Lin Feng returned to Wushan town. After the new year, shortly after reuniting with young Watson, he reluctantly watched as Watson, under the care of butler Shirley, departed for the O'Brien Empire, leaving behind a tearful 6-year-old Watson and a 10-year-old Lin Feng. Time flew swiftly, and before long, a month had passed since the start of the new term. Master Darren, why have I remained at the pinnacle of the 6th-level mage for so long, without any signs of breakthrough? Lin Feng had reached the peak of the 6th level before the previous semester ended. But after months had passed, he still felt no indication of advancement, which understandably caused him concern. Upon hearing this, Darren Cowett emerged from the dragon ring and regarded Lin Feng with a knowing smile. Stroking his beard, Lin Feng, progressing from the 6th to the 7th level is not a simple task. It represents a significant hurdle in a mage's journey. Surmounting this obstacle requires not only talent and effort, but also the right opportunities. Opportunities? Lin Feng was at a loss for words. Opportunities are merely luck, the most unpredictable of elements. Now that he had attained the rank of a level 6 magician and his warrior prowess had reached level 5. It was time to venture into the Beast Mountain range for training. He believed that amidst life and death battles, the possibilities for advancement would be considerably greater. The Beast Mountain range for training? Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. He had long wished to embark on such a journey, but hesitated to bring it up as Grandpa Derlin had never mentioned it. However, feeling a bit embarrassed, he said, Grandpa Derlin. Noticing the rare expression of bashfulness on Lin Feng's face, Derlin Keyworth couldn't help but chuckle. Speak your mind. There's no need for pretense with your Grandpa Derlin. After organizing his thoughts, Lin Feng finally said, Grandpa Derlin, I would like to take Delia with me to the Beast Mountain range for training, if that's all right. Upon hearing this, Derlin Keyworth's expression turned peculiar as he scrutinized Lin Feng for a long moment before bursting into laughter. Lin Feng, if you wish to bring your little girlfriend, then go ahead. But let me make it clear, the Beast Mountain range is exceedingly perilous, and your little girlfriend has barely reached the level of a 2nd-tier magician. Even with your protection, her life cannot be guaranteed. You must weigh this carefully. Before Lin Feng could respond, Derlin Keyworth continued, Moreover, as far as I know, you and that little girl Delia haven't established a relationship yet. Can you be certain she will agree to accompany you to such a dangerous place? Lin Feng replied confidently, Rest assured, she will definitely come with me. In truth, Lin Feng's desire to bring Delia to the Beast Mountain range was not solely because he couldn't bear to be apart from her. On the contrary, he initially wished to shield her from such perilous encounters. However, from the original narrative, he understood that Delia's potential was limited, and her aspiration to independently ascend to divinity was, quite frankly, unattainable. He did not want his future wife to undergo the process of refining a divine essence to achieve godhood, as that would leave her with little room for further growth. Ultimately, she would only be able to refine a middle-tier divine essence, becoming a lowly existence among higher-tier gods. This was a scenario Lin Feng wished to avoid. After all, for them, life would stretch infinitely. Without avenues for cultivation, wouldn't such eternal existence become exceedingly dull? Thus, Lin Feng resolved to take Delia with him to the Beast Mountain range for rigorous training, hoping to assist her in achieving her own divinity, at least to the realm of the Holy Domain. Once she reached the Holy Domain, her life would become limitless, and coupled with his protection, Delia would have ample time to comprehend the laws of the universe and attain godhood. Moreover, Lin Feng was confident that, under his protection, Delia would not face life-threatening dangers in the Beast Mountain range. The following day, in the 2nd-year Wind Magic class, Lin Feng arrived early, due to his display of prowess as a level 4 magician at the end of the last semester. He had advanced directly from 1st year to 4th year, now on par with Delia's brother, Dixie. Nevertheless, he had never attended a 4th-year class, instead choosing to accompany Delia in her 2nd-year Wind Magic lessons. As soon as Delia entered the classroom and scanned for Lin Feng, she gracefully walked over to sit beside him, a smile gracing her face. Today, however, Lin Feng resolved to openly express his affection for Delia, shattering the unspoken barrier between them. Thus, as soon as Delia arrived, Lin Feng took her small hand, drew her up to the podium, and, before their classmates who were nearly all present, knelt on one knee. He retrieved a stone carving from his waist pocket and presented it to Delia, proclaiming loudly, Delia, will you be my girlfriend? Silence. An astonishing silence enveloped the classroom, which had been lively just moments before. All eyes were fixed in disbelief upon Lin Feng and Delia at the podium, momentarily rendered speechless. Although their relationship had been an open secret among their peers, none had anticipated Lin Feng, would publicly profess his love for Delia before them. After all, they were merely a group of 10-year-old children. How many among them, like Yelu, were precocious? As one of the parties involved, Delia was utterly taken aback by Lin Feng's sudden declaration after the initial shock wore off. Her cheeks flushed a vibrant red, captivating Lin Feng to the point where he felt an overwhelming urge to kiss her. "Say yes," a voice suddenly shouted, breaking the classroom's stillness. The other classmates snapped out of their stupor. Erupting in cheers, "Say yes, say yes." The clamor of voices and cheers became deafening, even attracting the attention of students from the neighboring class. Amidst this uproar, Delia realized that Lin Feng was awaiting her answer. However, her young heart was flustered by his unexpected declaration, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. What to do? Should I say yes? Isn't this what I've always wished for? No, he is so mischievous, embarrassing me in front of so many people. How will I face my classmates afterward? Reject him. But what if that hurts him? Oh, how confusing. Noticing Delia's silence, Lin Feng grew anxious. He stood up and embraced Delia, who was half a head shorter than him. The already chaotic classroom erupted into further frenzy at this gesture. The prodigies of Ernst Magic Academy were exhilarated. Having never witnessed such a spectacle, it was simply too thrilling. Lin Feng, however, merely brushed against her, for this was his first interaction with the opposite sex in his 2 lifetimes, and he had no intention of prolonging it, driven by a sense of protectiveness. He did not want his future wife's shyness exposed to prying eyes. Yet, this fleeting touch rendered Delia's already stunned mind utterly blank. "Will you?" Lin Feng gently inquired once more. Delia was at a loss for words. Instinctively nodding her head. At that moment, she was overwhelmed with embarrassment, wishing desperately to sink into the floor. Seeing her acquiescence, Lin Feng pulled her into his embrace and announced to the entire class, "From now on, Delia is my Lin Feng Baruch's woman. If anyone dares to bully her, they'd better watch out. I'll make them unrecognizable." With a laugh, Delia, who had been blushing furiously, couldn't help but break into giggles at Lin Feng's domineering declaration. In the evening, at dormitory 1987, Old 3, "You're quite something. I never expected you had this in you." Lin Feng had just returned from training in the back mountain when he heard the teasing voice of Old 2. "George. I've decided. I'll relinquish my position as the leader to you. You're simply too impressive. A true legend of dormitory 1987. No, of Ernst Academy, exaggerated old one. Yelu, third brother, I'll follow you from now on. Wherever you go, I'll be right there," chimed in the youngest, Rainer. Lin Feng's expression was quite amusing as he glanced at the innocent-looking Rainer before turning his gaze to Yelu, suddenly understanding. "Old 4. Don't hang around with the leader anymore. It'll lead you astray," Lin Feng kindly advised. "Come on, being with me is still better than being with you. I'm merely in the theoretical stage, while you've already moved to practice. Today, you openly flirted. Compared to you, I'm practically a pure-hearted baby," Yelu retorted with disdain. "Third brother, rest assured, I won't associate with the leader anymore. I've decided, from now on, I'll follow you and learn from your practical experience," Lin Feng said, laughing. After exchanging playful banter, Yelu, known for his encyclopedic knowledge, earnestly warned Lin Feng, "Old 3, do you know that your girlfriend's brother is Dixie?" "I know," Lin Feng replied, puzzled by Yelu's serious demeanor. He was aware that Yelu enjoyed joking, but whenever he turned serious, it was for a reason. "While your display today was impressive," and left Delia dazed. "You made quite a commotion, and even the reclusive Dixie, who is usually engrossed in his training, has caught wind of it. Rumor has it he's reached the peak of level 4 magician and is on the verge of breaking through. I fear for your safety, Old 3. Lin Feng felt a surge of gratitude. He hadn't anticipated that the usually carefree Yelu would show such concern for him. However, being a man in his 20s, Lin Feng quickly regained his composure and replied confidently, "Don't worry, old one. If I can handle your sister, dealing with Dixie will be a piece of cake." The following day, Lin Feng was strolling along a path within the academy with Delia. "Delia, I intend to apply for an expedition to the Beast Mountains tomorrow. Would you accompany me?" "Oh dear, you have finally decided to venture to the Beast Mountains. How disheartening. I am a beast myself. Yet I have never set foot in the Beast Forest. Such a tragedy." Within Lin Feng's sleeve, Bei, upon hearing Lin Feng's plans to depart for the Beast Mountains the very next day, was filled with excitement and began to engage in a soul-to-soul communication with him. "Be quiet. If you continue to chatter, I will not roast meat for you today." To this, Bei promptly fell silent. Delia, upon learning that her beloved was soon to embark on a trial in the Beast Mountains, felt a pang of disappointment and concern for his safety. However, when she heard Lin Feng invite her to join him, her heart swelled with joy, though that elation was fleeting, soon giving way to doubt. Lin Feng, my abilities are so feeble. I would only be a burden, Delia lamented. Naturally, she longed to accompany Lin Feng on his trial in the Beast Mountains, especially since they were newlyweds, but reason told her she could not go. The Beast Mountains were perilous, and her own weakness would prove to be a liability rather than an asset. For the first time, Delia, the proud daughter of heaven, began to question her own talents. She even felt unworthy of Lin Feng. Yet, her feelings of inadequacy were swiftly dispelled by Lin Feng's tender reassurances. "Do not worry. I will be there for you. Furthermore, we will only be training at the outskirts of the Beast Mountains, where danger is minimal," he declared, gently holding Delia's small hand with sincerity. However, Delia did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, she hesitated, leaving Lin Feng perplexed. "Delia, do you have any reservations?" he inquired. "That I fear my brother will not permit me to go." Before Delia could finish, Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Turning around, he discovered Delia's brother, Dixie, standing behind him, casting a frosty glare. "Dixie." Lin Feng noticed Delia's anxious expression and offered her a reassuring smile, signaling her to remain calm. "Lin Feng Baruch," Dixie intoned coldly. "What do you wish to convey?" Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. "Fight me, If you defeat me, I will not hinder your expedition to the Beast Mountains. If you cannot, you may leave, and she will remain." Dixie succinctly stated his purpose without any superfluous words. "Very well," Lin Feng responded without further ado. Delia grew anxious, torn between her brother and her beloved. Both stubborn and equally matched in strength. If they were to engage in a brawl, it would undoubtedly result in a fierce clash. "Brother, Lin Feng, please do not fight." Delia's cheeks flushed, her palms sweaty. They were both men she cared for deeply. Yet they were also incredibly headstrong. Lin Feng shrugged and pointed at Dixie. "Sister, if he cannot best me, how can he ensure your safety? How can I trust him with you?" Dixie's tone softened slightly as he addressed his sister, revealing his affection and concern for Delia through his few words. However, Delia, being merely a 9-year-old girl, found herself at a loss for how to argue against her brother's reasoning. "Rest assured, Delia, I will show mercy and will not harm your brother," Lin Feng said with a gentle smile, ignoring Delia's astonished gaze as he turned to head toward the arena within the academy. Upon hearing Lin Feng's promise of leniency, Dixie's expression grew even colder. Yet his pride prevented him from engaging in a verbal spar with Lin Feng. Only by physically confronting him could their strengths be compared. Actions speak louder than words. Someone has taken to the arena. A keen-eyed student spotted them as Lin Feng and Dixie entered the academy's public arena. Is that Lin Feng, the extraordinary talent who ascended from a level 1 mage to a level 4 mage within a year? Someone exclaimed. Though Lin Feng was a well-known figure at Ernst Academy, he seldom appeared in public outside of his wind magic classes. His presence in the arena was indeed momentous news. Some students vividly recalled the last time Lin Feng graced the arena, where he had utterly dominated his opponent, Land, leaving him in a state of disarray. The brevity of that contest did not diminish its brilliance, now that Lin Feng was back on the arena stage. Curiosity about his opponent swelled. Who would dare challenge Ernst's preeminent genius? Wow, standing opposite Lin Feng is none other than Dixie, another prodigy from Ernst Academy. Good heavens, am I seeing this correctly? The two greatest talents of Ernst Academy are facing off. Unfazed by the commotion from the spectators, Lin Feng and Dixie locked eyes, their spirits aflame with determination. "Make your move. I will grant you 3 strikes, for the sake of your sister," Lin Feng declared. The crowd erupted in astonishment. While talent is commendable, such arrogance seemed unwarranted. Dixie, however, showed little reaction, merely squeezing out 2 icy words through clenched teeth. "No need. Very well, then I shall hold nothing back." Lin Feng's words barely left his lips before he surged forward like a cheetah, simultaneously casting a level 2 wind spell, Rapid Speed. Upon his legs, Dixie barely registered a shadow darting past him before he found himself on the ground, realizing he had been unceremoniously knocked off the stage. The audience was astounded. What speed was this? How could he manage to overpower his opponent before they even had a chance to react? Was this truly the prowess of a level 4 mage? Delia, who had been anxiously watching from the sidelines, widened her eyes in disbelief. She knew her brother's strength all too well, yet he had been sent tumbling off the stage without even a moment to retaliate. This left her utterly astonished, elevating Lin Feng's stature in her eyes even further. Amongst those present, Only Lin Feng and Dixie had any inkling of how the latter had been so effortlessly dispatched. Lin Feng hadn't even employed magic. It had been pure physical strength, instantaneous explosive power, combined with the level 2 wind spell, rapid speed, which had swiftly closed the distance between them before he deftly knocked Dixie off the stage. The entire sequence had unfolded with the grace of flowing water, devoid of any clumsiness. I didn't expect you to be not only a mage, but also a formidable warrior, I concede. Delia is in your hands now. I trust you will protect her. Should any harm befall her, I will stop at nothing to end you. Dixie was not a man who could not accept defeat. He accepted his loss with grace. Despite being constantly enveloped in the aura of genius, he had never considered himself one. His remarkable achievements were the result of his relentless effort, step by step. Rest assured, should Delia suffer any harm, you need not kill me. I would not forgive myself, Lin Feng replied, leading the dazed Delia away from the arena. The next day, when Lin Feng approached the academy to seek permission for the expedition, he was informed that only students of the 5th and 6th years were permitted to venture out for trials. This meant he needed to attain a minimum level of a level 5 mage to gain such permission. With no other choice, Lin Feng demonstrated his prowess, effortlessly casting a spell that only a level 5 mage could wield. The instructor was left astounded. At just 10 years old, a level 5 mage? Such talent was beyond mere description. The only fitting terms would be freak or monstrosity. Should this mentor become aware that Lin Feng has already attained the status of a 6th level sorcerer, on the verge of breaking through to the pinnacle of 7th level mastery. In addition to being a 5th level warrior, he would likely succumb to a profound sense of inferiority, perhaps even to the point of self-destruction. Merely a day later, the news of Lin Feng's status as a 5th level sorcerer spread like wildfire, instantly shocking the entire Ernst Academy. The mantle of the Academy's foremost genius, previously held by Dixie, was swiftly transferred to Lin Feng, whose reputation soared to unparalleled heights within the institution. However, Lin Feng himself remained blissfully unaware of this, as he had already embarked on an adventurous journey into the Beast Mountain range, hand in hand with Delia and accompanied by the spirited Bebe. Due to her status as a mere second-year student, Delia had no qualifications to venture outside for training. Ultimately, at Lin Feng's suggestion, she submitted a request for a leave of absence from the academy. The departure of Lin Feng and Delia went largely unnoticed. Save for the farewell offered by the other 3 brothers of 1987, even Delia's brother, Dixie, failed to make an appearance. This year marked the year 9992 in the Yuan calendar, with Lin Feng at the tender age of 10 and Delia at 9. With excitement bubbling over, Bebe wriggled out from Lin Feng's clothing and leaped onto his shoulder, animatedly communicating with him. Big brother, let us hurry. I can hardly wait to see what the Beast Mountain range looks like. Quiet. Even if I wish to hasten our pace, Delia's condition does not permit it, Lin Feng conveyed through their mental connection. Delia, not being a warrior, naturally possessed inferior physical attributes compared to Lin Feng. A 5th level warrior, and her magical prowess was likewise quite limited, hindering their travel speed. Upon hearing Lin Feng's response, Bebe's enthusiasm waned, and he dejectedly remarked, Big brother, I truly don't understand. Why would you bring Delia to such a perilous place as the Beast Mountain range? What if something were to happen to her? You wouldn't have time to wipe your nose. Ah, you must be Bebe, Delia interjected, having become familiar with the mischievous creature during her year of companionship with Lin Feng. She held a deep affection for Bebe, as most girls found themselves charmed by his adorable appearance, and Delia was no exception. Delia, allow me to formally introduce you. This is Bebe, my good brother, and a bit of a troublemaker. Lin Feng said. Bebe, displeased by Lin Feng's introduction, bared his teeth in a comical display, eliciting a series of giggles from Delia. As the trio engaged in cheerful banter, unbeknownst to them, a man clad in green, his face smeared with green liquid, lurked over 100 meters away in the forest, coldly observing Lin Feng and his companions with a powerful composite longbow in hand. The man's lips moved incessantly, seemingly reciting a spell. As he drew his bowstring to its limit, in an instant, an arrow shot forth at terrifying speed, its tip shimmering with a faint green light, slicing through the air and covering the distance in the blink of an eye. Just as Lin Feng was laughing with Delia, a sudden chill coursed through him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Danger! Lin Feng shouted, lunging towards Delia. With a sickening thud, the arrow struck Lin Feng's left arm, mere centimeters from his heart. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain radiating from his injury, he embraced Delia and pressed low into the grass, warily scanning their surroundings. A wind element archer, with the magical enhancements of speed and precision on that arrow, This archer must be at least a 5th-level sorcerer, Dellen Cowit's voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Upon hearing this warning, Lin Feng cursed himself inwardly in the company of Dilia. He had completely forgotten the original text warnings about the numerous bandits lurking at the entrance to the Beast Mountain range. Even in the original story, Lin Feng had nearly been struck by an arrow on his first foray into the mountains. He silently thanked his fortune for having reached the level of a 6th-level sorcerer and 5th-level warrior before venturing here. Had he arrived as a 5th-level sorcerer and 4th-level warrior, Dilia would likely have perished under such an attack. The thought of such a horrific outcome sent a shiver down Lin Feng's spine. Since arriving in this world, he had never faced a life-threatening situation before. The dangers of the Panlong world were indeed lurking everywhere, far from the playful tales spun by the tomato deity. Despite these thoughts racing through his mind, Lin Feng, having learned from his previous misfortune, remained vigilant. "Hand over all your valuables, and I shall spare your lives," a chilling voice rang out, followed by the emergence of over a dozen figures clad in green, brandishing bows and short knives as they approached Lin Feng and Dilia with cold indifference. The speaker, however, remained hidden from view. Given the striking similarity in dialogue, Lin Feng surmised that this band of robbers was the very same that would ambush him 5 years hence in the original narrative. While these thoughts crossed his mind, he made no move to relinquish his belongings. Lin Feng was no fool to trust the words of these brigands, knowing that the moment he exposed himself, he would likely meet a swift demise. "Fire," the cold voice commanded, and the wind element archer behind them, displaying remarkable decisiveness, ordered an immediate attack as Lin Feng and Dilia refused to comply. In a sudden flurry, the archers released their arrows, and Lin Feng instinctively dodged while still holding on to Dilia. He wielded the wind element auxiliary spell speed, gracefully evading the incoming projectiles. As for Bei, Lin Feng paid him no mind. As a transmigrator, he was well aware of Bei's formidable defense. Though still in his juvenile stage, Bei's natural resilience rendered him impervious to these ordinary arrows. "You two should just come out and surrender." The cold voice echoed from the depths of the forest as the group of archers grew increasingly arrogant. Wind element archers were not only required to possess powerful magic but also the physical strength to wield such a formidable bow. Lin Feng's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he regarded the archers, viewing them as mere targets. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently as spikes erupted beneath the feet of the archers, each one piercing through their thighs and abdomens, spilling blood onto the earth and eliciting cries of agony. The earth element spell Earth Spike Array. Screams erupted in a cacophony of pain. The multitude of spikes, each over a meter tall and glistening with a yellowish hue, pierced through the archers with brutal efficiency, plunging them into a nightmarish plight. "Captain, help! Help me!" One archer cried out, impaled through the groin, while another, pierced in the thigh, writhed on the ground, howling in despair. In an instant, 4 of the archers lay dead, and nearly 10 sustained severe injuries. Their combat effectiveness had been decimated. A earth element sorcerer, the leader of the archers, hidden in the shadows of the forest, gasped in shock. He had relied on ambush tactics to rob countless travelers near the Beast Mountain range, amassing considerable wealth in the process. "Dilia, stay low and don't move," Lin Feng whispered in her ear before suddenly leaping to his feet. As he did, the wind element magic surged around him, coalescing into a spear of air. This spear, entirely composed of wind element magic, exuded an ethereal aura, yet the swirling magical energy surrounding it attested to its formidable power. 5th-level spell, Roar of the Wind. The opposition consists of at least 5th-level earth and wind dual-element sorcerers. We must flee. Upon witnessing Lin Feng unleash the Roar of the Wind, the bandit leader immediately assessed his strength and wasted no time turning to escape. Trying to flee? Ha! A cruel smile curled at the corners of Lin Feng's mouth as he felt a surge of killing intent rise within him for the first time. Lin Feng had always relished the segment in Panlong that described his trials in the Beast Mountain range. Fully aware of the dangers that lurked there, and understanding that showing mercy to enemies was tantamount to cruelty to oneself. As soon as the words left his mouth, the howling wind's roar, imbued with both swiftness and precision, surged forth at a velocity surpassing that of the arrow shot by the bandit leader, who was hastily fleeing. Wind magic is inherently proficient in speed, and when augmented with swiftness, the 5th-level wind's roar became all the more formidable. In the blink of an eye, the 100-meter distance was traversed. The bandit leader felt an icy chill creep up his back and instinctively hurled his longbow behind him. Yet, a mere longbow could hardly withstand the might of the 5th-level wind's roar. With a sickening squelch, the powerful force pierced through the bandit leader's skull, blood gushing forth and brain matter splattering. His forward momentum abruptly halted as he struggled to turn his head, a look of disbelief etched on his face. Six-level mage, he barely managed to utter, the light in his eyes dimming before he collapsed with a thud. Observing the demise of the bandit leader, Lin Feng chose to disregard him and slowly approached the group of bandits who had been grievously injured by his earth spike formation. He carefully opened the package on his back and retrieved a flat blade. "Great mage, spare our lives. We are willing to offer all our possessions to you." The remaining bandits, stripped of their fighting spirit, were filled with dread at the prospect of death, pleading loudly for mercy. "Spare you?" Lin Feng replied with a cold smile. "Had my strength been inferior to yours, I would have likely been slain by you." Before one of the bandits could utter another word, his head was sent flying. Lin Feng harbored no sympathy for these brigands who had likely slain countless innocent travelers. With swift precision, he harvested the lives of the remaining bandits in mere seconds. Suddenly, a dark shadow leapt onto Lin Feng's shoulder. Propping itself up with its hind legs, flailing excitedly and chirping with glee at the same time, it communicated telepathically with Lin Feng. "Boss, quickly open their packages and see what treasures we can find." Indeed, Bei Bei had a penchant for collecting magic crystals. Lin Feng shook his head, choosing to ignore the creature, and instead walked toward the now upright Delia. Delia's face was pale, fear glimmering in her eyes as she gazed at the gruesome scene of dismembered bodies and bloodshed. Her small hands clenched tightly. Approaching Delia, Lin Feng gently embraced her, whispering soothingly, "It's all right, they are all gone." Woo! Delia, still just a 9-year-old girl, was deeply traumatized by the earlier events. Upon hearing Lin Feng's reassurance, her vulnerable side emerged, and she buried her head in his embrace, sobbing loudly. Lin Feng sighed. This was his first time taking a life, and it had a profound impact on him, yet possessing the mentality of an adult. He did not reveal any signs of cowardice. "Delia, this was merely our first battle. In the future, when we venture into the Beast Mountain range, we will encounter far more perilous situations if you cannot endure this. Perhaps I should send you home." He began to doubt the wisdom of bringing Delia along, despite his intention for her to experience the harsh realities of life and death early on, which would benefit her training later. Nonetheless, she was still just a 9-year-old girl. Confronting such brutality was undeniably cruel. "No, I want to stay with you. I believe I can overcome this," Delia stammered, though her expression was resolute. Lin Feng smiled, feeling a surge of happiness at her words, affirming that his decision was indeed correct. After comforting Delia further, he prepared to gather the spoils of their encounter, bending down to sift through the remains of the bandits he had dispatched. Lin Feng discovered scant treasures. Aside from their weapons, each bandit possessed only a few dull-hued magic crystals and a handful of coins. It seemed that the bulk of their loot was in the possession of their leader. He casually collected the magic crystals and coins before making his way to the bandit leader's corpse. "Strange. There's nothing here," Lin Feng mused, perplexed as he thoroughly searched the bandit leader's body, finding no rewards, not even a single coin. Could it be that the bandits had a hideout? Perhaps their treasures were stored there? Just as he was about to depart, he caught sight of a ring on the bandit leader's finger. "What is this? A ring?" Lin Feng's excitement surged as he reached out to remove it, but it stubbornly remained stuck. "Damn it, even in death, he guards his treasures so fiercely," Lin Feng cursed under his breath. Swinging his flat blade to sever the bandit leader's finger clean off, that moment, Darren Kiwot flew out of the dragon ring, glancing at the ring Lin Feng had just procured and smiling. "Lin Feng, you are quite fortunate. If I am not mistaken, that is a space ring." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's heart raced. He had never doubted Darren Kiwot's insight, for as a former archmage, he must have encountered space rings. Unlike Lin Feng, who had only heard tales of them, Lin Feng intended to remain in the Beast Mountain range for several years, rather than exiting shortly. However, the dilemma arose. The magic crystals he would undoubtedly collect over the years would exceed their carrying capacity. Even if they managed to fit them in their packs, it would be impractical for Lin Feng to continue fighting. "Just when I was feeling drowsy, fortune comes knocking. Ha ha, my luck is indeed solid." Lin Feng chuckled to himself, pricking his finger to let a drop of blood fall onto the ring. He watched intently as the ring absorbed his blood, and as a connection formed between him and the ring. Lin Feng became completely certain that it was indeed a space ring. Despite his usual composure, Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp upon seeing the treasures within the space ring. A colorful assortment of magic crystals was piled high, roughly estimating. There were at least 400 to 500 of them. Although most were low-level crystals with weak energy fluctuations, There were also several high-quality ones among them. Additionally, the 10 cubic meters of space contained a pair of gleaming gold coins. This collection of magic crystals was worth at least 50 to 60,000 coins, and with the addition of the gold, it amounted to no less than 100,000 coins. It was no wonder so many were drawn to the life of robbery. Indeed, wealth does not come without risk. Lin Feng burst into laughter, realizing that with this newfound wealth, he could consider himself a local magnate. For an average family of 3, a mere 10 coins a year sufficed. 100,000 coins was indeed a substantial fortune. Is it a space ring? Darren Kiwote asked with a grin. Lin Feng, slipping the space ring onto his finger, replied somewhat regretfully, "It is, but the space is rather limited. Only about 10 cubic meters." Darren Kiwote, unable to suppress a chuckle at Lin Feng's insatiable greed, admonished, "Be content. Space rings are exceedingly rare in the Yulon continent. Even I, in my time, never managed to acquire a single one. Their value is evident. To find one here is already a stroke of luck, and yet you still lament its size. I truly do not know what to say to you." Reflecting on this, Lin Feng acknowledged the truth in Darren Kiwote's words. Although space rings might be commonplace in the depths of hell, the Yulon continent was merely a material plane, and acquiring one was indeed a stroke of fortune. After gathering his spoils, Lin Feng, Delia, and Bei Bei continued their journey. At that moment, the previously overcast sky erupted with a loud crack of thunder, lightning flashing across the heavens, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. It appeared a downpour was imminent. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and extended his hand, conjuring a wind shield above their heads. The wind shield was highly effective at deflecting raindrops, requiring only a minimal amount of magical energy to maintain. The wind, being intangible, rendered the shield a faint, translucent blue. The trio had not traveled far when a vast, continuous mountain range stretched out before them, a colossal formation that nearly cleaved the Yulon continent in two. This was the renowned Beast Mountain Range, the largest mountain range in the entire continent. Gazing at the endless expanse of towering mountains, Lin Feng found himself breathless. What a magnificent mountain range! The mountain range stretched endlessly, a majestic sight where the eastern horizon remained a tapestry of undulating peaks, and both the southern and northern flanks echoed with the same mountainous grandeur. Gazing upon the boundless Beast Mountain Range felt akin to standing before an infinite ocean, vast and overwhelming. This was the Beast Mountain Range, the foremost mountain range of the continent, teeming with countless magical beasts, including numerous sacred domain creatures. At that moment, Darren Kiwote appeared beside Lin Feng, his gaze distant and contemplative. The Beast Mountain Range. It has been long since I last set foot here. Excitement ignited in Lin Feng's eyes. Let us set forth. With exuberance, Lin Feng, amidst a torrential downpour, hurried towards the Beast Mountain Range alongside Delia, while the little shadow mouse, Bei Bei, chirped excitedly on his shoulder as they traversed through the relentless rain. The trio seamlessly melded into the distant expanse of the Beast Mountain Range. The Beast Mountain Range was boundless. Stepping within, ancient trees, some hundreds or even thousands of years old, loomed overhead, while an abundance of weeds and thorns flourished in the underbrush. Fallen leaves blanketed the ground, crunching underfoot, and thick vines intertwined densely around them. In this ancient forest, where nature had thrived for countless years, dense vegetation concealed any lurking magical beasts, leaving Lin Feng with a sense of trepidation. Darren Kiwote, observing the surroundings, remarked, "Not just 10 meters away, Lin Feng, but perhaps within this very thicket, a large python might be lurking." Lin Feng's gaze shifted to the dense undergrowth, realizing the possibility of a hidden serpent. Taking a deep breath, he stood still, silently reciting a spell. Suddenly, a gentle breeze, centered around Lin Feng, emanated outward, dissipating into the vastness of the world. Wind of Perception, a spell typically accessible only to third-level mages. Its efficacy expanded with the caster's strength. While a third-level mage's wind could sense within a radius of a few meters, a fifth-level mage could extend it beyond 100 meters, within a span of nearly 200 meters. Only a first-level magical beast, the bubble rabbit, and a few second-level creatures, the earth scorpions, were detected. Lin Feng asserted confidently. Do not be overly confident. Formidable magical beasts can burrow underground, and some sacred domain creatures can even disguise themselves. Darren Kiwote cautioned, then added with a chuckle, "Of course, for someone of your stature, those powerful beasts need not resort to stealth." Lin Feng, taking this to heart, grew increasingly cautious. He was well aware of the dangers that lurked within the Beast Mountain Range from his previous experiences in the original tome. Though his current strength surpassed that of the Lin Feng from the book, he was still accompanied by Delia, a mere second-level mage, whose prowess was negligible amidst the perilous surroundings. As Lin Feng stealthily navigated through the Beast Mountain range. Attentively observing his surroundings, Bei, perched on his shoulder, also scanned the area with keen eyes. Delia, unable to cast even the wind of perception, remained nestled close to Lin Feng. Thus, the trio gradually delved deeper into the heart of the Beast Mountain range. Spanning over 10,000 miles in length and approximately 700 to 800 miles in width, the outermost 100-mile radius of the Beast Mountain range mainly housed low-level magical beasts. However, venturing beyond 100 miles would expose 1 to 5th and 6th level creatures. And further still, one might encounter 7th, 8th, or even 9th level beasts, including sacred domain entities. Darren Kiwat continued to enlighten Lin Feng about the intricacies of the Beast Mountain range, while Lin Feng had a general understanding. Darren Kiwat's insights were far more detailed that, of course, this is not absolute. One might stumble upon a bored 9th level beast wandering the outskirts, he jested, or worse, encounter a massive pack of over 1,000 magical wolves. Should such a fate befall you, it would simply be a matter of ill fortune. Lin Feng, hearing this, merely rolled his eyes. Naturally, given Delia's presence, Lin Feng was not in a hurry to plunge deeper into the Beast Mountain range. They were still at the periphery, where only 1 or 2 levels of low-level beasts roamed, making it an ideal environment for Delia to hone her combat skills. Delia, tonight's dinner is in your capable hands. 50 meters ahead, 3 bubble rabbits await. Go forth and dispatch them. Delia nodded obediently, making her way towards the indicated direction. Lin Feng and Bei quietly followed in her wake. Upon spotting the 3 unsuspecting bubble rabbits grazing peacefully, Delia suddenly turned to Lin Feng and exclaimed, "Lin Feng, they are so adorable. Can we not kill them?" Lin Feng rolled his eyes, nearly fainting from disbelief. In such a perilous environment, how could she harbor sympathy for magical beasts? Remember, in the Beast Mountain range, aside from Bei and myself, all other creatures are foes, including both magical beasts and those humans who hunt them. Lin Feng admonished sternly. He understood that even the slightest lapse in vigilance could lead to fatal consequences, and he was unwilling to allow Delia's compassion to jeopardize their lives. Humans? Are we not to trust even humans within the Beast Mountain range? Delia's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Feng sneered. The most dangerous entities in the Beast Mountain range are not the magical beasts, but rather our own kin. While magical beasts may be fierce, they are not driven by greed. They attack merely to satiate their hunger and typically rely on straightforward assaults. In contrast, deceitful humans pose a far greater threat. Delia nodded, seemingly grasping the gravity of his words. With a flick of her delicate hand, she conjured a small wind blade directed at one of the bubble rabbits. Though merely a first-level beast, the bubble rabbit was still considerably more robust than common wildlife, and sensing danger, it immediately fled, with the other 2 startled rabbits darting into the underbrush. Boss, at this rate, with Delia's approach, we might end up going hungry today. Bei lamented from Lin Feng's shoulder, looking despondent. Lin Feng, equally perplexed, recognized that with Delia's second-level mage capabilities, dispatching 3 first-level bubble rabbits should have been a simple task. However, the small wind blade she cast seemed more suited to scaring them away than to killing them. As dusk fell, Lin Feng realized that if he did not take action soon, they might indeed face hunger. Employing the wind of perception, he located several bubble rabbits, swiftly eliminating them, skinning them, and preparing them for roasting. Lin Feng consumed 1, Delia half, while Bei devoured the remainder, leaving Lin Feng to wonder how such a small creature could consume meat several times its size. On the following day, Lin Feng and his companions did not venture deeper into the Beast Mountain range. Their singular task remained. Delia was to personally slay a bubble rabbit. On the 4th day, Delia finally steeled herself and killed a bubble rabbit. By the 9th day, the act of slaying bubble rabbits posed no challenge for her, prompting Lin Feng to assign her a new task, to hunt a second-level earth scorpion. Though slightly stronger than the bubble rabbit, the earth scorpion's unappealing appearance failed to evoke Delia's sympathy, allowing her to swiftly complete the task. Despite her ability to vanquish the earth scorpions, she was still not as proficient as Lin Feng, who could eliminate them in an instant. Thus, for the subsequent month, Delia engaged in daily battles with the earth scorpions. As she dispatched one after another, her combat skills sharpened, and her speed improved, evolving from struggling against a single earth scorpion to adeptly handling the attacks of multiple foes simultaneously. Bei, leisurely lounging on Lin Feng's shoulder, observed Delia as she battled the Earth Scorpions and communicated telepathically with Lin Feng. Boss, how long do you intend to have Delia hunt these Earth Scorpions? At this rate, I fear they will become extinct within a radius of several dozen miles. Today marked the 29th day since they entered the Beast Mountain range, and over the past month, the number of Earth Scorpions that had perished at Delia's hand surely numbered in the hundreds. Lin Feng shrugged. It is an unfortunate necessity. You know how soft-hearted Delia is. If she is not allowed to refine her skills, it would be tantamount to endangering her life in the Beast Mountain range. Moreover, given her status as a second-level mage, only the slow and low-attack Earth Scorpions are suitable for her training. I estimate that in approximately half a month, Delia will ascend to the rank of a level 3 mage, at which point she may wish to change her training adversaries. On the 47th day, after Delia effortlessly dispatched a soil scorpion with a swift blade of wind, she suddenly felt a refreshing surge of clarity. She had leveled up after battling the soil scorpions for over a month. Delia had finally progressed from a level 2 mage to a level 3 mage. However, this advancement came at the cost of thousands of soil scorpion lives. Sensing her newfound power, Delia immediately abandoned her current opponent, the soil scorpion, and rushed to Lin Feng's side, exclaiming with excitement, "Lin Feng, I leveled up! I finally leveled up!" Delia's exuberance was palpable, despite her weariness and disdain after battling the soil scorpions daily for more than a month. The enhancement of her own abilities overshadowed these grievances. It had taken her a whole year to elevate from a level 1 mage to a level 2 mage, yet now, she had achieved a level 3 mage status in just under 2 months. Indeed, combat is the most effective means of breaking through one's limits. Congratulations, Delia, Lin Feng responded, fully anticipating this development. After all, while Delia's talent may not rival his own or Dixie's, she was nonetheless a formal student of Ernst Magic Academy, and her potential was far from insignificant. Boss, now both you and sister-in-law have reached level 3 mage. Does that mean we won't have to slay any more of these soil scorpions? Bebe, perched on Lin Feng's shoulder, communicated with a hint of grievance through their soul link. Haha, enough of the complaints. Starting tomorrow, we shall venture deeper into the Beast Mountains, Lin Feng declared with a hearty laugh, announcing their itinerary. After advancing several dozen miles into the Beast Mountains, the group halted once more. Lin Feng, what magical beast are we hunting today? Delia inquired upon noticing Lin Feng's pause. Delia, it is not about what magical beast we shall hunt, but rather which one you will hunt. Lin Feng corrected her. At this, Delia's expression soured slightly, and with a touch of indignation, she replied, "You're so mean. You had me face those hideous scorpions for over a month, and now what do you expect me to do?" Haha, Delia, your strength has grown, and naturally, your opponent's strength will rise as well. This is a gathering ground for level 3 to level 4 magical beasts, and we shall not proceed further until you reach level 5 mage. Lin Feng chuckled. What? A level 5 mage? I have just barely attained level 4 mage. It could take me 10 years or even longer to reach level 5. Delia lamented, lacking confidence. Not only Lin Feng, but her brother Dixie was also a prodigy, and having spent time with them, Delia felt thoroughly diminished in spirit. Based on my estimates, you will likely break through to level 5 mage within 4 years at most. Meaning we will only need to remain here for that duration, Lin Feng reassured her nonchalantly. Boss, are you out of your mind? To stay in this wretched place for 4 years, I would surely perish from boredom. Bebe exclaimed, equally astonished by Lin Feng's words. It had no focus to begin with, and the thought of being confined to one spot for 4 years was indeed tormenting for it. Lin Feng responded through their soul link. How could it be boring? Here, at the very least, we are surrounded by level 3 magical beasts. Delia cannot handle them alone, so you two must partake in battle. While your speed is exceptional, your attack power is rather weak, making you the perfect companion for Delia's training. Oh, boss, you're so good to me. I want to fight. I want to fight. Bebe exclaimed excitedly. As a magical beast, it had never engaged in a battle against another magical beast, which was quite a lamentable circumstance. Bebe leaped from Lin Feng's shoulder to a branch approximately 7 or 8 meters high. Boss, there is a wild boar in the distance to the right and behind us. Bebe's voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng employed Wind of Perception, and soon the information about the wild boar resonated in his mind. Unicorn wild boar, level 3 magical beast, earth attribute. Capable of executing only the earth spike attack, the details unfolded in Lin Feng's consciousness. Turning to Delia with a smile, Lin Feng announced, Delia, there is a level 3 magical beast, the unicorn wild boar, to the right and behind us. You and Bebe should take it down. and for lunch today, we shall feast on it. Wild boar meat is quite delectable. As Delia and Bebe approached within about 10 meters of the unicorn wild boar, the two had developed a seamless synergy. Bebe transformed into a shadow and darted toward the unicorn wild boar, while Delia cast a wind-based auxiliary spell, Windbind, toward the beast. Sensing danger, the unicorn wild boar attempted to evade, only to suddenly find its body constricted. As if ensnared by an unseen force, in a moment of hesitation, Bebe had already arrived, darting past the unicorn wild boar's horn to sink its teeth into the creature's throat. With a sickening crunch, a gaping wound appeared. Blood spurting forth. Enraged, the unicorn wild boar violently shook its body, flinging Bebe away. But before it could retaliate, a transparent wind arrow imbued with precision and speed pierced through the beast's wound and into its body. The unicorn wild boar barely managed a few pained grunts before its eyes dimmed, its hefty form collapsing like a small mountain, shaking the ground beneath. Though the unicorn wild boar was a notable contender among level 3 magical beasts, renowned for its extraordinarily thick hide, this unfortunate creature had met an even more formidable adversary in Bebe. With teeth as hard as steel, Bebe could easily chew through its hide, and with Delia now a level 4 mage, the boar never stood a chance to unleash its own signature move. The earth spiked that a year and a half had passed since Lin Feng and his companions entered the Beast Mountains. Delia had successfully ascended to a level 4 mage just half a month prior. With her level 4 mage capabilities, combined with Bebe's extraordinary speed and formidable bite, level 3 magical beasts posed no challenge, and even weaker level 4 magical beasts could only face annihilation. Lin Feng retrieved a flat blade from his spatial ring and approached the corpse of the unicorn wild boar. With a few deft movements, he pried open the creature's skull, revealing a yellowish magic crystal core, which he casually pocketed. With practiced ease, he sliced off the boar's 4 large hooves, expertly removing the thick hide, and set up a fire pit to roast them. After a short while, the 4 hooves were perfectly cooked. Receiving the hooves tossed to him by Lin Feng, Bebe munched away, communicating through their soul link. Boss, level 3 magical beasts are no longer challenging. Tomorrow, let us hunt a higher level 4 magical beast. As seasons changed and 2 years quietly passed, at a certain waterfall within the Beast Mountains, the thundering cascade poured down like a curtain of water. Crashing into a deep pool below, Lin Feng stood beside the waterfall, wielding a nearly 30-centimeter-long flat blade, incessantly carving away at a stone nearly as tall as himself. The blade danced like an illusion. As debris flew from the stone, gradually revealing a rough shape of the sculpture, from morning until evening, the stone carving became increasingly vivid. Lin Feng's gaze was entirely focused on the sculpture, as if he were immersed in nature. His spirit harmonizing with the essence of the stone, an extraordinary sensation that rendered him oblivious to the passage of time. This profound connection with nature revitalized and even rejuvenated Lin Feng's mental energy. Unbeknownst to him, he wielded the flat blade with the skill of an extension of his own hand. As the stone waste diminished, the sculpture's form became more pronounced. When the sun set, Lin Feng finally halted his work. With a sigh of relief, he sent the stone fragments flying, revealing a nearly half-meter-long mouse that stood before him, so lifelike that one might mistake it for a real creature, eliciting frantic squeaks from Bebe. The little shadow mouse, nearby. The entire process had been seamless and utterly captivating. At that moment, Lin Feng realized that his mental acuity had significantly improved. Meanwhile, a figure clad in a moon-white robe, Darren Kiwat, smiled approvingly from beside him. Lin Feng, from today onwards, you can consider yourself to have made a tentative entry into this realm. You have begun to perceive that extraordinary sensation, have you not? However, your work can only be deemed a semblance of the true form. It still falls short in comparison to the masterpieces exhibited in the Proxys Guild Hall. In the autumn of the year 9995 of the Yulan calendar, 13-year-old Lin Feng had just achieved a rudimentary proficiency in the art of stone carving. During his 3.5 years in the Beast Mountain range, Lin Feng seldom engaged in combat with magical beasts. The area they currently occupied was merely a gathering place for 4th-level magical beasts. And typically, when 1 or 2 appeared, there was no need for Lin Feng to intervene, as they were swiftly dealt with by Dillala and Bebe. Only in the event of a large horde or the emergence of 5th-level beasts would Lin Feng take action. While Bebe and Dillala honed their combat skills against the magical creatures, Lin Feng remained industrious, not only providing support to Dillala, but also continuously refining his carving techniques. Of course, he occasionally practiced his magical abilities and warrior skills as well. Today marked a significant milestone. After nearly 4 years of arduous practice, Lin Feng's flat knife stone carving technique finally garnered the recognition of Darren Kota, who deemed him to have reached the threshold of proficiency. Throughout these 3.5 years in the Beast Mountain range, although Lin Feng dedicated most of his energy to stone carving, he could not ignore the rich magical elements present in the environment. Thus, while his level as a mage remained at the pinnacle of the 6th tier, he could sense that a breakthrough was imminent, and his warrior level had also reached the 6th tier. Lin Feng understood the wisdom of not overindulging in his pursuits, and even though he was a prodigy capable of mastering all magical elements, he chose to primarily focus on earth and wind magic, casually refining the other elements as he trained. Nevertheless, he could effortlessly cast simple first-level spells such as the fire element's fireball, the light element's light orb, and the water element's water arrow, for a mage or warrior. The most critical aspect was mental fortitude, as it often hindered their ascension. As for magical energy and fighting spirit, if combat was unnecessary, there was no need for refinement. A person who reaches the pinnacle of the 9th tier in mental strength qualifies for the potential to comprehend the laws of nature. Once one grasps even a hint of these laws and crosses the threshold into a specific law, they can ascend to the realm of the holy domain. This means that achieving the 9th tier allows for the understanding of various natural laws, irrespective of whether one has refined magical energy or fighting spirit, or to what extent. Naturally, whether one can comprehend these laws depends on their affinity for the elements. Sensing that he was on the verge of a breakthrough, Lin Feng did not leave the waterfall, continuing to carve beside it each day. The subjects of his sculptures, aside from Dillala and Bei, predominantly included his sister Lin Ruo, due to the inherent jealousy often found in women. When Dillala noticed Lin Feng carving statues of other girls in addition to her, the typically understanding Dillala could not help but feel a pang of jealousy. This was understandable, as Dillala was merely a 12-year-old girl. And each time Lin Feng sculpted Lin Ruo's statue, his focused expression and affectionate gaze caused Dillala to shed tears. On one particular day, while Lin Feng was engrossed in sculpting his sister's statue by the waterfall, he suddenly received a soul transmission from Bei. "Boss, I've noticed that sister-in-law's expression has been a bit off lately. Have you been bullying her?" Surprised, Lin Feng turned to look at Dillala, who was sitting on a large stone, intently watching him carve. Dillala, caught off guard by Lin Feng's sudden gaze, quickly lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes. Although her reaction was swift, Lin Feng still noticed the tears on her cheeks. Confused, he pondered why Dillala would suddenly be crying. Could it be that she missed home after being away for so long? It was possible. Lin Feng set aside his flat knife, placing it in his spatial ring, and sat beside Dillala. However, instead of rushing into his embrace as usual, she turned her head away and gave him a light smack on the back of the head. "What's wrong?" Lin Feng thought. Feeling a sense of unease, he boldly pulled Dillala into his arms and whispered in her ear, "Dillala, what's the matter? Do you miss home?" Dillala shook her head but remained silent. "If it's not homesickness, then why are you crying?" Lin Feng gently cupped her delicate face in his hands and tenderly wiped away the remaining tears on her cheeks. Dillala mustered the courage to ask, "Do you not love me anymore?" At her words, Lin Feng's heart sank, but he managed to smile and replied, "How could that be? You are my precious darling. How could I ever stop loving you? Why would you suddenly think such a thing?" Upon hearing Lin Feng refer to her as his precious darling, Dillala's expression softened slightly, yet she still gave him the cold shoulder. "Then who was the girl you were just carving? Your expression was so focused and loving while you sculpted her. Even more so than when you carved me. You must really like her, right?" At this revelation, Lin Feng finally understood why Dillala had been shedding tears in solitude. It turned out that little Dillala was simply jealous. He couldn't help but marvel at how perceptive she was at just 12 years old. Nevertheless, he knew he had to soothe his little girlfriend's feelings. "Of course, I like her, but that's because she's my sister," Lin Feng replied honestly, refusing to deceive Dillala. "Boss, even if you've taken a new lover, you can't deceive sister-in-law like this. I know your family situation well. Apart from a brother, where would you have a sister?" Bei, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, interjected at the right moment. "Enough. If you keep talking, your rations will be halved today," Lin Feng declared, prompting Bei to promptly close her mouth. Naturally, Bei's playful banter was lost on Dillala, who, upon hearing Lin Feng refer to the girl as his sister, became intrigued and asked, "Lin Feng, didn't you say you only had a brother named Woden? How did a sister suddenly appear?" Curiosity can indeed kill a cat. And Dillala's previous jealousy was quickly replaced by her inquisitiveness. "Well, it's a long story," Lin Feng sighed, reflecting on how he had unknowingly spent 5 years in the Panlong world and wondered about his sister on Earth. If the two worlds did not experience time discrepancies, she would likely be nearing her university graduation by now. Boss, if it's a long story, just take your time that we aren't in a rush, Bei Bei chimed in. Unable to resist inserting herself into Lin Feng's thoughts, interrupted from his reverie, Lin Feng turned and shot Bei Bei a fierce glare, silently vowing, "Your barbecue today will be halved." What? No way. Bei Bei instinctively began to protest when she heard Lin Feng's intention to reduce her rations. However, upon receiving another stern look from Lin Feng, the adorable Bei Bei immediately raised her front paws and covered her mouth. Bei Bei's peculiar behavior caught Delila's attention, and she glanced at Bei Bei before turning to Lin Feng and inquiring, "Lin Feng, what's wrong with Bei Bei?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng replied, somewhat irritably, "She's been gnawing on stones too much, and her teeth are broken." Bei Bei, offended by Lin Feng's disparagement of her indestructible teeth, instinctively wanted to argue. But upon recalling the barbecue, she swallowed her retort and thought to herself, "Fine, if my teeth are broken, so be it, as long as I can eat meat." By the way, if you say that girl is your sister, what is her name and where is she now? Compared to Bei Bei, Delilah was more concerned about Lin Rua. Wow, I've been completely ignored, Bei Bei muttered to herself, feeling a bit dejected as she began to listen intently. Equally curious about Lin Feng's imaginary sister. Her name is Lin Rua, and she lives in a very distant place. I don't know if I will ever see her again in this lifetime, Lin Feng said. Gazing up at the sky, his thoughts drifting back to Earth, Bei Bei scoffed, "Boss, you can't even lie properly. Lin is your given name, not your surname. Lin Rua? That's less believable than Rabaluk." Lost in his thoughts, Lin Feng paid no heed to Bei Bei's playful jab and maintained a gentle smile as he began recounting the joyful childhood memories he shared with Lin Rua. As he spoke, he suddenly felt a surge of clarity wash over him, a sign of an impending breakthrough. "Congratulations, Lin Feng, you have successfully refreshed the record of the Yulon continent, achieving the rank of 7th level Grand Mage at the age of 13. Truly remarkable." Darren Kota, emerging from the Panlong ring, appeared in a flowing moon-white robe that danced with the wind. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, and with Darren Kota's affirmation, he finally confirmed that he had reached the realm of a 7th level mage. For years, nearly 4 years to transition from the pinnacle of the 6th tier to the 7th tier was an extraordinary feat, especially with the aid of his flat knife carving technique. The divide between the 6th and 7th tiers was not to be underestimated. No wonder there are so many 6th level and below mages or warriors on the Yulon continent, while true high-level mages or warriors are so rare. Previously, when reading, Lin Feng did not fully grasp the significance of the divide between the 6th and 7th levels as a pivotal moment in a mage or warrior's cultivation journey. However, after experiencing it firsthand, he finally realized that this hurdle was indeed quite formidable. It took him just over a year to ascend from knowing nothing about magic to reaching the pinnacle of a 6th level mage. Yet it took nearly 4 years to transition from that pinnacle to becoming a 7th level mage. This stark contrast in time is truly remarkable. In the original text, had Lin Feng not been deceived by Alice in matters of the heart, and had he not spent 10 days and nights carving Dream Awakening to achieve enlightenment, he might not have broken through to 7th level so swiftly. After expressing the thoughts that had long been suppressed in his heart, Lin Feng felt a release of spirit, which led to a sudden breakthrough into the 7th level. Unexpectedly, he found that while he intended to nurture flowers, he ended up inadvertently cultivating willows, achieving a breakthrough through unexpected circumstances. As Grandpa Derlin had said, one needs opportunity to break through. If it weren't for Delia mistakenly feeling jealous of Lin Rua, he might have needed at least another half a month or even a month to achieve that breakthrough. Thank goodness for Delia. Grateful for this, Lin Feng took Delia's small head in his hands and, gazing into her alluring red lips, kissed her deeply. "Oh no, this is terrible. Boss, you're not corrupting a minor monster, are you?" Bei Bei cried out in Lin Feng's mind. Coughing, Derlin Cowett felt somewhat awkward from Lin Feng's sudden action, saying, "Lin Feng, though I may be an old codger, you shouldn't treat me as if I were invisible," after being reminded by Bei Bei and Derlin Cowett. Lin Feng also realized he had lost composure. Although he had a thick skin, he could not withstand the peculiar glances from both Bei Bei and Derlin Cowett. To mask his embarrassment, Lin Feng had no choice but to change the subject, directing his attention to Delia. "Delia, you must be close to a breakthrough too, right?" At that moment, Delia's face was flushed. Her skin was certainly not as thick as Lin Feng's, although Lin Feng had kissed her forcefully before. She always felt shy afterward. Fortunately, She was unaware of Derlin Cowit's presence and had not heard Bei Bei and Lin Feng's soul communication. Otherwise, her blushing would have been the least of her concerns. Yes, I should be close that I have a feeling I will break through within a month, Delia replied obediently. Indeed, half a month later, after Delia and Bei Bei successfully defeated a 5th-level magical beast known as the Bloodthirsty War Pig, Delia joyfully ascended to the rank of a 5th-level mage. Had Delia remained in the Ernst Magic Academy, it would have taken her at least a decade, if not longer, to reach the 5th level. However, battling daily in the Beast Mountain range allowed her to achieve this in just over 3 years, which undoubtedly validated Lin Feng's decision to bring Delia to the mountains for training. This also bolstered Lin Feng's confidence in allowing Delia to cultivate independently to the sacred domain. With the possibility of comprehending some profound mystery and even achieving divinity in truth, Delia's innate talent was already quite remarkable. She possessed an exceptional affinity for wind elements and superior mental strength. Otherwise, she would not have been able to enter the Ernst Academy. In terms of talent, Delia was not inferior to Lin Feng from the original text, and because she focused solely on one element, breaking through to the sacred domain, or even attaining divinity, would be easier for her than it was for Lin Feng. The reason the original Delia could not cultivate to the sacred domain independently lay in her insufficient effort and training. Had she accompanied Lin Feng during his trials in the Beast Mountain range, she would not have needed to refine a divine core to achieve divinity in the future. Haha, boss, sister-in-law has also reached the 5th level. We should venture deeper into the Beast Mountain range now, right? I can hardly wait. The magical beasts here are too weak. I really want to challenge a raptor. Bei Bei, the god-eating mouse, was more excited than either Lin Feng or Delia upon seeing Delia level up. His animated gestures and squeaks clearly indicated his eagerness to confront stronger magical beasts. After nearly 4 years of training and growth, Bei Bei's combat power was now on par with that of a 6th-level magical beast. When combined with his speed, comparable to that of a peak 8th level or even a 9th-level beast, and his extraordinary defenses, he could even contend with a 7th-level beast. Naturally, with Bei Bei's current overall strength, there remained a gap compared to the elite among 7th-level magical beasts like the raptor. Now that Delia had reached the 5th level and gained some self-defense capabilities, it was time to advance towards the gathering area of the 5th and 6th level magical beasts. After a day's journey, Lin Feng decided to rest for the night, confident they would reach the gathering area of the 5th and 6th level beasts by the next day, through the gaps in the towering tree canopy. He observed the sun setting in the west and resolved to make camp for the night. Traveling through the Beast Mountain range at night posed significant dangers, as many magical beasts preferred to hunt after dark, and those that had long inhabited the dim environment of the mountains maintained their combat effectiveness during the night. Unlike humans, sitting on the ground, Lin Feng closed his eyes slowly, finding tranquility within as he began to sense the flow of earth elements beneath him and the movement of wind elements around him, feeling as if he had returned to the embrace of his parents. With an exceptional affinity for both earth and wind elements, Lin Feng's perceptions were particularly acute. The pulsation of the earth, the rhythm of the wind. A serene smile graced Lin Feng's face as he entered a state of slumber. Under such circumstances, he felt exceedingly confident. Should anything vibrate the ground nearby, or any swift movement stir the air, it would awaken him. This was the innate ability of earth and wind mages. As the night deepened, Delia, nestled in Lin Feng's embrace, slept soundly, her delicate lips radiating an irresistible cuteness. The small shadow mouse, Bei Bei, curled up beside Lin Feng, emitted faint snores. The night breeze grew cooler, and the autumn nights in the Beast Mountain range remained quite chilly. Fortunately, neither Lin Feng nor Delia were mere mortals. Such cold could not harm them. As for Bei Bei, his glossy black fur was not merely resilient, it also provided essential warmth. In the dead of night, enveloped in darkness, the soft rustle of bodies brushing against the grass could be heard. 2 robust windwolves, their fur shimmering with a greenish hue, stealthily traversed the forest, one following the other. Their piercing green eyes remained vigilant, while their powerful limbs moved silently along the path. Their ghastly white fangs glimmered ominously in the night. Lin Feng, who had been seated on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes and gazed southward. But all he saw was a tangle of thorns, a well-chosen resting spot. From within the thicket, even ordinary magical beasts would likely fail to notice his presence. 2 magical beasts were approaching, now approximately 40 meters away. Lin Feng discerned their presence through the fluctuations in wind elements. Silently, he approached the edge of the thicket and peered through the tangled brambles, spotting 2 robust magical beasts with glowing green eyes advancing 30 meters away, heading directly toward him. I asked that a windwolf? Lin Feng's expression shifted slightly. Boss, isn't that a windwolf? We've seen them several times at Ernst Academy. Bei communicated without a hint of concern. Lin Feng's gaze remained fixed on the two wind wolves. Yes, they are wind wolves. The magical wolf packs can be categorized mainly into three groups: the Fong Wolf, Wind Wolf, and Snow Wolf, with the Snow Wolf group ranking the highest in overall strength and the Fong Wolf group the weakest. The Wind Wolf clan falls in between. Even the most ordinary Wind Wolf is a 4th-level magical beast, with elite members reaching 5th or 6th levels. It is said that the top-tier warriors of the Wind Wolf clan can attain 8th-level strength, with the most ordinary being 4th-level magical beasts. They were not to be compared with the wild boar as long as they were not the top-tier warriors of the Wind Wolf clan. Even elite warriors would at most be 6th-level magical beasts, posing no threat to Lin Feng in his current state, given Lin Feng's strength as a 6th-level warrior and 7th-level mage. He could easily take on one or even two of these speed-focused wind wolves. However, if a pack were to arrive all at once, even someone as formidable as Lin Feng would find himself in a precarious situation, despite the presence of only 2 wind wolves before Lin Feng and his companions. Should they come under attack, they might summon dozens or even hundreds of their kin. Bei, you take one, and I'll take the other. We must ensure a decisive kill. In his heart, Lin Feng conveyed a message to Bei's soul. If it were just Lin Feng and Bei encountering the wind wolves, they could swiftly retreat before being detected, as the speed of an immediate warrior far surpassed that of these mere 4th-level wind wolves. However, the predicament lay in the presence of a burden. Dilalia, although she was a 5th-level wind mage, her physical prowess was evidently not as agile as that of the wind wolves. Even with the speed enhancement, she could not match their swiftness. Don't worry, boss. I'll take the left, you take the right, Bei declared before transforming into an indistinguishable shadow, darting toward the wind wolf on the left. Lin Feng was equally swift, with a sudden push of his legs. He launched himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. Simultaneously, he swung his thigh like a steel whip, aiming directly at the head of the wind wolf. With a muffled thud, the 2 wind wolves that had previously been lively met their sudden demise. The head of the one on the left was nearly severed in half, exposing its pale blue magic crystal core, while white brain matter and red blood mingled in a gruesome spectacle. As for the one on the right, its death was even more brutal. At first glance, it seemed to have lost its head entirely, but in truth, the impact of Lin Feng's kick had pulverized it to the point where not even the magic crystal core remained. Lin Feng gazed at Bei, whose body had suddenly inflated to half a meter in length. Without a hint of surprise, the 2 brothers exchanged a knowing smile after dispatching the wind wolves. A sharp scream echoed through the tranquil forest, carrying far and wide. The unexpected cry startled Lin Feng, who looked up to find Dilalia covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. Let us go. Without pausing to inquire, Lin Feng dashed to Dilalia's side, scooping her up and fleeing backward. At that moment, Bei had already reverted to his original size and perched upon Lin Feng's shoulder. Though Lin Feng's reaction was swift, the wind wolves were swifter still. Boss, this doesn't look good. The low growl of the wind wolves reverberated from all directions, and as Lin Feng glanced around, he noticed pairs of eerie green eyes appearing in the darkness, sending chills down his spine. We are surrounded. Lin Feng sighed in resignation. In the Monster Beast Mountains, the most terrifying encounters were not with powerful beasts but with packs of wolves and swarms of rats. I'm sorry, Lin Feng. I've dragged you down, Dilalia lamented, now realizing that her unintentional scream had attracted the wolves, her voice laced with guilt. Fool, don't say such things. Didn't we come to the Monster Beast Mountains to fight? If we can't escape, then let us engage them properly. I've been here for quite some time, and Haven T had a good fight yet. Lin Feng reassured her, shaking his head. Haha, boss, it's just a pack of wolves. We can take them down. Yet, Bei's gaze shifted to Dilalia, a hint of hesitation clouding his excitement. Being trapped in a pack of wolves was the nightmare of nearly all mages, especially those of lower ranks. Meeting Bei's gaze, the astute Dilalia discerned his unspoken thoughts and chuckled lightly. Don't worry about me. I'm already a 5th-level mage. While I can't yet cast the 7th-level spell Wind Walk, I can certainly use the 5th-level spell Levitation. I'll float in the air, and they won't be able to reach me. Additionally, I can strike them with wind blades from above. Lin Feng slapped his forehead, realizing that he had always viewed Dilalia as a delicate girl in need of protection. Overlooking the fact that she was a formidable 5th-level mage in her own right, her words illuminated his mind. Without Dilalia's concerns, slaying the wind wolves would be akin to child's play. Bei, Haven T, you always claim to be stronger than me. Let us see who can kill more wind wolves today. Lin Feng laughed heartily. Upon hearing this, Bei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Boss, just watch. I, Bei, shall prove my prowess. As soon as he finished speaking, Bei vanished from Lin Feng's shoulder, transforming into a shadow that charged into the pack of wolves. Meanwhile, Dilalia cast levitation, swiftly ascending into the air. Seeing Dilalia rise to a height of about 40 to 50 meters above the ground. Beyond the range of the Wind Wolf's magic, Lin Feng felt reassured that he retrieved a flat blade from his spatial ring and began to harvest the Wind Wolves. Lin Feng moved with remarkable agility, weaving through the pack, recalling a phrase from the original text, "Wolves have solid heads and iron tails but soft waists." Thus, he targeted the wolves' midsections, though Lin Feng spent much of his time maneuvering. His blade seldom struck, yet whenever he did attack, a Wind Wolf would meet its end, gutted on the spot. In contrast, Beibei's speed in dispatching wolves was considerably faster. His shadow flickered, and wherever he passed, blood spurted from the fallen wolves, who struggled briefly before losing their ability to move. Witnessing Beibei's swift kills left Lin Feng somewhat astonished, but he soon recalled Beibei's formidable nature, realizing that it was only natural. After all, this was the second head of the devouring god mouse from countless dimensions, a being of extraordinary talent. Although Lin Feng acknowledged Beibei's prowess, he had no intention of conceding that moment. A layer of armor resembling rock enveloped Lin Feng's body, emanating a faint earthy glow, infused with a rich elemental essence. Earth magic. Earth Guardian armor. With the Earth Guardian armor activated, Lin Feng ceased to evade, allowing the claws and fangs of the wolves, along with the barrage of wind blades, to rain upon him. Unencumbered by physical concerns, Lin Feng's pace in harvesting the wind wolves quickened, though he still lagged behind Beibei. Suddenly, Lin Feng leaped into the air, pointing a finger at a group of wind wolves, murmuring, "Gravity spell." The earth magic gravity spell was a terrifying incantation that manipulated the flow of earth elements to adjust the gravitational force within a specified area, causing the pressure on those within to dramatically increase. Only a 5th-level mage could cast the gravity spell, and the stronger the earth magic tome, the greater the spell's potency. The air trembled as a pale yellow hue spread from Lin Feng's center, affecting the ground within 100 meters. All the wind wolves within this radius felt an overwhelming pressure. Their once nimble movements became sluggish, as if weighed down. Your speed has diminished, but mine remains unaffected. Lin Feng's body glimmered with a yellow light, harmonizing with the earth's glow beneath him. The elemental waves of the gravity spell varied with each earth mage's unique casting style. As long as one mastered the elemental fluctuations, they could counteract the gravity spell's effects. With the enemy's speed reduced and his own heightened, Lin Feng continued to reap the wind wolves while rapidly chanting the incantation for his next spell. With a series of muffled thuds, dozens of earth spikes erupted beneath the wind wolves' feet, causing sharp stakes to pierce the bellies of 7 of them, blood spilling profusely. Several other wind wolves were grievously injured by the deadly spikes. Suddenly, 2 slightly larger wind wolves lunged at Lin Feng, enraged and ready to attack. A wolf king, is it? A mere 5th-level beast shall perish. Lin Feng propelled himself upward, and with a powerful kick, he aimed at the waist of one of the wolf kings. Within the gravity-impacted area, their speed was less than half of what it should have been, leaving them unable to evade Lin Feng's fierce strike. The wolf king was struck and sent crashing into a tree 5 meters away, coming to a halt. Although its body was not broken, its innards were likely pulverized by the force of Lin Feng's kick. But the 5th-level Wind Wolf King's intelligence was inferior to that of humans. It was not far off. Witnessing Lin Feng dispatch one of its kind with a single blow, the remaining Wolf King began to contemplate retreat. However, Lin Feng would not grant it that opportunity. Wielding his flat blade, he slashed directly at the Wolf King's throat. With a soft hiss, the 5th-level Wind Wolf King's defenses, though formidable, crumbled before Lin Feng's strike. Delivered by a 6th-level warrior, the Wolf King fell with great reluctance. It was the intimidation of the Wolf King that had kept the pack united. Now, with the demise of both Wolf Kings, the ordinary wind wolves lost their backbone, and like a tree falling, the remaining wolves scattered in disarray, vanishing from the sight of Lin Feng and the others within mere moments. With the threat dissipated, Dilia gradually descended to the ground. Although the scene was gruesome, Dilia was no longer the novice who had first entered the Beast Mountain range. After 4 years of fierce battles, she had long since acclimated to such sights. Beibei glanced at the spoils of war shared between himself and Lin Feng, chattering excitedly. Squeak, squeak. The boss truly lives up to his title, slaying even 2 Wolf Kings. Beibei's somewhat envious voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Haha, now you recognize the prowess of your boss, don't you? Still unwilling to concede, Lin Feng chuckled inwardly, choosing to ignore the toothy Beibei as he began to collect the spoils, the magic crystal cores from the slain beasts. Although the magic crystal cores of the 4th-level wind wolves held little value, even the smallest of ants is still meat. And nothing should go to waste. At that moment, approximately 30 meters away, a shadow lay stealthily concealed in the grass. Throughout the battle, this young man had demonstrated 2 5th-level spells and 1 6th-level spell, indicating he was a 6th-level magician. His physical strength was also likely around the 6th level, given his proficiency in wind magic, which aided his movements. He was undoubtedly a dual-element 6th-level magician and a 6th-level warrior. In addition, the peculiar black mouse, while swift, possessed merely the attack power of a 5th-level beast, rendering it inconsequential. As for the female magician, capable of casting levitations, her wind blades had an attack power of only 3 or 4 levels, marking her as a 5th-level wind magician, which too was of little concern. If they could eliminate the young man with one decisive strike, the remaining warrior and beast would pose no threat. The shadow in the distance calculated his odds of success at 90% and deemed it time to strike. Lin Feng, having just emerged from a fierce battle, had naturally relaxed, while the shadow remained utterly still, a silent specter in the night. Neither Lin Feng nor Bei sensed any disturbance. The earthy hue of the ground finally faded. The gravity spell had worn off. Just then, the ever-still shadow glided forth silently, moving towards Lin Feng like an ethereal wraith. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a jolt of alarm, prompting him to swiftly evade to the side while turning to see a figure clad in black, brandishing a sharp blade, lunging directly at him. The glint of the blade sent a chill through Lin Feng, and the cold, indifferent eyes filled with murderous intent constricted his heart. Such speed! Although Lin Feng retreated, the shadow was evidently swifter, the glimmering black blade already upon him. Clang! Lin Feng retaliated, wielding his flat sword in defense, but the blade in the shadow's hand struck with ferocity against Lin Feng's sword, producing a series of sharp, resonant clashes, until Lin Feng's sword shattered completely, the splintered shards grazing his face and drawing blood. With a sudden flurry, 7 or 8 wind blades appeared before Lin Feng, slicing towards the shadow. With his current capabilities, Lin Feng could effortlessly unleash wind blades at will. The wind blades struck the shadow, but the dark aura enveloping its form dissipated the attack. Dark Attribute Battle Aura. Lin Feng immediately discerned the nature of the shadow's power. Although the wind blades failed to halt the shadow's advance, they did slightly distract it, allowing Lin Feng to pivot and leap to the side like an arrow released from its bow. The shadow, however, reacted with equal swiftness, leaping towards Lin Feng with even greater speed. In midair, the black glowing blade surged towards Lin Feng, aimed directly at his heart. At that moment, images of the 5 corpses he had seen upon entering the Beast Mountain range flashed through his mind. Those 5 had also fallen to a similar fate, their hearts pierced through. Die. The shadow's confidence surged as the dark, luminous blade thrust toward Lin Feng's chest. With a cold grunt, Lin Feng summoned the earth magic within him, activating the Earth Guardian Holy Armor to its 7th-level Jade Stone grade. Clang! The clash of the shadow's dagger against the Earth Guardian Holy Armor produced a piercing sound of metal striking stone. A Jade Stone grade Earth Guardian Holy Armor. He is a 7th-level magician. This is bad. Retreat quickly. The shadow suddenly realized it had gravely miscalculated, but by then, it was far too late. Thud. A sickening sound echoed as a faint azure transparent spear pierced through the shadow's heart, blood spurting forth and staining Lin Feng's Earth Guardian Holy Armor crimson. Simultaneously, a horrific shriek erupted as the shadow mouse, Bei, suddenly materialized beside the shadow's wrist. Bei's mouth opened wide enough to swallow a fist, and with a sudden, fierce bite, the sharp teeth clamped down on the shadow's wrist, eliciting a chilling scream as the shadow's wrist was completely severed. Only a powerless stump remained, grasping the dagger, which fell to the ground. Ah, my wrist! The agony of having his hand devoured caused the shadow to wail in despair. Die. Lin Feng extended his hand, grasping at the gaping wound still oozing blood in the shadow's chest. Black Tiger's heart extraction. Thud. The shadow's heart was pulled free, held tightly in Lin Feng's grasp, its crimson surface pulsating as if still alive. The light in the shadow's eyes gradually faded, replaced by an expression of profound unwillingness. Fortunately, I preserved my life, Lin Feng mused, smiling at Bei, realizing he had narrowly escaped disaster. At that moment, Darinkavate emerged, exclaiming, "This assassin's stealth capabilities are truly formidable. We owe our survival to this shadow mouse and your little girlfriend. Without them, Lin Feng, you would have been in grave peril, and I, this old fool, would have been left with nothing but my soul, powerless to save you." Lin Feng, having learned from the original Panlong narrative, understood that the most fearsome threats in the Beast Mountain range were human assassins. Yet, having never personally encountered such an attack during his 4 years there, he had gradually let down his guard against assassins. He never anticipated that his first encounter would be so perilous. Had it not been for his recent breakthrough to the 7th-level magician realm and the upgrade of his Earth Guardian holy armor, he might have truly perished. Derinkave continued, this assassin is likely a 6th-level warrior, but he wields a peculiar dark attribute battle aura, and he has probably undergone specialized training, excelling in stealth and breath concealment. An assassin of his caliber possesses greater attack power than the average 6th-level warrior. The dark attribute battle aura is quite elusive. He must have employed some secret technique to enhance his speed. Lin Feng nodded slightly. T2 was a 6th-level warrior and a 7th-level wind magician. Yet the Shadow's attack speed during the ambush had surpassed his own by a significant margin. Dark attribute magic or battle aura was forbidden within the Holy Alliance, whereas it could be cultivated within the 4 great empires, much like the prohibition against light magic and light attribute battle aura in the Dark Alliance. Boss, come quickly. Beibei's urgent voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Huh. Lin Feng turned to see Delia collapsed on the ground, her face as pale as a sheet, causing his heart to lurch in alarm. Delia, Lin Feng rushed to her side, cradling her in his arms while calling out anxiously. Do not worry. She merely suffered some backlash from magic. It is nothing serious. She will recover with a few days of rest. Derinkave's words eased Lin Feng's anxiety. Delia had recently cast levitation for over 10 minutes. Although levitation imposes minimal burden on magical and mental energies, it is still a 5th-level spell, and Delia had only recently stepped into the ranks of 5th-level magicians. After such exertion, her remaining magical energy was already scant, and her mental energy had diminished significantly. However, seeing Lin Feng in danger, the anxious Delia had disregarded her own condition, forcing the little remaining magical and mental energy within her to cast the 5th-level spell Roar of the Wind, which ultimately resulted in the magical backlash that caused her to faint. Lin Feng exhaled in relief. Had anything happened to Delia, he would have been consumed by guilt and regret. Over the years, the bond between Lin Feng and Delia had deepened significantly. If it can be said that Lin Feng initially approached Delia due to her sweet and charming appearance, influenced by the original book, over the years, he has genuinely developed feelings for her. Following Delia's fainting, Lin Feng lost interest in collecting spoils. He merely tidied up the battlefield before departing with Delia and Beibei. As autumn deepened and the air grew increasingly chilly, one day, a flurry of pristine snowflakes descended, heralding the arrival of winter once more. The entrance of Ernst Academy in Finley City, Yale, clad in a luxurious fur coat, along with his 2 roommates, George and Reno from 1987, suddenly halted as they were about to enter. Uncle Hillman, are you waiting for the 3rd brother again? Due to Lin Feng's connection, despite being a young master of one of the 3 major merchant guilds in Yulan continent, Yale held a deep respect for Hillman, who was merely a level 6 warrior. Yes, has Lin Feng returned? Hillman's voice trembled slightly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. George stepped forward and sighed. Uncle Hillman, Lin Feng hasn't emerged from the Beast Mountain range yet. I believe he should return next year. Although George was also worried about Lin Feng's safety, he refrained from expressing it in front of Hillman. It has been 5 years. Lin Feng has been in the Beast Mountain range for 5 years now, and I have visited this place 5 times. That Hillman's eyes reflected nostalgia and disappointment. Devoid of the previous anticipation, he shook his head despondently and murmured to himself. Lin Feng went to the Beast Mountain range at the age of 10. Now, 5 years have passed. He should be 15. Noticing Hillman's tone was somewhat off, Reno immediately interjected, Uncle Hillman, the 3rd brother will definitely return safely from the Beast Mountain range. I believe in him. Yale and George promptly echoed. Indeed, when the 3rd brother entered the Beast Mountain range, he was already a level 5 mage, and his warrior skills are also quite formidable. Moreover, with his contracted magical beast Beibei, he should be fine. Then why has he not returned for such a long time? Hillman exclaimed, his emotions surging. Perhaps the 3rd brother wishes to break through to level 7 mage before returning to directly apply for graduation. Reno suggested, his eyes darting nervously. Typically, individuals venturing into the Beast Mountain range for trials would not exceed 3 months, with 6 months being the maximum duration before returning. Once winter sets in, the trees wither and food becomes scarce, resulting in the magical beast becoming exceedingly ferocious and bloodthirsty. Thus, the Beast Mountain range is far more perilous during winter than at any other time. From a certain perspective, Lin Feng's absence for 5 years might suggest he could never return. At this moment, Hillman realized he had spoken too passionately and shook his head, stating, if Lin Feng returns, please convey to him that he must return to Wushan Town immediately. With that, Hillman departed without lingering, his steps heavy as he slowly walked away. Yale watched Hillman's receding figure, his hands clenched tightly, gritting his teeth as he muttered, if the 3rd brother returns, I will definitely give him a good beating for being away for so long. Does he not realize how much we worry about him? George and Reno's spirits were equally low as they shook their heads and entered the academy. Within the Beast Mountain range, a gathering place for level 5 and level 6 magical beasts. Lin Feng was engrossed in carving a statue of his sister, Lin Ruo. Boss, when will you reach the core area of the Beast Mountain range? Bebe communicated with some dissatisfaction. In these parts, the strongest beasts are merely level 6. There is little challenge here. I want to challenge a level 7 beast, boss. I want to challenge a level 7 beast. Lin Feng glanced at the little shadow mouse. All right, don't get too cocky. Didn't you struggle against the Azure Wind Griffin leader last time? Despite claiming level 6 beasts are lacking in challenge, that's not my fault, Bebe replied, scratching its nose. The Azure Wind Griffin leader stayed airborne and unleashed wind blades as if they required no magical power. How could I let it attack me? Lin Feng chuckled. After several battles, he had gained a reasonable understanding of Bebe's capabilities. In terms of speed, the little shadow mouse had reached an astonishing level. But due to its size limitations, its attacks relied solely on its claws and mouth. While it could handle level 6 magical beast with confidence, facing a level 7 beast would likely pose a challenge. Suddenly, Delinker what appeared beside Lin Feng, observing him with a sense of satisfaction. Lin Feng, Delinker what spoke unexpectedly. Lin Feng turned to him with a smile, engaging in a soul conversation. Grandpa Delinker, is there something you need? Delinker what replied with a smile, based on your recent works, I can officially tell you that your stone carving skills have entered a new realm. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. After 6 years of diligent practice in flat knife carving, he had finally earned Grandpa Delinker's recognition. 6 years. During that time, Lin Feng had devoted at least half of it to flat knife carving, and today, he was finally reaping the rewards. Now you see that I was not deceiving you initially. Flat knife carving is indeed a cheat for a mage's mental training, Delinker what proclaimed proudly. Having created the flat knife school of stone carving, Delinker what had ample reason to take pride in this achievement. The flat knife school not only established a new style of stone carving but also significantly enhanced a mage's mental strength. If this advantage were to be widely known, various factions would undoubtedly go to great lengths to recruit Lin Feng. Hearing Delinker what's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. Thanks to the flat knife school, his progress in magical cultivation was beyond the ordinary. Ever since Lin Feng had begun his flat knife carving 2 years ago, each time he carved, his mental strength surged rapidly, outpacing the growth rate of a mage's formal meditation by more than tenfold. Thank you, Grandpa Delinker. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have broken through to the peak of level 8 mage so quickly. Lin Feng said earnestly. Without Delinker what's guidance and instruction in flat knife carving, his magical prowess would barely surpass Delia's, likely capping at the peak of level 6. Delinker what playfully scolded, Lin Feng. Why be so polite with me? If it weren't for your serendipitous recognition of the Panlong ring, I wouldn't know when I would see the light of day again. Unfortunately, I have yet to find the blue heart grass. Without it, I cannot partake in the blood of the living dragon, which would activate my dragon blood warrior lineage, preventing me from cultivating the dragon blood secret manual. Consequently, my warrior skills lag significantly behind my magical prowess. Only reaching level 7 at present, Lin Feng lamented. In the original book, Lin Feng found the blue heart grass in the Misty Canyon. Yet he and his companions had scoured the outskirts of the gathering areas for level 6 and even level 7 magical beasts without discovering the location of the Misty Canyon. Nevertheless, Lin Feng firmly believed that the Misty Canyon existed. It was merely a matter of bad luck and not having the right opportunity to find it.be content. You have managed to reach level 7 warrior purely through your physical prowess without cultivating fighting energy. That is already quite fortunate. Moreover, with your current strength, even if you find the blue heart grass, you would still be unable to slay a dragon. Delinker what bluntly poured cold water on Lin Feng's hopes. Sigh, the requirements for dragon blood are excessively high. Only the blood of a level 9 dragon has a chance of successfully activating it, while the blood of a holy domain dragon guarantees success. If only the blood of a velociraptor could suffice, Lin Feng mused whimsically. The velociraptor is merely a level 7 magical beast. For Lin Feng, who stands at the peak of level 8, defeating it would pose no challenge whatsoever. Lin Feng's thoughts shifted, and he suddenly asked, Grandpa Delinker, how is your understanding of the profound laws coming along? Understanding the profound laws is intricate and elusive. Now, without a physical body, while grasping the laws is not impossible. It is significantly more challenging than for a holy domain expert with a physical form. Shifting the topic, Delinker what continued, fortunately, before my demise, I reached the pinnacle of the holy domain level and encountered a bottleneck in my understanding of the profound laws. Although I have gained some insights during these years of seclusion, I still cannot break through the bottleneck to achieve great success. However, I believe that within a century, I will undoubtedly reach full comprehension and ascend to divinity. Although dealing her what exists in a spiritual state, Lin Feng could sense the determination and confidence in his words, as if the Earth-type holy magic tutor of the Puang Empire from 5,000 years ago had returned. However, Lin Feng remained skeptical of Delinker Watt's confidence. Having thoroughly read the original work of Pan Long, he understood that throughout the Yulon continent and countless material planes, including the 7 major divine planes and the 4 supreme divine planes, many had stagnated at the pinnacle of the holy domain, but how many truly succeeded in breaking through the bottleneck and achieving godhood? Those who reached the pinnacle of the holy domain were undeniably extraordinary individuals. Yet what was the outcome? The breakthroughs are too few and far between. The flowers bloom and wither, and yet another half-year has quietly slipped away. On this day, Delia suddenly approached Lin Feng, hesitatingly asking, "Lin Feng, shall we delve deeper into the depths of the Beast Mountain range?" Noticing the unusual expression on Delia's face, Lin Feng countered, "What's wrong? Delia, are you feeling homesick?" Delia nodded solemnly. Seeing the determination etched on Delia's face, Lin Feng extended his right hand, gently brushing through her beautiful golden hair, and softly said, "Delia, you have endured much hardship." Delia had accompanied Lin Feng to the Beast Mountain range for training when she was merely 9 years old. A naive little girl who understood nothing. Now, at 14, she had blossomed into a striking young woman, standing at 1.60 meters, nearly indistinguishable from girls of 17 or 18. The passage of over 5 years had not only enhanced her beauty but also fully matured her mind. The relentless battles over the years had taken their toll, and now she felt weary, fatigued, and longing for home. It's not that I'm suffering. As long as I'm with you, I am content wherever we go. It's just that I miss my parents and my brother. Delia openly expressed her feelings before Lin Feng, without the need for concealment. After spending so much time together, a mere glance was enough for them to comprehend each other's thoughts. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, 5.5 years had passed, with flowers blooming and wilting, seasons changing, and they had endured 5 winters in the Beast Mountain range. Lin Feng sighed. Year after year. The flowers may appear the same, but the people change. Suddenly, Dren Kiwat emerged from the coiling dragon ring, addressing Lin Feng, who was lost in thought. There is no need for lamentation. The accomplishments of these 5.5 years have been remarkable. Each day spent battling magical beasts on the brink of life and death has not only significantly advanced your realms, but, more importantly, honed your combat awareness and skills. I believe that if you were to venture out now, you would find little challenge among your peers, and even those a level above you would not necessarily stand a chance against your extensive combat experience. Upon hearing Dren Kiwat's words, Lin Feng shook off his melancholy, stood up, and declared loudly, "Very well, our training in the Beast Mountain range concludes here. Starting tomorrow, we shall return home." The following day, Lin Feng, Delia, and the little shadow mouse Bebe set off on their journey home. Along the way, they encountered increasingly weaker magical beasts, which posed no threat whatsoever. Lin Feng and Delia, with their hearts set on returning, devoted their days to travel, interspersed only with eating and resting. 10 days later, they finally reached the outskirts of the beast forest, primarily inhabited by 3rd and 4th level magical beasts. Lin Feng, disinterested in slaying such creatures, navigated through the mountain range alongside Delia and Bebe, reflecting on the familiar scenery around them. Year after year, the flowers may appear the same, but the people change. Lin Feng couldn't help but muse. "Come on, don't be so sentimental. Our training in the Beast Mountain range has reaped great rewards. Once we exchange these magic crystal cores for gold coins, you'll be a little tycoon." Bebe chimed in, playfully communicating with Lin Feng from his shoulder. This. Even Lin Feng, who had little concept of gold coins, couldn't suppress a smile. After over 5 years of training and battling magical beasts, they had amassed countless magic crystal cores. Moreover, there were instances where others attempted to rob Lin Feng and his companions, only to end up being robbed themselves, resulting in a significant number of magic crystal cores gifted to them. However, it was somewhat regrettable that while Lin Feng's spatial ring contained a multitude of magic crystal cores, high-quality ones were scarce, the best being merely a peak-level 8th grade crystal core from a snow wolf. The majority were 2nd-level magic crystal cores from earth scorpions, numbering in the thousands, a testament to Delia's prowess. As Lin Feng and his companions leapt over a small stream, they suddenly heard fierce roars of magical beasts and the frantic shouts of humans echoing from the depths of the forest. Those who dare venture into the Beast Mountain range must at least be 5th-level warriors, yet the outer regions are generally home to 3rd and 4th-level beasts. Why is there such a fierce battle? Lin Feng pondered, perplexed. Within the inner areas of the Beast Mountain range, 5th and 6th level beasts roamed freely, and 7th level beasts occasionally appeared, where such brutal skirmishes were expected. However, the outer regions rarely witnessed such occurrences, and battles typically concluded swiftly. With a powerful push from his legs, Lin Feng leaped 7 or 8 meters, effortlessly navigating between the trees until he arrived at the battlefield in no time. Perched on a branch, Lin Feng observed quietly that he saw 2 young men and 2 young women engaged in a fierce struggle against a bloodthirsty war pig. One boy clad in white armor was shouting commands. Dante, run around, protect Alice. I'll distract this clumsy beast. Nia, stay calm and aim for its weak spots. Clearly, these 4 were inexperienced and panicking in the face of danger, except for the boy in white armor, who appeared relatively composed. Could this be Alice and her companions? Lin Feng gasped in disbelief, recognizing the striking similarities in the number and attire of these individuals to those described in the original narrative. More remarkably, they too found themselves in the midst of a 3rd or 4th level magical beast aggregation, unfortunate enough to encounter the roaming 5th level bloodthirsty war pig. Was this fate? Was it destined for Alice to meet Lin Feng? As Lin Feng contemplated, he calculated the time and realized it was approximately August of the year 9997 in the Yulan calendar, coinciding with the time Lin Feng first encountered Alice in the original story. Well, since I've stumbled upon them, I might as well lend a hand, Lin Feng decided, descending from the branch towards Delia, despite his disdain for Alice, who had previously deceived Lin Feng's affections. Her tragic fate eventually elicited his sympathy. Furthermore, had it not been for Alice, Lin Feng would not have attained the title of 7th level magician so swiftly nor created the remarkable Dream Awakening stone sculpture, thereby earning his reputation as a master sculptor. In the end, Alice's actions could be seen as a balance of merit and fault. A panicked red-haired boy shouted, Coiling, didn't you say the outskirts were only home to 3rd and 4th level beasts? This is a 5th level beast. Coiling, the leader among them, felt helpless. As a 5th level warrior, he had brought his 3 friends to the outermost region of the Beast Mountain range for training, believing it to be safe, only to unexpectedly encounter a 5th level beast. Suddenly, a barrage of earth spikes erupted around the bloodthirsty war pig, with 3 piercing its thick hide. The enraged beast turned its attention to the soul mage among the 4, charging furiously towards them. The sight of the charging beast, coupled with its fiery breath, sent one of the boys into a panic. Dodge, Alice, get out of the way, Coiling shouted urgently. The girl named Alice, with her flowing golden hair and dreamy, hazy eyes, was momentarily paralyzed with fear as she attempted to flee. Yet, the bloodthirsty war pig, despite its low intelligence, was far more cunning than a mere beast, relentlessly pursuing her. As Alice turned to escape, she tripped over a vine, tumbling to the ground. When she looked back, the crazed bloodthirsty war pig bore down on her, and with her fragile frame, she would surely be crushed underfoot. Stunned with fear, Alice froze. The other 2 boys and the girl were equally paralyzed, unable to react in time to save her. Alice. Coiling could only cry out in anguish, his inexperience starkly evident despite his 5th level status. Suddenly, several sharp earth spikes, glowing with a rich yellow light, erupted forth. Though the bloodthirsty war pig had thick skin, 2 of the spikes still managed to pierce its sturdy flesh, causing blood to flow from its abdomen. Regrettably, the earth spikes merely embedded themselves in the muscle, failing to reach any vital organs. In pain, the bloodthirsty war pig let out a roar. A black short blade descended from above, piercing the eye of the bloodthirsty war boar with the swiftness of lightning. The eyeball burst, and the blade traversed through its entire head, causing the war boar to tremble in agony, as if it were being shaken like chaff, and it lay still. Moments later, Coiling, Nia, and Eliza, among the 4, were startled, their hearts racing. They watched as a robust young man clad in blue warrior attire skillfully extracted the magical core from the bloodthirsty war boar, then turned to leave. However, Coiling was the first among them to regain his composure, calling out loudly, "Wait a moment, my friend." Lin Feng turned his head, furrowing his brow. He had only intervened out of consideration for Eliza, but he was not particularly inclined to engage with this group. Had they been strangers, he might not have bothered to help at all. Coiling approached, expressing his gratitude. "I am Cal, and I truly appreciate your assistance. Without you, Eliza would likely have met her demise." At that moment, the girl named Eliza hurried over, still visibly shaken, her chest heaving as she gasped for breath, her misty eyes curiously fixed on Lin Feng. "Thank you for saving my life. I am Eliza, full name Eliza Daff, and I am also an Earth-type magician." Lin Feng's gaze lingered on Eliza for a moment. It must be said that Eliza possessed an innate grace, A captivating charm that required no embellishments like voice or makeup to enhance. Indeed, Eliza was a beauty. No wonder the original Lin Feng was so enamored with her. However, I would not be so foolish as to tread the same path as in the original tale. A trivial effort. No need for thanks. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively at Eliza. I am Tony. May I inquire about your esteemed name? Great magician. Another young man spoke up. Lin Feng regarded the group with indifference. How long have you been in the Monster Mountain range? Just today. Cal In replied helplessly. We never anticipated encountering a level 5 magical beast on our very first day. It is truly unfortunate. According to the literature, the outer regions are supposed to host only level 3 and 4 beasts. We should not have been in much danger. Foolish. Lin Feng shook his head. The archer girl named Naya immediately bristled. Hey, you arrogant brat. You saved Eliza, so what gives you the right to insult us? Naya, Cal In admonished. Lin Feng continued. I genuinely admire your audacity in recklessly entering the Monster Mountain range. I must also say that you were quite fortunate to have not encountered robbers on your way here. Robbers? Cal In and the others exchanged glances, realizing they indeed had not encountered any. The Monster Mountain range stretches over 10,000 miles, with entry points scattered throughout. It was not unusual for them to have avoided robbers. I advise you, if you wish to survive, leave the Monster Mountain range immediately, Lin Feng stated bluntly. Why? Are there many level 5 magical beasts in the outer regions? Tony asked, puzzled. Lin Feng replied coolly, in the Monster Mountain range. Particularly its periphery, the greatest danger is not from the beasts, but from humans. You four are not only weak, but utterly inexperienced. I believe any greedy individual would not overlook you. It is likely that you have gone unnoticed only because it is your first day here. Otherwise, you would have already been slain. The most dangerous are humans. Cal In's expression changed dramatically. He quickly addressed Lin Feng with respect. Great magician, we just entered the Monster Mountain range today, and our knowledge of it is rather superficial. This trip was made on a whim. I hope you can assist us in leaving this perilous place. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that his well-intentioned warning would lead to a scenario akin to the original tale. He disliked complications, yet the return journey for these 5 would be perilous if they encountered robbers. Great magician, please help us, Eliza pleaded as well. Lin Feng glanced at Eliza. Her beseeching gaze stirred something within him as he recalled the image of her being slain by robbers. Relenting, he nodded. Very well. I am also heading out, so I shall accompany you. However, should we encounter robbers on the way back, I can only promise to assist as best as I can, if anyone falls. There is little I can do. Cal In's face lit up as he eagerly nodded. We would be immensely grateful for your assistance, great magician. At that moment, Delia emerged from the thicket, stepping beside Lin Feng and affectionately linking her arm with his. Lin Feng was taken aback. Based on his understanding of Delia, she was typically quite shy around strangers. Yet today, she approached him so openly in front of so many unfamiliar faces. However, upon noticing Delia's vigilant gaze directed at Eliza, Lin Feng comprehended her underlying concern and smiled knowingly. He introduced, I am Lin Feng, and this is my wife, Delia. To ease Delia's mind, Lin Feng introduced her as his wife. During their journey, Eliza, also an Earth-type magician, displayed an unusual admiration for Lin Feng, continuously attempting to engage him in conversation. Lin Feng found it difficult to remain aloof, responding to her inquiries as best as he could. Eliza was also 15 years old, a prodigy at the Welling Magic Academy. Yet, even so, she had only recently attained the rank of a level 4 magician, a status that could only be considered average at Ernst Academy. As they paused to rest, Lin Feng, Cal In, Eliza, and the others began to eat. With Lin Feng naturally sitting beside Delia, Delia glanced at Eliza and then whispered into Lin Feng's ear, Isn't Eliza quite beautiful? Lin Feng, aware of Delia's sentiments, had already perceived her jealousy towards Eliza. He decided to playfully tease her, affecting an appreciative gaze towards Eliza. He nodded in agreement. Indeed, Eliza is quite lovely. Her grace and features are truly remarkable. Since she is so beautiful, why not marry her too? Delia's expression dimmed slightly, and after a pause, she softly replied, As long as you do not forget me. Lin Feng was touched. He had expected Delia to become indignant and scold him. Yet she considered his feelings entirely. Gently cupping Delia's delicate face, he reassured her, Rest assured, no matter how beautiful Eliza may be, she cannot compare to my little Delia. She is a rare beauty, while my Delia is an unparalleled gem. I would never harbor feelings for her. I was merely teasing you to see your reaction. Upon hearing this, Delia beamed with joy, leaning into Lin Feng's embrace, whispering, Lin Feng, you are so exceptional that sometimes I feel unworthy of you. Why did you like me so much back then? At that time, I was only 8 years old. Recalling this, Delia flushed, seemingly embarrassed that she had been courted by Lin Feng at such a tender age. Lin Feng, of course, would not reveal the truth. With a quick thought, he fabricated a story. The moment I laid eyes on you, I felt an electric spark. In my heart, I vowed to win you over. In the end, you, my little lamb, were indeed caught by this big bad wolf. Ha ha. After Lin Feng's playful banter, Delia's spirits lifted, yet she remained nestled against his warm, sturdy chest, continuing, Lin Feng, you are so outstanding that I believe I cannot monopolize you. If, in the future, you meet a good girl and wish to marry her, please do so. I will not mind. Though Delia claimed not to mind, Lin Feng noticed her eyes glistening with unshed tears after uttering those words. He intended to comfort her and express his unwavering devotion, but before he could speak, a name suddenly surfaced in his mind, Yanni. Yes, Yanni, the only girl from the original tale whom Lin Feng had wronged yet loved deeply. After finishing Coiling Dragon, Lin Feng had felt many regrets, one of which was not being able to fulfill a romantic destiny with Yanni. He had long imagined that if he were Lin Feng, he would never let this devoted girl down and would ensure her happiness. Now, with an opportunity at hand, would this dream materialize? Alas, let it be. I shall leave it to fate. If destiny favors us, she will remain infatuated with me, and I shall strive to realize this dream, thereby compensating for a certain shortcoming in my life. Delia, rest assured, I, Lin Feng, vow that in this life and the next, I shall never let you down. This, indeed, is the greatest solace I can offer you, Delia. While Lin Feng and Delia were immersed in their tender moments, the Na'vi Alice rushed over, exclaiming to Lin Feng, Big brother Lin Feng, you are truly remarkable. You reached the rank of a level 5 mage at just 14. I suspect I won't achieve that until I'm 20. After saying this, she gazed at Lin Feng with adoration. Previously, Lin Feng had told Alice that he attained level 5 mage status last year, and then spent a year honing his skills in the Monster Mountain range, without disclosing his true capabilities. Nevertheless, this revelation astonished Alice, whose admiration for Lin Feng flowed like a mighty river. Amidst Alice's incessant chatter and unending questions, they finally arrived at Finley City as dusk fell. The group prepared to part ways. Lin Feng suddenly approached Alice and said, Alice, may I have a word with you? Taken aback, Alice could hardly believe that Lin Feng, who had been somewhat indifferent towards her throughout their journey, would now wish to speak. Oh, all right. The two moved several meters away, and Alice inquired, Big brother Lin Feng, what is it you need? Alice, I am aware that your father is a gambler and has accrued significant debts. If you encounter any financial or other difficulties, feel free to seek me out at Ernst Academy. Moreover, Coiling is not a man worthy of lifelong commitment. Should you consider marrying him, please proceed with caution. Alice covered her mouth in disbelief, exclaiming, Big brother Lin Feng, how do you know my father is a gambler with debts? Do you know my father? And why do you suddenly mention Coiling? He is merely a classmate. Lin Feng shook his head and replied, Do not inquire how I know, nor question my motives. My words are sufficient. Whether you choose to believe them is for you to decide. With that, he turned without hesitation, taking Delia's hand and heading towards Ernst Academy. Upon entering Ernst Academy, Lin Feng gently kissed Delia on her smooth forehead, saying, Delia, go see your brother. I am sure he has been quite worried. Yes, I will find you tomorrow, Delia replied. Suddenly, she stood on tiptoe and pecked Lin Feng on the lips before turning and dashing away. Having ventured into the Monster Mountain range and witnessed the malice of humanity, Lin Feng cherished the camaraderie within the academy even more. As he approached the dormitory, he overheard voices within. Yale, Lin Feng has yet to return. Could he be in danger in the Monster Mountain range? Shut your mouth, Old 4. Old 3 will return safely. As Yale raised his head and spotted a figure in the courtyard, he froze, and George and Reno stood in stunned silence for a moment. Before Yale, George, and Reno all rushed over excitedly. Haha, Old 3, you're finally back, Yale exclaimed, enveloping Lin Feng in a bear hug. Reno shouted joyfully. Wow, Lin Feng, Yale and George have been talking about you every day. Worried sick. Well, I knew you would return safely. Old 4, George shot back. Didn't you just express concern for Old 3's safety? Me? Reno feigned confusion. Did I say that? Lin Feng gazed at his three dear friends, feeling warmth swell within him. Yale waved his hand with bravado, declaring, Enough chatter. Old 3's safe return from the Monster Mountain range is a momentous occasion. Let us celebrate. Didn't you say you would give him a good beating when he returned? Where's your action? Reno teased, his previous worries forgotten now that Lin Feng had come back. Are you planning to beat me up? Old brother? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, feigning nonchalance. Humph, you've been gone for more than 5 years. I thought you had forgotten us, Yale complained. Yet the deep concern and brotherly affection in his words moved Lin Feng immensely. All right, old brother, old 2, old 4, Lin Feng said with a smile. Let us enjoy a hearty drink today. It's my treat that as twilight descended, the 4 brothers from dormitory 1987 strolled along the serene paths of Ernst Academy, casually chatting about the events of the past 5.5 years. What? Old 3, you've reached level 8 mage, George exclaimed incredulously. Fortunately, it was late, and the area was quiet, with no one else around. Yale and Reno stared at Lin Feng in disbelief. Lin Feng chuckled, not only that, but my warrior prowess has also reached level 7. The 3 friends exchanged glances before simultaneously uttering the word, freak. Lin Feng then recounted the dangers of the Monster Mountain range, and the harrowing experience of almost losing his life during an assassination attempt, vividly illustrating the scenes with his persuasive eloquence, making his friends feel as if they were there with him. The academy is truly a wonderful place, George sighed. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, observing couples strolling hand in hand or sitting leisurely on the grass, enjoying the tranquility of the academy. By the way, Yale, weren't you supposed to spend the evening with your girlfriend? Why not today? Reno suddenly asked. Yale shrugged nonchalantly. Girlfriend? My brother has just returned from a perilous journey through the Monster Mountain range. And you expect me to spend time with a girlfriend? Reno, remember, brothers are like limbs, while women are mere garments, to be enjoyed casually. Reno immediately adopted a look of disdain. The following morning, Delia sought out Lin Feng, accompanied by her brother, Dixie. Lin Feng, father has asked me to return with my brother. Delia hesitated to continue. Go back. I am certain your parents have missed you after more than 5 years, Lin Feng smiled. But I don't want to part with you, Delia said, her expression filled with sorrow and longing. Only through parting can we appreciate the joy of reunion. Besides, you won't be gone forever. Lin Feng consoled her. All right, farewell. Delia clearly felt disappointed at the lack of time to chat further with Lin Feng. As Dixie approached, he merely glanced at Delia before turning to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, thank you for protecting Delia and helping her advance to level 6 mage. However, if you wish to marry my sister, you must train diligently. I hear you have achieved level 8 mage, but that is still insufficient. Dixie's tone remained cold, yet Lin Feng understood that he treated everyone with such detachment, so he took no offense. I understand. I will strive to improve, Lin Feng replied confidently. Lin Feng was well aware that his current strength and status were inadequate to gain the favor of Delia's parents, who originally intended to marry her off to the emperor of the Yulan Empire. Dixie nodded slightly before leading his sister Delia toward the academy's entrance. The late August sun blazed like a fiery orb, scorching hot. After sharing lunch with his 3 brothers, Lin Feng set off for his hometown, Wushan Town. Previously, Lin Feng had exchanged some magic crystal cores for gold coins, totaling 100,000 coins, which he deposited into the 4 Kingdoms Bank, converting them into magic crystal cards. On Lin Feng's shoulder, Gigi Bei Bei chirped excitedly. Lin Feng glanced at Bei Bei and smiled, engaging in a soul conversation. Bei Bei, it's been a while since we last returned. How swiftly time flies. Indeed, big brother. I still vividly recall our first departure from Wushan Town. Bei Bei reminisced wistfully. Lin Feng walked at a moderate pace, covering about 20 miles an hour as he reached the outskirts of Wushan Town. Dusk was settling in. Approaching the town, he heard familiar commands echoing in the air. Stand tall, do not slouch. If anyone's rear end brushes against the branches below and gets stained, it will be considered a violation. Double the training. The voice of Uncle Hillman echoed from afar. Lin Feng turned his gaze toward the distance. In the familiar clearing to the east of Wushan Town, beside a row of poplar trees, a group of children aged between 6 and 16 was divided into 3 teams, diligently training under the stern supervision of Hillman and 2 other instructors, their clothes drenched in sweat. In those days, I trained just like this. Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Lin Feng? Hillman spotted Lin Feng from a distance and casually briefed his companions, Rory and Roger, before rushing over to Lin Feng and enveloping him in a bear hug. Uncle Hillman, it has been such a long time since I last saw you, Lin Feng exclaimed joyfully. Haha, come on, let us head home. Lord Hog will be thrilled to see you, Hillman replied with a cheerful smile, and together they made their way into Wushan Town. Young Master Lin Feng, Rory and Roger greeted warmly from afar. Uncle Rory, Uncle Roger, Lin Feng waved back and then continued on with Hillman toward his family estate. Lin Feng, How could you embark on your journey to the Beast Mountain Range without informing your father? You were gone for over 5 years. You have no idea how worried Lord Hog has been. Not once in these 5 years have I seen him smile. Hillman began to chide Lin Feng as they walked along the path to the Barrack family estate. Uncle Hillman, if I had told father, do you think he would have allowed me to go? Lin Feng retorted. Sigh, well, it's done now. You've been there and returned safely, so I won't dwell on it. Hillman shook his head in resignation. In the courtyard of the Barrack family estate, Hog was reclining in a chair, engrossed in a particularly thick tome. Lord Hog, dinner is ready, a maid announced respectfully as she approached. Since Butler Shiri had taken young Wads into the O'Brien Empire, there had been no servants left in the Barrack family. Hog, being the patriarch of a Dragonblood warrior clan, could hardly perform menial tasks himself. Thus, he reluctantly hired a maid. Hog closed the book and glanced at the maid, inwardly reflecting on how fortunate it was that the nobles recognized his son as a genius mage at Ernst Academy and were willing to lend him gold coins. Otherwise, life would have been even more arduous. Given the current tax rate in Wushan Town, he could barely manage the kingdom's taxes and the salaries of the guards. Hog felt a sense of frustration as he thought about how much of the family's assets had been sold off by the time it reached his generation. Fortunately, he had 2 sons, 2 remarkable sons. However, the mere thought of Lin Feng tightened Hog's heart. Today marked the 5th year, 6 months, and 9 days since Lin Feng had ventured into the Beast Mountain Range. Hog gazed up at the ceiling, lost in thought. Lord Hog, Lord Hog. Hillman's voice rang out from afar. Hog, puzzled, turned toward the estate's entrance. Moments later, Hillman entered, accompanied by a robust young man that Hog's gaze fixed on the sturdy youth, who, despite the 5 years apart, he recognized instantly as Lin Feng, his son. With excitement, Hog approached Lin Feng step by step, his lips moving but no sound escaping. Father, Lin Feng rushed over and knelt before Hog. I am unfilial. I have caused you worry. Get up. Just having you back is enough. Just having you back. Hog hastily helped Lin Feng to his feet, his eyes filled with emotional scrutiny. That you've grown up and become strong. Good. 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 The repetition of good conveyed the depth of Hog's elation. He then turned to the only maid in the house and instructed, Agatha, please prepare a more sumptuous dinner. Lin Feng stood up and took out the magic crystal card from his arms, handing it to Hog with a smile. Father, this is the money I earned from hunting magical beasts. 100,000 gold coins. I believe this should be sufficient for my brother's tuition. What? Hog trembled as he accepted the magic crystal card from Lin Feng, his heart racing in disbelief. Did you say there are how many gold coins in here? 100,000? What does that even mean? Even a lesser noble wouldn't possess that much. The Barrack family is merely a minor, albeit declining, noble house. Even if we sold everything, we wouldn't reach 100,000 gold coins. Seeing Hog's astonished gaze fixed on him, Lin Feng felt a swell of pride. Father, indeed, there are 100,000 gold coins here. Taking a deep breath, Hog suppressed his overwhelming emotions and said solemnly, Lin Feng, you must be tired after your long journey. Rest early. Yes, father. Lin Feng quietly departed, leaving Hog alone in the candlelit living room. Lost in thought, the next morning, at the dining table in the Barrack family estate, Lin Feng was astonished to find his father looking radiant, his entire demeanor transformed, setting down his knife and fork. Hog smiled at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, stay home a little longer this time. It has been ages since I've seen you. Let us spend some quality time together. Father wants me to stay home longer? Suddenly reminded of a similar plot from the original story, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that father intends to seek out the perpetrators who abducted my mother, Lena? Ah, indeed, Lena has always been the greatest sorrow in father's heart. If it weren't for the need to raise me in Wadton, he would have likely pursued the matter long ago. With a sigh, Lin Feng felt a tumult of emotions within him. The true culprits behind his mother's abduction were the Church of Light. Given father's current status as a 6th-level warrior, pursuing them would be akin to courting death. In the original story, Hog met his demise while searching for his mother. Should I intervene and stop father? Lin Feng lifted his gaze, observing the vibrant spirit of his father, so different from before, and sighed deeply. Perhaps I should let things unfold naturally. These years have been too hard on father. Rather than live in anguish, it would be better for him to understand his own desires. Moreover, when I eventually venture into the underworld, I could have the ruler of death resurrect him. At that time, I will rescue my mother from the ruler of light, and they can reunite. With that thought in mind, Lin Feng quelled his urge to hinder Hog, responding instead, all right, father. Lin Feng remained in Wushan Town for over 10 days. Even delaying his return to Ernst Academy until the start of the new semester, Hogg made no effort to urge him to leave on the eastern side of Wushan town, atop the mountain. Beside a babbling brook, Lin Feng sat cross-legged, quietly meditating to refine his magical power. Earth and wind elements permeated his body from every direction, naturally enhancing his physique as they flowed through his bones, muscles, and meridians. After absorbing a small portion of these elements, the majority was refined and ultimately converged in his dantian at the center of his chest. Like a vast ocean, the elements coursed through his meridians. Gathering in one place, Lin Feng remained in this meditative state for a full half-day. When he finally opened his eyes, the sun had already dipped below the horizon. It's time to return to the academy. Since I've decided not to obstruct Father's intentions, I shall allow him to pursue his wishes. Lin Feng stood up, exhaling deeply, and made his way back to the Barrack family estate. Upon entering, Lin Feng immediately spotted his father perusing a book. "Father, it's getting quite dark. Perhaps you should save the reading for tomorrow." "Oh, Lin Feng, you're back." Hogg smiled as he closed the book. "You make a good point. I will read it tomorrow." "Lin Feng, you must be thirsty after your long journey," Hogg said, pouring a glass of water from a kettle on the nearby table. "Here, quench your thirst. The water is at just the right temperature, neither too hot nor too cold." "Thank you, Father." Lin Feng felt warmth in his heart, but then the thought of being separated from his father starting tomorrow pierced him with pain. For the past 10 days, Hogg had treated Lin Feng with exceptional kindness, a stark contrast to his usual stern demeanor. As they sipped tea, Lin Feng spoke up. "Father, I've been home for a while now, and I plan to return to the academy tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" Hogg paused for a moment before nodding. "Very well. Make sure to come back early by the end of this year." "Indeed," Lin Feng replied. Hogg gently urged. "Lin Feng, your father lacks great resources. The family will depend on you in the future. The 100,000 gold coins you've given me will suffice for your brother's expenses in the O'Brien Empire. With this, I find contentment, yet I still carry the shame of our family's past in my heart. I hope you do not forget that the treasured legacy of our family still lies beyond." Lin Feng sensed his father's expectations and took a deep breath, nodding slightly. This moment, I have no other desires. I merely wish to see the war blade slaughter before I depart from this world." Hogg's voice was notably somber. Detecting the shift in atmosphere, Lin Feng immediately responded, "Father, please do not be so despondent. You are only 40 years old, and there are many days ahead of us. I am confident that within a decade, I will surely bring back the war blade slaughter and restore it to our family shrine. 10 years. Good, good." Hogg gently nodded. The following noon, Lin Feng departed from Wushan town, and that very night, in the parlor of the Baruch family, sat two individuals, Hogg and Hillman. The door to the parlor was firmly shut, and on the dining table lay a bag of magic crystal cores. Hillman was taken aback by the sight of such wealth. And Hogg spoke. "Hillman, during this recent period, I plan to sell these magic crystal cores, and I hope you will safeguard the gold coins in return." Hillman quickly regained his composure and exclaimed, "Lord Hogg, no, how can you entrust such a vast fortune to me? Surely you can manage it yourself." "Hillman, do not address me as Lord Hogg. Simply call me Brother Hogg," Hogg replied with a warm smile. Suddenly, Hogg stood up, facing the east. "You suggest I manage it myself? Ha ha, Hillman. You are likely the one who knows our Baruch family and my affairs best." Hillman was momentarily taken aback, unsure why Hogg brought this up. "That matter has been buried within my heart for nearly 11 years. Over these years, I have felt as though my heart is being gnawed upon by ants. I have endured, day by day, year by year, and now it has been 11 years." Hogg's body began to tremble slightly. Hillman's expression shifted, and he abruptly stood, alarmed. "Lord Hogg, you intend to?" "Yes, I must investigate the events of that year. I must avenge Lena," Hogg declared, his face contorted with rage. "Lord Hogg," Hillman interjected hastily, "did we not already investigate this? The enemy's forces are immense. We have only uncovered a portion, which is already terrifying. If you pursue this, you may very well lose your life." Hogg bellowed, "Death? Do I fear death? Hillman, you have no idea of the torment I have endured these 11 years, the anguish of my soul. I have had enough. Now, with the 100,000 gold coins Lin Feng provided, I can fully afford the costs of Walton. With this wealth, I bear no burdens. For all these years, what have I been enduring for? Is it not for my two sons? Now that Lin Feng has grown, and Walton is in the O'Brien Empire, I have little left to worry about." Hogg grasped Hillman's shoulders, staring intently into his eyes. "Hillman, although you refer to me as Lord Hogg, we have shared a brotherly bond over these years. At this juncture, I hope you can support me." "Hogg, You are making Hillman quite anxious. Hillman understood well that if Hogg truly investigated the events of the past, it might cost him his life. My mind is made up, Hillman. You must understand, in this existence, I am living a fate worse than death. Hogg's eyes reddened. Seeing Hogg in such a state, Hillman felt a deep sense of helplessness. He understood Hogg's thoughts. For so many years, why has Hogg always been so stern and aloof? Others may not know, but Hillman was well aware that before Lena's death, Hogg was a remarkably cheerful person. However, ever since Lena's demise, Hogg's demeanor has drastically changed. Though Hogg publicly claimed that Lena died during childbirth, Hillman and the housekeeper, Shiri, knew the truth. Hillman, do not attempt to dissuade me any further. I ask only this. Will you assist me? Hogg fixed his gaze upon Hillman. Hillman regarded Hogg for a moment before finally letting out a weary sigh. Very well. I will help you. A flicker of relief crossed Hogg's face, a smile of liberation. As Lin Feng walked back to the academy, he began to contemplate the path ahead. He had reached the pinnacle of an 8th-level magician, and breaking through to the 9th level was merely a matter of time. However, his warrior prowess was only at the 7th level, and he had yet to condense his fighting spirit. It seemed necessary to venture once more into the Beast Mountain range to seek out the Misty Canyon, acquire the Blue Heart Herb, and partake of the dragon's blood to awaken the bloodline of the dragon warriors. But that could wait. First, he needed to reclaim the family heirloom, the War Blade Slaughter. As for avenging his mother, that would have to wait until he attained the sacred domain. The Holy See must be eradicated. Upon returning to the academy, the 1987 brothers naturally celebrated once more. Subsequently, Lin Feng's life returned to a state of tranquility. Time slipped away like grains of sand through fingers, and in the blink of an eye, for months had quietly passed. Today marked the 30th of December in the year 9997 of the Yuan calendar. That evening, in the 1987 dormitory, one brother remarked, "Tomorrow is the Yuan festival. Fanlai City will surely be bustling. Let us, the 4 brothers, join in the festivities," Yale said, lifting dumbbells to work on his chest muscles. As Lin Feng returned from the back mountain, every January 1st is celebrated as the Yuan Festival, the grandest holiday across the Yuan continent. On this day, the Holy See also holds the most magnificent Mass. Fanlai City, as the Holy City of the Holy See, hosts the largest Mass in the entire Yuan continent, with the Pope himself presiding over the event, an extraordinary spectacle that draws immense crowds. On January 1st. In Fanlai's West City, the headquarters of the Holy See, the Temple of Light stands as a colossal structure nearly 100 meters tall, visible from various locations throughout Fanlai. Before the Temple of Light lies an expansive plaza stretching several thousand meters. Its surface paved with smooth white stones. At this moment, the plaza teemed with people, and the 1987 brothers found themselves within the throngs. Knights of the Holy See's order efficiently managed the crowd, and the gathered masses displayed commendable decorum. The display of authority from the Holy See was quite impressive. Lin Feng observed that all the knights were of 5th-level strength, stirring a sense of astonishment within him. While 5th level might not be significant in his eyes, it was still quite formidable. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was already 8 o'clock. Suddenly, the pinnacle of the Temple of Light illuminated, casting a radiant white glow downwards, while the colossal angel statue in the plaza shimmered with a gentle aura. Simultaneously, enchanting melodies, reminiscent of divine realms, echoed throughout the square. At that moment, a group emerged from a side hall adjacent to the Holy See, led by rows of knights clad in white armor, adorned with crimson plumes upon their helmets. Each of these knights exuded the aura of true masters, and as the 100-strong contingent advanced in unison, an overwhelming sense of pressure silenced the entire plaza. Lin Feng was taken aback by the strength of the Holy See. These knights were likely all, at least 7th-level warriors. Darren Kiwat appeared beside Lin Feng, scrutinizing the group. Today, a power of the sacred domain had emerged. It would be prudent to enter the Panlong ring. With that, Darren Kiwat vanished. A power of the sacred domain. Lin Feng could not help but scrutinize the group. Behind the 100 knights in white armor stood a dozen priests clad in white robes, followed closely by a bald, silver-robed elder encircled by several red-robed archbishops. The Pope. This silver-robed elder was evidently the focal point of the gathering, and Lin Feng's attention was drawn entirely to him. The Pope stood tall, nearly 2 meters in height, wielding a staff that matched his stature. Following the Pope and the red-robed archbishops were 4 black-robed elders and over 100 purple-robed warriors. This grand assembly moved orderly through the central path, and amidst the throngs of tens of thousands in the plaza, not a soul dared to utter a sound. Grandfather Darren, who among them is a sacred domain expert, Lin Feng pondered. I can discern them at a glance. That Pope and one of the black-robed elders behind him are both sacred domain experts. They are so confident, they do not even conceal their aura. Over 5,000 years, that once obscure little church in the Puang Empire has evolved to such heights. Dellen Kiwot sighed deeply as the Pope and his entourage passed by. The crowd in the square began to murmur softly. Old 3, look, the members of the 6 great royal families have arrived. The one at the forefront is from the Finley Kingdom. That burly man with golden hair is His Majesty the King. The most formidable warrior of the Finley Kingdom, a level 9 powerhouse, Ira whispered into Lin Feng's ear. His Majesty the King. Lin Feng glanced over. The imposing middle-aged man, clad in resplendent golden armor, with a mane of hair reminiscent of a lion, was indeed the king of the Finley Kingdom. Upon seeing Clyde, Lin Feng's expression turned noticeably cold. Clyde was the direct perpetrator behind the assassination of his mother, Lena, and the target of his future vengeance. However, Lin Feng refrained from recklessly charging at Clyde to exact retribution, although he possessed the strength to potentially defeat Clyde in a surprise attack. Doing so would inevitably lead to his capture and possibly his demise at the hands of the Holy Seas experts. In the square before the Hall of Light, hundreds of thousands stood in orderly formation. Before the angelic statue, the Pope of Light, the Cardinal, the white-robed priests, and the temple knights stood in serene silence. With the Pope of Light being the most radiant among them, the 6 royal families of the Holy Alliance, along with numerous dukes from various duchies, also stood in respectful silence. Suddenly, a visible milky white ripple emanated from the Pope of Light, creating an immediate hush among the gathered crowd of hundreds of thousands. Almost everyone wore a tranquil smile, enveloped in an unprecedented sense of peace. The ability to radiate such sanctity over a multitude was truly terrifying. As a mage, Lin Feng discerned the Pope's formidable prowess. The square was silent save for the gentle whisper of the breeze. In the name of the Lord, the Pope of Light spoke calmly. Yet his voice reverberated through the heavens and resonated within the souls of those present. A palpable pressure radiated from the Pope, leaving Lin Feng no choice but to bow in reverence. Feeling a weight far surpassing that of the 2 experts he had encountered in Wushan Town or the pressure exerted by the Black Dragon Beast, this formidable aura did not oppress but inspired worship from the very depths of one's soul. The divine pressure, in the square, aside from the Pope of Light, all others, ranging from the Cardinal to the kings of the 6 kingdoms, down to the common folk, respectfully bowed to heed his words. May the Lord's compassion, holy grace, and blessings be upon you. The Pope's voice, though seemingly soft, resonated throughout the cosmos, shaking the very essence of their beings. Waves of sacred light radiated from the pinnacle of the Hall of Light, enveloping each individual in its embrace, bestowing upon them an unparalleled state of tranquility and well-being. Each person stood in profound reverence. May the Lord grant you grace and peace. Simultaneously, the Pope exuded a harmonious radiance, saying, My dear children of the Lord, let us confess and sincerely reflect upon our thoughts, actions, and words. May the Lord show us mercy, forgive our sins, and grant us eternal life. Instantly, the atmosphere was filled with sacred chants, and all the faithful of the Hall of Light began to sing earnestly, their voices melding with the celestial harmonies that echoed throughout the surroundings, creating a tapestry of devotion and respect. The Mass was an intricate affair, transitioning from confession to mercy, from praise to prayer, culminating in gratitude and finally, in song. The vast majority in the square were devotees of the Light Church, many lost in the radiance of the hall. Even those who were not fervent believers found themselves swept up in the atmosphere. By the time the chanting ceased, everyone was fully awakened, realizing it was already midday. As the Mass concluded, the attendees left the square in an orderly fashion. Witnessing the Pope and Clyde retreating, Lin Feng's resolve to grow stronger solidified further. This grand Mass presided over by the Pope of Light had little impact on Lin Feng. It merely served as an introduction to his future adversary. Upon returning to the academy, Lin Feng's life resumed its peculiar rhythm. With Delia yet to return from the Yulan Empire, he abstained from attending the wind magic classes, instead spending all his time alone in the back mountain. Lin Feng understood that to reclaim the family heirloom blade, Slaughter, through legitimate means, his current financial resources were woefully inadequate. The combined value of the magic crystal cores and gold in his spatial ring barely exceeded 100,000 gold coins. Thus, to reclaim Slaughter, he needed to earn money. While he could borrow from oldest brother Iru, who would undoubtedly lend him the funds, Lin Feng was reluctant to do so. He desired to recover Slaughter through his own merits. Which profession is the most lucrative on the continent? The answer is, of course, stone carving. Typically, the works of skilled stone carvers fetch prices in the thousands of gold coins, while masterpieces by master craftsmen often exceed tens of thousands. As for the works of grandmasters, they start at a minimum of 100,000 gold coins. Therefore, since Lin Feng returned from his hometown, he dedicated his spare time to sculpting stone, subsequently having Iris showcase his pieces at the Pluxus Gallery for sale. Given Lin Feng's already impressive carving skills, combined with the unique characteristics of the flat blade style, his works quickly garnered the attention of stone carving enthusiasts, with prices soaring. Ultimately, this caught the interest of the Pluxus Gallery, leading its director, Ostoni, to personally invite Lin Feng, proposing to establish a dedicated exhibition space for him within the gallery's master showcase. Naturally, Lin Feng accepted this generous offer as a 15-year-old master stone carver. He was sure to be celebrated wherever he went. Upon learning that Lin Feng, in addition to being a master carver, was also a sixth-year student at Ernst Magic Academy, he rapidly ascended to fame within the Finley Kingdom and gained a modest reputation across the Yulan continent. Though Lin Feng became a household name, this newfound fame did not disrupt his life or training. Aside from regularly producing batches of stone carvings for the Pluxus Gallery, he devoted the rest of his time to honing his mental prowess and refining his magical abilities, striving to break through to the 9th level as swiftly as possible. Yet, as he approached the final stages of his magical training, the path to breakthrough became increasingly arduous. Although Lin Feng had reached the pinnacle of level 8, transcending to level 9 was no simple task. Over 2 months had passed since the Yulan festival, and on this day, Lin Feng continued his training in the back mountain as usual. However, for reasons unknown, he found himself unable to settle his mind for practice. He had hoped that sculpting would help him achieve tranquility, yet frequent mistakes during his carving only served to heighten his frustration. Sigh, it has been over half a year since Delia left. Why hasn't she returned yet? Lin Feng sat beside the waterfall, speaking to himself. As thoughts of Delia crossed his mind, Lin Feng's heart, which had been dormant for so long, ignited with fervor. Gazing upon the turbulent waters before him, a series of vivid memories danced through his mind. The cascade of golden hair, ethereal under the moonlight, the tender whispers shared in the wind magic classroom, the fierce battles with beasts in the monster mountain range, the tender embrace of her lying in his arms by the waterfall. Flashes of Delia's visage filled Lin Feng's mind, and he smiled, a foolish, blissful smile. Sensing Lin Feng's emotional state, Dellen Kiwot, clad in a moon-white robe, emerged from the dragon ring, standing quietly beside him, his expression a blend of pride and excitement as he gazed at Lin Feng. Day turned to night and back again. A day passed silently, yet Lin Feng remained ensnared in his reverie, unmoving. Ernst Academy, Dormitory 1987. In the morning, upon rising, Ira was taken aback to find Lin Feng's bed untouched. Just as it had been the day before, he turned to George and asked, "Old 2, did Old 3 return last night?" "Old 3, George, still in a daze, instinctively responded before adding, "I don't know. I certainly didn't see him. Perhaps he returned last night and then went back to the back mountain to train early this morning." Indeed, Old 3 is quite the training fanatic. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached level 8 at such a young age, remarked Rainer, who was getting dressed. "Wait, look. Old 3's blanket is still folded as it was yesterday. It has been touched at all." Though Iru appeared carefree, he possessed a keen eye for detail. Rainer turned his gaze toward Lin Feng's bed, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Could it be that Old 3 didn't return last night? However, Lao San had never spent a night outdoors, except for the time he returned home or trained in the Warcraft Mountains. Upon hearing this, Yale furrowed his brow. He knew Lin Feng quite well. Lin Feng led a life of routine, and unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he would not be the type to stay out all night. "You too. Get up quickly. Let us head to the back mountain and take a look." Although Yale was aware that nothing could happen to Lin Feng given his strength, he couldn't shake off a sense of unease. The three of them dressed hurriedly, neglecting their morning routines, and rushed toward the back mountain. Oldest brother, Lao San usually loves to practice beside that waterfall. Let us search there. When the trio arrived at the waterfall, they immediately spotted Lin Feng sitting in front of a massive stone, grinning foolishly. Given Lao San's demeanor, he must not have sat here all night, right? Remarked Reno, upon witnessing Lin Feng's behavior. Perhaps so. But Lao San doesn't seem to be in a meditative state either. Could it be that he spent the entire night outside and froze into this state? George, relieved to see Lin Feng unharmed, joked. The perceptive Yale remained silent, gazing at Lin Feng with a hint of confusion. "Do not worry, Old 2. Even if you become foolish, Lao San certainly has not. He is the genius of our 1987 dormitory," Reno quipped, aiming to dampen George's concerns. "Then why is Lao San just sitting there, grinning like an idiot? Why not wake him and ask?" Reno suggested. stepping toward Lin Feng. Wait. Yale called out urgently, Old Four, do not disturb Lao San. He may have entered a certain state of enlightenment. Reno halted. Turning back in surprise, a state of enlightenment? Could it be the epiphany all sorcerers yearn for? Perhaps. But regardless, we must not interrupt Lao San, Yale asserted, taking on a commanding air. We shall wait here until he awakens. George and Reno nodded in agreement. The waiting was tedious, yet the trio bore it without complaint. After all, achieving enlightenment was a coveted boon for any sorcerer, a monumental blessing. If interrupted, the consequences could be dire, ranging from losing the state of enlightenment to disturbing one's mental state and severely diminishing one's spiritual power. After a considerable time, hunger struck Yale and the others, but they could not leave their post to guard Lin Feng. They sent Reno to fetch some food and water from the academy to eat on the spot. How long does this Lao San intend to remain in this state of enlightenment? It has been 4 days, and with the previous day, that makes a total of 5 days he hasn't moved a muscle, merely grinning as if recalling some joyous memory, George remarked, observing Lin Feng's unchanging expression. This is a good sign. The longer the enlightenment lasts, the greater the benefits for Lao San, Yale replied, taking a bite of bread, unhurriedly. Look, Lao San has moved, Reno exclaimed in delight. Upon hearing this, George and Yale turned their attention to Lin Feng. They observed him suddenly rise and gaze intently at the massive stone before him. The stone towered over 2 meters high and measured 3 to 4 meters in length. Lin Feng scrutinized the intricate patterns of the stone. Some of the designs seemed to coalesce in his mind, manifesting as 5 humanoid forms. In a days, these 5 figures transformed into 5 versions of Delia, each scene vividly flooding Lin Feng's consciousness. As the stone seemed to sculpt itself in his mind, ultimately becoming 5 exquisite stone statues of women. At that moment, Derinkavate stood nearby, though Reno and the others could not see him, observing Lin Feng. He marveled internally. It seems Lin Feng has entered a new realm. As a master sculptor, Derinkavate could discern Lin Feng's current state. Lin Feng retrieved a flat chisel from his pack, gripping it firmly in his right hand as he continued to gaze at the stone. Suddenly, he sprang into action, the chisel transforming into a flurry of movements, sending stone shards flying in all directions. His spirit melded with the earth, the wind, and the light. Lin Feng's mind could distinctly perceive the internal patterns of the stone. And with each swing of the chisel, it was as if he were a breeze slicing through the stone, every strike precise, measured to perfection. The chisel moved rapidly at times, while at others, it delicately traced graceful lines, occasionally leaving behind intricate patterns, and at times, forcefully cleaving away chunks of stone. I remember our first meeting, your curious gaze upon me. Lin Feng's thoughts drifted back to the moment he first encountered Delia. And the emotions he felt surged into the chisel. Around Lin Feng, snowflakes began to swirl, and his spirit fused with the 7 elemental forces, causing them to flow into his being. Lin Feng had no other thoughts. He was consumed by the expression of that feeling. Gradually, the leftmost fifth of the stone began to take the shape of a woman, the rough form of a statue emerging. Lin Feng neither ate nor drank, tirelessly continuing his carving. He could carve dozens of times in an instant or painstakingly shape a beautiful line over several minutes, immersed in his feelings for Delia. Lin Feng was unaware that he had achieved the most profound state of focus since he began sculpting. Yet this time was different. Lin Feng was completely absorbed in his emotions and the passion of carving. He had no awareness of the need to stop or to eat or drink. This state of absolute immersion allowed him to merge with nature like never before. Under this profound unity with nature, Lin Feng's spiritual power surged at an unprecedented pace. Now, his rate of spiritual growth surpassed that of ordinary individuals by 1,000-fold. Achieving such a level of harmony with nature, reaching a state of self-forgetfulness, was indeed astonishing, as Derinkavate observed with shining eyes. Days passed, and Lin Feng remained entirely absorbed, the elemental forces continually replenishing his energy. Before long, he had been sculpting for an entire 10 days and nights. With a resounding burst, snowflakes erupted from around Lin Feng, who stood calmly before the colossal stone sculpture, the most labor-intensive piece he had ever created, and his largest and most successful sculpture to date. This sculpture comprised 5 figures of women, modeled after Delia, capturing her in perilous vulnerability, her charming demeanor and class, her bashful visage during her first love, her enchanting presence in the throes of romance, and her sorrowful expression at parting. It has been 7 years, Delia. I had never realized how deeply I loved you until now, but in this moment, I find my affection for you has intensified to an unexpressible degree. Your image is forever etched in my heart. Lin Feng gazed at the sculpture, feeling an unprecedented lightness in his soul. As if 6 months of longing were encapsulated in this creation. Reno, George, and Yale stood dumbstruck before the sculpture, utterly captivated in their eyes. The 5 figures appeared almost alive. The leftmost statue exuded a tender fragility that evoked deep sympathy. The second statue radiated a playful charm that tugged at the heartstrings. The third figure resembled a shy girl blushing before them. Each of the 5 figures possessed a distinct aura. Lin Feng. Derinkavate approached, his moon-white robe pristine and unblemished. Lin Feng turned to face him. Derinkavate's expression bore a hint of satisfaction. Your sculpting skills have reached the level of a master. This piece can be regarded as a representative work of our flat chisel sculpting technique. After this experience, you must have gained a deeper understanding of sculpture. Lin Feng nodded slightly. It was only by completing such a piece that he truly comprehended why some master sculptors only produced a few immortal works. It was not due to a lack of ability, but because masterpieces are rare and elusive. For instance, Lin Feng could create this sculpture, but asking him to replicate it would be an unreasonable challenge. The birth of a truly magnificent sculpture requires not only exquisite skill but also exquisite inspiration and passionate expression. Only with absolute passion and a complete immersion of unreserved emotions can one create a work that resonates profoundly with the heart. Had it not been for Lin Feng's love for Delia, which had accumulated to an ineffable intensity over 7 years, or the sudden absence of Delia, leaving Lin Feng tormented by longing for half a year, he would not have experienced such an explosive surge of creativity that led to the birth of this remarkable masterpiece. Now that Lin Feng has completed this stone sculpture, he is left pondering how long it will be before he can produce another work of comparable grandeur. However, after dedicating 10 days and nights to his craft, Lin Feng's spirit has vividly retained the essence of that extraordinary state. In the realm of sculpting, he has indeed ascended to a new level. Should Lin Feng attempt to carve another piece, though it may not rival this stone sculpture, it would undoubtedly surpass the value of 5,000 to 6,000 gold coins. Lin Feng, do you sense the transformation in your mental fortitude? Derinkavate chuckled with satisfaction. Lin Feng was taken aback. Mental fortitude, the surging intensity of his mental energy now far eclipsed that of the past. If 10 days prior his mental strength was akin to a sapling, it had now burgeoned into a flourishing, towering tree. How could this increase be so profound? Lin Feng's heart was shaken. Derinkavate, with a proud smile and a twitch of his white beard, proclaimed, tenfold. Your mental fortitude has experienced a terrifying enhancement, skyrocketing to 10 times what it was just 10 days ago. In a mere 10 days, you have achieved what others might take decades to accomplish, leaping from the pinnacle of an 8th-level mage to that of a 9th-level mage. Lin Feng found it hard to believe. Such an increase seemed excessive. Tenfold. The results are indeed remarkable, aren't they? Humph. The carving technique Derinkavate, have established is undeniably effective. Yet, I must admit, I envy you, he continued, his eyes narrowing with a grin. You must understand that entering a state where one's emotions are fully integrated with nature is exceedingly rare, truly exceptional. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. If such a state were easily attained, masterpieces would be commonplace. In the original narrative, Lin Feng achieved enlightenment and sculpted the breathtaking piece awakening from dream dew to the emotional devastation he suffered upon discovering Alice's deceit. In contrast, his current creation, a monumental stone sculpture, emanated from a love for Delia that transcended all bounds. Moreover, the two sculptures bore striking similarities. Both were grand representations of 5 figures, crafted for women, yet awakening from dream was born of hatred. While this sculpture arose from love. I have traversed this world for nearly 13 centuries, and I have only entered such a state 3 times, resulting in 3 of my proudest works, Derinkavate declared, a hint of pride gracing his features. However, the time I spent on those 3 pieces was 2, 4, and 3 days respectively, totaling only 9 days, less than your solitary endeavor. Lin Feng recalled Derinkavate's previous statement regarding his own 10-day and night dedication to sculpting. This state represents the peak of the carving technique, where mental fortitude is enhanced at an astonishing rate. In such a state, one might draw upon an energy far exceeding that of an ordinary individual. Maintaining this state for extended periods yields ever greater benefits, thereby resulting in larger sculptures. Lin Feng understood this implicitly. Both awakening from dream and his current piece were colossal sculptures, intricately depicting 5 figures, an exceedingly rare feat. In the original tale, Lin Feng's mental energy surged dramatically as a result, propelling him from a novice 6th-level mage to the pinnacle of the 7th. thus overcoming a significant hurdle in the path of mage cultivation. Conversely, he himself had ascended from the peak of an 8th-level mage to that of a 9th-level mage. Drinkovate sighed. However, inspiration and passion often strike when one already possesses a mental model of the sculpture in their mind, leaving no room for choice. Lin Feng comprehended this truth that it was akin to his experience upon beholding the massive stone. He saw the patterns, and, fueled by his emotions, the 5 figures naturally materialized in his imagination. When such passion arises, the world fades away, self-awareness dissolves, and all that exists is the stone sculpture. Every ounce of spirit and emotion is dedicated to the chiseled form. In that state, there is no mental capacity to contemplate. I wish to carve a colossal sculpture. Any distraction would shatter that delicate state. Lin Feng, may I inquire about the name of your creation? Drinkovate asked. What name? Lin Feng pondered. In the original text, his piece was named Awakening from Dream Dew to the Shattering of a Beautiful Dream. However, his current work could not bear the same title, as the intentions were fundamentally different. Perhaps it shall be named Love. After discarding numerous names that felt unworthy, Lin Feng settled on this simple yet profound title. Drinkovate reflected for a moment, then nodded slightly. Indeed, a fine name. This sculpture beautifully encapsulates the simple yet profound love between you and your young lady. The 5 figures, aligned in unity, represent a perfect embodiment of love. Yelu, George, Reno. Lin Feng's voice punctuated the air, surprising Yelu, George, and Reno, who were momentarily taken aback. Reno, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Lin Feng, you finally spoke. It's been a full 15 days without food or drink. Lin Feng had sat in silence before the massive stone for 5 days, followed by 10 days and nights of sculpting. Indeed, a total of 15 days. For ordinary individuals, such an absence of sustenance would likely be fatal. Even a typical 4th or 5th level mage would be left weak and feeble after such a duration. Yet, Lin Feng now felt only a mild hunger, his body free of discomfort. Moreover, thanks to the substantial enhancement of his mental energy, he felt no fatigue whatsoever. In that unique state of harmony with nature, elemental energies continuously flowed into his body, replenishing his energy expenditure and enhancing his physical constitution. 15 days, yes, I am indeed a bit hungry, Lin Feng said with a smile. Hungry. George was the first to dash excitedly toward a nearby tent, retrieving 2 large boxes wrapped in fur for insulation. Unwrapping the fur revealed iron containers filled with a sumptuous array of dishes. Wait, how can we eat without wine? Yelu laughed heartily. Lin Feng observed his 3 good brothers, one arranging the dishes, another preparing rice, and the last pouring wine. Watching their busy antics filled his heart with warmth. How could he not feel touched by their unwavering companionship over these 15 days? Yet, Lin Feng buried such emotions deep within his heart. Yelu, George, Reno, we shall remain brothers for life, he vowed internally. Come, let us eat. George urged enthusiastically. Very well. Lin Feng joined his 3 good brothers amidst the vast expanse of the mountainside, sharing laughter and merriment as they feasted, while Bei also indulged in the festivities nearby. February in the kingdom of Finley still bore a hint of chill, yet the briskness of spring could not diminish the bonds of brotherhood that flourished among the 4. If the heart is warm, then all is warm and vibrant. After their meal, Lin Feng rose and surveyed the surrounding wilderness. Yelu, please safeguard this sculpture. Love, I intend to venture into the monster mountain range once more, and this time I shall strive to break through to the sacred domain. Yelu, George, and Reno were taken aback. Old 3, you plan to enter the monster mountain range and aim to break through to the sacred domain? Yelu exclaimed, his urgency palpable, mirrored by George and Reno. The sacred domain, that was the dream realm of every cultivator. Although Yelu, Reno, and George were students of the continent's premier magic academy, Ernst Academy, they had never envisioned stepping into the hallowed ground of the sacred domain. Lin Feng smiled. Do not worry. My mental fortitude has already reached the pinnacle of the 9th level thanks to carving love. With a bit of time to refine my magical energy, I will truly become a 9th level magic master. And the breakthrough to the sacred domain is but a step away. Yelu, George, and Reno stared in disbelief for a long moment before simultaneously uttering 2 words, freak. Ignoring their astonished expressions, Lin Feng turned back to gaze upon the sculpture Love, feeling a profound tranquility within. The earlier turmoil of his heart had dissipated entirely. Yelu, this sculpture Love is intended as a betrothal gift for Delia. Please take good care of it. Should it suffer any damage, I doubt your sister-in-law will spare you. Lin Feng smiled faintly as he tossed the flat sword into his spatial ring, deciding to set off directly instead of returning to the academy. Big brother, second brother, fourth brother, Lin Feng's gaze settled on his three good friends. A gentle smile gracing his lips that I am truly grateful to you all. I, Lin Feng, feel fortunate to have brothers like you. With that, Lin Feng, accompanied by Bei Bei, made his way toward the east. Yale, Reno, and George watched as Lin Feng's figure gradually receded into the vastness of the horizon until he vanished from sight. This significant leap in mental prowess not only enhanced Lin Feng's strength but also transformed his perspective and thoughts. Initially, Lin Feng had planned to earn enough money to reclaim his family's heirloom blade. But now he realized that strength was paramount. With power, the blade slaughter would naturally return, and his quest for vengeance could officially commence. Thus, Lin Feng made the sudden decision to venture into the Monster Mountain range. He aspired to break through to the sacred domain during this trial, for only by entering the sacred domain could one possess a certain degree of influence in the Yulon continent. Within the Monster Mountain range, towering trees, dense thorns, wild flowers and grasses in disarray, and withered leaves contributed to the wilderness's primal essence. Lin Feng sat cross-legged amidst the grass, absorbing the earth and wind elements from the surroundings to refine his magical power. Although Lin Feng's mental strength had reached the pinnacle of a 9th-level mage, his magical power remained at the initial stage of the 9th level. He had been in the Monster Mountain range for an entire month. During this month, Lin Feng occasionally hunted some magical beasts. Otherwise, he either studied the 7 elemental magics or meditated to cultivate his magical power, having broken through to the pinnacle of the 9th level. Lin Feng was now qualified to comprehend the laws of nature and the intricacies of the elements. The profundity of these laws is indeed difficult to grasp. A month has passed, and I have yet to even touch the threshold. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, murmuring in reflection. In the original narrative, Lin Feng first comprehended the earth element's earth pulse, yet it was the wind element that first led to his ascension. Extending his hand, Lin Feng grasped at the void, causing a pale blue wind element to swirl into a small cyclone around his fingers. The wind element's speed mystique encompassed the dimensions of fast and slow. Yet, what precisely constituted fast and slow? Suddenly, a streak of light burst forth from the dragon ring, revealing Dellen Kuwot clad in a flowing moon-white robe. Lin Feng, although there lies but a single step between the pinnacle of the 9th level and the sacred domain, that step resembles an insurmountable chasm. Throughout countless years, few have managed to cross this threshold in the Yulon continent. To ascend to the sacred domain, a 9th-level powerhouse must comprehend the laws of nature and enter their threshold. However, the comprehension of these laws and affinity with the elements are largely contingent upon one's personal insight rather than one's mental power. Insight? Lin Feng smirked slightly. The term insight seemed rather intangible and elusive. Indeed, to comprehend the laws of nature, one requires not only insight but also the necessity of practice. Dellen Kuwot expounded further. Practice? What kind of practice? Lin Feng inquired, his eyes brightening. Practice entails first-hand experience rather than mere seclusion and meditation. Experience. Are you suggesting that if I wish to comprehend the earth laws, I must venture to areas rich in earth elements? And if I wish to grasp the wind laws, I must go where wind elements abound? Lin Feng articulated his thoughts. Haha, it seems your insight is commendable. However, your assertion is not entirely accurate. If you solely pursue cultivation for its own sake, often you will not achieve the desired effect. The best way to cultivate is to perceive life and its subtleties. Life is the best teacher for a cultivator. If a person fails to understand life, they will never attain remarkable accomplishments. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was struck with clarity. It appeared he had been entrenched in a narrow mindset. Constantly fixated on how to comprehend the laws of nature, he had been unable to truly perceive the natural world, thus hindering his understanding of those laws. Lin Feng rose to his feet and bowed respectfully to Dellen Kuwot, sincerely expressing, "Thank you, Grandfather Dellen." Observing Lin Feng's expression, Dellen Kuwot recognized the impact of his words, smiling with satisfaction. The comprehension of the laws of nature relies solely on you. I cannot offer you any assistance. Henceforth, your cultivation must depend on your own efforts. With your current strength, as long as you avoid provoking the sacred beast in the heart of the Monster Mountain range, you should be safe. Which brings me some relief. Now, I have said enough. I must retreat into seclusion. I intend to undergo deep meditation to break through my bottleneck and achieve divinity. With that, Dellen Kuwot transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the dragon ring. Watching Dellen Kuwot disappear, Lin Feng felt a twinge of sadness. He understood the intent behind Dellen Kuwot's words. He did not want Lin Feng to become dependent on him. Only by relying on oneself could one become a true powerhouse. Harboring dependencies would lead to little success. Grandfather Dellen, rest assured, I shall not disappoint you, Lin Feng silently vowed. With newfound determination, Lin Feng ceased his lingering and ventured deeper into the monster mountain range with Bei Bei. This time, Lin Feng did not squander time in the lower-level magical beast territory, but instead plunged directly into the lair of 6th and 7th level beasts. Hey, big brother, there appears to be a canyon ahead. Bei Bei, perched on Lin Feng's shoulder, suddenly communicated telepathically. Having roamed this region for over 3 months, Lin Feng's eyes lit up upon hearing Bei Bei's unexpected words, and he quickly lifted his gaze towards the front. A narrow canyon entrance came into view. Although it was quite narrow, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with increasing excitement. He distinctly remembered the description of the misty canyon from the Dragon Ring. The canyon is narrow at both ends and wide in the middle. Lin Feng soared forward, soon arriving at the canyon's edge. Upon observing the canyon's unique structure and the thick white mist within, Lin Feng finally confirmed that this was the misty valley he had been tirelessly searching for, but had yet to find. Haha, truly, I have trodden countless miles in vain, only to find it after such effort. Reflecting on how he had wandered this area for over 3 months without discovering this valley, Lin Feng could not help but feel a mix of frustration and relief. The white mist swirled below, rendering visibility near impossible from the canyon's precipice. Holding the flat sword he had forged for 3,000 gold coins, Lin Feng gazed down into the misty abyss. This sword was far sharper and more resilient than the previous black dagger he had wielded. After all, for Lin Feng, the flat sword felt more comfortable in his hands. Dense earth elements converged around Lin Feng as he chanted his magical incantation, ultimately materializing into an ancient-looking armor. Upon close examination, one could discern that the armor resembled jade, yet it emanated the essence of earth elements. This was the 9th level earth magic, the Earth Guardian armor. Although both the 7th and 9th level Earth Guardian armors were made of jade, their hardness was incomparable. With all preparations made, Lin Feng utilized his flight spell and soared into the depths of the misty canyon. Big brother, be cautious. I have a feeling this canyon is perilous. Bei Bei, perched on Lin Feng's shoulder, warned telepathically. Don't worry, Bei Bei, despite the canyon's dangers, my current strength is sufficient to handle it. As Lin Feng descended, the walls of the canyon widened significantly, revealing an astonishing expanse below. Navigating carefully through the white mist, Lin Feng remained vigilant, scrutinizing every direction, while Bei Bei was equally cautious, both on the lookout for the elusive blue heartgrass. Big brother, does this cursed place truly harbor blue heartgrass? Bei Bei's eyes darted around, alert for potential threats while searching for the sought-after herb. Of course, I never undertake tasks without certainty, Lin Feng replied while maintaining his vigilance over their surroundings. From the original narrative, Lin Feng was aware that the misty canyon was fraught with danger. The original Lin Feng had barely escaped with his life, and although his current strength far surpassed that of the Lin Feng who had entered the canyon, he remained cautious to avoid any unforeseen pitfalls. Moving close to the canyon wall, Lin Feng advanced carefully. Big brother, I've spotted blue heartgrass. It's right ahead, Bei Bei exclaimed, his keen eyes catching sight of it. Lin Feng looked closely and was immediately captivated. The leaves were a vibrant green, with a faint blue glow shimmering within. I hope there aren't any green-patterned giant pythons lurking about, Lin Feng thought, remaining on high alert. Although the green-patterned giant python harbors no fear itself, engaging in battle with one could easily attract other magical beasts, and it lacks the confidence to confront an entire army of them. The green-patterned giant python is verdant in hue, blending seamlessly with the green vines that adorn the cliffs, making it all too easy to overlook if one is not exceedingly cautious. Hence, Lin Feng resolved to exercise utmost vigilance. After observing for a while and confirming that there were no green-patterned giant pythons among the vines, he carefully made his way over to harvest the blue heart grass. The moment he grasped it, a chill enveloped his hand, and a faint smile graced his face. This icy sensation is indeed a characteristic of the blue heart grass, and Lin Feng cautiously stowed it away in his spatial ring before continuing his slow exploration. Suddenly, a cacophony of roars from various magical beasts erupted from below, causing Lin Feng's heart to quiver. Even with his demeanor as a 9th-level great mage, the ear-piercing roars of the beasts ignited a flicker of trepidation within him. The sounds emanated from all directions below, indicating an overwhelming number of magical beasts lurking there. Peering through the white mist, he could vaguely discern a lush expanse of grassland. Be careful, boss, I sense formidable magical beasts lurking beneath this gorge. Bei warned. I am aware, Lin Feng replied, heightening his alertness as his eyes cautiously scanned his surroundings, particularly those vines clinging to the cliffside, fearing that a green-patterned giant python might be concealed among them. The discovery of a single magical beast could easily lead to the attention of an entire horde. It was a winged dragon. Lin Feng spotted a large, blurry flying magical beast gliding in the distance and promptly veered away. Although the winged dragon was merely a 6th-level beast and posed no threat to him now, Lin Feng had no desire to engage with it. Should he strike it down, the ensuing commotion would undoubtedly attract the attention of other beasts in the valley, and he would find himself besieged. Suddenly, a series of eerie calls echoed, drawing nearer to Lin Feng's position. This is not good, he thought. His expression shifting. He glanced toward the source of the sound and saw approximately 20 to 30 massive winged dragons approaching. The sheer size of these creatures, flying together, was overwhelming. With such a multitude of winged dragons, Lin Feng found himself with little room to evade. He had 3 options: engage and battle with these winged dragons, ascend and flee upward, or plunge downward into the valley. Without hesitation, Lin Feng chose to dive downwards. The white mist enveloped him as he rapidly descended, akin to an arrow piercing through the dense grass. Landing motionless within a thicket, cautiously, Lin Feng advanced until he reached the edge of the thicket, peering through the gaps to observe the valley. It was an expansive gorge, featuring a flowing river and abundant vegetation, resembling a secluded paradise. However, within this paradise, massive groups of reptiles dwelled, towering 2 stories high and measuring 30 meters in length. Their rock-like scales were each the size of a human. Information about these creatures surfaced in Lin Feng's mind. Earth dragons. 6th-level magical beasts of the fire element. If there were only one earth dragon, it would not be particularly terrifying, but a mere glance revealed that the number exceeded 100. If over 100 earth dragons charged, there would be no chance of defense. What a dreadful gorge. It feels like a gathering place for dragonkind. 6th-level winged dragons, earth dragons, 7th and 8th level raptors, and even 9th-level flying dragons and spike-backed ironclad dragons are present. Lin Feng lamented silently, remaining vigilant. He knew that even a minor 9th-level great mage like himself could easily fall victim here, let alone a powerful being from the holy domain. Nevertheless, their speed is insufficient to pose a significant threat to me. Lin Feng mused, observing the other magical beasts. Why are there so many carnivorous creatures in this gorge? A multitude of earth dragons, swarms of raptors, winged dragons soaring overhead, and even large pythons slithering through the grass. According to biological principles, such a large population of carnivores cannot coexist in such a confined gorge. I once thought the tomato deity was short-sighted, but it appears this is indeed a fact. Damn it, it seems this other world cannot be understood by conventional logic. As Lin Feng scanned his surroundings, he indeed discovered a river flowing eastward within the gorge. He proceeded stealthily while meticulously searching for blue heartgrass, as the ancient texts indicated that a vast expanse of it lay within the gorge. The elemental energies in this place were undeniably concentrated, likely due to the magical array sealing the Gobata dimension within the cavern. Lin Feng cautiously advanced eastward through the gorge. Regardless of whether it was earth dragons, raptors, green-patterned giant pythons, or winged dragons, all were colossal magical beasts, and Lin Feng's diminutive stature allowed him to remain inconspicuous amidst the tall grass. This gorge is quite lengthy. Lin Feng ventured approximately 20 miles eastward without encountering an end. Simultaneously, he stumbled upon new groups of magical beasts, 6th-level dual-winged horses and 7th-level thunder-winged horses. Various winged horses soared overhead or ambled through the gorge, grazing on the grass. After advancing nearly another 10 miles, Lin Feng finally spotted a patch of blue heartgrass. The vibrant green leaves danced in the wind, creating waves of emerald that mesmerized Lin Feng. Blue heartgrass, it's all blue heartgrass. Bei, the area surrounding the blue heartgrass is barren for 30 meters. I cannot approach. I must rely on you. Lin Feng communicated telepathically with Bei. Leave it to me. Boss, Bei assured. In the blink of an eye, a shadowy figure darted to the center of the blue heartgrass patch, and with agile little claws, Bei began to plunder the grass mercilessly. In an instant, the central area became barren, while piles of blue heartgrass, nearly as tall as Bei, accumulated nearby. That's enough. Come back, Lin Feng urged as Bei had already uprooted 50 or 60 plants. Bei glanced back at Lin Feng, then wrinkled its adorable little nose. No rush, there's still more to go. At that moment, a raptor drinking by the river cast a glance in their direction, its gaze landing on Bei. The raptor, having spotted Bei, stood upright, its cold eyes fixating on the little creature. This greedy Bebe had been discovered by the raptor. If a confrontation ensued, it could easily attract the attention of other magical beasts, and the situation would become dire, given the overwhelming number of beasts in the gorge. Bebe also noticed the raptor and immediately cowered beside the pile of blue heart grass, trembling with apparent fear. The raptor let out a triumphant roar before returning to its leisurely drink by the riverbank. What a foolish giant. Deceiving it was far too easy, Bebe relayed smugly to Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at Bebe's clever ruse. Given Bebe's current strength, dealing with a raptor would be child's play. Impressive, Lin Feng commended, giving Bebe a thumbs up. Bebe beamed with pride. Naturally, I am the smartest magical rat. Then, eyeing the pile of blue heart grass that towered over it, Bebe's body suddenly swelled, growing from 20 centimeters to nearly half a meter in length. Once enlarged, Bebe effortlessly scooped up the mound of blue heart grass in its embrace, and, with a powerful kick, leaped into the thicket, landing directly beside Lin Feng. Boss, I gathered a total of 160 blue heart grass plants. With me on the job, success is guaranteed, Bebe declared proudly, puffing out its little chest. Lin Feng affectionately patted Bebe's head, then stored the blue heart grass into his spatial ring, with the blue heart grass secured. The next step was to venture into the subterranean cavern, slay the spiked-backed ironclad dragon, and partake in its dragon blood to awaken the dragon warrior bloodline within him, all while ensuring he obtained the purple-blooded soft sword. Resolute in his intentions, Lin Feng and Bebe pressed onward, delving deeper into the valley where the elemental energies were even more concentrated. As they approached the cave entrance, the magical beasts they encountered grew increasingly formidable. 8th level raptors, 9th level flying dragons, and more. However, due to Lin Feng's prior knowledge, he consistently managed to evade detection, remaining undiscovered. Gazing up at the sky, enveloped by countless flying dragons from various factions, Lin Feng felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. These were formidable magical beasts of level 8 or 9. He couldn't fathom how he had once escaped their relentless assaults. Suddenly, a colossal fireball plummeted from the heavens, hurtling toward him. Sensing imminent danger, Lin Feng instinctively looked up at the ever-approaching fireball, and a singular thought raced through his mind. I have been discovered. With this realization, Lin Feng ceased his concealment, executing a roll to dodge the fireball while hastening towards the cave entrance. He understood that once he reached the cave, he would be safe. Confronting a single level 9 spiked ironback dragon was decidedly simpler than facing a horde of level 8 or 9 flying dragons. Lin Feng's aspirations were noble, yet reality was harsh. At this moment, the distance between him and the cave entrance was still several hundred meters, given his current speed as a level 7 warrior. Augmented by wind magic, it would take him at least a dozen seconds to reach the cave. Although a dozen seconds is a brief span, the group of flying dragons above were no fools. They would not allow Lin Feng to scurry to safety unimpeded. Over 100 fire dragons completely obscured the sky, and those dozens of fire dragons opened their gaping maws, large enough to swallow a person whole, unleashing a barrage of fireballs that rained down upon Lin Feng. Boom, 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 boom. Enormous fireballs, nearly as tall as Lin Feng himself, descended from the sky. The fireballs from the level 8 dragons were no ordinary flames. They not only contained magical energy, but also the very essence of dragon fire itself, with temperatures so high that even the armor of a level 7 velociraptor would likely be scorched to pieces. Bang! A massive fireball grazed Lin Feng's body, crashing into the ground beside him. In his frantic escape, Lin Feng caught a whiff of burnt hair. Boss, your hair is singed. Bebe's voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng knew well that his hair wasn't actually burnt. It was merely the intense heat of the fireball that had singed it. He moved with the agility of a nimble monkey, deftly dodging the relentless barrage of fireballs. The fire dragons did not swarm him to deliver a fatal blow. Instead, they taunted him with their fiery projectiles. Lin Feng's advance was thoroughly impeded by the ceaseless onslaught of fireballs, which flew toward him as if they were free of cost. Damn it! Just because I'm not showing my true power doesn't mean you can treat me like a sick cat. Lin Feng seethed, angered by the fire dragon's mockery. Earth Guardian armor, arise. He waved his hand towards the dragons above, the earthy magical elements swirling around him, and bellowed, I command you to descend. Earth magic, gravitational force. Roar, roar, roar. The fire dragons, previously reveling in their game, abruptly felt the weight of gravity shift, causing them to plummet toward the ground, their terrified roars echoing. Simultaneously, their attacks ceased. Lin Feng had not intended to bring the dragons down. He merely sought to exploit the element of surprise to buy himself time for escape. Seizing the opportunity as the fireball onslaught paused, Lin Feng immediately maximized his speed, racing toward the now visible cave entrance. Haha, boss, I never expected to see you in such a predicament. Beibei's teasing voice resonated within Lin Feng's mind. That don't gloat. If you have the ability, why not try it yourself? Lin Feng shot Beibei a glance, his feet not slowing in the slightest. Level 8 and 9 dragons were indeed high-level beasts. Although Lin Feng was a peak level 9 mage, the range of his gravitational spell was too vast to achieve the desired effect. And the dragons quickly adapted. As level 9 magical beasts, their intelligence rivaled that of humans, and they soon comprehended Lin Feng's intentions. With a chorus of roars, they unleashed an even greater barrage of fireballs upon him. Boom! A dragonfire fireball struck Lin Feng squarely. It exploded, and the surface of Lin Feng's jade armor flickered with a dull yellow light before bursting into a cloud of earthy elements that dissipated without a trace. You oversized lizards, mark my words, I will return to exact my vengeance upon you. Lin Feng silently vowed, cursing the malevolent dragons. At this point, he was not far from the cave entrance. Gritting his teeth, he quickened his pace, enduring the impact of 3 fireballs until he finally breached the cave's sanctuary. Lin Feng plummeted downward, falling approximately 70 to 80 meters before crashing onto the solid ground. The underground was shrouded in darkness, with only a faint light filtering from the cave entrance, yet Lin Feng's keen eyesight allowed him to see clearly in the dim light. At that moment, he realized his hair was singed, and his facial skin had several spots that were red and blackened from burns. But my looks are ruined. Whoosh! A shadow fell from above, landing beside Lin Feng. Ecstatic, he scooped up Beibei, exclaiming, "Beibei, are you all right?" Despite knowing Beibei was a superlative devouring mouse, he couldn't help but ask. Beibei's face was grimy, yet he proudly wrinkled his little nose and replied, "Of course, my strength is unparalleled. I would fear facing an 8-level beast head-on, let alone a mere spark." Lin Feng chuckled, relieved that Beibei was unharmed. "Why didn't you engage those gigantic dragons?" he teased. Beibei, filled with indignation, retorted, "How could I? Beibei, fear them, but their scales are too thick, and I am too small. With a mouth too tiny to pierce their armor, killing them is a challenge, yet they shan't dream of killing me." Lin Feng laughed heartily. "Boss, what happened to your face? You've been disfigured." Beibei's shrill voice suddenly pierced Lin Feng's thoughts. As he twitched his facial muscles, a sharp pain shot through him, prompting a self-deprecating remark. "Beibei, even though I train my physical strength, I can't strengthen my facial muscles, can I? My defenses are lacking." "Phew, Beibei, let me rest for a bit. I'm utterly exhausted." Lin Feng released Beibei and collapsed onto the ground. The preceding ordeal had drained him both physically and mentally. Furthermore, he would soon have to confront a level 9 spiked ironback dragon of equal standing. Lin Feng dared not let down his guard. Based on his calculations, he had entered the Misty Canyon several months earlier than the Lin Feng from the original story. Thus, that hulking bear undoubtedly had yet to reach the sacred domain and would be able to engage the spiked ironback dragon in a mutually destructive battle. Therefore, he couldn't afford to be as opportunistic as in the original tale. After resting and fully replenishing his mental and magical energy, Lin Feng finally rose to his feet. "Boss, we can't go above. Our only option is to proceed below. There's a spacious passageway nearby." Beibei communicated telepathically, hopping onto Lin Feng's shoulder. Before Lin Feng lay a winding yet remarkably broad passageway, measuring over 10 meters in width. However, this subterranean corridor twisted toward the unknown east. Without hesitation, Lin Feng, accompanied by Beibei, boldly ventured into the depths of the shadowy passage. The further they delved, the darker it became. Soon, Lin Feng could hardly discern the path. Illumination spell. He snapped his fingers, and a white magical orb materialized, illuminating the surrounding area. The illumination spell was a level 1 light-type auxiliary magic. As time passed, Lin Feng's excitement grew alongside his vigilance. The spiked ironback dragon was a peak level 9 magical beast, renowned for its formidable strength and exceptional defense, capable of clashing evenly with an entry-level sacred domain purple-striped black bear. Defeating it with Lin Feng's current capabilities would be a challenge. Nevertheless, the spiked ironback dragon represented an excellent training partner for Lin Feng at this stage. It was stronger than him, yet not overwhelmingly so, making it an ideal opponent for him to grasp and break through in combat. Knowing that only one spiked ironback dragon resided within the cave, Lin Feng felt little fear. Maintaining the illumination spell, he strode confidently down the corridor. The thunderous roar echoed, and a magical beast measuring 10 meters in length and nearly 3 meters in height suddenly materialized before Lin Feng. This beast was cloaked in dark, closely arranged scales, its armor exhibiting a meticulously structured pattern. Each scale is approximately the size of a palm. Yet, when these densely packed scales converge, they evoke an eerie sensation, sending shivers down one's spine. Particularly striking are the sharp spines, each measuring around 30 centimeters, extending from the creature's tail all the way to its forehead. Most chilling of all are its eyes. With pupils reflecting a dark golden hue, their frigid gaze instills a profound sense of dread. Surely, this must be the spiked armored dragon, Lin Feng mused, recalling the information he had encountered in books about this formidable beast. The spiked armored dragon, a level 9 magical beast, belonging to the dark attribute category and the smallest among dragonkind. Among dragons of the same rank, it boasts the strongest defense and the greatest agility. Moreover, its claws possess terrifying offensive power. Without a doubt, the spiked armored dragon is the most formidable of its kind. The creature before Lin Feng did not immediately attack but instead let out a series of low growls, its dark golden eyes scanning Lin Feng and Bei Bei, as if assessing their strength. Under the cold scrutiny of the spiked armored dragon, Lin Feng felt a tingling at the back of his neck. Although he, too, was a peak level 9 powerhouse on par with the dragon, the sheer size disparity left him feeling diminutive. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng stepped forward and declared, "Mr. Spiked Armored Dragon, greetings. I harbor no ill will toward you. I merely wish to engage in a friendly contest and, if possible, borrow some of your blood." Lin Feng's audacious words successfully provoked the spiked armored dragon, which lashed its tail violently against the ground, propelling its massive body toward Lin Feng. Reacting swiftly, Lin Feng had been observing the dragon's tail and moved just as it struck the ground. Of course, he had no intention of engaging in close combat. With the physical strength of a level 7 warrior, he would be no match for a single swipe from the spiked armored dragon. Gracefully evading the dragon's charge, Lin Feng activated the Earth Guardian Holy Armor. When battling a beast adept at melee combat like the spiked armored dragon, robust defense was indispensable. A careless swipe could easily cost him several pounds of flesh. However, just as Lin Feng donned the Earth Guardian Holy Armor, a dragon tail struck with ferocious speed. Unarmed and unable to defend himself, Lin Feng could only dodge, but the tail's velocity was overwhelming, appearing as a blur that reached him in an instant. With a resounding thud, Lin Feng was caught squarely by the blow. The surface of his jade armor flickered with a yellowish glow before dissipating into a myriad of earth elemental fragments. Simultaneously, Lin Feng's body was propelled backward, crashing against the stone wall before finally coming to a halt. "Boss, are you all right? Did you get hurt?" Bei Bei's anxious voice echoed in his mind. Lin Feng rose, dusting himself off and spitting out a mouthful of blood. "I'm fine. Not dead yet." He had never anticipated that his level 9 Earth Guardian Holy Armor would falter against the spiked armored dragon's tail. Fortunately, the armor had absorbed most of the impact, sparing him from significant injury. Yet, the image of the dragon's tail striking lingered in Lin Feng's mind, a series of blurred shadows replaying over and over. He felt he was grasping something elusive but could not pinpoint what it was. Shaking his head, he dismissed it. "I am a magician, not one to engage in a brawl with a freak like you." "Gravity spell, activate," Lin Feng shouted, waving his hand to cast the gravity spell upon the spiked armored dragon. With Lin Feng's level 9 prowess, the spell's potency had significantly increased since his level 5 days. As he unleashed the gravity spell, the ground beneath the dragon began to crack ominously. The once solid rocks shattered, illustrating the immense weight the spiked armored dragon now bore. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy erupted from the spiked armored dragon, causing the earth-toned glow beneath its feet to dim. "It actually counteracts my gravity spell." "Very well." When binding, Lin Feng waved his hand again, sending a pale blue light spiraling toward the spiked armored dragon. "Ha! I will outmaneuver you. Your speed may be extraordinary, but I shall render it ineffective." Lin Feng cackled, unleashing a barrage of earth and wind spells upon the dragon. Bei Bei, watching from the sidelines, was taken aback by Lin Feng's choice to bombard the spiked armored dragon with low-level spells. He could not fathom the purpose behind using such feeble magic, knowing that spells like Earth Spike and Wind Blade would hardly penetrate the dragon's formidable armor, let alone cause any substantial distraction. Though casting these lower-tier spells required minimal magical energy, Lin Feng's apparent wastefulness puzzled him. Lin Feng treated the spiked armored dragon as a target for honing his magical skills, striving to enhance his proficiency. Whenever the dragon attempted to leap, Lin Feng would promptly cast gravity spell followed by wind binding, occasionally employing the level 9 vacuum binding. The spiked armored dragon found itself increasingly frustrated under Lin Feng's relentless assault. Yet it was powerless to retaliate, as it was not adept at magic despite being a dark attribute beast. Its powerful tail and spines became utterly useless in this magical confrontation. Nonetheless, the spiked armored dragon, renowned for its strength among dragons of the same level, was not to be underestimated. With a thunderous roar, it finally unleashed its fury. Its tail lashed down like a steel whip, striking the ground, while its sturdy legs stomped forcefully, shattering Lin Feng's gravity spell and wind binding. Its mountainous form surged toward Lin Feng. Unfazed, Lin Feng calmly invoked flight, propelling himself into the air, with a resounding crash. The stone wall behind him was obliterated by the dragon's charge, leaving a sizable hole. Gazing at the 1-meter-wide opening, Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Had he not evaded, he likely would have been flattened. The ground of the cave was 10 meters high, and although the spiked armored dragon possessed remarkable jumping ability, it could not reach Lin Feng floating above. Meanwhile, Lin Feng could unleash his spells upon the dragon. Despite the spiked armored dragon's renowned ironclad defense, it could not withstand an unrelenting barrage of spells. As time passed, blood began to seep from its body. Observing the crimson liquid, Lin Feng lamented the lost opportunity, yet he dared not approach to collect any. Gradually, he sensed his magical energy dwindling and decided to cease his assault. Although a level 9 magic master possessed an abundant reservoir of magical power, even they could not continuously cast spells without fatigue. Mr. Spiked Armored Dragon, today's battle concludes here. Let us resume tomorrow. Lin Feng called out to the dragon, settling cross-legged in mid-air to recuperate his magical energy while reflecting on the earlier flashes of inspiration. As Lin Feng entered a meditative state, the memory of the dragon's tail striking replayed in his mind. The tail moved with such incredible speed that he could scarcely evade it, yet he could perceive its trajectory as if it were moving in slow motion. Why was that? The paradox of speed and slowness perplexed him. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, as he pondered the concepts of fast and slow, faint pale blue light began to shimmer around his head, creating an ethereal aura. Meanwhile, the spiked armored dragon, with its eyes closed, was unaware of this phenomenon, leaving only Bei Bei to observe curiously. Fast gives rise to slow, and slow gives rise to fast, so that Lin Feng's laughter echoed within the cave. And in that moment, he felt himself stepping into a profound state of understanding, as if his very soul had been invigorated. A sense of clarity washed over him, distinct from the feelings associated with leveling up as a magician or warrior. Is this the sensation of entering the sacred domain? Lin Feng casually swung his fist, appearing slow yet leaving behind a flurry of afterimages, as if even space itself was bending. The realm of the sacred domain was indeed extraordinary, and Lin Feng marveled at the experience. "Boss, have you broken through?" Bei Bei inquired, a hint of awe in his voice. Bei Bei leapt onto Lin Feng's shoulder, simultaneously communicating through their souls. Indeed. Just moments ago, I stepped into the realm of the sacred domain." To be honest, Lin Feng himself found it hard to believe. He had never anticipated that his observation of the spike-back iron-armored dragon's tail attack would inadvertently lead him to comprehend the dual mysteries of speed and slowness within the wind element. Of course, Lin Feng was merely scratching the surface of these profound concepts, and mastering them would not be an easy task. "Boss, is that true? You've advanced to a level 9 mage less than half a year ago, and now you've directly leaped into the sacred domain. That's utterly exaggerated." Although Bei Bei had long grown accustomed to Lin Feng's nearly monstrous cultivation speed, she was still taken aback by his swift ascension to the sacred domain. Roar! A sudden roar interrupted the soul exchange between Lin Feng and Bei Bei. Lin Feng glanced down at the spike-back iron-armored dragon, noticing its dark golden eyes warily fixated on him, seemingly filled with trepidation. After all, the spike-back iron-armored dragon was a peak level 9 beast, perilously close to the sacred domain. The faint sense of danger it detected from Lin Feng made it realize that this human had entered the sacred domain realm it had long aspired to achieve, but had never attained. Though the sacred domain and level 9 might only differ by one level, the chasm between them was unfathomable. "Mr. Spiked-back iron-armored dragon, I sincerely apologize, but I must borrow some of your dragon blood. If you could provide me with a large barrel, I will spare your life. However, if you refuse, I will have no choice but to seize it by force." Lin Feng descended from the air, grinning as he regarded the wary spike-back iron-armored dragon. Truth be told, Lin Feng held a certain fondness for this dragon and was reluctant to take its life, were it not for this encounter. He might not have grasped the nuances of speed and slowness within the wind element so swiftly, thereby entering the sacred domain. Nevertheless, Lin Feng's objective for this expedition was indeed to obtain the dragon's blood to awaken the dragon blood warrior lineage within himself, making it imperative. Thus, if the spiked-back iron-armored dragon willingly offered its blood, Lin Feng was prepared to spare its life. However, Lin Feng's aspirations were destined to be thwarted. Dragons were inherently proud and arrogant. And the spiked-back iron-armored dragon, as one of their elite, was even more self-important. The notion of sacrificing its blood in exchange for its life was a humiliation it would never entertain. Roar, in response to Lin Feng. The dragon let out a thunderous roar, its 3-meter-tall form lunging towards him. Although Lin Feng had entered the sacred domain, his physical strength still paled in comparison to that of the spike-back iron-armored dragon. And he dared not confront it head-on. With a swift motion of his right hand, a torrent of pale blue wind elements rapidly converged around him, transforming into a stream of azure light that spiraled towards the charging dragon. The sacred domain-level wind entanglement was far more potent than its level 9 counterpart. The enraged spike-back iron-armored dragon felt an overwhelming spatial pressure surrounding it, making even the slightest movement of its claws a challenge, let alone continuing its assault on Lin Feng. Yet, despite the predicament, the proud spiked-back iron-armored dragon refused to submit to Lin Feng's might. Its dark golden eyes locked onto him, brimming with murderous intent. If gazes could kill, Lin Feng estimated he would have perished 100 times over. It was said that the spiked-back iron-armored dragon clan was notoriously arrogant, intolerant of any form of insult, even in the face of certain death. They would confront their opponents with heads held high. Now, it seemed to be true. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for the dragon's unwavering spirit, yet he also felt a tinge of shame for his own cunning. Of course, Lin Feng had no intention of abandoning his purpose for being there. He sought to employ his silver tongue in an attempt to persuade this obstinate dragon, a spiked-back iron-armored dragon. A wise individual recognizes the times. True heroes are those who can yield and endure. As a dragon, you possess your pride, but as a being of the sacred domain, I also have my OWN. In the hierarchy of strength, you are beneath me. And thus, you should submit to my authority. Knowing full well that you face certain death, you still choose to retaliate. To put it kindly, that is called courage. To be blunt, it is foolishness. Once your life is lost, everything ends. Your dignity, your pride, all will cease to exist. Your clan possesses immense talent, yet your difficulty in breaking through to the sacred domain stems from your excessive arrogance, failing to discern the value of life over dignity. With such an obsession, how can you ever hope to advance? Lin Feng spoke from the heart. Recalling the inspiration he derived from the original tale of the dragon clan, he admired the spiked-back iron-armored dragon's indomitable spirit. Yet he simultaneously felt it was too rigid, unable to adapt. Thus, he couldn't help but voice his thoughts. His surprise, upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the spiked-back iron-armored dragon briefly displayed a look of confusion in its eyes, then unexpectedly closed them. As it did so, dark rings of light began to emanate from its massive head. Having witnessed Lin Feng's recent breakthrough, Beibei immediately cried out, "Boss, this is bad. That dragon is about to break through. We must take it down quickly, or we will lose our chance." Lin Feng, taken aback, recognized that as a being of the sacred domain, he too could sense that the spike-back iron-armored dragon was on the verge of a breakthrough. He had not anticipated that his few casual remarks would prompt the dragon, which had lingered at the peak of level 9 for an indeterminate number of years, to finally ascend in rank. Only upon hearing Beibei's warning did Lin Feng come to his senses, yet he did not strike down the dragon in its moment of breakthrough. Instead, he smiled gently and communicated with Beibei. "There's no need for that. I believe it has come to an understanding after hearing my words. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to break through. When it awakens, I think it will not only refrain from attacking me but will also be grateful." Lin Feng's confident words silenced Beibei. Moments later, as the black light surrounding the spiked-back iron-armored dragon began to dissipate, its eyes opened just as the last remnants of the darkness faded away. Lin Feng sensed that the dragon had fully surpassed the peak of level 9, stepping into the sacred domain. Just like himself, Mr. Spiked-back iron-armored dragon, congratulations on entering the sacred domain. From this point forward, you too shall be counted among the formidable beings of the Yulan continent. Lin Feng chuckled, preemptively offering his congratulations to the dragon. "Human, why did you not take the opportunity to kill me during my breakthrough? Are you not afraid that I will slay you now that I have advanced?" A melodious voice emanated from the spike-back iron-armored dragon. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at the dragon. He was aware that creatures of the sacred domain gained the ability to speak, so his astonishment was not at the dragon's capacity for speech. "Are you female?" After scrutinizing the spike-back iron-armored dragon for some time, Lin Feng finally managed to utter 4 words. Lin Feng experienced the vast disparity between reality and imagination. Whether reading the original tale or prior to the dragon speaking, he had always assumed the spike-back iron-armored dragon was male. He never expected that such a proud and arrogant creature, which in the original tale even engaged in a mutual destruction with the purple-striped black bear, would actually be female. It felt like a cruel joke from the heavens. Human, my name is Satyrs. Since my birth 3,000 years ago, I have always been female. Do you have any objections? The murderous intent in the dragon's eyes had long dissipated, replaced by a hint of mischief. Yes, mischief. Lin Feng found it hard to fathom that the spiked-back iron-armored dragon, with its fearsome appearance, could display such a playful expression. It was utterly incredible, however. Having encountered countless unbelievable and illogical phenomena since arriving in the realm of the dragons, Lin Feng's capacity to accept the extraordinary had grown stronger. After a brief pause, he spoke. Hello, Miss Satyrs. That I have a name as well. I am Lin Feng Baruch. You may simply call me Lin Feng. It was Lin Feng's first time addressing a creature as Miss, and it felt quite peculiar. Lin Feng, why did you not take the opportunity to kill me during my breakthrough? Satyrs reiterated her earlier question. I believe we might become good friends in the future. You helped me break into the sacred domain, and I shall return the favor by guiding you to the same realm. There's no need for any talk of killing. That would only tarnish our relationship. Lin Feng replied with a grin, rubbing his hands together somewhat sheepishly. But could you possibly lend me some blood? According to Lin Feng's current prowess, slaying a 9th-tier dragon, or even one newly entered into the sacred domain, is far from a daunting task. Yet, he has set his sights on the blood of the spiked armored dragon, valuing its terrifying speed and the unpredictable nature of its tail and dorsal spikes. In the original narrative, Lin Feng merely invoked the bloodline of the dragon blood warrior using the blood of a 9th-tier spiked armored dragon, resulting in formidable strength upon transformation. He pondered. If I utilize the blood of a sacred domain-level spiked armored dragon, what magnitude of power would I achieve upon transformation? Lin Feng's imagination ran wild. Upon hearing Lin Feng reiterate his earlier request, this time, Satyrs did not respond with immediate anger. Instead, after a moment's contemplation, he nodded and stated, It is not impossible for me to grant you some blood, but you must agree to one condition. Sweat trickled down Lin Feng's brow. When did magical beasts learn to negotiate? It seems the rumors of high-level beasts possessing intelligence comparable to that of humans hold true. While contemplating this, Lin Feng replied, Speak your terms that I shall provide you with blood, but in return, you must escort me to the human realm for a leisurely visit and ensure my safety. Satyrs laid down the terms. Is it truly that simple? Lin Feng chuckled internally, astonished that this female dragon would propose such an arrangement, which seemed to offer him nothing but benefits. Not only would he obtain her blood to awaken the dragon blood warrior lineage within him, but he would also gain a sacred domain-level super magical pet at no cost. Although she required him to safeguard her, given her sacred domain strength, she could navigate the human world without issue, as long as she avoided offending a select few individuals who would be foolish enough to provoke a sacred domain spiked armored dragon. It would be a death wish to do so. Satyrs nodded her massive head in agreement. Very well, it is a deal. With her affirmation, Lin Feng readily accepted. Once the transaction was settled, the subsequent matters were straightforward. It was a trivial task for Satyrs, with her imposing 3-meter frame, to provide Lin Feng with some blood. Lin Feng accepted the dragon blood she offered. He wasted no time in consuming it fervently. Upon the blood entering his system, he felt an overwhelming convulsion, his body trembling violently. Pain, excruciating pain. Though he had anticipated this, he nearly succumbed to unconsciousness from the agony. By the heavens, the blood of a sacred domain dragon is indeed ferocious. If I were to possess the strength of a 4th-tier warrior and a 7th-tier mage like in the original story, I would surely be incinerated by the dragon blood. Fortunately, Lin Feng had already stepped into the sacred domain. His willpower remarkably resolute. He fought against the urge to faint, retrieving a handful of blue heart grass from his spatial ring and shoving it into his mouth. Upon ingestion, a refreshing sensation spread throughout his body, rapidly alleviating the burning pain. Without hesitation, he consumed another handful and swallowed it quickly. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Feng's mind instinctively conjured the secret techniques from the Dragon Blood Codex regarding invoking the Dragon Blood Warrior lineage. Activating the Dragon Blood within him. As the technique progressed, the Dragon Blood Warrior lineage hidden within his bloodstream began to manifest. Success. According to family records, the success rate of invoking the Dragon Blood Warrior lineage using the blood of a sacred domain dragon is 100%. So Lin Feng had every reason to believe he would succeed. The dragon blood within him was gradually refined, eventually transforming into streams of dragon blood fighting spirit. Suddenly, a searing pain radiated throughout Lin Feng's entire being, causing him to throw his head back and howl in agony. Strangely, black scales began to emerge from his skin, sharp and menacing, piercing through his clothing. Black scales slowly sprouted from his thighs and arms, and the inhuman torment caused the veins in Lin Feng's neck to bulge alarmingly, his expression contorting in agony. A wave of even more intense pain surged as a sharp spike slowly emerged from his forehead. Lin Feng's body convulsed in anguish, his spine trembling as spines began to grow from it, breaking through the surface of his muscles and extending outward. The pain was unbearable, prompting Lin Feng to emit low growls. His body drenched in sweat. As the sweat flowed, more black scales continued to appear, each resembling those of the spiked armored dragon, albeit smaller in size. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feng let out a deep, rumbling sound to vent the intense pain, while simultaneously utilizing his formidable will to continuously channel the secret techniques of the Dragon Blood Codex. That a bloodstained tail, covered in black scales, gradually unfurled from the base of Lin Feng's spine, resembling a steel whip. According to the Dragon Blood Codex, the Dragon Blood Warrior possesses 3 transformation stages. The third stage, the complete dragon transformation, envelopes the warrior in azure dragon scales, culminating in the emergence of a dragon horn on the forehead. This form represents the pinnacle of the Dragon Blood Warrior's power. The second stage is the half-dragon transformation, which partially alters the body, resulting in slightly diminished strength. The first stage is the normal human form, which is the typical state of the Dragon Blood Warrior. As per the Dragon Blood Codex, when first cultivating the Dragon Blood fighting spirit, the body uncontrollably transitions into the third transformation, a process fraught with excruciating pain. But it only occurs this once. Subsequent transformations will not be painful. Within Lin Feng's body, a deep azure, almost black liquid coursed through every muscle and vein, each absorbing this energy. And Lin Feng's physical prowess began to escalate at a terrifying pace. This rapid enhancement was equally torturous. Damn, drinking raw dragon blood is truly not for the faint-hearted. Had I known the pain it would entail, I would have refrained from awakening the Dragon Blood Warrior lineage. As he endured the agonizing torment, Lin Feng inwardly lamented. My willpower is excessively strong. I wish I could just pass out. He found himself wishing for unconsciousness, believing that it would bring him relief. Suddenly, Lin Feng's entire body convulsed again, and his fingers and toes felt as though they were being crushed by pain. Each fingertip sharpened into a deadly claw, reminiscent of a miniature dragon's talon. The sheer agony of this transformation made it feel as if he were losing all sensation. A dizzying sensation overwhelmed Lin Feng's mind, and as he closed his eyes, his consciousness slipped into a deep slumber. Boom! Lin Feng collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Oh no, could he be dead? After witnessing Lin Feng's frenzied shouting, followed by his sudden collapse, Satyas was momentarily taken aback. Just as she prepared to approach and check on Lin Feng's condition, a small figure darted in front of her. Squeak. Concerned for Lin Feng's safety, Bei, fearing that Satyas might pose a threat, puffed up its tiny body and waved its little paws at her. Do not worry. I harbor no ill will towards Lin Feng. Otherwise, I would not have offered him my blood. I am counting on him to take me to the human world for a visit. Satyas, recognizing the peculiar black shadow mouse as Lin Feng's contracted magical beast, refrained from striking it down. 3 days later, Lin Feng opened his eyes and abruptly sat up. That moment, he was completely naked, as his clothing had been reduced to tatters during his first transformation. Yet, upon returning to his normal human form, Lin Feng appeared just like any other person, finally back to normal. While the dragon transformation was undeniably powerful, Lin Feng preferred his human form. Boss, you're awake, a familiar melodious voice chimed in Lin Feng's mind. Bei, how many days have passed? Lin Feng inquired internally. 3 days, boss. You were unconscious for a full 3 days. If it weren't for the connection between our souls, I would have thought you had perished. Bei's little nose wrinkled in a display of joy. Oh, Lin Feng, how come the scars on your face have vanished? You've become more handsome. The sudden, bright voice startled Lin Feng, and he quickly recalled something. He retrieved a set of short sleeves and shorts from his spatial ring and, with a furious expression, shouted at Satyas, "You shameless dragon! Don't you know that men and women should maintain a respectful distance?" Little did Satyas know. With an air of disdain, she pursed her lips and uttered words that left Lin Feng speechless. To be frank, your physique is quite unimpressive. You are neither robust nor muscular. Besides, I am not without clothing myself. We are even on that front. Faced with Satyas's irritating comment, Lin Feng chose to ignore her and began to contemplate his own body. Indeed, as recorded in the Dragon Blood scriptures, The first transformation into a dragon would completely reconstruct the entire body, undergoing continuous internal modifications, even altering the outer skin. Lin Feng's body now bore no scars, reaching a state of absolute perfection. As he felt the surging power within him, a wave of excitement washed over his heart. Such formidable physical strength. Lin Feng realized that his current power had increased at least several dozen times compared to the past. By activating the bloodline of the Dragon Blood Warrior, his overall physical attributes were significantly enhanced. Even in human form, he was stronger than before the activation of the Dragon Blood lineage. Clenching his right fist, the Dragon Blood aura surged within him, and Lin Feng suddenly struck the stone wall beside him with tremendous force. Boom! The impact was akin to steel colliding, creating a crater in the stone wall, which subsequently cracked in all directions. This power, this must be equivalent to that of an 8th-tier warrior. Lin Feng gaped in astonishment. Although he had known from the original text that activating the Dragon Blood lineage would lead to substantial bodily transformation and enhancement of strength and warrior rank, he had not anticipated such an exaggerated improvement. Previously, Lin Feng had barely reached the 7th-tier warrior level due to his formidable physical prowess, yet now he had ascended directly to the 8th tier. Even approaching the mid-8th tier, the speed of this advancement was utterly astonishing. Moreover, this was without undergoing the dragon transformation. Should he transform, he would likely reach the pinnacle of the 9th tier. Lin Feng mused. With this thought, Lin Feng initiated the dragon transformation, concentrating the dragon blood aura gathered in his dantian into a crystalline form. Instantly, streams of dark blue liquid surged from his dantian, flooding his limbs and body. A low, resonant sound emerged as black dragon scales rapidly manifested on the surface of Lin Feng's skin, while a nearly 2-meter-long, steel-like dragon tail sprouted from the base of his spine, and spines emerged along his back. Compared to the thornback iron-armored dragon, Lin Feng's spines were slightly fewer in number and shorter in length. I can feel an infinite power coursing through me. Lin Feng could hardly contain his excitement. What an overwhelming sensation! As a Dragon Blood warrior, one of the 4 ultimate warriors of the Yulon continent, he had only just begun his training yet possessed such formidable strength. Truly, he was deserving of the title of Ultimate Warrior. His current power was now dozens of times greater than before. Lin Feng extended his right hand, now covered in scales, with fingers sharper than knives. He raised his head and addressed Satyas. Satyas, stand still and let me test the power of my fist. Lin Feng, do you want me to be your target? Satyas snorted in displeasure, adding, just don't aim for my head. I want to see how far your pseudo-dragon power can go. All right then. Lin Feng's legs propelled him forward with remarkable speed, and he clenched his right fist, aiming directly at the thick scales on Satyas's back. Bang! As their fists collided, Lin Feng was immediately rebounded. Yet he sustained no injuries. The power is decent, reaching about half of my pre-ascension strength, but compared to my current self, it barely tickles. Satyas offered a candid assessment. Half, Lin Feng chuckled. Half was already quite satisfying for him. The thornback iron-armored dragon was renowned for its strength and speed among dragon-type beasts, and at the same level, few creatures could surpass it in those aspects. With Lin Feng's 8th-tier warrior strength, achieving half of the thornback iron-armored dragon's power after dragon transformation was commendable. Initially, Lin Feng had intended to let Satyas strike him once to test his defense, but reconsidered, realizing that with Satyas's monstrous strength, a casual blow could either kill him or leave him gravely injured. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Lin Feng and Satyas engaged in daily sparring sessions. While their realms did not see significant elevation, they had firmly established themselves at the initial stage of the sacred domain. In the early months, Lin Feng primarily relied on magic, with combat skills as a supplement against Satyas. However, as his warrior strength grew, Lin Feng could now withstand Satyas's assaults solely through his dragon transformation. Over the course of these 6 months, the relationship between Lin Feng and Satyas evolved from a transactional nature into a genuine friendship. One day, while Lin Feng and Satyas were engaged in combat, a roar echoed through the corridor. Satyas, come out and face your demise. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback but quickly understood. The only one who would come here at such a time, aside from Satyas's nemesis, the purple-striped black bear, was none other than that foe. Satyas, it seems your old enemy has come to exact revenge, Lin Feng remarked with a smile, retracting his dragon transformation and donning a robe. Lin Feng made it clear that he would not interfere, choosing instead to watch the unfolding drama in the original text. Even at the peak of the 9th tier, Satyas had been capable of perishing alongside the purple-striped black bear. Now, Having firmly stabilized in the sacred domain, how could Satyas not handle the bear with ease? Santo, you dared to challenge me after I blinded one of your eyes, yet you still seek death. Satyas roared in response. Moments later, a colossal figure entered the cave. From Lin Feng's vantage point, he could clearly see a massive black bear standing 10 meters tall, its fur resembling steel, adorned with strange purple markings that made it appear extraordinarily eerie. Upon entering the cave, the purple-striped black bear gazed incredulously at the imposing Satyas. Satyas, you two have broken through? It exclaimed, completely ignoring Lin Feng and the little Bei perched on his shoulder. If a foolish bear like you can break through, why can't I? Satyas licked its claws, declaring, since you seek death, I shall oblige. The cold gaze of the thornback iron-armored dragon fixed on the purple-striped black bear, and then its dragon tail, resembling a steel whip, lashed out with a whoosh. A piercing sound erupted as the dragon tail struck towards the bear's head. Humph! The purple-striped black bear scoffed disdainfully, its massive paw the size of a millstone swiping towards Satyas's tail. With a sharp sound, blood gushed from the bear's paw, staining the stone wall 5 meters away. The thornback iron-armored dragon truly lived up to its reputation as one of the most fearsome dragons. The purple-striped black bear, of the same rank, was no match for it. Lin Feng, observing from the sidelines, felt a sense of astonishment at the initial clash between Satyas and the purple-striped black bear. As an anomaly among bears, the purple-striped black bear inherited the immense strength of its kind and boasted decent defenses, yet it paled in comparison to the bizarre prowess of the thornback iron-armored dragon. Suffering a setback in their first exchange, the purple-striped black bear was visibly enraged. It descended to the ground, and as its body emitted cracking sounds, its muscles began to bulge, while its bones snapped audibly. The bear's originally 10-meter-high form grew to an astonishing 12 meters, and its arms and legs thickened considerably. You dare to display such trivial skills before me? Satyas became a shadow, lunging at the purple-striped black bear's head. Both of us are newly ascended to the sacred domain. If you wish to kill me, it won't be so easy. With a voice booming like thunder, simultaneously, the bear's uninjured paw swung towards Satyas's head. Although Satyas held a slight advantage in strength over the purple-striped black bear, it was by no means capable of dispatching the bear in an instant. Seeing the bear's paw descending towards him, Satyas felt a twinge of trepidation. After all, the purple-striped black bear, being a member of the bear clan, possessed immense strength. While its paw would not outright crush his skull, it would certainly lead to a dizzying effect. In a swift maneuver, Satyas lashed its dragon tail towards the bear's waist, and with a resounding crack, Satyas evaded the bear's paw utilizing the rebound force. The battle intensified, showcasing Satyas's terrifying speed. The sounds of impact echoed repeatedly, and the purple-striped black bear became a veritable blood bear. While Satyas maintained a clear advantage, subduing the purple-striped black bear proved to be a daunting challenge. Certainly, should Satyas unleash her desperate ultimate move, revealing the spines upon her back, the scenario would be drastically different. However, being a being of the sanctuary level, Satyas would undoubtedly refrain from engaging in a life-or-death struggle with the purple-striped black bear. Lin Feng leaned against the stone wall, observing the clash between the two with growing boredom, eventually exclaiming with a hint of impatience, Satyas, is it truly such a cumbersome task to deal with a big, clumsy bear? Should I lend you a hand? No need, Satyas retorted, her speed inexplicably increasing once more, and the already battered purple-striped black bear, left with only the strength to defend itself, found itself at a disadvantage. With a sudden crack, the bear was struck by her dragon tail, staggering as Satyas seized the opportunity, opening her maw wide to bite at the bear's throat. Crunch! The bear's throat was swiftly severed, blood gushing forth and staining Satyas's dragon scales crimson. I am unwilling. I refuse to accept this. The purple-striped black bear felt its vitality waning, letting out a furious roar, yet no amount of bellowing would change its fate. Boom! The colossal 12-meter frame collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud, while the soul of the sanctuary-level purple-striped black bear was irresistibly drawn into the underworld, vanishing forever from the material realm of Yulan continent. Satyas immediately lunged towards the carcass of the bear, striking it with her dragon claw, causing its enormous head to explode, revealing a dark, glossy magic crystal core, pulsating with restrained magical energy. Satyas picked up the dark magic crystal core, tossed it into her mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed. As a dark-type magical beast, though this sanctuary-level dark magic crystal core could not directly enhance her power, it would certainly refine her dark magical energy to a purer state. Such a priceless treasure, a sanctuary magic crystal core, was devoured by her as if it were mere candy, a true waste of a heavenly resource. Lin Feng gazed at the core that had vanished down Satyaj's throat, feeling a twinge of regret. However, as the bear slayer, the core rightfully belonged to her. Once the energy of the magic crystal core had been digested, Satyaj's aura seemed to strengthen slightly, dark light swirling around her. While the blood of the purple-striped black bear that had stained her body vanished completely. P.S. To avoid any copyright disputes with the original work Panlong, at the request of the editor, the protagonist's name has been changed. Henceforth, the name Lin Lei will be replaced with Lin Feng throughout this book. We appreciate your understanding regarding any inconvenience this may cause in your reading experience. Additionally, a new reader group has been established. Interested individuals are welcome to join. Lastly, I must mention that I have been occupied with various trivial matters lately, leaving me little time to write. But I will maintain a pace of 2 updates daily. Once I find more leisure time, I shall accelerate the update frequency. Lin Feng, I have dealt with that big, clumsy bear. It's time for you to fulfill your promise and take me to the human realm for a look. Satyaj had been cooped up in this cavern for hundreds of years and was thoroughly weary of it. Now that she had finally stepped into the sanctuary, she was eager to venture outside and experience the world. Not so fast. I still have something to retrieve. Once I have it, we shall depart. Lin Feng replied with a smile. Making his way to the center of the cave, he intended to procure the purple blood-soft sword. For without it, the Emperor Lin could not possibly escape from the Gobata dimension. Without the Emperor Lin, Yulon continent would lose much of its intrigue. Lin Feng's right hand manifested delicate black dragon scales, and he struck the ceiling of the cave with a powerful punch. With a resounding crack, stone shattered and cascaded down. At the top of the cave, a massive black circular platform was revealed. Embedded in the ceiling, though parts of it were still obscured by rubble, it was evident that Lin Feng's attack had dislodged the stones, exposing a portion of the platform. What is this? Satyaj gazed curiously at the black circular platform, upon which rested a purple sword. A magic array, Lin Feng explained with a calm smile. A magic array? How can this be? Such a potent magic array, even I feel a tremor from its aura. Satyaj expressed disbelief as she observed the intricate and vast magic array. This magic array is designed to seal the Gobata dimension, Lin Feng continued, focusing on the magic array and the purple bloodsoft sword while addressing Satyaj's queries. Gobata dimension? What is that? Although Satyaj was ancient, her existence spanned merely 1,000 or 2 years, and having lived in this valley since birth, she had never heard of the Gobata dimension. The Gobata dimension is a prison for gods, a place to confine transgressing deities, Lin Feng replied, and then, without hesitation, he drew a drop of blood and directed it towards the purple bloodsoft sword. The long purple sword, covered in dust and seemingly sealed away for ages, absorbed the drop of blood as if it were a sponge, suddenly vibrating and emitting a melodious hum. The dust on its surface was entirely shaken off, revealing a strange blood-like glow that seemed to flow across the sword's surface. Feeling that the bond of blood had been successfully established, Lin Feng leaped forward, grasping the purple bloodsoft sword and pulling it free with a swift motion. Clang! The crisp sound of the sword's song echoed, resonating with boundless joy. Lin Feng knew that by drawing the purple bloodsoft sword, the Emperor Lin would soon emerge. There was no time to study the divine blade. He promptly stowed the sword within his spatial ring. Satyaj, let us go. Lin Feng charged towards the underground passage from whence they came. Bei swiftly leapt onto Lin Feng's shoulder. Though Satyaj was unaware of the unfolding events, she trusted Lin Feng's words implicitly. With a flicker of shadow, she darted out of the cave, racing down the passageway. Above the misty valley, the mist swirled, and the once soaring dragons, save for a few, had all descended to the ground, resting. Yet, without exception, they kept their distance from the small hill. The passageway beneath the hill was a forbidden zone. The dragons recalled the unfortunate human who had ventured into the forbidden ground a few days prior. Surely, that poor soul had met a grim fate. Suddenly, a dark shadow surged forth from the underground passage, racing towards the west at breakneck speed. What is that? Over 100 dragons turned their attention to the humanoid shadow. Roar! The dragons erupted into furious growls. How dare a human invade the territory of the dragon race? One by one, the massive dragons unfurled their wings in pursuit of Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng's speed was astonishing. Even the largest fire dragon could only watch as Lin Feng's figure grew increasingly distant, soon vanishing from their sight. Humph, you flying dragons, await your fate as food for Emperor Lin's offspring. Lin Feng glanced back at the dragons he had evaded, then swiftly exited the misty valley. Although the spiked ironclad dragon lacked wings like the flying dragons, having stepped into the sanctuary, she too possessed the ability to soar. She followed Lin Feng out of the valley. Within the underground cavern, the black circular platform, adorned with an intricate and mysterious magic array, began to glow gradually, as if a stream of bright silver water coursed through every line of the array, illuminating the entire structure with a blinding radiance. Boom! A deep rumble resonated, and the light of the mysterious magic array intensified, the sounds of the rumbling growing more numerous and urgent. Boom! 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 The cacophony echoed like the beating of drums. And the magic array trembled violently. Crack! The unknown material of the black circular platform suddenly fissured, forming 3 distinct cracks. As the cracks appeared, the brilliance of the magic array began to flicker, and the rumbling sound swelled, becoming increasingly fervent and rapid. Boom! 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 The sounds cascaded like a torrential downpour, and with a thunderous crash, the entire black circular platform shattered, taking the magic array with it. Waves of spatial ripples radiated outward from the point of explosion. While a group of dragons in the misty valley remained puzzled by the humanoid figure, they suddenly felt the earth tremble beneath them, a wave of unease washing over them, prompting all the dragons to unfurl their wings and take flight. In an instant, a resounding crack echoed through the valley. The surrounding area suddenly erupted, and the small hill that obstructed the underground passage was reduced to mere dust. A low, rumbling roar emanated from the depths below. Where the black circular platform once stood, the space appeared to be torn asunder, revealing a gaping chasm. From this opening, a strikingly handsome and otherworldly young man clad in a dark golden robe swiftly emerged, cradling 3 small kittens in his arms. In that moment, the young man appeared somewhat disheveled, with traces of blood staining his face. With a whoosh, the chasm vanished, leaving behind a region of unstable space, where chaotic energy swirled and dissipated. I have finally escaped, the young man exclaimed, his face alight with ecstasy as he gazed back at the tumultuous space. Ha! After so many years, I have finally fled that infernal place. A vertical scar at the center of his brow suddenly opened, revealing a golden-eyed pupil that gazed out into the world. This is indeed the Yulon continent. The enchanting youth laughed with delight, overwhelmed by the joy of his newfound freedom. Father, I'm hungry. One of the kittens in his embrace spoke. I'm hungry too, chimed in the other 2 kittens. Talking cats? Could they be sacred beasts? The young man mused. Well then, haha, there are over 100 little dragons above. You all shall feast well. He laughed heartily. The 3 kittens cheered in excitement, transforming into 3 bolts of lightning as they shot up from the ground, soaring into the sky. As they ascended, their size grew larger and larger, while the enchanting youth smiled and took a step into the misty valley above. P.S. Dear brothers, do you have the confidence to propel this book to the top 10 of the new release chart with your genius and formidable prowess? Is there anyone? Anyone? As previously mentioned, as long as we reach the top 10, I will carve out time from my sleep to write fervently, regardless of my schedule. Shortly after the commencement of the Ernst Magic Academy's term, Heilmann arrived at the academy in search of Lin Feng. At the entrance of the Ernst Academy, Heilmann paced back and forth, his brow furrowed in deep thought, clearly burdened with concerns. The management at Ernst Academy was notably strict, and as an outsider without power or influence, he lacked the qualification to enter the academy directly. After a while, Yale and Reno, both donning sky-blue robes, approached. Uncle Heilmann, you're here to find Lin Feng again? Yale greeted warmly. Heilmann had previously met Lin Feng's 3 brothers and, upon seeing Yale and Reno, immediately walked over to inquire, hello, why hasn't Lin Feng returned for the new year this time? Reno, quick to respond, joked, Uncle Heilmann, Lin Feng is dedicated to his training. He reached the level of a level 6 mage long before last year's assessments. He has since ventured back into the Beast Mountain range for further trials. He was so eager to cultivate that he didn't even participate in the year-end assessments. Instead, it was Dixie who achieved level 6 this time, and others are saying that Dixie has surpassed Lin Feng. As Lin Feng's good brother, Reno was aware that Lin Feng had long since reached the realm of a level 9 archmage, but without Lin Feng's permission, he dared not reveal such astonishing news. Should it be discovered, it would surely cause an uproar. Lin Feng isn't concerned with such trivialities. By the way, Uncle Heilmann, Lin Feng went to the Beast Mountain range in mid-April last year. He should be back soon. Is there something important you wish to convey? If so, please tell me, and I will ensure he hears it immediately, Yale said politely. Heilmann pondered for a moment, forcing a smile as he shook his head. No, nothing of great importance. It's just that Lin Feng has always returned for the new year in the past. This time, his family is worried that something may have happened, so I came to check. Rest assured, Uncle Heilmann, When the third brother returns, I will certainly ensure he goes home early to ease your worries, Yale assured him promptly. Heilman, however, shook his head. No need to urge Lin Feng to return. Let him focus on his cultivation. He can come back when he has the time. We have no significant matters in the countryside. Thank you both. I shall take my leave now. Yale and Reno watched as Heilman departed, then turned and walked away with smiles. Suddenly, a voice called out from a distance, "Young Master Yale! Young Master Yale!" Yale and Reno turned to see a carriage stopped at a distance, accompanied by 4 armored knights. Yale furrowed his brow in confusion. Who is calling for me? Oh, it's Ostoni! Yale exclaimed upon recognizing the face peeking out from the carriage window. Ostoni was the first to leap from the carriage, offering a humble smile to Yale before respectfully standing to the side. Just then, the curtain of the carriage door lifted, revealing a bald elder who slowly descended with the aid of a cane. Yale and Reno exchanged puzzled glances. Who is this old fellow? He certainly carries an air of authority, Reno whispered. Yale shook his head and replied softly, I don't know this old man either, but judging by Ostoni's demeanor, he must be someone of significance. Ostoni is a senior executive at the Pruxis Guild. After all, accompanied by Ostoni, the bald elder approached with a smile. Little Yale, greetings. I recently met with your father, and he spoke highly of you. The elder said with a warm smile that it is indeed a matter of pride for Dawson to have a son who is a mage. Yale looked at the bald elder in confusion, wondering if he truly knew his father or was simply trying to ingratiate himself. Ostoni interjected, Young Master Yale, this is the Grandmaster of the Pruxis Guild. You may address him as Grandmaster Maya. No need for that. You may call me Uncle Maya. I have known your father for several decades, the bald elder said with a gentle smile. Yale was taken aback. The Pruxis Guild was a sanctuary of art, with branches in several super cities across the Yulon continent. The Pruxis Guild in Finley City alone held an astonishing value in its collection of stone sculptures. This was merely a secondary consideration. The more crucial aspect was the status. As the Grandmaster of a sanctuary of art, Grandmaster Maya associated with the highest echelons of the Yulon continent, even befriending many sacred domain experts. Such a figure was not to be underestimated, especially considering the Pruxis Guild's formidable armed forces necessary for protecting its many precious sculptures. Uncle Maya, Yale said respectfully. Grandmaster Maya turned his gaze to Reno. And who might this be? This is my good brother, Reno, Yale introduced immediately, and Reno replied with courtesy. It is an honor to meet you, Grandmaster Maya. Grandmaster Maya nodded slightly, recognizing from Reno's demeanor that he had been well educated from a young age. Uncle Maya, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Yale asked. Though it was a question, Yale held a suspicion. It was likely regarding the stone sculpture love created by the third brother, just before the holiday at Ernst Academy. Lin Feng had not sent any sculptures for some time, prompting Ostoni to come and inquire. Upon arriving at Lin Feng's dormitory, Ostoni had chanced upon the exquisite piece. Upon seeing it, he was utterly astonished. As a senior executive of the Pruxis Guild, Ostoni possessed a discerning eye and immediately recognized that Lin Feng's work was destined to be one of the pinnacle masterpieces in the stone sculpture realm, worthy of a place among the top 10 stone sculptures. What's more, the sheer size of Lin Feng's sculpture was comparable to 5 ordinary pieces combined. Just like oil paintings, the value of stone sculptures is also related to their size. After all, a work of such vast dimensions undoubtedly required significantly more effort, and the 5 lifelike figures within the sculpture embodied a unique essence. Observing the sculpture was akin to beholding 5 real-life beauties. Throughout the entire Yulon continent, true masters of stone sculpture were exceedingly rare. The stone sculpture crafted by Lin Feng has transcended the ordinary accomplishments of renowned masters, positioning itself alongside the historical titans of stone carving such as Prux, Hopkinson, and Hoover. The contemporary figures recognized as masters of stone carving indeed produce remarkable works, imbued with a unique charm that resonates deeply. However, when juxtaposed with the likes of Prux and Hopkinson, individuals who can truly be deemed grandmasters, there remains a subtle yet discernible gap. Though this disparity may seem minimal, it fundamentally delineates the distinction in stature. The history of stone carving spans hundreds of thousands of years, with the majority of sculptures from ancient times having succumbed to the inexorable passage of time. Only a scant few exceptional pieces have persevered through the ages. Thus, among the top 10 grandmasters of stone carving, 9 exist within a time frame of a mere 100,000 years, ever since the Yulon Empire unified the continent. From the year 001 in the Yulon calendar to the present, only 2 individuals, Prux and Hopkinson, can stand alongside their predecessors. Hoover, a master from 100,000 years ago, is renowned for his singular piece, The blood-eyed Maine lion, whose unique material has ensured its enduring legacy and solidified Hoover's everlasting fame. It is only in the past 10,000 years that two grandmasters of stone carving have emerged. Notably, Prux is regarded as the most formidable of all time, with 3 of his works gracing the top 10 stone sculptures. It is essential to note that not every grandmaster possesses a piece that ranks among the top 10, as this classification is a later evaluation of the artistic merit of their sculptures. Akin to those in the top tier, the emergence of a new grandmaster in stone carving, particularly one as young as 17, is indeed astonishing, prompting the head curator of the Prux Hall to hasten from the shadows of the Dark Alliance. "There is no rush. Let us find a private room at the hotel and engage in a quiet conversation," remarked Curator Maya, exhibiting a composed demeanor. Stone carving grandmaster? Ridiculous. Ostoni possesses a keen eye, yet the art of stone carving, with its profound history, demands an exceptionally discerning perspective for a complete assessment. For instance, the representative works of stone carving masters and grandmasters alike encapsulate a unique essence, a soul. Determining whether a piece qualifies an individual to be a grandmaster of stone carving is a highly intricate matter. P.S. We have truly accomplished it. This work, as a fan fiction, has remarkably entered the top 10 of the new book rankings, a rare achievement indeed. This chapter serves as a special thank you to our readers. Hurrah! In the hotel's private room, 4 cups of tea were set before them. Curator Maya chuckled. Ostoni, upon seeing Lin Feng's piece, remarked that it rivals the top 10 stone sculptures. Huh. Does that mean we have a 17-year-old grandmaster of stone carving among us? The title of grandmaster signifies a status, a pinnacle achieved in this art form. Typically, one is referred to as a master, such as Master Prux. A stone carving grandmaster. Yale expressed surprise. I had no idea Lin Feng's sculpture was so extraordinary. As my own discerning, I may not be sufficiently refined. However, I am confident that Lin Feng's work can at least match those in your exhibition hall's master gallery. Oh, Curator Maya smiled. Having said so much, it is best we see it for ourselves. Where is this stone sculpture? May I have a glimpse? Of course, Yale responded with a smile. Even if this piece does not reach the level of the top 10 stone sculptures, I suspect it is not far off. How are your security measures? We must ensure it isn't stolen, Curator Maya advised. Rest assured, Uncle Maya, the sculpture is currently secured in a private chamber within the Waldley Hotel, under the protection of experts from my Dawson Trading Company. Furthermore, few are aware of its existence at present. You moved it to the hotel? Ostoni exclaimed, taken aback, recalling that the last time he had seen it, it was still in the dormitory. Yale smirked. I trust my close friends. But not you. Ostoni could not help but chuckle. Uncle Maya, come, let me show you, Yale said enthusiastically. The Waldley Hotel is, in fact, a property under the Dawson Trading Company, which explains why the hotel staff are aware of Yale's significance. Inside a spacious, independent room of the Waldley Hotel, there were sleeping quarters, and 3 seasoned warriors had been guarding it for days. Young Master Yale. The 3 7th-tier warriors rose respectfully. Yale smiled and nodded. Uncle Maya, please take a look. With that, he dramatically unveiled the large stone sculpture, revealing 5 exquisitely crafted female figures, each portraying a different captivating expression, some tender and endearing, others innocent and pure, some reserved and shy, while others exuded passionate allure, and yet others depicted a sense of reluctant parting. Each figure appeared almost lifelike. As Curator Maya gazed at the 5 stone sculptures, his mouth agape in astonishment. He remained captivated for an extended period. Eventually, he uttered, "Remarkable, truly remarkable." After a lengthy contemplation, Curator Maya concluded that this work is at least of master-level quality. The ability to carve 5 figures that appear so real demands an immense investment of effort. Just the time spent sculpting would likely require a 1.5 years of dedication. He understood well how labor-intensive carving is, with some masters having collapsed from exhaustion while sculpting, and even instances of artists perishing mid-work. This piece is undoubtedly a product of profound toil and sacrifice. For a mere 17-year-old to achieve such a level of artistry left Curator Maya at a loss for words. He approached the sculpture closely, examining it meticulously, deliberating on whether it could indeed be compared to the top 10 sculptures. He scrutinized every detail of the piece, titled Awakening from Dreams, as if entranced. Yale, it has been 2 full hours, said Reno, glancing at his pocket watch. Yale shook his head softly. Do not rush. Let Uncle Maya examine it thoroughly. As the head curator of the Prux Hall, he must be a descendant of Master Prux, and I trust his discerning standards are exceptionally high. I wonder what level this piece has truly attained. Reno nodded in agreement. After nearly 3 hours, Curator Maya finally straightened up, exhaling deeply. I hear this sculpture is titled Love? He inquired. Yale affirmed, yes, it was named by my brother himself. Curator Maya nodded gently and gazed at the sculpture labeled Love, exclaiming, I must say, your brother Lin Feng is undeniably a genius in the realm of stone carving, indeed comparable to Master Prux. Though his work may exhibit slight differences in technique compared to Master Prux, in terms of the soul of the piece, it is absolutely on par. Technique? Yale questioned. Curator Maya replied, indeed, yet this piece does possess minor flaws. But it equally boasts astonishing strengths. The shortcomings lie in the handling of certain contours and gentle curves, yet overall, Lin Feng's work is remarkably cohesive, achieving a visual effect that can match several of Master Prux's pieces. Most importantly, this sculpture is of considerable size. Curator Maya reflected, a piece meant to endure through time must be crafted with immense dedication. A single misstep could jeopardize the entire work. To sculpt a single human figure is an extraordinary feat. Yet Lin Feng has managed to create 5. What is most admirable is that each of these 5 figures possesses its own soul, yet they all convey a unified essence. If my intuition serves me correctly, your brother Lin Feng must have experienced a profound love affair to produce such art. With Curator Maya's discerning eye, the meaning behind the 5 sculptures was apparent. Love, he mused, to have carved such a piece is truly remarkable. Curator Maya could not help but express his admiration once more. Curator Maya, what do you think my brother Lin Feng's work is truly worth? Can it compete with Master Prux's creations? Reno inquired. Curator Maya furrowed his brow. Truthfully, I find myself uncertain. Allow me to put it this way. The carving skill of this piece can only be deemed master level, yet in terms of coherence, it rivals that of Master Prux. However, there is one distinctive aspect. The carving style is remarkably crisp and decisive. Collectively, the 5 stone sculptures form a perfect whole. The style of carving is unique and unprecedented. I have neither heard of nor seen anything like it before. Director Maya exclaimed in admiration. Yale eagerly inquired, Uncle Maya, what level does this piece belong to? Director Maya replied with a hint of resignation, I cannot say for certain. According to traditional evaluation methods, this work should be classified as a masterpiece. At the very least, its unique ethereal quality is indisputable. The sculptor's technique has undeniably conveyed that essence. Traditional evaluation methods? Yale and Reno exchanged puzzled glances at Director Maya. Nodding, Director Maya explained, traditional appraisal methods have been universally recognized for countless years. However, I feel that Lin Feng's piece, when observed, is remarkably flawless. It exhibits no discernible shortcomings. The existence of stone sculpture is inherently meant for admiration, and the effectiveness of that admiration determines everything. One could argue that Lin Feng may not be a master sculptor. Yet the value of this piece is likely to be exceedingly high, potentially rivaling the top 10 stone sculptures. Director Maya chuckled. The notion of not being a master sculptor while still producing a work that could enter the top 10 stone sculptures is indeed an unprecedented anomaly. Yet, Director Maya had to concede that such an occurrence was quite plausible. Yale and Reno nodded in agreement. This is, in fact, a drawback of the flat chisel technique. Relying solely on a flat chisel for creating smoothly flowing curves cannot compare to using specialized tools. Lin Feng's results with the flat chisel may rival those of a typical stone sculptor, but when compared to a master, there are certainly deficiencies in his brushwork. Nevertheless, the flat chisel technique possesses its advantages. For instance, in terms of continuity. While others frequently change tools, the flat chisel sculptor must integrate their spirit with the essence of the earth and sky, which can enhance their mental fortitude. And what of Lin Feng himself? Director Maya inquired. Yale shook his head. He is, after all, a mage, and most of his time is devoted to cultivation. He should still be in the Monster Mountain range undergoing rigorous training. I cannot say when he will return. Then, Yale, could you promise on Lin Feng's behalf that the Pruxis Gallery may sell this piece? Director Maya proposed. Absolutely not, Yale firmly replied. Without the approval of the third brother, I cannot make such a decision. Moreover, this piece embodies the unwavering love between him and Delia. It is truly a symbol of their affection that I believe the third brother would never part with it. Director Maya frowned and continued. What of the exhibition? Surely, it would not pose a problem for the Pruxis Gallery to showcase it, considering that all of Lin Feng's previous stone sculptures were exhibited and sold through our gallery. Yale was acutely aware of the significance this work held for Lin Feng. Whether Lin Feng would agree to display it remained uncertain, and he did not wish to put Lin Feng in a difficult position. No, I am only responsible for its safekeeping. As for the exhibition or sale, we shall wait until the third brother returns, Yale stated resolutely. As dusk approached, the setting sun cast its golden rays across the land. And Lin Feng, clad in a dark green robe adorned with a hint of bloodstains, arrived at the gates of Ernst Academy, with Bebe perched on his shoulder. Following closely behind was a small creature resembling a half-meter-long little tiger. This little tiger was none other than the spiky-backed armored dragon Satyas, who, at Lin Feng's insistence, had reduced his size, retracting his spines to resemble an actual small tiger. Finally, he had returned. Upon seeing Ernst Academy, Lin Feng felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. Ernst Academy and the Monster Mountain Range were entirely contrasting realms. Here, no one dared to commit wanton violence, and the atmosphere was delightful. In stark contrast, the Monster Mountain Range was a world dominated by beasts, where the strong prevailed and the weak were eliminated. With the specter of slaughter ever present, it's Lin Feng, the gatekeeper of Ernst Academy, recognizing the renowned figure of the academy, did not impede his entry. Lin Feng nodded slightly to the guard before stepping into Ernst Academy. As he walked along the academy's pathways, numerous students, on their way to class, began whispering amongst themselves upon spotting Lin Feng. It's Lin Feng. Look, there's blood on him. He must have just returned from the Monster Mountain Range. I heard he went there last year and didn't even participate in the year-end assessment. He's been gone for 10 months. What an impressive feat. Dixie reached the level of a 6th-grade mage during last year's assessment. Yet Lin Feng did not take the test. Hearing their murmurs, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Dixie has returned. Then Delia should have returned as well. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng promptly changed his direction toward the 6th-grade wind magic classroom. It was currently the time for wind magic class, and Lin Feng knew that as long as he did not disrupt, the diligent and studious Delia would be present. Arriving outside the classroom, Lin Feng peered through the window and indeed saw Delia seated in the front row, attentively listening to the instructor explain the principles of Roar of the Wind. After a year and a half of absence, Delia had matured considerably. Now 16, the youthful innocence on her face had been replaced by the allure of adolescence. Her long golden hair framed a sweet and exquisite visage, making her an extraordinary beauty. Coupled with her natural affinity for wind magic, her prolonged connection with the elemental forces added an ethereal quality to her presence. Gazing at the beloved figure so engrossed in her studies, Lin Feng momentarily lost himself in admiration. Is that Lin Feng, the academy's prodigy? A sudden exclamation jolted Lin Feng back to reality. It was a female student seated next to Delia who, upon catching sight of Lin Feng, could not contain her surprise. Lin Feng? Hearing his name, Delia immediately turned her head, and upon seeing Lin Feng standing outside, his robust figure and familiar, handsome face, Lin Feng offered a slight smile as he entered the classroom. Politely bowing to the astonished instructor, "My apologies for being late, Professor, and no problem," the instructor stammered in response. Although he was Lin Feng's mentor, he felt a genuine admiration for the academy's top talent, in the 6th-grade magic class he taught. Apart from Delia, the youngest students were already in their 20s, and he himself, nearing the age of maturity, had only just attained the rank of an 8th-level magic master. Lin Feng approached the girl who had just exclaimed, smiling as he asked, "May I sit in your place?" Of course, the girl immediately shifted over, offering her seat next to Delia to Lin Feng. She had long heard the rumors of Lin Feng and Delia as a couple. The spectacle of Lin Feng publicly confessing his love for Delia 8 years ago had become a widely circulated tale throughout the academy, known to anyone with even a hint of gossip. Is he really Lin Feng? How handsome, and he speaks so gently. Throughout the ensuing half of the class, the girl found herself lost in daydreams, as did many of the other girls in the class. Lin Feng settled beside Delia, gesturing for the instructor to continue the lesson, then turned to gaze intently at Delia, disregarding whether his actions might distract the students seated behind them. Delia, naturally more reserved, felt her cheeks flush under Lin Feng's unabashed gaze, nearly overwhelmed with embarrassment, yet internally she was filled with joy and sweetness. During their year and a half apart, Delia had spent every moment longing for Lin Feng, leaving her no focus for training. This was the direct reason why her strength had not progressed in the slightest, remaining at the pinnacle of the 6th level. Suddenly, Delia felt her hand, resting beneath the desk, being grasped. Startled, she did not resist, her already flushed face growing even warmer. "Big brother, Bebe, look down on you. You've forgotten your brother now that you have a wife. I'm so pitiful," Bebe's voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. "Go find somewhere cool to stay. Can't you see I'm reuniting with your sister-in-law?" Lin Feng retorted, "Take Satyas to the dormitory first. I'll join you after class." after 10 minutes of the instructor's efforts to teach. Noticing that the student's attention had shifted entirely to Lin Feng, he reluctantly announced that the remainder of the session would be self-study. The allure of the academy's prodigy far surpassed the instructor's authority, especially for a talent so rarely seen, further piquing the curiosity of the students. His mentor being with Lin Feng would naturally lead to him being completely overlooked when the class bell rang. Lin Feng immediately took Dilila's hand and dashed out of the classroom. Upon reaching a secluded corner, Dillila could no longer contain herself and collapsed into Lin Feng's embrace, softly sobbing, "Lin Feng, I never want to be apart from you again." Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle bitterly to himself. Those words had originally been spoken by him to Dillila, and now they were echoed back to him. But could he truly make that promise? No. He had a vendetta yet to be settled, and not long ago, he had released D. Lin. If all went as it did in the original story, the day of destruction orchestrated by D. Lin would inevitably come to pass. At that time, if Dillila remained here, it would be exceedingly perilous, and Lin Feng could not allow her to stay. I may not be able to. Lin Feng struggled internally for a moment, but ultimately decided that it was time to be forthright. Some truths needed to be shared with Dillila. Why? Dillila gazed at Lin Feng with tear-filled eyes. "Oh, you not love me anymore?" Lin Feng could distinctly feel Dillila's delicate form shudder at her words. He quickly reassured her, "Never. Until the mountains crumble and the heavens collapse, I dare not sever our bond." "Then, why?" Dillila cautiously pressed. "There are matters I cannot clarify with you at this moment, but in due time, you will understand. Just know this. You will forever be the love of my heart." Lin Feng whispered tenderly into Dillila's ear. Hearing this, Dillila's heart finally found solace. "Come, Dillila, let me show you something." Lin Feng took her hand and headed towards the 1987 dormitory. Upon arriving at the 1987 dormitory, they found Yale, George, and Reno already gathered there. As brothers reunited, a flurry of banter ensued, and of course, Lin Feng found himself the target of playful jests due to Dillila's presence. "Third brother, you brought Dillila here to show her that stone sculpture of yours, didn't you?" Yale teased, looking at Lin Feng with a grin. "Oh, keep it a surprise for my sister-in-law. I had to maintain strict confidentiality about it beforehand." "What stone sculpture?" Dillila, piqued by Yale's words, quickly inquired. "This sculpture is remarkable. If you see it, you will surely be astonished. But as for what it is, you'll have to wait until you see it for yourself." Yale replied, still smiling. "All right, big brother, stop teasing Dillila. Where is that stone sculpture? Lead us to it." Lin Feng glanced at the eager Dillila and addressed Yale at the Walled Lay Hotel. The moment Dillila laid eyes on the stone sculpture titled Love, she was utterly awestruck. From this piece, she could feel the depth of Lin Feng's affection for her, so intense and fervent. Dillila stood transfixed, gazing at the 5 exquisitely crafted representations of herself, each sculpture imbued with a unique essence. As she beheld this artwork, her mind involuntarily drifted back to countless memories shared with Lin Feng, their first encounter in the first-year magic class, Lin Feng's mischievous smile directed at her, and their embrace amidst the monster mountain, whispering sweet nothings to each other. These vivid memories enveloped Dillila, rendering her momentarily speechless. She had never anticipated that such a breathtaking sculpture could be based on her. Lin Feng. Dillila was profoundly moved, yet at a loss for words to articulate her feelings. After taking a deep breath, she slowly asked, "What is the name of this sculpture?" "Love. It is called Love? Is this what love truly is?" Dillila whispered to herself, and in that moment, she finally comprehended her own heart. The longing she had felt all along was indeed love. Suddenly, she felt a surge of enlightenment. Her spirit revitalized, and her long-stagnant mental strength soared, propelling her past the pinnacle of level 6 and into level 7, only stopping at the peak of that leveled a Saint Realm Mage. Lin Feng could certainly sense Dillila's transformation. He was astonished that merely viewing this sculpture had elevated her mental prowess by an entire tier. Her perceptiveness rivaled his own. "Congratulations, Dillila." Lin Feng genuinely rejoiced at her breakthrough at just 16. Dillila had already reached the pinnacle of a level 7 mage at this rate. With her diligence, reaching the Saint Realm would not be an insurmountable task. Dillila would finally escape the fate foretold in the original story, which involved refining divine essence to attain godhood. "I love you, Lin Feng." Dillila nestled tenderly into Lin Feng's embrace. Meanwhile, Yale, George, and Reno, who had been left in the background, remained oblivious to the recent exchange and assumed Dillila and Lin Feng were simply expressing their deep affection for one another. All right, Lin Feng, how mushy can you get? We 3 single fellows are still here." You and your sister-in-law should consider our feelings too. Reno, unable to bear it any longer, finally interjected, breaking the romantic atmosphere between Lin Feng and Delilah. Lin Feng and Delilah exchanged awkward glances, having genuinely forgotten about Yale and the others. In the private room of the Waldley Hotel, Lin Feng, Yale, George, and Reno casually sat along the length of a rectangular table, with Delilah nestled beside Lin Feng. The table was adorned with a dozen exquisite dishes, accompanied by an ample selection of fruit and fine spirits. The four brothers were currently sipping fruit wine and discussing recent events. Lin Feng, you should have gone to the Monster Mountain after the year-end test last year. Dixie finally reached the level 6 mage threshold, yet you didn't even participate in the test. Some say you're not as capable as Dixie, but only we few know that you had already attained the level 6 mage realm. Reno remarked with discontent. Lin Feng took a sip of fruit wine and smiled faintly. Level 6 mage. As a Saint Realm mage, he had long forgotten the sensations associated with being a level 6 mage. Since stepping into the realm of carving, his mental prowess had skyrocketed at an astonishing rate, a growth that would overwhelm any ordinary mage. Fourth brother, you know third brother doesn't care about such things. If he did, he wouldn't skip the annual competition every year. Yale chuckled. By the way, third brother, your Uncle Hillman visited the school at the start of this semester. Lin Feng paused and looked at Yale, immediately inquiring, Uncle Hillman, what was the purpose of his visit? Though he posed the question, Lin Feng secretly speculated that it might be related to his father's passing. Choosing to spend the new year in the Monster Mountains was a form of avoidance for him. He feared that if he remained at the academy, he might not be able to resist intervening at the Palin Duke's manor to stop his father from meeting his end. He certainly did not wish for his father to die. Yet he also did not want him to endure a painful existence. Caught in this conflict of thoughts, Lin Feng opted for avoidance or, perhaps, to let things unfold naturally. Nothing much, probably just worried since you didn't return for the new year. Yale casually replied. Oh, and there's something I must tell you. On the day your Uncle Hillman arrived, the Grand Director of the Pruxis Pavilion also came to see you, specifically regarding your stone sculpture, love. Lin Feng gasped in surprise. The Grand Director? How did he know about my sculpture, love? At this moment, Reno sheepishly added, this is all my fault. When Yale sent someone to bring your sculpture back from the back mountain, I thought no one knew of its value, so I placed it in the dormitory for occasional admiration. I never imagined that Ostoni would find you and happen upon your sculpture, love, which led him to inform Director Maya about its existence. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Lin Feng, the Grand Director wants you to auction this sculpture, love. If not for auction, he wishes to exhibit it at the Pruxis Pavilion. Will you agree? Yale looked at Lin Feng expectantly. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng shook his head. Auctioning love was out of the question. As for the exhibition at the Pruxis Pavilion, it would depend on Delilah's wishes. Lin Feng turned his gaze to Delilah, awaiting her decision. Yale and the others also shifted their attention to Delilah, eager to hear her thoughts. Delilah lifted her gaze, meeting Lin Feng's eyes, but found nothing discernible there. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly said, allowing it to be exhibited is fine. It would also enhance Lin Feng's reputation in the realm of sculpture. In truth, Delia's willingness to exhibit the stone sculpture love carries a deeper significance. This sculpture profoundly encapsulates the affection shared between Lin Feng and herself. Anyone with a semblance of sanity can discern the overwhelming love Lin Feng harbors for her within this artwork. It can be asserted that once this sculpture is unveiled to the public, their romance will be entirely exposed, with the entire world becoming the matchmaker for their union. Given this, I shall promptly dispatch someone to contact Director Maya and arrange for the exhibition of love, Yale declared without hesitation. At Ernst Academy, on a tranquil pathway, Lin Feng and Delia strolled hand in hand, basking in the moonlight. Delia, you have now attained the status of a 7th-level sorceress. You are entirely eligible to apply for graduation. Lin Feng remarked abruptly. Delia turned her head, gazing at Lin Feng with a look of confusion, uncertain as to why he had suddenly broached this subject. Soon, you should apply for graduation and return to the Yulan Empire alongside your brother. Dixie, Lin Feng sighed. Although he was reluctant to part ways with Delia so soon after their reunion, he felt he had no other choice. Despite having entered the sacred realm, he could not guarantee Delia's absolute safety during the day of destruction. Furthermore, he was poised to commence his revenge plan during this interval. While it might not be realistic to eradicate the Holy See with his current strength, eliminating the Golden Lion Clyde and his brother, Duke Patterson, was certainly within reach. No, I want to stay by your side unless you come with me to the Yulan Empire, Delia insisted stubbornly, not wanting to part with Lin Feng again. Be good. Listen to me. Once I wrap up matters here, I will visit you in the Yulan Empire, at which point I shall formally propose to your family. Lin Feng gently stroked Delia's golden locks. After the exhibition of the sculpture love concludes, you may take it with you. It shall serve as my betrothal gift to you. Is there anything significant you still need to accomplish here? Can't you finish your tasks and come with me? Delia pressed on. Lin Feng gazed up at the bright moon and softly replied, Revenge. Revenge. Delia trembled at his words, astonished. Who are you seeking vengeance against? On whom? Having spent considerable time with Lin Feng, she had a general understanding of his family circumstances. Even delving into the history of the Baruch family using her own family's resources, she knew that Lin Feng was a scion of the Dragon Blood warrior clan, that his mother, Lina, had died during childbirth, and that his father still resided in Wushan town. Beyond that, Lin Feng had one remaining close relative, Walton Baruch, who was currently studying in the O'Brien Empire. Shaking his head, Lin Feng chuckled softly. You need not concern yourself with these matters. When we meet again, I will tell you everything in detail. All right? Though Delia yearned to know and understand everything about Lin Feng, she recognized that he must have his reasons for withholding such information. Ever since she encountered the sculpture love, her doubts regarding Lin Feng's affections for her had entirely dissipated. After bidding farewell to Delia and having arranged matters with the lower Satyas, Lin Feng returned to his dormitory. Hey, third brother, are you back from your romantic escapade? George teased, his keen eyes catching sight of Lin Feng's return. That's just the thrill of a brief separation feeling like a new marriage. I truly envy this single life of mine. Reno feigned a sigh, lamenting his own lack of romantic prospects despite being a fourth-level sorcerer with decent looks. All right, second brother, fourth brother, cease your jesting at Lin Feng's expense, Yale interjected, approaching Lin Feng. Third brother. I just contacted Director Maya and learned that you are willing to exhibit the stone sculpture love at the Plaxis Gallery. Director Maya immediately stated that there would be no exhibition fees charged. They are offering it entirely free of charge. They will also establish a special exhibition hall in the Plaxis Gallery specifically for your sculpture love. Hee, Yale, you need only handle this matter. Lin Feng smiled nonchalantly. Pausing for a moment before continuing, there is something I must inform you all. Seeing Lin Feng's serious demeanor, Yale, George, and Reno focused intently. I plan to apply for graduation in the coming days, Lin Feng stated with difficulty. Graduation signified leaving Ernst Academy and parting from his three close brothers. Lin Feng had entered Ernst Academy at the age of 9, and now at 17, he had spent 8 years there. The bonds forged during these 8 formative years were genuine and devoid of ulterior motives. Lin Feng was reluctant to leave his brothers behind. However, life demanded that he carve out a path for himself. He could not remain ensconced in the ivory tower forever, leading a leisurely existence. Moreover, he had a vendetta to address, and applying for graduation was only a matter of time. Graduation. Yale, George, and Reno were taken aback. Yale was the first to recover, exclaiming, Third brother, why the rush to graduate? What good is it to leave Ernst Academy? Aren't we better off together? Besides, life at Ernst Academy is far more tranquil than the outside world. George and Reno quickly chimed in with their encouragements. Lin Feng shook his head. No, we cannot hide within Ernst Academy, avoiding the outside world forever. By the way, third brother, have you stepped into the sacred realm after your recent trials in the Monster Mountain Range? Yale suddenly recalled that Lin Feng's second venture into the Monster Mountain Range was to achieve a breakthrough into the sacred realm. Now that Lin Feng had returned, perhaps he had indeed succeeded. While entering the sacred realm was no easy feat, Yale had faith in his brother's innate talent. With no need to conceal the truth from his brothers, Lin Feng admitted directly, Indeed, I stepped into the sacred realm 6 months ago and became a sacred sorcerer. Sacred sorcerer? Yale and the others were utterly stunned, as if struck by lightning. A prodigy like Dixie had only reached the 6th-level sorcerer at the age of 16. To achieve the rank of sacred sorcerer required immense dedication. Hundreds of years might not suffice. Yet Lin Feng was merely 17. Third brother, you truly claimed to have reached the rank of sacred sorcerer. Yale found it almost impossible to believe, although he had harbored suspicions and trusted Lin Feng's prowess. The contrast between imagination and reality was stark. When confronted with the undeniable truth, he found it hard to accept. Third brother, you mustn't be deceiving us, George added, equally skeptical. Reno merely stared at Lin Feng. Silent and contemplative on Lin Feng's shoulder, Bei Bei squawked in indignation, baring its teeth at Yale and the others, clearly expressing its discontent. Boss, these 3 fellows actually doubt you. Boss, let us give them a taste of a meteor shower. Lin Feng shot a glance at Bei Bei. Bei Bei, cease your antics to feigning injury. Bei Bei shot Lin Feng a reproachful look and fell silent. This Bei Bei's performance skills are increasingly impressive, Lin Feng mused with a silent chuckle. Then turned his attention back to his three close brothers. Yale, I was fortunate to have broken through unexpectedly. Otherwise, given another 10 years, I might not have managed it. Lin Feng's words were somewhat self-deprecating. A breakthrough was a breakthrough. There was no element of luck involved. It was merely a matter of timing. In truth, the reason for Lin Feng's rapid advancement, far surpassing even the so-called first magical genius of Ernst Academy. Dixie lay not only in his diligent practice and study of the art of knife carving under Delancowit, but also in the fact that he was a transmigrator, having lived for 20 years on Earth. Coupled with his 9 years in the world of Panlong, Lin Feng's mental maturity was akin to that of a man nearing 30. His experiences far surpassed those of a mere 17-year-old like Dixie. And even some ancient beings who had spent centuries in seclusion would not possess as rich a background. After all, during his 2 decades on Earth, he had undergone a rigorous education from kindergarten to university, acquiring knowledge that far outstripped what could be gleaned in this information-deprived world. All these factors combined had forged Lin Feng into a prodigy that might not emerge even across countless dimensions. Yale, George, and Reno understood Lin Feng's character. They knew he was not one to fabricate stories. Third brother, you truly have achieved this, George inquired softly. Lin Feng nodded slightly, then waved his hand, sending ripples of pale blue energy cascading over Yale and the others. Simultaneously, they felt as if their bodies were ensnared in a quagmire, finding it difficult to move even slightly. With another wave of his hand, the pale blue ripples vanished, restoring their ability to move. How about that? Now do you believe? Lin Feng offered a slight smile and explained, as soon as one steps into the sacred domain, they gain some degree of control over the surrounding space. I have entered the sacred domain as a wind elementalist, thus I possess a modicum of understanding regarding the laws of the universe pertaining to the wind element, enabling me to influence those very laws. Just moments ago, I utilized the power of the wind laws to confine the space around you. Old 3, you have truly attained the rank of a sacred mage. How could this be possible? But what about just now? George was the first to exclaim in a hushed tone. A 17-year-old sacred mage? Good heavens, has there ever been such a remarkable genius in the history of Yulon continent? Reynolds added, his excitement palpable. Yale gazed at Lin Feng with bright eyes, saying, I can't help but anticipate the reactions of the Academy officials during your graduation assessment. Lin Feng had always adhered to a principle of modesty. Otherwise, he would not have merely displayed his talents in the wind and earth elements during the magical aptitude test, though he planned to make a name for himself this time to facilitate his future quest for vengeance. He would not reveal all his cards. For tomorrow's graduation assessment, I shall only showcase my prowess at the 7th level of magic, Lin Feng stated decisively. Why? Reynolds was the first to voice his confusion. However, the more mature Yale and George nodded knowingly upon hearing Lin Feng's words. The following morning, at a frequently used open space of Ernst Magic Academy, over 30 magic instructors gathered. In truth, only 4 mages were needed for the graduation assessment. Yet the instructors, having little to do, came to witness Lin Feng's graduation application. Generally, students would reach the 6th level of magic after studying for some time in the 6th grade before applying for graduation, thereby negating the need for further assessments. Thus, graduation assessments were rather rare. Among the 30 or so magic instructors were Yale, George, and Reynolds. Additionally, the Academy's vice president, Delante, had come out of curiosity, stating, one of our Academy's 2 great geniuses is applying for graduation. I must see this for myself. Lin Feng, please demonstrate the Earth Element Spell Earth Spike Formation. Based on the size of the spikes and the formation's range, we can ascertain your magical level, one of the testing mages suggested. If you reach the 6th level, you can naturally graduate. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. The surrounding magic instructors were filled with bewilderment, and Vice President Delante urged, Lin Feng, are you not applying for graduation? Why not demonstrate an Earth Element spell? I wish to use a Wind Element spell, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Delante and the others chuckled, aware that Lin Feng was adept in both wind and earth elements. However, the primary focus of the assessment was to evaluate mental strength, which could be determined regardless of the element demonstrated. Then go ahead, they encouraged, their eyes fixed on Lin Feng. Lin Feng promptly began to silently chant the incantation for the 7th level spell flight. After a brief moment, currents of air began to swirl around him, and he suddenly levitated, gliding gracefully through the air, twisting, diving, and soaring at high speeds. Flight, the spell of flight. The 30 or so magic instructors were momentarily taken aback. Fully aware of the level associated with such a spell, a 17-year-old 7th-level dual-element mage, Vice President Delante instantly realized the implications. The long-quiet Ernst Magic Academy would likely not remain tranquil for some time. A 7th-level dual-element mage was already formidable within the realm of Yulon Continent. But when one factors in the additional detail of being just 17, the significance shifts entirely. A 7th-level dual-element mage might not attract the attention of the Church of Light. Considering the plethora of strong individuals on the continent, however, a 17-year-old 7th-level dual-element mage would surely incite envy from any faction on the continent. Genius, genius, Vice President Delante exclaimed. His excitement palpable. The surrounding magic instructors were equally astonished. Fully comprehending what a 17-year-old 7th-level dual-element mage represented, a miracle, at least for Ernst Magic Academy. Yes, yes, Yale, Reynolds, and George chuckled, having eagerly anticipated witnessing the expressions of the magic instructors, though Delante's prowess did not rank among the top 3 at Ernst Magic Academy. He had weathered many storms and soon regained his composure, being the first to approach Lin Feng. Lin Feng, do you understand what it means to be a 7th-level mage at the age of 17? 17 years old, Delante marveled. You are the youngest in our academy's history to reach the 7th level of magic, ranking first historically. The previous record was held by a genius who attained the 7th level at 19 and later became a sacred mage. An elderly silver-haired gentleman approached, as well, that if we disregard the history of Ernst Magic Academy, you would still rank second in the documented history of the entire Yulon continent regarding the age of attaining the 7th level of magic. The history of the Yulon continent is far broader and older, making comparisons with our academy somewhat trivial. Second place in history, Lin Feng chuckled inwardly, dismissing such accolades as inconsequential if the news of his attainment of the sacred domain were to surface. These 30 or so instructors would likely be overwhelmed with shame. The record for the youngest 7th-level mage in Yulon Continent's history belongs to a sacred mage who achieved it over 8,000 years ago at the age of 16. The previous second-place holder, now third, attained the 7th level at 18 but ultimately reached only the 9th level. This was tied to his subsequent hardships that altered his temperament. It can be stated that, excluding Lin Feng, 6 out of the top 10 historical geniuses were sacred mages, while 4 became 9th-level grand mages. Generally, 7th-level mages are honored as great mages, 8th-level mages as mages, and 9th-level mages as grand mages. While sacred mages are also referred to as sacred mages or sacred sorcerers, with your aptitude, it is absolutely feasible for you to become a 9th-level grand mage. All you require is time. Should you continue your diligent training, the prospect of achieving the sacred domain is exceedingly high, especially given that you are now the second youngest 7th-level mage in history, the silver-haired elder solemnly remarked. Lin Feng, you are the most successful student in our academy's history. Please ensure you remain on campus for the next couple of days. I shall arrange for the finest artist and sculptor to create your portrait and statue. Preserving your likeness within our academy, Vice President Delante declared promptly. This was indeed a matter of pride for the entire Yulon continent, considering Lin Feng was the second greatest genius in its history. Lin Feng recognized this as a deserved honor, or perhaps one could say obligation. The greatest genius in Ernst Magic Academy's history and the second greatest in the entirety of Yulon continent, having reached the remarkable feat of being a 7th-level dual-element mage at merely 17 years of age. This astonishing news spread rapidly throughout Ernst Magic Academy. A 7th-level dual-element mage, at just 17. How is this possible? There could be no doubt. The presence of so many magic instructors and Vice President Delante's preparations for Lin Feng's portrait ensured the authenticity of the achievement. Good heavens, a 7th-level mage at 17 at this rate. He could attain the 8th level in 10 years and the 9th level in 20. He could very well become a 9th-level grand mage by his 40s, and perhaps even a sacred mage before the age of 100. I just perused the library's records. Apart from Lin Feng, 6 of the top 10 historical geniuses were sacred mages, while 4 were 9th-level grand mages. Lin Feng, you are truly extraordinary. Such discussions permeated the halls of Ernst Magic Academy. If a student's achievements slightly surpassed others, envy might brew, but Lin Feng's accomplishments were on an entirely different plane. However, when a student's achievements reach a level that inspires awe, ranking second in the entire history of the Yulon continent, the admiration they receive is often tinged with reverence. In their hearts, Lin Feng's future accomplishments are undoubtedly limitless, and they feel themselves utterly incomparable. Initially, some proclaimed Dixie to be the Academy's foremost genius. But now that sentiment has vanished, there is no doubt that Lin Feng stands as the Academy's brightest talent, indeed the absolute genius in the 5,000-year history of Ernst Magic Academy. Dixie, now merely a 6th-level magician, faces an uncertain future in his pursuit of the 7th level. Upon hearing the news brought by his sister Delia, who had just concluded her meditation, Dixie fell into silence, having achieved the 6th level. He had finally felt a semblance of balance. Yet this new information plunged him into an abyss of despair. Lin Feng's progress was astoundingly rapid, even with all his efforts to catch up. He found himself increasingly distanced from Lin Feng. "Brother," Delia called softly, her voice laced with concern for her sibling. She understood well that her brother had always been exceedingly proud, cold towards others, and held himself to rigorous standards. He had never accepted being surpassed by anyone, but since Lin Feng's swift ascent from a 4th level to a 5th-level magician, her brother had begun to feel threatened. He had worked diligently, achieving the 6th level last year. Yet Lin Feng, do not worry, I am fine. Dixie slowly shook his head. Delia, I suddenly feel as though I am of little use in the academy. I am considering applying for graduation and returning to my empire. Back to my family. Delia was taken aback. She had not anticipated her brother's genuine desire to return to the empire. Remembering Lin Feng's words, she immediately replied, "Brother, in a few days, I will also apply for graduation and return to the family with you." Dixie looked at his sister with confusion, a hint of surprise in his voice. "Are you not going to follow Lin Feng? He has his own matters to attend to. I do not wish to be overly constrained by him." Delia replied, her cheeks flushing as she shyly added, "He said that once he finishes his business, he will propose to my family in the Yulan Empire. In an independent suite at the Huada Hotel, which comprised 4 rooms and 2 halls. Lin Feng and his 3 brothers resided. Since the news of Lin Feng attaining the 7th-level magician status spread, dormitory number 1987 had become a hub of activity. A multitude of visitors came to pay their respects, compelling Lin Feng to retreat to the Huada Hotel, which boasted a formidable background that deterred others. "You truly are astonishing, not merely exceptional, but extraordinary," Yale exclaimed. Lin Feng offered a serene smile. Currently, the Baluk family remained quite weak. If they wished to rise swiftly, revealing Lin Feng's strength as a 7th-level magician was undoubtedly the fastest route. A 17-year-old dual-element 7th-level magician would attract invitations from various factions, and the conditions offered would be exceedingly favorable. This way, Lin Feng's future prospects would be greatly enhanced. He understood that reputation, status, and identity are also forms of power, and they can be exceedingly formidable. A person may lack magical prowess and not be a warrior, yet possessing a distinguished identity, a resounding reputation, or a lofty status can still lead one to ruin. For instance, an emperor may possess no cultivation, yet he can easily dictate the life and death of an entire nation. Lin Feng, meanwhile, sought not only revenge but also to reclaim his family's ancestral blade, slaughter. Without a notable reputation, he might have to expend millions of gold coins to procure it from the Lucas family, and perhaps they would not even be willing to sell. However, with the title of the 2nd genius in the history of the Yulan continent accompanying him, the approach to reclaiming his family's heirloom would be vastly different. Even if the other party did not willingly present it, they would not dare to extort him, nor would they be reluctant to part with it. This is the advantage of having a prominent reputation. Additionally, Lin Feng had another motive for seeking fame: to draw closer to his enemies, the Golden Lion Clyde and Patterson. Although with his current strength he could easily slay the two, the prerequisite was to approach them first. While he could choose to storm into the royal palace and eliminate Clyde, he had to consider his escape route. After all, this was the sacred capital of the Radiant Church, and the headquarters of the Radiant Temple was in close proximity to the royal palace. Should he charge in, he might not even find Clyde before the Radiant Church's powerful figures arrived. If he were to replicate the scene from the original story where Lin Feng was captured, it would be a tragedy. With nearly 10 months remaining until the Millennium Yulan Festival, if he were captured and subsequently found incapable of transforming into a divine pet, he might not survive to witness the day of destruction. Thus, while Lin Feng's strength now surpassed that of the original Lin Feng, to ensure a foolproof revenge, he must exercise restraint. Old Third, I shall not conceal this from you. The Dawson Chamber of Commerce, one of the 3 major commercial associations on the continent, is my family. Yale looked at Lin Feng, genuinely hoping that Lin Feng would join the Dawson Chamber of Commerce, the 2nd genius in the history of the Yulan continent. Such an individual would undoubtedly rise to a high position within the chamber, which would significantly benefit Yale's standing within his family. The Dawson Chamber of Commerce, Raynaud was the first to exclaim, "Wow, Yale, While I knew you belonged to the Dawson family, there are many families named Dawson. I never expected you to be from the Dawson Chamber of Commerce. The Dawson Chamber of Commerce? That is truly incredibly wealthy. George chimed in. Yale, I beg your pardon, but I currently have no intention of joining any faction. Lin Feng replied with a calm demeanor. He understood that while Yale was eager for him to join the Dawson Chamber of Commerce, he would not pressure him, so Lin Feng felt no hesitation in declining. Since that is the case, I shall not insist. Yale smiled. Whenever you decide to join a faction, I hope you will consider the Dawson Chamber of Commerce first. I cannot guarantee much else, but if you join us, financial resources will never be a problem. At least 100 million gold coins will be assured. 100 million gold coins. George, Raynaud, and the others were taken aback. Such a sum represented an astronomical fortune. The combined assets of the wealthiest family in the Finley Kingdom might not even reach that amount. However, Lin Feng regarded this with indifference. He sought only to reach the pinnacle of cultivation and find a path home. Wealth held little allure for him. Had this been before his transmigration, he would have been driven mad by such a figure, but now it meant nothing to him. No amount of money could compare to the concept of home. Old Third. Let me tell you, in the Yulan continent, aside from the other two major chambers, the four great empires, and the two alliances, it is unlikely that anyone could produce such a sum of gold in one go. As for those kingdoms, Yale stated with certainty, the four great empires and the two alliances all possess their own powerful figures. However, maintaining large armies and sustaining entire nations meant that while they were wealthy, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to produce 100 million gold coins all at once. Such a decision would require extensive internal discussions. They would not do so for someone who was not even a peak powerhouse. Only the three major chambers possessed terrifying wealth. While their military strength was formidable, it paled in comparison to the four great empires and the two alliances, making their need for super experts membership even more urgent. Suddenly, a loud knocking interrupted the conversation. Yale furrowed his brow and went over to open the door. Did I not say not to disturb us? The manager of the Huada Hotel awkwardly replied. Young Master Yale, the cardinal of the Radiant Church, accompanied by 3 white-robed priests and a knightly order from the temple, has arrived outside the hotel. Yale was taken aback. The cardinal, second only to the Pope within the Radiant Church. The status of each cardinal surpassed that of a king from any kingdom. The cardinal's personal arrival with a retinue was not something a mere young master of the Dawson Chamber of Commerce could obstruct. The allure of Old Third truly is formidable. In the exclusive reception room of the Huada Hotel, 2 7th-level temple knights stood solemnly at either side of one of the large doors. While Lin Feng and his 3 companions entered through another door from within, Lin Feng stepped onto the smooth, mirror-like marble floor. The crisp and resonant sound of his footsteps echoed through the space. Upon the entrance of Lin Feng and the 4 from Yale, the 7 individuals seated in the reception room turned to gaze at them. Among them were a cardinal clad in red, 3 priests donned in white, and 3 knights of the temple. Recognizing their identities, Lin Feng silently mused that the red-clad cardinal must be Gilmore. The original text contained a similar scene, allowing Lin Feng to instantly deduce Gilmore's identity. Following that, Lin Feng began to engage in conversation, adhering closely to the general essence of the original narrative. He subtly conveyed his reluctance to join any factions too soon, while firmly stating that he would never align himself with any forces outside of the Holy Alliance. After bidding farewell to the delegation from the Holy See, Lin Feng turned to Yale and inquired, Yale, would you accompany me to the Lucas family tomorrow? Lucas family? Yale furrowed his brow. What business do you have with them? Do you have some sort of history? Lin Feng sighed. It's a bit of an embarrassing tale. Our Baruch family possesses a treasured heirloom, a weapon carried by our first clan leader, a battle knife known as Slaughter. Currently, this knife resides with the Lucas family, and I hope you can accompany me to retrieve it. A family heirloom. We must recover it then. Old 3, would you like me to directly procure it for you? Yale suggested straightforwardly. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. Yale, this battle knife is indeed a relic of the Baruch family, and I wish to reclaim it in a manner befitting its significance. Moreover, I am not in want of gold. Having ventured into the Beast Mountain range twice, Lin Feng had amassed countless monster cores from the creatures that fell to his hand, each core being worth a considerable sum of gold. His spatial ring now contained a substantial number of magic crystals, including many from level 8 and 9 beasts, which could easily amount to several million gold coins. The following morning, a layer of earthy yellow light enveloped the floor of Lin Feng's room. Extending only about 3 meters in radius, Stepping into this area invoked an astonishing gravitational force, earth magic, gravity. Having attained the strength of a saint-level mage, Lin Feng's gravity magic was far more potent than before, making the gravitational pull several dozen times that of normal conditions. Under such immense weight, not only his body, but even his blood vessels bore the strain, given Lin Feng's current physique as an 8th-level warrior. Although resisting this gravity was challenging, he would not be entirely overwhelmed, making it an ideal training exercise. Rather than employing earth magic to counterbalance this force, Lin Feng chose to endure it with his body, performing handstands supported by 2 fingers on each hand, continuously enhancing his finger strength and arm power. 725, 726. Tick, tick. Sweat dripped from Lin Feng's temples, falling to the ground below. Suddenly, the door to his room swung open, and Yale burst in excitedly, "Hey, old 3, Director Maya has arrived." In his haste, Yale inadvertently stepped into the gravitational zone. Yale. Lin Feng quickly pushed himself up and yanked Yale out of the heavy gravity area. Phew, phew. Yale breathed heavily, astonished at Lin Feng. "Old 3, you've set up gravity magic in here." I was caught off guard. That feeling was absolutely unbearable. It felt as if my heart had stopped. Thankfully, it was a brief encounter. Otherwise, given Yale's physical condition, it could have posed a serious issue. After showering and changing, Lin Feng and Yale made their way to the reception hall. "That I sincerely apologize, Director Maya," Lin Feng said humbly. "But I truly do not wish to auction this stone sculpture at present." Director Maya, leaning on his cane, smiled at Lin Feng. "Oh, no need to worry. I am already quite satisfied that you have agreed to let us at the Pluxus Pavilion exhibit your work. The most important thing is to meet a rare genius in the stone sculpture world." At that moment, the hotel manager entered. He offered an apologetic smile to Director Maya before addressing Lin Feng and Yale. "Young Masters Yale and Lin Feng, a group from the Rhine Empire has arrived outside the hotel. They wish to speak with young Master Lin Feng." "Haha." Director Maya chuckled as he rose. "It seems you are quite busy." Lin Feng. "I shall not disturb you further and will take my leave." With that, Director Maya departed with his entourage. Lin Feng looked at the hotel manager. "Please, do stop them. I do not wish to meet with anyone from the 4 great empires or the Dark Alliance at this time." Lin Feng was resolute in rejecting all attempts to recruit him. He understood that meeting with individuals from the 4 great empires or the Dark Alliance could provoke strong discontent from the Holy See. Furthermore, he despised such insincere social engagements. In the afternoon, Lin Feng and Yale journeyed toward the Lucas family. "Old 3, the Lucas family is no ordinary clan. If you intend to reclaim the battle knife slaughter from them, it will be quite a challenge. The Lucas family is an ancient lineage with nearly 1,000 years of history. While their wealth is merely average in the Finley Kingdom, their influence among the nobility is substantial. Most importantly, the clan leader is an exceedingly stubborn old fellow with a penchant for collecting. Your family's heirloom is the personal weapon of the first Dragonblood warrior, although the Dragonblood warriors have not appeared for over a millennium. This weapon holds immense significance, with a value easily reaching several 100,000 gold coins. Even with gold, given the clan leader's obstinacy, acquiring it may prove difficult." Yale lamented. "Some matters cannot be resolved solely with gold." "I understand that, but regardless of the obstacles, the family heirloom must be retrieved," Lin Feng asserted firmly. "Lin Feng, if I enlist my uncle's help and leverage our merchant guild's network to apply some pressure on that old curmudgeon, it shouldn't be too difficult," Yale proposed. Lin Feng recognized Yale's good intentions, yet he was not fond of relying on others. "Let me give it a try first. With my current status as the 2nd greatest genius in the history of the Yulan continent, I believe he will afford me some respect. If I find it truly impossible, I'll then turn to you for assistance." "Old Yale," Lin Feng replied with a smile. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt commotion beside him. And then Bei's little form emerged. Bei opened her sleepy eyes to glance at Yale before fixing her gaze on Lin Feng. Through their soul connection, she communicated, "Boss, this carriage is moving so slowly. I've already taken a nap, and we're still not at Finley City." Lin Feng scooped up Bei. "All right, enough of that. We should be arriving shortly." Suddenly, a series of terrified screams erupted, and the carriage came to an abrupt halt. Lin Feng and Yale felt the carriage sway. "May I request that young Master Lin Feng and young Master Yale step outside for a moment?" A somewhat jarring voice called from outside. Hearing this line nearly identical to one from the original text, Lin Feng smiled. The thieves from the Dark Alliance had indeed arrived. However, he was acutely aware that he was under the watchful eye of the Holy See. If he were to strike against these Dark Alliance members, it would undoubtedly expose his strength, thereby jeopardizing his plans. Contemplating this, Lin Feng conveyed to Yale through their connection, Old Yale, do not resist when you step out. Just comply, and they want to make things difficult for you. As for me, you need not worry. Yale looked at Lin Feng in confusion but, recalling the latter's saint-level prowess, set aside his concerns and nodded. Stepping out of the carriage, the ensuing events unfolded precisely as they did in the original text, with this band of thieves being sent by the Dark Alliance to invite Lin Feng for a chat. Ultimately, Lin Feng was rescued by the Holy See. The encounter with the Dark Alliance was merely a minor interlude and did not affect the objectives of Lin Feng and Yale's journey. As they walked toward the Lucas family, Lin Feng's mind drifted back to the words spoken by his father before he left for the Ernst Magic Academy. Remember the aspirations of our Baruch family ancestors over the centuries. Remember the disgrace of our Baruch lineage. Upon your graduation, you shall be at least a 6th-level mage. With diligent study and practice, achieving 7th-level mage status will not be beyond your reach, especially since you are a dual-element mage. As a 7th-level dual-system mage, one is undoubtedly a prominent figure in the Kingdom of Finley. You possess the utmost confidence in reclaiming your family's treasured legacy, should you fail to retrieve it. I would never forgive you, even in death. Regardless of the circumstances, it is imperative that you bring it back. Lin Feng resolutely made this decision in his heart. If persuasion fails, then one must resort to force. Of course, it would be far better for the family heirloom to be returned through honorable means, ideally coaxing the other party into willingly relinquishing it. Earlier this morning, Yale had already dispatched word to the Lucas family regarding his and Lin Feng's impending visit. Thus the Lucas family was well prepared. The drawing room of the Lucas family's ancient estate was adorned with exquisite taste, and the dozen or so individuals present were all of significant standing within the Kingdom of Finley. Among them, the lowest rank was that of Count, and they were gathered here to await Lin Feng. Lin Feng, a rising star in the Kingdom of Finley, although merely 17 years of age and without any title. Even the dukes of the kingdom dared not underestimate him. After all, while these nobles wielded influence within Finley, Lin Feng was a figure of importance to the 4 great empires and the 2 major alliances. Perhaps in a few decades, Lin Feng would ascend to the rank of cardinal within the Holy See, a status surpassing that of the king. It was crucial to establish good relations while the other party's influence was still manageable. Among the gathered nobles, only Duke Jeb of the Lucas family felt a sense of discomfort. In his advanced years, with few other pursuits, he took pride in the cherished weapon of the first dragon blood warrior. Yet now, the descendant of that very family sought to reclaim it. Mr. Lin Feng, please, announced the servant from outside. Mr. Yale, please. Instantly, the nobles in the drawing room wore smiles as they turned their gazes towards the door. Even the discomfort Duke Jeb managed a faint smile in greeting. It was Lin Feng's first experience being addressed as Mr., and he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to it. That moment. He observed a silver-haired elder with impeccably groomed hair approaching with a warm smile. Courteously stating, "It is a great honor for me, Jeb, as the head of the family, to welcome both Mr. Lin Feng and Mr. Yale to the Lucas family." A smile involuntarily graced Lin Feng's face, whether in his past life or this. It was the first time he had received such respectful treatment. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, reputation is a powerful asset. No wonder people vie for fame and fortune, with a name to uphold. The ensuing conversation flowed smoothly, culminating in Lin Feng successfully purchasing the family heirloom, the blade Slaughter, for 500,000 gold coins. This sum was offered by Lin Feng out of goodwill. Duke Jeb had intended to return it for free, hoping to earn a favor from Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng was not one to accept kindness without reciprocation. Though 500,000 gold coins was modest, it was a gesture of appreciation on the road from Finley City to Wushan Town. The water fir trees stood neatly arranged along the sides. Lin Feng strolled slowly, with Bei Bei perched on his shoulder, gazing at the familiar scenery and expressing continuous wonder. "Boss, we are almost home. You should be happy. Why do you look so troubled?" Bei Bei's puzzled voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Happy? Lin Feng let out a bitter laugh. He was acutely aware that he would not only be unable to see his father upon his return but would also learn of his father's passing. How could he possibly feel joy? Although Hogg was merely his adoptive father, over the years of companionship, Lin Feng had come to regard him as his own flesh and blood. Even though he understood that death might be a release for his father, and that he could eventually resurrect him through the Lord of Death, the thought of being separated from his father for many years weighed heavily on Lin Feng's heart. This time, Lin Feng chose not to return in a grand fashion, as depicted in the original narrative, leading 100 cavalrymen in splendor. Instead, he opted for a low-profile approach. He even declined the escort sent by the Holy See for his protection. Lin Feng did not wish to disturb the peaceful lives of the residents of Wushan Town due to his presence. Furthermore, his father had always been a man of humility in life and would surely prefer to remain undisturbed in death. Lin Feng abhorred ostentatious funerals that in his view, even if those noblemen and wealthy merchants came to pay their respects out of obligation. Their sentiments would be insincere. Rather than that, it would be better to allow his father to rest quietly in peace. Standing before the Baruch family estate, Lin Feng gazed up at the weathered plaque, a wave of pride swelling within him. Father, I have succeeded. I have retrieved the battle blade slaughter for you. Yet, why did you not wait for my return before departing? This was the first time Lin Feng shed tears in this world. Tears shed for his father. Subsequently, through confirmation from Hillman, Lin Feng learned that his father had indeed passed away. Through a letter left by his father, he discovered that Hogg had been killed by Patterson. Just as in the original story, after entrusting the blade slaughter to Hillman for safekeeping while he looked after his younger brother Walton in the Burnleyan Empire, Lin Feng took his father's ashes to the cemetery outside Wushan town. The wind howled as Lin Feng sat cross-legged before a lavishly constructed grave, having spent the night erecting it. With his current strength, moving the massive stones was a trivial task. Additionally, having achieved the skill level of a stone-carving master, the grave was indeed splendidly crafted. While the winds roared, Lin Feng remained still, gazing at the gravestone. A serene smile graced his face as he murmured, "Father, I have returned. I understand that your greatest wish in life was to recover the family heirloom and restore the glory of our Dragon Blood warrior clan." Lin Feng spoke softly, as if fearing to disturb anyone, his voice barely above a whisper. He fixed his gaze upon the gravestone. "I have not disappointed you. I have brought back the treasured blade slaughter of the Baruch family and our Dragon Blood warrior clan. Soon, I will restore the glory of the Dragon Blood warriors. I will ensure that the entire Yulon continent knows of our clan's magnificence, and your name shall be recognized throughout the land. I swear. I will accomplish this. A sudden intensity flickered across Lin Feng's face. "But first, I shall avenge you. The one who caused your demise shall meet his end." There was also the matter of his mother's vengeance. "I will kill Patterson and Clyde, and I will uproot the Holy See. Do not worry, Father. I will fulfill your unfinished business. I will rescue my mother from the clutches of the Lord of Light and will bring you back to life, allowing you both to be reunited. I swear it." "Very well. Father, I must take my leave for now. I shall return when time permits." Lin Feng bowed deeply 3 times, then rose to his feet and walked toward the Baruch family estate. Did Lord Hogg truly perish? Is this real? The residents of Wushan town were engulfed in sorrow over Hogg's death. What a remarkable nobleman he was. And now he has left us. What will become of our Wushan town in the future? Lord Hogg maintained such low taxes for many years, even subsidizing the kingdom. Where shall we find such a nobleman again? The townsfolk reminisced fondly about Hogg's benevolence. Now, within the Baruch family estate, white cloth hung in mourning. As Lin Feng donned the garb of mourning, quietly kneeling before the memorial in the center of the drawing room, the shadow mouse, Bei Bei, lay beside Lin Feng, silent, as if also sharing in his pain. Observing the 7 days of mourning, Lin Feng, though late to the tradition, dedicated himself fully on this first day. He did not leave the mourning hall, but instead honored the residents of Wushan town, who came to pay their respects to his father. As the 7 days of mourning concluded, Lin Feng did not immediately depart from Wushan town. Rather, he sat alone in the wrought tin chair that his father had favored, quietly reflecting. Having spent 9 years in this world, he had grown from a child into a youth, yet his father had passed away. Why had he been transported to this world of Panlong? Was this destiny? Had he replaced Lin Feng to tread the path of strength that Lin Feng once walked? No, absolutely not. I am who I am. Lin Feng is Lin Feng. He has his own destiny, and I have mine. Even if heaven were to grant me the chance to traverse Lin Feng's path of strength once more, I would resolutely refuse to comply. My fate is mine to govern, not dictated by the heavens. I shall seize control of my own destiny. With this thought, Lin Feng's heart stirred, as if he had grasped something profound, and he promptly closed his eyes to contemplate deeply. The sky darkened, and the night deepened, with the luminous moonlight spilling into the courtyard, yet Lin Feng remained in slumber. Days turned to nights, and 10 days slipped away silently. On one particular morning, as the first rays of sunlight graced Lin Feng's face, he abruptly opened his eyes. Ha! Is this destiny? Indeed, it is marvelous. Lin Feng burst into laughter. Boss, what is destiny? A shadow flitted by, and Bei Bei appeared on Lin Feng's shoulder. Bei Bei, just now I finally grasped a fragment of the rules of destiny. I have entered the realm of understanding. A smile radiated from Lin Feng's face. The 4 fundamental rules are far more profound than the 7 elemental laws. Although Lin Feng recognized himself as a genius in all forms of magic, he had never anticipated that he would one day comprehend the 4 fundamental rules. Yet, a mere 10 days prior, due to a fleeting moment of reflection, he inadvertently seized a spark of inspiration, leading to his insight into the rules of destiny. Rules of destiny? Beibei's eyes widened in astonishment. Boss, how could you possibly comprehend the rules of destiny? Nothing is impossible, for it is the truth. Lin Feng replied with a smile. Of course, I have only just crossed the threshold of understanding the rules of destiny. I cannot fathom how long it will take to master them to the divine level. While Lin Feng was elated at his unintentional grasp of the rules of destiny, he also felt a twinge of conflict. Uncertain whether he should continue pursuing this understanding. He vividly recalled the words spoken by Hong Ming in the final chapter of the original narrative. You possess 4 avatars of earth, fire, water, and wind. Having one too many or one too few would be detrimental. Subsequently, you succeeded in your soul mutation. This grants you an opportunity. However, the 4 elemental energies are the 4 primary divine powers, and you must master the integration of these powers. Thus, you must refine 4 divine cores. This meant that if Lin Feng wished to replicate the path of strength taken by the original Lin Feng, he could not cultivate any laws or rules beyond earth, wind, water, and fire. Yet Lin Feng was reluctant to abandon the hard-won threshold of understanding the rules of destiny, leaving him in a quandary. After long contemplation, Lin Feng finally resolved his internal conflict. The success rate of a soul mutation involving the 4 elements was exceedingly low. Just because the original Lin Feng succeeded did not guarantee that he would. Moreover, every individual possesses their own unique path. If the original Lin Feng could ascend to the pinnacle of the universe as the master of Hong Ming through soul mutation, then surely he too could reach that apex through other means. That if he merely sought to replicate Lin Feng's path to strength, then what meaning would his existence hold? What purpose was there in his crossing into this realm? Although the powers of the upper gods are inferior to those of the primary gods, if he could cultivate the 7 elemental laws and the 4 fundamental rules to perfection, wielding 11 forms of willpower, he might stand shoulder to shoulder with the masters of the 4 fundamental rules. Furthermore, as there exist only these 11 types of energy in the universe, mastering all of them to their utmost would inevitably lead to a qualitative transformation, making it possible to transcend the constraints of the universe. If that were insufficient, he could refine all 11 divine avatars into divine cores, transforming them into primary divine avatars, and see if he could break free from the universe's limitations and attain the level of a master. The sudden realization that he could comprehend the rules of destiny shifted Lin Feng's mindset. Naturally, Lin Feng, with his exceptional affinity for all elemental forces and an abundance of first-hand knowledge, would not meander aimlessly or err in his cultivation. Given sufficient time, achieving perfection in the 7 elemental laws was certainly within reach. Additionally, with his inherently strong-willed nature, Lin Feng did not believe he was incapable of grasping the 4 fundamental rules. Thus, he was propelled by such fervent thoughts. These matters are for the future. The most crucial task now is to cultivate, advancing step by step. Lin Feng clenched his fist, a surge of ambition erupting within him. 3 days later, after addressing a few matters, Lin Feng, accompanied by Bei, returned to Finlai City. Upon his return, Gilmore sought him out. Lin Feng, have you come to a decision? Gilmore inquired with a knowing smile. Previously, Lin Feng had mentioned the necessity of consulting his father regarding joining the Light Church. And now that he had returned home, it was time to provide Gilmore with an answer. Lord Gilmore, Lord Lamson, I am still young and do not wish to join any factions. I simply desire to focus on my cultivation. When the church requires my assistance in the future, I will be available for summons. Lin Feng stated. He had resolved to covertly eliminate Patterson first, and then destroy Clyde on the day of destruction. Moreover, Lin Feng had little interest in the sycophancy of the political sphere, and knowing that the day of destruction was approaching, he felt no need to draw closer to Clyde through noble titles. Were it not for his concerns regarding the Light Church, he might have already stormed into the palace to eliminate Clyde. However, such reservations would be rendered moot on the day of destruction. Since that is the case, we shall not press you. However, we are curious as to where you plan to go next. Gilmore remarked with a smile. Lin Feng understood the implications of Gilmore's words. If he remained in Finlai City under their watchful eyes, all would be well. Yet, should he choose to leave the Light Church, with its philosophy of preventing enemies from gaining power even if they could not, might very well eliminate him in his infancy. I will remain in Finlai City for the next year and will not leave. Lin Feng replied with a smile. That is good to hear, Lamson said as he rose. In that case, We shall not disturb your cultivation. P.S. The protagonist of this tale will not merely follow the original narrative's path of cultivating earth, wind, water, and fire, followed by a soul mutation. The settings of the 7 elemental laws and the 4 fundamental rules are of great significance. Lin Lei's achievement of becoming a master through the fusion of the 4 primary divine powers of earth, wind, water, and fire seems somewhat opportunistic. This is a personal perspective. Roar. Enough of that. Dear readers, remember to cast your votes and don't hold back on the coffee. Next week, a new book will be launched. With a burst of 100,000 words on the first day, are you all prepared with flowers and votes? At Ernst Academy, Lin Feng walked alongside Delia on a tranquil path. Lin Feng. I will be returning to the Yulan Empire with my brother tomorrow, Delia said, her eyes filled with reluctance as she gazed at him. Tomorrow? So soon? Although Lin Feng wished for Delia to leave this place of strife as soon as possible, he felt a deep sense of reluctance. Yes, Delia nodded slightly. My brother has urged me repeatedly, but I have been procrastinating. Lin Feng understood Delia's sentiments and gently embraced her, softly reassuring her. It's all right. I will come to find you in the Yulan Empire soon. Just don't let thoughts of me cause you to neglect your cultivation as you did last time. All right, I understand. Delia replied somewhat absent-mindedly. Noticing Delia's insincere response, Lin Feng felt a twinge of helplessness. He knew that Delia did not enjoy cultivating. If he had not taken her to the Beast Forest for training over the past 5.5 years, she would likely only be a level 4 mage at most. Yet, for the sake of their future, Lin Feng had to encourage Delia's enthusiasm for cultivation. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng said, Delia, I have become a Saint Domain mage. Oh, what? Delia suddenly reacted. Her face filled with astonishment as she pressed. You mean you have already become a Saint Mage? How is that possible? You are only 17. Although Delia had long known that Lin Feng had reached level 8 as a mage, she believed that even with his talent, reaching the Saint Domain would take decades, if not centuries. Yet now, only 2 years had passed since he attained level 8, and he had ascended to the Saint Domain in such a short time. This was simply extraordinary. I would never deceive you. The last time I ventured into the Beast Mountain range, I encountered a peak level 9 spiked iron dragon. During our battle, I inadvertently comprehended a fragment of the laws of heaven and earth, allowing me to step into the Saint Domain of the wind element, Lin Feng said, caressing Delia's cheek. This means that as long as I am not killed, I will possess infinite longevity. If you do not reach the Saint Domain. Lin Feng did not finish his sentence, but Delia understood his implication. A glimmer of determination flickered in her eyes as she resolutely stated, Lin Feng, I will definitely reach the Saint Domain, without a doubt. The power of love is profound. Never before has Delia experienced such an intense desire for cultivation. Suddenly, Satyr's Lin Feng called out from behind him. In the next moment, Delia beheld an adorable little tiger of about 1 meter in length approaching her. What is it? Delia inquired, gazing at Lin Feng. Lin Feng chuckled and replied, Satyrs, she is my wife, named Delia. Do greet her. Satyr shot Lin Feng a glare but did not contest. Instead, she turned to Delia and said, Hello, I am Satyrs. My true form is the spiked armored dragon. Why you can talk? Delia stammered, covering her mouth with her hand. Could it be that you are a holy beast? Huh. Not only is she a holy beast, but she is also a female. Lin Feng laughed heartily. Lin Feng, do you have an itch for trouble? Would you like me to loosen your bones? Satyrs glared fiercely at Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng quickly waved his hand, saying, Let us skip the bone loosening. I merely wish to ask for your assistance with something. Satyrs glanced at Delia with interest before asking, You don't mean to ask me to protect your wife, do you? Satyrs, who had been lingering in a nearby grove, had overheard Lin Feng and Delia's conversation. With her intellect rivaling that of humans, she easily deduced Lin Feng's intentions, precisely. Lin Feng was about to flatter her to finalize the arrangement when Satyrs interrupted. I refuse. That is not part of our agreement. Satyrs snorted, decisively rejecting the proposal. Well, Lin Feng was at a loss for words, but with his cleverness, he quickly devised a solution. Aren't you eager to explore the human world? Look, I will be in Finley City for quite some time and won't have the opportunity to show you around. However, my wife is preparing to return to the Yulan Empire, which is thousands of miles away. If you protect her, you can enjoy the journey while sightseeing. Although Satyrs possessed considerable wisdom, she was still somewhat naive and fell for Lin Feng's persuasive words. Soon, she acquiesced to Lin Feng's request. While Lin Feng knew that Delia would undoubtedly have skilled protectors from the Ryan family accompanying her on her journey back to the Yulan Empire. He could not take any chances. After all, Delia planned to bring along his stone sculpture love, and if someone coveted this artwork and attempted to rob her, any harm that befell Delia would leave him filled with regret. In truth, Lin Feng had little concern for others. His greatest worry lay with the leader of the Blade organization, Shisa. Shisa not only had formidable strength, but was also deeply enamored with stone sculpture artistry. Most importantly, unlike in the original narrative, Delia and Shisa had not established any rapport, leaving Lin Feng uncertain whether Shisa would resort to murder and theft. Thus, he went to great lengths to persuade Satyrs to act as Delia's bodyguard. Although Satyrs had just entered the sacred realm, as a spiked armored dragon, her defense and speed were extraordinarily formidable. It could be said that unless she encountered a war god, a high priest, the Emperor Lin, or that individual from the dark forest, Delia's safety should be assured. The following day, after bidding farewell to Delia, Lin Feng sought out Yalu, asking him to assist in purchasing a residence in Finley City. Without hesitation, Yalu agreed to Lin Feng's request. It soon became evident that Yalu was quite dedicated to Lin Feng's affairs. By the next afternoon, Yalu approached Lin Feng and said, "Third brother, the residence you asked me to procure is ready. It's located on Greenleaf Road. Let me take you to see it." Greenleaf Road? Why is it on Greenleaf Road again? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, pondering, could this be fate? When Lin Feng arrived at the residence Yalu had acquired for him, he was left utterly speechless. The residence was situated adjacent to the Debus family, which meant that, although he had obtained it through a different means than in the original narrative, the outcome remained largely the same. He was now neighbors with the Debus family. Shaking his head, Lin Feng dismissed thoughts of fate or coincidence, dismounting from the carriage to explore his new home in Finley City. "Wow, what a grand residence," Bei exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the estate. Lin Feng examined the residence closely. It was expansive, with a grand entrance measuring 10 meters in width. Through the open gates, he could see numerous male and female servants within. "Third brother, these male and female servants were all recruited through the Merchant Association." Yalu remarked with a sly smile. "I want to mention the male servants, but I personally ensured that the female servants were carefully selected. Not only are they all comely, but I can also guarantee they are all pure." Lin Feng was taken aback by Yalu's words, shaking his head as he continued to explore the residence. Though he and Yalu had been brothers for nearly a decade, he had not been led astray like Rainer. Lin Feng certainly had desires, but he did not indulge them recklessly. "Master," a servant at the gate bowed respectfully, causing all the male and female servants in the courtyard to stop and bow in unison to Lin Feng. It was crucial to make a good first impression. These servants were well aware of their master's esteemed reputation. "Master Lin Feng, congratulations." Suddenly, a familiar voice called out nearby. Lin Feng turned to see Bernard, the head of the Debus family. Bernard smiled as he looked at Lin Feng. "Master Lin Feng, what a coincidence. My family's residence is also on Greenleaf Road, and right next door at that. Our future interactions will be much simpler. Lin Feng replied casually. Since he had no entanglements with Alice and there had been no emergence of the Awakening Stone sculpture, he had little connection with Bernard, and their relationship was quite superficial. "However, Master Lin Feng, your residence is significantly larger than my family's," Bernard complimented. Aware of Lin Feng's potential for future growth, Bernard was determined to cultivate a strong relationship. Lin Feng also found the size of the residence astonishing, far exceeding that of his ancestral home. To possess such a spacious estate in the valuable Finley City was no small feat. Simply having wealth was not enough. The 1 million gold coins he had given to Yalu surely fell short. It seemed he would have to owe favors again. However, Lin Feng chose not to dwell on it. Believing it sufficient to remember the favor owed without appearing overly sentimental, "Mr. Bernard, I shall take my leave for now. We can converse further when time permits." Lin Feng smiled humbly before turning to step inside the residence. In the following days, Coiling and Alice visited Lin Feng, as he was their savior and now lived next door, making a visit seem appropriate. Lin Feng merely smiled in response to Alice's decision to disregard his advice and choose Coiling instead. Choosing not to press the matter further, without the influence of awakening, Alice should be able to become Coiling's legitimate wife. Moreover, since the Dawson Merchant Association had not suppressed the Debus family, Bernard would likely avoid the risk of smuggling jade ore. Thus, Alice becoming Coiling's wife appeared to be a favorable outcome, given Coiling's affection for Alice. As long as Coiling did not meet the same unfortunate fate as in the original story, being crushed by the golden monkey on Doomsday, everything should be well. The residence Yalu purchased for Lin Feng was exceptional in both layout and decoration. Notably, it featured a hot spring pool, prompting Li Feng to recall the spring water garden from the original narrative, which he decided to rename the small courtyard. The right half of the spring water garden boasted a vast expanse of grass, lined with various exercise equipment. Meanwhile, the left half featured a rockery and a hot spring pool. The spring water in this pool was sourced from underground. After intense cultivation, soaking in this hot spring pool was indeed a divine pleasure. As Lin Feng soaked in the pool, the warm water cascaded over his body, the exquisite sensation prompting him to close his eyes in bliss. "Boss, when are we going to eliminate that Patterson?" Bebe burst out of the water. "Her first soak. Don't rush," Lin Feng replied, emerging from the pool, changing into a training outfit, and stepping onto the grassy area to begin reciting magical incantations. Moments later, surging earth elements began to gather around him, and a yellowish glow enveloped the ground beneath his feet. Earth magic, gravity spell. With that, Lin Feng leaped into the air, flipping upside down to balance on his hands. Each finger poised to cast a spell, leaning on a single finger of each hand. Under the influence of gravity manipulation, Lin Feng began to repeatedly bend and straighten his arms. 1, 2, Lin Feng silently counted. Upon reaching 1,000, he would switch to another finger. For a warrior, the most crucial aspect of cultivation is the body. Only a robust physique can endure a sufficient amount of fighting spirit. It is only through this that one can accelerate their progress. Even for a dragon blood warrior, regular physical training must continue. Currently, Lin Feng was merely an 8th-level warrior, and even after fully transforming into a dragon, he would only reach the pinnacle of the 9th level. Although Lin Feng had entered the realm of the holy domain due to his magic, thereby qualifying to comprehend all laws and principles, it seemed that his warrior cultivation had become somewhat redundant. However, Lin Feng did not share this sentiment. After all, the paths of mages and warriors differ fundamentally. Even though he had now stepped into the holy domain through magic, his body was still lacking. Lin Feng understood that when facing adversaries, the physical body is paramount. Without it, one loses everything. This is why he diligently trains his body and cultivates dragon blood fighting spirit, hoping to ascend to the holy domain as a warrior as well. At that point, the combination of both magical and martial prowess would give him a significant advantage over those who possess only a single holy domain. Of course, Lin Feng's training was not solely focused on physicality in the cultivation of dragon blood fighting spirit. During his leisure, he also refined some magical energies from the other 5 elements, exploring the profound mysteries of wind speed and slowness, as well as the rudimentary principles of fate. Occasionally, when inspiration struck, Lin Feng would pause his training to take out a carving knife and engage in the delicate art of carving. Although the enhancement of his mental strength through carving had diminished due to his entry into the holy domain, Lin Feng persisted out of habit and passion, relishing the connection with nature that carving provided. After approximately half an hour of training, Lin Feng returned to a standing position, his gaze icy as he observed a beautiful maid entering the spring garden, carrying a tray adorned with tea and fruit. "My lord, here is the tea and fruit," she stammered, visibly trembling under Lin Feng's scrutinizing gaze. Noticing the fear in her eyes, Lin Feng sighed inwardly. He could not fathom how the Lin Feng of the original story could have mercilessly punished her with 20 lashes. Certainly, he could not bring himself to do such a thing. "You may leave," he commanded coldly. "But remember, while I am in the spring garden, no one is permitted to enter. Anyone who dares to intrude will face 20 strikes of a military baton. Consider this a warning, as it is your first offense." "Thank you, my lord, thank you." The maid exhaled in relief, bowing hastily before retreating. Lin Feng then turned back to the grassy ground. The divine sword Purple Blood was one of Lin Feng's concealed weapons. Although he typically maintained it in a straight form during use, he occasionally employed its curved and elusive shape, wishing to keep the secret of the divine sword Purple Blood hidden from prying eyes. Training alone, naturally, did not allow for spectators. Lin Feng's right hand brushed against his waist, and in an instant, a cold, resplendent purple light flickered, revealing an exceedingly slender purple longsword in his grasp. Whoosh! A series of purple lights erupted within the spring garden as Lin Feng moved with the grace of a soaring dragon. The wind-based auxiliary magic speed perfectly harmonized with his own strength, enabling him to move not only swiftly, but also with remarkable agility, engaging in the training of the Dragon Blood secret manual and rigorously honing his physique. Lin Feng occasionally indulged in the joy of carving to refresh his spirit, while also conducting principal deductions in the warm waters of the spring pool, his cultivation seamlessly intertwined with every moment of life. In the living room, Lin Feng was elegantly enjoying his lunch when a servant rushed in. My lord, the red-robed Archbishop Gilmore of the Holy Light Church has arrived. Gilmore? Lin Feng paused momentarily before promptly heading toward the entrance to greet him personally. In the living room, Gilmore chuckled as he addressed Lin Feng. I hear you've been living quite leisurely, spending your days either training or soaking in hot springs, occasionally indulging in stone carving. Such a life is truly enviable. Lin Feng nodded with a smile in response. However, Lin Feng, Gilmore said with a serious tone, I must remind you that while your stone carvings may be valuable, it is ultimately strength that determines a person's status. Take, for instance, the D-Bus family nearby. They may be wealthy, but in terms of status, they pale in comparison to you. Thank you for the reminder, Lord Gilmore. Lin Feng replied with a smile. Although he understood these fundamental truths better than Gilmore, some diplomatic phrases were unavoidable. I merely speak out of concern. After all, you ought to take some time to rest. Gilmore said, glancing at the white-robed priest behind him. The priest immediately unwrapped a silver-white package from his back, revealing a stone box within. This, Lord Gilmore? Lin Feng inquired, having already formed some suspicions in his mind. Gilmore smiled with satisfaction. Lin Feng, go ahead and open it. Lin Feng slowly lifted the lid of the stone box, revealing 2 silk-bound tomes within, both shimmering in a dark golden hue. This? Lin Feng looked at Gilmore. Did I not mention that I would be giving you the spellbooks for earth and wind magic? These are they, Gilmore said with a smile. Lin Feng's heart leaped with joy. The spellbooks, along with the intricate methods of casting magic, were indeed of great significance. Without them, even if one's mental and magical powers increased, one could not unleash more potent spells. He had not anticipated that even before officially joining the Holy Alliance. The Church would send him the magic tomes, truly displaying their sincerity, though regrettably, he could never ally with them. They would only ever be his adversaries. Immediately, Lin Feng took one book and opened it. Wind Magic. As he turned to the first page, he was greeted with a concise description of the tome, followed by detailed accounts of various wind spells. The book meticulously outlined each spell's key points for casting. Lin Feng flipped to the advanced spells beyond level 7, marveling at the ingenious designs and formidable powers that left him in awe. He could not help but acknowledge that the predecessors who invented these spells were indeed exceptionally gifted. The 9th level spell Wind Shadow technique combined the auxiliary magic speed with Wings of the Wind, yielding effects akin to angelic wings, swift and agile. As he absorbed the profound descriptions of Wind Shadow technique, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming elation. A brand new world of magic unfolded before his eyes. If in the future, he could master both earth and wind magic, while wielding the power of a dragonblood warrior, the sheer force of his attacks would be breathtaking. Seeing Lin Feng completely engrossed in the spellbooks, Gilmore chose to remain silent and quietly departed on his own. In the spring garden, Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the grass, his entire skeletal and muscular structure trembling as the unique power of the dragonblood warrior lineage continuously infused every part of his body, allowing him to feel a tangible enhancement in his physical capabilities. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the air from outside the spring garden. Lin Feng leaped onto the peak of a nearby artificial mountain, where he clearly observed the 10 or so warriors guarding the spring garden, members of the Holy Light Church, starting to rot, their anguished cries echoing as blood pooled around them. At the same time, a thick, black mist surged toward the spring garden from all directions. Wherever the black mist passed, both humans and beasts would be corroded to death. Lin Feng gazed skyward, only to see the heavens shrouded in dense black mist, which was rapidly encroaching from all sides. Assassins from the Dark Alliance? Lin Feng furrowed his brow, astonished that even before he had agreed to join the Holy Alliance, the Dark Alliance was already attempting to eliminate him in his cradle. Such ruthlessness was indeed shocking. Since they had come to assassinate him, Lin Feng, naturally, would respond in kind. With a swift motion, he unleashed a ripple of light, a faint azure wave that instantly engulfed the entire vicinity of the spring garden. Puff! With a series of anguished cries, the individuals surrounding the spring water garden were mercilessly crushed into powder by the relentless force of the spatial compression. Not only were the assassins dispatched by the Dark Alliance met with such a fate, but even the guards sent by the Holy Light Church suffered the same dire consequence. Regardless, whether they hailed from the Dark Alliance or the Holy Light Church, they were all his adversaries. Thus, Lin Feng harbored no qualms about eliminating them. After dealing with these foes, Lin Feng resumed his cultivation. As for the repercussions of his actions, he remained indifferent and disinclined to concern himself with them. Your Holiness, the red-robed Gilmore bowed respectfully. The Holy Light Pope lifted his eyelids and directed his gaze toward Gilmore. Under the Pope's scrutiny, it felt as though an immense weight bore down upon him, prompting Gilmore to speak with deference. Your Holiness, just moments ago, the Dark Church attempted an assassination on Lin Feng. Fortunately, the warrior Lin Feng possesses considerable strength and managed to eliminate all his attackers, sustaining only minor injuries himself. Eliminated? The Pope's emerald eyes fixated on Gilmore as he chuckled lightly. Gilmore, does the Dark Church not recognize that Lin Feng is a level 7 dual-element mage? Would they dispatch operatives without sufficient assurance of success? Your Holiness, this batch of assassins is exceptionally powerful, and their leader is reputed to excel in dark magic that confounds the mind, Gilmore hastily replied. The Holy Light Pope offered no further comment, merely casting a faint smile in Gilmore's direction. Gilmore, is it your desire? Gilmore nodded earnestly. Indeed, Lin Feng is a crucial candidate for our Holy Light Church's training. Most importantly, not only does he possess extraordinary talent, but he also displays remarkable diligence. I firmly believe that within 50 years, Lin Feng may very well become a formidable being in the sacred domain. In a century, he could emerge as one of the most powerful figures across the entire Yulan continent. A person without foresight is bound to encounter immediate troubles. The Holy Light Church and the Dark Church both boast a history steeped in antiquity, having existed since the Yulan Empire unified the continent. Their continuous survival is attributed to their understanding of talent cultivation, relentlessly developing and nurturing followers. Although Lin Feng's current power may be modest, who can say what he might become in 100 years? He could very well rival the Holy Light Pope himself. A mere century is inconsequential for those of sacred domain strength. Therefore, I wish for Lin Feng to receive superior guidance and protection. In other words, I wish for him to train under Lord Fallen Leaf. Fallen Leaf. The Holy Light Pope paused momentarily before nodding. Very well, but you must first inquire about his willingness. I cannot make decisions on behalf of Fallen Leaf. Yes, Your Holiness. After bowing, Gilmore took his leave. The Holy Light Pope's emerald gaze lingered on Gilmore before drifting toward the sky outside the window. Eliminate all assassins. Baruch. Ah, it seems the Baruch family is one of the 4 ultimate warrior clans, the Dragon Blood Warriors. That night, within the mansion's parlor, King Clyde inquired with concern, Lin Feng, are you well? Your Majesty, it is but a minor injury, Lin Feng replied, his arm still wrapped in bandages. In truth, Lin Feng had not been injured at all. He merely wished to avoid giving the impression of being overly formidable, thus he had inflicted some superficial wounds upon himself. Merely a light cut from a blade on his arm. To someone who had endured the agony of his first dragon transformation. This was hardly anything. Lin Feng, I am relieved to hear you are well, Duke Patterson chimed in, smiling beside Clyde. Observing Clyde and Patterson, Lin Feng began to ponder whether he should eliminate the two and then flee to the Monster Mountain range for cultivation. After all, such an opportunity was rare. However, he ultimately dismissed the thought. If only Patterson were present, then killing him would pose little issue, as a mere duke's life held little weight. Yet Clyde was the king of the Finley Kingdom. To take his life would undoubtedly prompt a thorough investigation by the Holy Light Church, and while Lin Feng could escape far and wide, there was no guarantee that the church would not unleash their wrath upon the Baruch family estate and the residents of Wushan Town. Regardless, when the day of destruction arrives, both Clyde and Patterson would undoubtedly be unable to escape. Thus, there was no need to rush. In the days that followed, tranquility returned to the mansion. Boss, today is May 18th. Right? Bei, sharing lunch with Lin Feng, suddenly transmitted to him. Yes, what is it? Lin Feng turned to Bei. Bei scrunched her little nose, pouting as she transmitted, Boss, have you forgotten? Bernard, the patriarch of the D-Bus family, mentioned that June 18th is the day of his son's engagement. He invited you to attend. Now it's already May 18th, which means there's only 1 month left. Engagement? Lin Feng was taken aback. In a month, Eliza would be engaged to Kalen. Why are you suddenly bringing this up? Lin Feng asked in confusion. Boss, do you think I can't see through you? Every time you look at Eliza, there's something different in your gaze, and I heard you whispering to her before, urging her not to choose Kalen. Bei chuckled mischievously. Now that Delia isn't around, boss, you could just bring Eliza over. I think Eliza is quite lovely, not at all inferior to Delia. Lin Feng found himself both amused and exasperated. He could swear to the heavens that he harbored no feelings for Eliza. The different glances he cast her way were solely due to the influence of the original story, and not at all as Bei interpreted. Little rascal, Always thinking about such matters, it seems I must find you a mother hen. Lin Feng joked, patting Beibei's little head. Lord Lin Feng, a knight from the Order of Knights, entered the parlor. Lord Lin Feng, Cardinal Gilmore has arrived. Gilmore. Lin Feng paused briefly before setting down his bowl and chopsticks, proceeding to walk toward the door. Among the individuals within the Holy Light Church, his most familiar and closest relationship was likely with Cardinal Gilmore. Given the respect he received, Lin Feng had no reason to be arrogant, at least not outwardly. Lin Feng, I have delightful news to share with you. Gilmore exclaimed cheerfully upon seeing Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Gilmore with curiosity. What good news? Gilmore grinned widely. Lin Feng, do you know that our Holy Light Church has a special group of ascetics? Was Gilmore intending to have Fallen Leaf instruct him? Lin Feng felt a flicker of doubt. Logically, having not agreed to join the Holy Alliance, merely being provided with magic tomes of level 7 and above was already an immense favor. Why would they send the ascetic Fallen Leaf to teach him? While pondering this, he replied, I know. Many individuals obsessed with magic or martial arts within our Holy Light Church have joined the ranks of ascetics. It can be said that neither the Knights of the Temple nor the Inquisition can compare to the masters among the ascetics. Gilmore chuckled, giving Lin Feng's shoulder a friendly pat. What I am about to tell you is that you have a promising chance of becoming a disciple of a legendary ascetic. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but smirk inwardly. A legendary ascetic, merely a peak in the sacred domain. Did he truly qualify to be his master? Preposterous. Naturally, such blasphemous thoughts remained unspoken. Gilmore continued with a calm smile. This legendary ascetic ranks among the very top within the ascetic community and holds a prestigious position in our Holy Light Temple. Moreover, in terms of strength, he is likely surpassed only by 3 individuals across the entirety of the Yulan continent. 3 exceptional individuals. Lin Feng feigned surprise while secretly chuckling to himself. There are now 4 exceptional beings, as just recently, he had freed another from the Gobata prison realm. Next, Gilmore indeed expressed his desire for Lin Feng to learn under Fallen Leaf. But Lin Feng was well aware that Fallen Leaf would decline. He had no interest in accompanying Gilmore on this errand and thus politely declined. Gilmore appeared taken aback by Lin Feng's refusal, but he merely expressed regret without further comment. Within Lin Feng's estate, the spring water garden, by the side of the hot spring pool, Lin Feng sat cross-legged in quiet meditation. Strange sounds emanated continuously from within his body. As his bones and muscles undulated and trembled incessantly, the beads of sweat slowly seeped from every pore of his body. Cultivating the Dragon Blood Secret Tome yields results that far surpass those of ordinary martial arts tomes by tenfold or more. Given the stringent requirements of the Dragon Blood Secret Tome, such remarkable effects are to be expected. Why is human cultivation so convoluted, with various martial arts tomes and distinctions in physical constitution? Beside Lin Feng, Beibei lay with its small head peering at him, filled with curiosity. As a magical beast, its cultivation process was remarkably straightforward. Simply absorbing the dark elemental forces from the external environment and integrating them throughout its body, melding them into its magical crystal core. There was no mystery. It was merely a common act of absorption. Lin Feng maintained this tranquil existence, devoting the vast majority of his time to cultivation. Several methods of training synergistically combined, allowing his body to endure the rigorous process. Days passed swiftly, and over a span of more than 10 days, Lin Feng's mental prowess had ascended into the sacred domain. During these months, he had also invested considerable time in refining magical energy, not only of the earth and wind elements but also of the other 5 elemental forces. The mental strength of a sacred domain mage is immensely powerful. And with Lin Feng's exceptional affinity for all elemental forces, he managed to refine the magical energies of all 7 elements to the sacred domain level within a mere few months. This meant that Lin Feng had now become a comprehensive sacred mage at the tender age of 17. A sacred mage encompassing all elements was undoubtedly unprecedented in the Yulan continent, and whether he was the last of his kind remained uncertain. Although he was a sacred mage of all elements, Lin Feng could only unleash advanced magic of the earth and wind elements, as spells of level 7 and above were not commonly shared. He had only acquired advanced spells of the earth and wind elements from Gilmore. As for the other 5 elements, despite possessing magical power, Lin Feng lacked the knowledge of their incantations, leaving him in despair. Naturally, Lin Feng believed that the royal palace of the Finley Kingdom and the headquarters of the Radiant Church must possess advanced spellbooks of the other elements, and he intended to seize this opportunity during the Day of Destruction. Not all sacred domain mages are created equal. For instance, Lin Feng had only recently entered the sacred domain. leaving him significantly inferior to those at the mid or peak stages of the sacred domain. This disparity chiefly manifested in their comprehension of the arcane principles. Currently, Lin Feng had merely begun to grasp the principles of the wind and the rules of fate, placing him at the threshold of the sacred domain. In contrast, Darren Cowett, prior to his demise, was at the pinnacle of the sacred domain, having reached a bottleneck in his understanding of one of the 6 arcane principles of the earth, nearing mastery. Of course, this only reflects a difference in realm and does not denote a disparity in strength. One must possess a realm and the ability to integrate their comprehension of arcane principles into their attacks to be considered strong. It is entirely possible for someone with the peak realm of the sacred domain to be defeated by a mage who has just entered the sacred domain if they rely solely on magical energy to communicate with magical elements rather than employing the principles of the arcane in combat. This illustrates the gap in application. Understanding is one thing, but practical application is another. Lacking the latter renders the former inconsequential. Furthermore, the inherent strength of the comprehended principles must also be considered, as the nature of arcane principles varies in potency. For instance, while both Earth Element and Earth Pulse belong to the 6 great arcane principles of the Earth, the former is a lower-tier principle, while the latter is a higher-tier principle, in practical applications where no significant difference exists. Pitting a practitioner who has reached a bottleneck in Earth Element against one who has achieved a similar level in Earth Pulse will evidently favor the latter. Additionally, the Wind Element encompasses 9 arcane principles, while the Earth and other 6 elements contain only 6, making each of the Wind's principles relatively weaker. The distinction also exists between those who comprehend the laws of heaven and earth and those who grasp the rules of heaven and earth. The principles of earth, wind, water, and fire are inherently weaker than those of life and death. Thus, although Lin Feng currently stands at the initial threshold of the sacred domain, his genuine strength, particularly in the wind and fate aspects, rivals that of an ordinary mid-stage sacred mage. Certainly, should Lin Feng create a unique skill that synthesizes his understanding of the wind principles and fate rules, his combat prowess would ascend to another echelon altogether. With a deep breath, Lin Feng wielded the purple blood divine sword. Repeatedly practicing various fundamental techniques, he focused on the angles from which to strike with the greatest speed and how to control the vibrations of the purple blood to minimize air resistance, thereby achieving greater velocity. Each monotonous stroke of the sword produced a fleeting purple light, its speed breathtaking. Yet, Lin Feng remained dissatisfied, relentlessly pursuing the limits of his capabilities, drawing upon the insights of a wind mage regarding wind elements. He endeavored to render the purple blood more ethereal and swift. From the texts, he learned that for a warrior to ascend into the sacred domain, they must not only cultivate their martial energy to the pinnacle of level 9, but also elevate their realm to a level capable of invoking the might of heaven and earth. Referred to as momentum in the Baruch family tomes, momentum signifies the power of the heavens and earth, where a single strike can summon their might, a prerequisite for entering the sacred domain. Without grasping the concept of momentum, one would never attain the status of a sword saint. The invocation of the heavens and earth's might is neither a law nor a rule, but rather a realm that pertains specifically to warriors. Within the Mist Valley, over 100 colossal dragons circled continuously, oblivious to the cause of the subterranean explosions. What could it be? Suddenly, 3 immense figures materialized in the misty skies, each towering 30 meters and stretching nearly 100 meters in length, resembling a lion magnified several-fold. However, these creatures were not lions. Each possessed gigantic wings and 6 eyes. These 6-eyed, winged behemoths were as colossal as the legendary behemoth beasts, yet they were even more terrifying. With a thunderous roar, the 3-headed monstrosities opened their cavernous mouths, instantly transforming them into whirlpools of devouring force, exerting a tremendous suction on each dragon. The dragons, filled with terror, sought to flee, but the overwhelming force of suction proved insurmountable, curiously affecting only the dragons while leaving the boulders on the ground entirely unaffected. The over 100 dragons roared in fury and fear, yet against the terrifying suction, they were helplessly drawn closer. One massive dragon was engulfed by the yawning maw of the 6-eyed creature. What terrified the dragons most was the realization that the creature's belly seemed like an abyss, although their own size was slightly smaller. It should have sufficed to contain them. Yet, a single dragon was swallowed, and the creature continued to consume one after another. The 3-headed monstrosity's insatiable appetite proved too powerful for the level 8 dragons to resist. In mere moments, over 100 dragons were completely devoured by the three beasts. What a delightful feast. One of the creatures laughed heartily. After so many years, I finally enjoyed a proper meal. I thought I would perish in that cursed place, never to emerge again. What a pity for Old 4 and Old 5. Another creature sighed softly. The three-headed beasts fell silent, haunted by memories of their years in that accursed realm. They shuddered at the thought of their bleak existence, devoid of a future or hope, constantly facing the specter of death. Had it not been for their father, the three of them would have likely perished long ago. Yet even with their father as protection, the weaker Old 4 and Old 5 had met their demise. "Father has arrived," the three-headed creatures exclaimed, spotting a handsome young man suspended nearby. Instantly, their forms shrank down, ultimately resembling the size of an ordinary lion, albeit with beautifully colored fur and wings far more exquisite than those of a dragon. The only unsettling aspect was their 6 eyes. "Father," the three-headed creatures joyfully flew to the side of the enchanting youth, who now bore no traces of blood and whose dark golden robe was free of dust. A smile graced his face. "Did you enjoy your meal?" The mesmerizing youth inquired with a cheerful tone. "Oh, there are still 2 level 8 magical beasts here." The enigmatic youth gazed towards the western expanse of the Misty Valley, simultaneously unleashing a vibrant 4-colored force that surged forth with incredible speed. In but a fleeting moment, 2 colossal velociraptors were ensnared by the radiant energy, drawn into the air. These 2 velociraptors appeared to sense the impending doom, emitting low groans of submission. Though belonging to the 8th-tier beast category alongside the fire and green dragon clans, their status as ground-dwelling reptiles kept them at a considerable distance from the latter. The 3 monstrous beings that had previously feasted upon a massive dragon were oblivious to the lurking velociraptors in the distance, as over 100 dragons were devoured in the process. A tremor of fear coursed through the velociraptors. The strength of their adversary was overwhelming, and the 3 creatures, now diminished to the size of ordinary animals, could still articulate speech. "Do you wish to flee?" The enigmatic youth smiled, addressing the 2 velociraptors. Despite their considerable size, the youth appeared diminutive in comparison, yet the velociraptors quaked with trepidation, hastily voicing their pleas in the dragon tongue. "My lord, we do not dare. We do not dare." The youth seemed to comprehend their language, nodding with a smile. "Excellent. Having just arrived in this realm, I find myself in good spirits, so I shall spare your lives. Submit to me." The bindings around the velociraptors dissipated, and the 2 8th-tier velociraptors plummeted heavily to the ground. They exchanged a glance, then immediately prostrated themselves in the most respectful manner, lowering their heads to signify submission. Dragons are known for their pride. However, they will yield before an unparalleled powerhouse. Aware that a mere finger from the enigmatic youth could spell their demise, they acquiesced. Yulon Continent. The enigmatic youth surveyed his surroundings, a broad smile gracing his face. "What a splendid place this is. I trust one shall not encounter the misfortunes of over 5,000 years ago again." Deep within the Beast Mountain range, Lin Feng, having reverted to his human form, donned only trousers and a t-shirt. Though it was still early February, and the temperature remained exceedingly low, he meticulously examined the purple soft sword now in his possession. This was the purple blood soft sword, a fine blade indeed, befitting its title as the sword of the purple blood demon, exuding a palpable aura of malevolence. As Lin Feng caressed the sword, he noted 2 square characters on the hilt, hellish script, indeed obscure, with an abundance of strokes. As Lin Feng scrutinized the purple bloodsoft sword, its gossamer blade was as delicate as a cicada's wing, despite its unique material. Its weight remained remarkably light, merely 5 pounds. For Lin Feng, a 5-pound soft sword posed no burden. Channeling his dragon blood aura into the sword, the purple blood immediately became rigid. With a swift motion, whoosh, the blade effortlessly sliced through a tree that required 2 or 3 people to encircle, the massive trunk remaining utterly still. Yet, Lin Feng was acutely aware that the tree had been cleaved in 2 by the purple blood sword, its speed and sharpness rendering the act almost imperceptible. With a sudden push against the ground, Lin Feng leapt into the air, executing a kick against the trunk, causing the tree to tilt and shatter several branches before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Lin Feng examined the smooth cut. How impeccably sleek. There was not a hint of roughness on the surface. The sword is indeed as described in the ancient texts, exceedingly sharp. To think such a robust tree could be severed so easily. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Holding a wild chicken in her grasp, Bebe widened her eyes at the flawless cut. Lin Feng chuckled softly, then turned his gaze to the purple bloodsoft sword, contemplating, with this lightweight, razor-sharp weapon, I need not fear facing legions. Lin Feng began to wield the soft sword, moving gracefully and fluidly through the forest, the purple blood slicing effortlessly through the air. Its sharpness, speed, and gossamer form allowed it to cut through the air with negligible resistance. Achieving astounding velocity, its light weight enabled Lin Feng's strength to be transmuted into unparalleled speed. Attempting to infuse the sword with wind magic, he found that the already formidable speed of the purple blood sword increased even further, its trajectory becoming erratic and fearfully unpredictable. With the purple blood, my combat prowess has undoubtedly doubled. I could even contend with mid-level or high-level sanctum warriors. Lin Feng marveled at the extraordinary weapon to a T that moment. Wielding the purple blood, he felt an exhilarating sense of invincibility. What manner of sword is this? How is it so powerful? Finally unable to contain her curiosity, Sadius inquired, having observed Lin Feng's swordplay. Though he had not directed the blade towards her, she could distinctly sense an overwhelming and terrifying aura emanating from it, making her soul tremble. This sword is known as the Purple Bloodsoft Sword. It is a divine artifact, Lin Feng explained with a calm smile. A divine sword? Sadius swallowed hard, incredulously stating, is it true that the divine possess such might? Even their sword can instill despair. Lin Feng chuckled. Divinity comes in various tiers. The original owner of this sword was an immensely powerful deity, and countless divine beings have perished beneath its blade. Over time, it has accumulated a certain aura of malevolence. Suddenly, Lin Feng glanced at Sadius with a mischievous smile, asking, Sadius, would you like to test the power of this sword? Upon hearing this, Sadius shook her large head vigorously. Lin Feng sheathed the soft sword and clapped his hands, saying, all right, just teasing you, Sadius. Could you perhaps reduce your size a bit? Your imposing stature is rather cumbersome in the human realm. My lord, a servant's voice echoed from outside the spring garden. Lin Feng paused, and with a subtle motion, the purple divine sword vanished from his grasp. Enter, he commanded, his voice steady. Instantly, a graceful maid hurried in, casting a gaze of admiration at Lin Feng before respectfully lowering her head and saying, my lord, the Debus family has sent an invitation. She presented the invitation with utmost reverence. Lin Feng examined the invitation, which bore a crimson hue adorned with golden edges. The words invitation emblazoned on the cover, an invitation. He took it and opened it, revealing content that aligned precisely with his expectations that on June 18th, Coiling is to hold an engagement ceremony with Alice and Roland. Roland, Lin Feng furrowed his brow at the invitation's contents, surprised to find that Coiling, without his intervention, was indeed set to become engaged to Alice and Roland, just as in the original narrative. Notably, Alice's name was inscribed before Roland's, indicating that this time, Alice would assume the title of the primary wife. You may leave now, Lin Feng said calmly. Yes, my lord, the maid replied respectfully before exiting the spring garden. Boss, is this the Debus family? The one Alice is to be engaged to? Bebe leaped onto Lin Feng's shoulder, elongating her neck to peer at the invitation. Roland. Who is Roland? Bebe queried, puzzled. Bebe, when did you become so inquisitive? Lin Feng chuckled softly, then tucked the invitation into his spatial ring and sat down cross-legged to cultivate his dragon blood aura. June 18th. According to the priests of the Church of Light, this is a propitious date, and the Debus family has chosen this day for the engagement ceremony. On that day, the entrance of the Debus family was abuzz with activity. A throng of nobles, affluent merchants, and beautiful noblewomen, as well as charming young nobles, flooded the area. It could be said that the Debus family was the epicenter of aristocratic congregation throughout Finley City. Master Lin Feng, to the Debus family. A servant's voice rose in urgency as Lin Feng, dressed in a tailored black gentleman's suit, stepped into the grand hall of the Debus family estate. Conversations among the nobles came to an abrupt halt as they turned to regard Lin Feng. Lin Feng surveyed the hall, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his demeanor perfectly embodying the elegance of nobility. Lord Lin Feng, we welcome your esteemed presence. Bernard, who was originally engaged in conversation with the guests, immediately approached Lin Feng, accompanied by the elegantly attired Callan. Callan was indeed the protagonist of the day, although Lin Feng held no official title. His remarkable achievements in both stone sculpting and magic warranted the honorific title of Sir. Mr. Bernard, Lin Feng said with a slight smile, congratulations on your son's engagement, and to two beautiful ladies at that. Thank you, Bernard replied warmly. Callan also respectfully added, Sir Lin Feng, Welcome to our gathering. I hope you enjoy yourself today. Lin Feng glanced at Callan, nodding slightly without further comment, then turned to Bernard. Mr. Bernard, please attend to your other guests. I shall excuse myself for a moment. The D-Bus family hall was indeed vast, filled with hundreds of nobles and wealthy individuals. Yet it felt far from crowded. The ladies of the nobility and young noblewomen, adorned in exquisite and fashionable attire, flitted through the crowd like proud peacocks, particularly after Lin Feng's arrival. Many noblewomen could not help but approach him with eager conversation. Sir Lin Feng, you are truly remarkable. That I've been studying stone carving for 3 years, yet I can barely manage the most basic shapes. A noble girl with beautiful long brown hair exclaimed enthusiastically. You are so extraordinary, being only slightly older than I, and already approaching the level of masters like Plux and Hopkinson. Sir Lin Feng, would you be able to guide me? As she spoke, the noble girl gazed at Lin Feng with her large, enchanting eyes, filled with hopeful anticipation. Under the pure gaze of such beauty, Lin Feng felt a wave of discomfort, yet he endeavored to maintain his noble composure, responding with a gentle smile. Carving stone requires considerable strength. A delicate and lovely girl like you might find more fulfillment in studying oil painting. Many noblewomen were aware that Lin Feng was unmarried and solitary, which led them to surround him with attention. Their parents, however, delighted in this spectacle, for the nobility of Finley Kingdom understood that any family fortunate enough to capture Lin Feng, a veritable golden son-in-law, would undoubtedly ascend to greatness. Who was Lin Feng? The second greatest magical genius in history, a master-level stone sculptor, coveted by both the Finley Kingdom and the Holy Light Church, destined to become a significant figure within the church. His future status might even surpass that of the king of Finley Kingdom. Lin Feng. A jovial voice echoed. Lin Feng turned to see the king, Clyde. In the presence of Clyde, Lin Feng maintained a tranquil demeanor. From his broad perspective, Clyde was not a bad man. He was, in fact, a rather enlightened king. However, Clyde was an indirect enemy responsible for the death of Lin Feng's mother, Lena, which necessitated his demise. Though Lin Feng did not harbor intense hatred, from Clyde's perspective, his actions were devoid of error. It was a matter of survival, capturing individuals with pure souls to offer to the Holy Light Church in exchange for benefits, an understandable rationale. Yet, Lin Feng's understanding could not absolve him from the necessity of killing Clyde. The surrounding noblewomen immediately bowed respectfully, hesitant to engage further. Lin Feng exhaled a quiet sigh of relief and promptly approached Clyde, feeling assured that the presence of the king would deter the noblewomen's advances. Lin Feng, do you have a particular interest? Clyde whispered teasingly into Lin Feng's ear. Lin Feng, feeling slightly exasperated, glanced at Clyde and replied, Your Majesty, must you tease me so? Haha. Clyde laughed heartily. Suddenly, the entire hall fell silent as Clyde turned his gaze toward the entrance. His eyes lighting up. It seems the star of today has arrived. Lin Feng followed his gaze and beheld Callan, holding the hands of 2 beautiful women. Both were adorned in splendid gowns, their golden hair embellished with sparkling adornments. One was Alice, the other was Roland. Lin Feng's gaze lingered on Roland, internally marveling. Roland is indeed a rare beauty, and Callan is truly fortunate to be surrounded by both Alice and Roland, sharing such exceptional company. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce. Bernard's voice rang out, still beaming with a smile. My son, Callan, is today engaged to Miss Roland and Miss Alice. As Bernard gestured toward Roland, a hushed murmur spread throughout the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats, Bernard cheerfully announced. Nobles and affluent guests began to find their places at the banquet. Some members of the D-Bus family remained exceptionally cordial, holding a glass of wine. Lin Feng retreated to a secluded corner, settling onto a sofa. Boss, I've heard many discussing you. Bei leaped onto Lin Feng's lap. Lin Feng sipped his drink, thinking, let them speculate. Hee, boss, you've completely eclipsed Callan, becoming the true center of attention at today's banquet. Bei teased. Lin Feng had never attended a banquet before, and those who sought him out often found the door closed. Thus, despite his illustrious reputation, few recognized him in the imperial capital. Most of today's guests were meeting Lin Feng for the first time, allowing him to subtly usurp Callan's spotlight. Sitting in the corner, Lin Feng quietly observed Callan, Alice, and Roland as they mingled with the guests, while he remained solitary with his drink. Sir Lin Feng, why are you drinking alone? A fair-skinned, azure-haired beauty approached, naturally taking a seat beside him and raising her glass. Lin Feng clinked glasses with her. My name is Sha. Before the banquet, I wanted to converse with you, Sir Lin Feng. But it seems you are quite popular among the ladies, leaving me little opportunity, Sha remarked with a smile. Lin Feng glanced at Xia. She was tall and exuded a captivating charm in her laughter. Her expressive eyes held a beguiling allure that surpassed that of the noble women. Xia truly embodied the alluring qualities described in the original text. One could only imagine how those enamored with mature women would react upon encountering her. Lin Feng mused. After chatting with Xia for a while, Lin Feng felt inclined to leave. He was simply not suited for such gatherings, and the gazes of the noble women made him uneasy. His resolve was not as strong as that of the Lin Feng depicted in the original text. Fearing that lingering too long might lead to mistakes and betray Delia, he decided it best to depart sooner rather than later, just as he was about to dismiss Xia and make his exit. Patterson approached him. Lin Feng, how are you feeling? Duke Patterson inquired. How do you mean? Lin Feng replied, glancing at Xia. Patterson shot Lin Feng an ambiguous look. Xia is quite the sought-after beauty in noble circles. Just look at her figure, her gaze, her lips. Oh. Lin Feng could only chuckle. I can assure you, Xia seems genuinely interested in you. Seize the opportunity, and you might win her over, Patterson advised, giving Lin Feng a friendly pat on the shoulder. Lin Feng regarded Patterson with a glance, not interested. Patterson looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Lin Feng, Patterson suddenly lowered his voice. After the banquet concludes tonight, do not rush to leave. I have matters to discuss with you. Lin Feng was taken aback, pondering, could it be that the events of the original text were about to unfold again? Was Patterson seeking his aid after his brother Clyde discovered his smuggling of water jade, or? Lin Feng then chuckled coldly to himself. I have been eager to find an opportunity to eliminate you, and tonight shall be your end. Don't tell me you won't honor my request. Patterson feigned irritation. Rest assured, Duke, I will wait a while longer this evening. Lin Feng replied with a smile. As the clock approached 8, many nobles began to depart, yet Lin Feng remained unhurried, recalling Patterson's agreement. He quietly lingered in the hall. Lin Feng, I must take my leave, Clyde said to Lin Feng before exiting, leaving the hall increasingly empty. Impatiently awaiting, Lin Feng stepped out of the grand hall, feeling the cool night breeze in the corridor. At that moment, a male attendant approached him quietly. Lord Lin Feng, the Duke requests your presence, the attendant whispered. Lead the way, Lin Feng replied, maintaining an outward calm, while Bei Bei remained curled in his embrace. The attendant guided Lin Feng down a narrow, eerie path, clearly seldom traversed, as evidenced by the scant signs of passage. Where are we going? Lin Feng murmured. The attendant respectfully replied, Lord Lin Feng, it is the Duke's instructions to ensure that no one sees you. Without further inquiry, Lin Feng followed the attendant as they traversed the narrow path and navigated through a small grove before unlocking a concealed door. They finally arrived at a modest building. Lin Feng thought to himself, the D-Bus family possesses such a hidden place that it would indeed be a challenge to locate this secluded abode unless someone could fly. The attendant ushered Lin Feng directly into the parlor of the small building. Duke, Lord Lin Feng has arrived, the attendant announced respectfully at the door. Lin Feng has come. Patterson, clad in a black robe, emerged from an inner room. His hawk-like eyes sparkled with delight upon spotting Lin Feng. And he hurried over. Lin Feng, come in quickly. There's no need. You may perish. Lin Feng had no interest in idle chatter with Patterson. In an instant, 2 violet sword shadows flashed, severing the heads of both Patterson and the attendant. Patterson would die without ever comprehending why Lin Feng had sought his demise. As his head flew from his shoulders, his soul was drawn into the realm of the underworld. Eradicate all traces. Lin Feng conjured 2 fireballs, engulfing the corpses of Patterson and the attendant. The intensity of the flames, fueled by Lin Feng's formidable mental energy, was terrifying. The bodies were incinerated at an alarming rate, releasing a foul odor until only charred bones and ashes remained. After disposing of the remains, Lin Feng employed wind magic to disperse the lingering scent of blood and burnt flesh. It is best to return swiftly. We cannot afford to raise suspicion, Lin Feng resolved, leaping nimbly out of the small building's yard, reaching the front courtyard in mere seconds. A handful of noble guests still engaged in jovial conversation. Ah, Lord Lin Feng, you're still here. Count Juno, making his way outside, spotted Lin Feng and greeted him warmly. Lin Feng smiled and replied, Yes, I was feeling unwell earlier and stepped outside for a moment. Count Juno fell and stepped beside Lin Feng. Lord Lin Feng, I am quite fond of your stone sculptures. I purchased the 3 pieces you exhibited at the Proxus Gallery during your inaugural auction. Count Juno proudly shared. His pride stemmed from acquiring Lin Feng's debut works, which, while each might have been worth only 6,000 or 7,000 gold coins based on their intrinsic value, had now transformed due to Lin Feng's elevated status as a sculptor of love. The significance of such a reputation rendered those 3 pieces worth no less than 100,000 gold coins each, making it Count Juno's most esteemed collection. That he resolved to cherish these works, confident that as Lin Feng's renown grew, so too would the value of his sculptures. Lord Lin Feng, do take care. The butler at the D-Bus family estate bid Lin Feng respectfully at the entrance. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement and bid farewell to Count Juno. The death of Patterson did not incite significant unrest in Finley City, and no one suspected Lin Feng's involvement, despite the attendant harboring doubts without concrete evidence. Time passed swiftly, and half a month later, a major event unfolded in the imperial capital. The D-Bus family had been implicated in the smuggling of jadeite ore, discovered by Clyde. Consequently, the family's patriarch, Bernard, and the first heir, Coiling, were imprisoned. Upon learning of this scandal, Dawson Trading Company immediately severed ties with the D-Bus family, completely abandoning them. Lin Feng reflected on the news with a sense of wonder, even without his interference. The D-Bus family's greed had led them down the path of smuggling. Was this their inescapable fate? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Lin Feng felt a sudden clarity regarding the rules of destiny. Realizing he had made further progress in his understanding, a smile graced his face. Destiny is profoundly intricate and elusive, making it challenging to grasp, let alone to cultivate, since inadvertently stepping into the threshold of destiny's rules at his family estate. Lin Feng had made no progress in this realm. Yet, unexpectedly, he had advanced, albeit still far from divinity. It was nonetheless a step forward. The fate of the D-Bus family continued to unfold as in the original narrative. During this time, Alice sought Lin Feng's assistance, and he petitioned Clyde for Coiling's release. Ultimately, the D-Bus family adhered to their scripted destiny, paying a compensation of 80 million gold coins. Of course, a small incident occurred during this affair. Alice, having no connection to Lin Feng, was summoned to the residence of the Right Chancellor, Merritt, who sought to violate her. However, despite the lack of personal ties to Alice, Lin Feng could not stand idly by while she was defiled by the scoundrel Merritt. Just as Merritt attempted his vile act, Lin Feng intervened, reducing him to mere dust. Merritt, a sycophant who had climbed the ranks through flattery, was inconsequential to Clyde, and his demise stirred no ripples. It was only a pity for Merritt's 12 beautiful wives. In the spring water garden, a warm, earthy glow enveloped the grass, the result of earth magic's gravity spell. Lin Feng, clad only in trousers and bare-chested, was diligently training on the grass. His muscular physique was sculpted to perfection. Devoid of any excess flesh, under the weight of 50 times normal gravity, Lin Feng's body, including his meridians and blood vessels, bore the immense strain. Fortunately, having undergone the transformation of dragon blood, his physical constitution had reached new heights. With his legs in a wide stance, Lin Feng held a massive stone lock in each hand, each weighing 100 pounds. Under the gravity's influence, the combined weight approached 10,000 pounds. His legs were taut as steel, and his torso stood upright, unwavering as he gazed forward. Static training is an exceptionally effective method. Beads of sweat began to trickle from Lin Feng's skin, and droplets quickly dripped from his temples. Yet he persevered. Lord Lin Feng trains relentlessly, dedicating an entire day to either combat training or magical meditation. The only respite he allows himself is during his stone sculpting. One maid observed quietly. Another maid nodded in agreement. I've never witnessed a nobleman train with such fervor. Back home, our warrior instructors only train for 4 hours daily. The Knights of the Holy Light Order, standing nearby, regarded Lin Feng with admiration. Generally, when gifted individuals are enveloped in accolades, they risk falling from grace. Each year, the Holy Light Order cultivates talented individuals, yet none shine as brightly as Lin Feng, who remains untainted by the temptations of a hedonistic world. At this rate, Lord Lin Feng may become the youngest 9th-level powerhouse in history, the youngest sacred domain champion, one knight remarked quietly. The others nodded in agreement, deeply impressed by Lin Feng's unwavering dedication to his training. Within the spring water garden, after an hour of warrior training, Lin Feng continued his relentless pursuit of excellence. Lin Feng circulated the Dragon Blood Warrior's aura within his body. The Dragon Blood aura absorbed the elements of the outside world, as well as the innate energy from the Dragon Blood Warrior's lineage, gradually growing stronger and nourishing every part of Lin Feng's being. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, a flicker of joy igniting within him. As the circulating Dragon Blood aura returned to his dantian, it began to tremble, the liquefied Dragon Blood aura in the lower dantian surging like waves. Lin Feng promptly urged the Dragon Blood aura within his meridians to merge into the lower dantian. And in a short while, the Dragon Blood aura there reached a peak state. Boom! Feeling the violent transformation of the dragon blood aura in his lower dantian, a radiant smile blossomed on Lin Feng's face. Every thread of aura was transforming, fundamentally altering its essence. Finally, the breakthrough had commenced. Lin Feng waited in quiet anticipation. Initially, the dragon blood aura transforming in his lower dantian was scant, but as time passed, it increased exponentially in both volume and speed. In the end, within merely 10 breaths, he successfully converted the remaining half completely. Haha, boss. Bei looked at Lin Feng with confusion. Lin Feng lifted Bei into his arms, laughing as he said, Bei, my warrior cultivation has finally broken through to the peak of level 8, reaching level 9. At this moment, Lin Feng felt an unprecedented happiness ever since reaching the peak of level 8. He had been eagerly anticipating this day. Although he had felt for over a month that a breakthrough was imminent, he had never managed to seize the opportunity until just now, level 9. From this day forward, Lin Feng had entered the ranks of level 9 warriors. Yet, level 9 was merely the surface of his energy. In essence, upon fully transforming into a dragon, he had become a novice warrior of the sanctuary realm. His defenses, speed, and strength would witness astonishing breakthroughs. Although Lin Feng had already stepped into the sanctuary realm in magic, the breakthrough to level 9 in warrior cultivation, culminating in full dragon transformation, filled him with immense joy. After reveling in his triumph, Lin Feng sighed once more. Regrettably, his realm was still too low. He had yet to attain the effortless mastery recorded in his family's tomes, let alone the higher tier of momentum. In truth, Lin Feng's inability to grasp the effortless mastery was not due to a lack of comprehension, but rather the absence of a suitable weapon. Without a substantial weapon, how could one comprehend this level? It seemed the forging of the Black Jade Greatsword needed to be prioritized. However, Lin Feng was not overly anxious. His current cultivation and aura was still quite lacking, and there remained a significant distance to the peak of level 9. Making an understanding of the realm not an urgent matter. Boss, you mentioned your dragon transformation allows you to step into the sanctuary realm. Transform now and let me behold your heroism, Bei remarked. Her eyes sparkling as she playfully flattered him. Lin Feng felt a surge of warmth in his heart. A splendid suggestion. All right, he replied with a smile. Bei immediately leaped from Lin Feng's shoulder. Once more, black scales erupted from Lin Feng's body, spikes sprouting from his back, elbows, and forehead. His pupils transformed into a dark golden hue, nearly identical to before. Yet, Lin Feng sensed a difference. With a deep breath, he felt the unique energy of the dragon blood warrior lineage within him merging into his bones, muscles, and even his scales, spikes, and dragon tail. The originally black scales now shimmered with an inconspicuous azure glow. An overwhelming sensation enveloped him. Lin Feng felt his vision and hearing amplify exponentially, able to perceive movements within several miles. A potent force, a formidable aura. Lin Feng clenched his fist, causing the very air to tremble, the powerful muscles containing a strength more terrifying than before. At this moment, his internal aura surged with vigor. Haha! Lin Feng erupted into a fit of joyous laughter. The sensation of a warrior stepping into the sanctuary realm and that of a mage doing so was indeed two vastly different experiences. Feeling the surging power within him, Lin Feng sensed he could shatter the very space before him with a single punch. Exiting his dragon transformation, Lin Feng dove directly into the hot spring. Reclining in the warm waters, he savored the soothing sensation washing over his muscles, comfortably closing his eyes, allowing himself a rare moment of respite. My lord. A guard's voice rang out from outside the garden. Lin Feng sprang from the spring, azure light flickering, evaporating the droplets on his body, and donned a robe before calling out. Entered at a guard hurried into the garden, respectfully stating, My lord, a guest has arrived and is currently awaiting you in the lounge. A guest in the lounge, Lin Feng pondered, perplexed. Nobles frequently sought Lin Feng's audience, yet those without his consent were obliged to wait outside. Only individuals of high standing, such as Duke Bernard, His Majesty Clyde, or Lord Gilmore, could directly enter the lounge without waiting at the door. Who is it? Lin Feng inquired. I do not know, but he wields the Cardinal's token, the guard replied respectfully, indicating that he was familiar with the token as one from the Church of Light. The Cardinal's token was unique, possessed by each cardinal, and occasionally by certain powerful ascetics. This token represented a status that was not inferior to that of the Cardinal himself. The token, Lin Feng mused inwardly. So it is the king of assassins, Shisa. Lin Feng held a favorable impression of Shisa, not only because he had saved Lin Feng's life in the original tale, but also due to Shisa's unpretentious demeanor, which Lin Feng greatly admired. Without hesitation, Lin Feng made his way to the lounge. As he crossed the corridor, he spotted Shisa seated in the lounge, facing him. The figure within the lounge was a middle-aged man clad in a loose robe. His long black hair cascading down, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, exuding a languid air. Upon Lin Feng's gaze landing on him, the man seemed to sense it, immediately turning to reveal a look of surprise in his eyes. "Master Lin Feng, you've arrived." Lin Feng smiled slightly and replied, "Indeed, I am Lin Feng. However, if I am not mistaken, you must be the founder of the Blade Organization, the Peak Sanctuary expert, the King of Assassins." Shisa, correct. Lin Feng knew that Shisa favored straightforward individuals and despised pretense, so he boldly exposed Shisa's identity, harboring no fear. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Shisa's previously relaxed demeanor stiffened. Fixating his gaze on Lin Feng. "Who are you exactly?" Shisa was taken aback. Although his identity was not a secret, it was not widely known either. Apart from the Church of Light, the Church of Darkness, and several imperial decision-makers, few others were privy to it. Lin Feng, noticing Shisa's tension, waved his hand dismissively and replied with a casual smile, "No need for such formality. I am merely Lin Feng. As you say, as for how I know your identity, it is quite simple. While I am not a member of the Church of Light, I have encountered 5 cardinals, yet none were you. However, you possess the cardinal's token, thus your identity is self-evident." Lin Feng had already formulated his words, so he did not hesitate. Hearing this, Shisa relaxed once more, adopting a casual demeanor as he casually seated himself. "The fact that I assassinated a cardinal has yet to become common knowledge, I presume?" Naturally, killing a cardinal would be akin to slapping the Church of Light in the face. They would never allow such a scandal to spread. However, I happen to have a good relationship with Cardinal Lamposen and had the fortune of hearing about it from him. Lin Feng responded that to be honest, Lin Feng's bold move had been quite precarious. Although he had also entered the sanctuary realm, the gap between him and Shisa, who had ascended to the peak of the sanctuary realm for 5,000 years, was monumental. If Shisa were to act against Lin Feng, the outcome would be an inevitable defeat for Lin Feng, without a shred of doubt. However, now that he saw Shisa returning to his languid demeanor, Lin Feng knew he had played his cards right. "Lamposen?" Shisa smirked lazily and remarked, "That lad has indeed benefited from my fortune. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to the position of cardinal." Before Lin Feng could respond, Shisa suddenly turned his head, a playful glint in his eyes. "You've stepped into the sanctuary realm as well, haven't you?" Lin Feng was taken aback. He had concealed all his aura within, and it should have been impossible for anyone below the level of a divine being to perceive his true strength. Yet, to his astonishment, upon meeting Shisa, he had been exposed. Since his concealment was no longer necessary, Lin Feng decided to abandon his disguise and chuckled lightly. "You truly live up to your reputation as the King of Slaughter. Reigning over the Yulan continent for over 5 millennia, your gaze is indeed piercingly sharp." Sensing the aura of the holy domain emanating from Lin Feng, Shisa rose to his feet, fixating his gaze on Lin Feng, exclaiming, "I had my suspicions previously, but I dared not confirm them. That I never anticipated you to be a true holy domain practitioner, and a formidable magus at that. You must be merely 17, yet you have already stepped into the holy domain. Your future is boundless." Shisa's expression was a mix of admiration and envy, remarking, "In comparison, this old man feels somewhat ashamed." That Mr. Shisa, you must not belittle yourself. With your strength, aside from the martial god, the high priest, and that enigmatic figure from the dark forest, I dare say you have no rivals on the Yulan continent," Lin Feng replied. His words were not mere flattery. Although few could match Shisa's prowess, there were indeed some, such as Fawn, the martial goddess' foremost disciple, and the Pope of Light, who practiced the grand prophecy. However, what made Shisa truly terrifying were his unending assassination techniques. Even a peak holy domain expert would likely find it difficult to sleep soundly if Shisa had set his sights on them. In terms of comprehensive strength, Shisa was undoubtedly the foremost expert of the holy domain. Let us not dwell on past tales. Shisa waved his hand dismissively, speaking earnestly. "Master Lin Feng, I have come to seek your assistance." "Please, Mr. Shisa, just call me Lin Feng. Addressing me as master feels rather distant." Lin Feng replied promptly that haha, "Splendid. I, Shisa, have few friends in this life. Today, I find you quite agreeable, and since you have entered the holy domain, you are worthy of being my friend." Shisa laughed heartily. Hearing this, Lin Feng felt a surge of pride. Forging a friendship with the King of Slaughter was indeed a remarkable achievement. In the original text, Shisa regarded Lin Feng with mere admiration. But after witnessing Lin Feng's formidable strength in the abyss, that admiration gradually morphed into deep respect. Since that is the case, I shall address you without pretense. Lin Feng chuckled in return. This visit has truly been worthwhile. I did not expect you to be such a kindred spirit, Shisa remarked, stroking his small mustache with a smile. That it is indeed a great fortune for me to befriend someone as generous as you. Shisa, Lin Feng responded with a smile, before inquiring, what brings you here today, brother Shisa? Oh, you have me so pleased that I almost forgot my purpose for visiting, Shisa exclaimed, lightly tapping his head as if conversing with a close friend. I do not possess many hobbies. I once enjoyed women and, in the past, the thrill of killing. However, having grown weary of murder, I have developed a passion for art, particularly the most noble form of it, stone carving. Your previous love for stone carving left me utterly astonished. I could not sleep well afterward, and thus I felt compelled to visit you personally. What do you mean, Shisa? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. I wish to request your assistance in carving a piece of stone sculpture. Shisa said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. That is simple enough. Lin Feng quickly consented. What particular requirements do you have for the sculpture, Mr. Shisa? Shisa grinned mischievously. Lin Feng, would you be able to use me as a model? I wish for you to capture the unique aura of masculinity that I possess. Using you as a model is certainly not an issue, Lin Feng replied, albeit hesitantly, but capturing that aura may prove to be a challenge. Perceiving Lin Feng's expression, Shisa quickly interjected, what, is it very difficult? No, not at all. Lin Feng shook his head, frowning slightly. It is quite simple for me to replicate your appearance with just a glance. However, capturing your unique aura is a different matter altogether. As a person's aura varies with their emotions, be it anger, joy, sadness, or even rage, Shisa immediately chuckled. That is easy. My unique aura is most pronounced when I am at my most charming as a man. Lin Feng broke into a sweat, realizing that this ancient being, over 6,000 years old, was indeed as shameless as described in the original text. And when do you believe you are at your most charming? Shisa, Lin Feng inquired, following the thread of conversation. Without a doubt, I am most charming when I am killing, Shisa declared confidently. My moniker, the King of Slaughter, is not merely for show. The name King of Slaughter, Shisa, was a figure of terror across the Yulan continent. Both the four great empires and the two major alliances would think twice before crossing paths with him. In the realm of assassins, if one were to name the pinnacle of their ranks, it would undoubtedly be this King of Slaughter, who had roamed the Yulan continent for over 5 millennia, at a peak holy domain expert. Shisa was the master of assassinations, employing a myriad of complex techniques that had reached an artistic pinnacle. Those who had trained under Shisa often claimed that his method of killing was nothing short of an art form. The strongest assassin, the King of Slaughter. Killing, you say? Lin Feng chuckled. Then, I implore you, brother Shisa, to demonstrate for us. That is simple. I shall show you right here and now what it means to kill. Pay close attention. Shisa's demeanor shifted dramatically. Observe carefully. Should my target be the vase before me? Shisa said calmly. In an instant, Shisa's previously languid aura faded entirely, leaving him devoid of presence, expression, or emotion, cold and indifferent. Lin Feng's eyes barely registered the motion. He felt the air tremble, and in the next moment, the vase before him had disintegrated into nothingness, inch by inch. Indeed, it was a clear, incremental vanishing. Though he had read about it in the original text, the visual experience left Lin Feng utterly astonished. With his current strength, shattering a vase from thousands of meters away would be effortless, but to reduce it to nothingness as Shisa had done was beyond his capabilities. Is this the King of Slaughter? Lin Feng engraved this moment into his mind, the moment of action. Shisa's emotions remained unchanged. He seemed devoid of any emotional fluctuations, coldly surveying everything. Life appeared as mere straw before him. Killing was as simple as mowing grass. Yet Lin Feng sensed that, at the moment of action, Shisa's focus was entirely on the vase, as if it were the only object in existence. That eerie sensation made Lin Feng feel a pang of blood rising in his throat. Did you see that? Shisa suddenly relaxed, casually sitting down and crossing his legs, looking at Lin Feng with a grin. What do you think? Was that not when I exuded my most masculine charm? I have won the hearts of many women with this skill. Lin Feng etched that scene deeply into his memory. In response to Shisa's inquiry, he nodded. Indeed, it was quite charming. I have committed that moment to memory. Then, Lin Feng added with a smile, I must say, your artistry in killing rivals my stone carving skills. Shisa's mustache twitched with pride. Naturally, Life itself is an art form. Life itself is an art form. Lin Feng pondered over this phrase, suddenly reminded of something he had heard back on Earth. Life is a blank canvas, and it is up to you to enrich it with your experiences. Viewing life as a burden or suffering leads to a jumbled mess at the end, a worthless scrap of paper. However, perceiving life as an enjoyment or a journey yields a record of your existence. A meaningful testament to your life. Life is the amalgamation of existence and destiny. Existence is the blank canvas, while destiny comprises the words and patterns upon it. A life imbued with destiny is true life. A grand portrait of existence. Lin Feng immediately settled into a cross-legged position, closing his eyes to delve into the flashes of insight that had recently surfaced in his mind. Seeing Lin Feng's actions, Shisa was momentarily taken aback, staring at him in disbelief, torn between laughter and tears. This Lin Feng possesses an extraordinary capacity for comprehension. Just from my offhand remark, he can enter a state of enlightenment. This is truly astonishing. No wonder he has reached the holy domain at such a young age. With his keen perception, it was evident that Lin Feng was currently immersed in a state of profound enlightenment. To shield Lin Feng from external disturbances, Hiss took immediate action, enveloping him in a dark veil. An 8th-level dark magic spell. This dark veil not only provided a degree of protection, but also effectively blocked out sound. Although Hiss was a warrior and not a magician, as a dark domain warrior, he was still capable of casting some low-level dark magic. Given his current mental strength, executing the 8th-level dark magic dark veil posed no challenge whatsoever. Instead of hastily departing, Hiss settled into a nearby chair and leisurely began to savor his tea. Truly, the boss was remarkable, capable of attaining enlightenment at any time and place. Such prowess was indeed impressive. Bei, too, found it quite baffling that Lin Feng chose to meditate amidst guests, yet felt powerless to intervene. As time passed, a day turned into 2. The maidservants had visited numerous times, but upon seeing their master shrouded in a faint black curtain while the guest holding the red-robed archbishop's token remained seated, sipping tea and enjoying fruits, they were left perplexed. However, without Lin Feng's command, they dared not enter the parlor. Being a sanctuary-level powerhouse, Hiss understood that a closure of 10 days or half a month was merely brief, and that an extended retreat of a year or more was not uncommon. As for himself, he had nothing pressing to attend to and felt no qualms about remaining here to safeguard Lin Feng. In the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. During this time, the Archbishop of the Light Church, Gilmore, Yale, George, and Reno had all come by, but each time, Hiss had turned them away. Upon seeing Hiss present, Gilmore nearly fled in sheer fright. As for Yale and the others, who were unfamiliar with Hiss, they were relieved when Bei vouched for Lin Feng, confirming he was indeed meditating in the parlor. However, the 3 did not return to the academy. Instead, they chose to stay in the estate. How long would the boss continue his meditation? It had already been a month. Bei counted with her little claws, gazing at Lin Feng, who remained seated like a tranquil monk. Her small face filled with helplessness. As time drifted on, rather than feeling a hint of impatience, his gaze towards Lin Feng grew increasingly bright. Generally speaking, the longer the duration of enlightenment, the greater the benefits. While an ordinary person might gain substantial insights after a few days of enlightenment, Hiss had never heard of someone like Lin Feng achieving enlightenment for several months. Undoubtedly, the advantages Lin Feng would reap from this experience would be immense. Time flowed like water, and before long, it was August. Lin Feng had been in meditation for over 2 months. 1 noon. As Hiss was dozing with his eyes half closed, he suddenly opened them, waved his hand to dispel the dark veil, and looked at Lin Feng, who was slowly awakening. With excitement. Lin Feng, how was it? Though Lin Feng had been deeply engrossed in his meditative state for the past 2 months, he was still aware of his surroundings and knew that Hiss had been guarding him all this time. He rose, bowed respectfully to Hiss, and sincerely expressed, "Thank you, Hiss. Without your presence, it would have been impossible for me to meditate uninterrupted for over 2 months." Noticing Lin Feng's courtesy, Hiss waved his hand nonchalantly, deeming it a trifling matter. "You haven't yet told me about the insights you gained during this period." As he spoke of his revelations, a smile spread across Lin Feng's face. Through this enlightenment, I have discerned a bottleneck in the laws of life, and I am but a step away from achieving mastery. What? Hiss sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "You mean the laws of life, the very same from the 4 great laws? And you've nearly reached the divine threshold?" Lin Feng nodded with a smile. "Indeed, it is the law of life, akin to that which the high priest of the Yulan Empire cultivates." Upon receiving Lin Feng's affirmative response, Hiss stared at him in astonishment for a long moment before exclaiming, "Incredible! It took me a millennium to grasp the dark law to the peak of the sanctuary. and I thought that was commendable. Yet you, in just over 2 months, have approached the divine pinnacle of the more profound law of life that in comparison, I feel utterly despondent. It's as if I should consider ending it all. This is truly disheartening. Hiss, a figure from over 6,000 years ago, had reached the pinnacle of the sanctuary 5,000 years prior but had remained stagnant since then. The experience of 5 millennia without progress was undoubtedly difficult. Yet those who attained the sanctuary were typically individuals of extraordinary resilience, which had prevented time from eroding his ambition. However, Hiss was genuinely disheartened to find that his 6,000 years of effort paled in comparison to Lin Feng's mere 2 months. This stark contrast in time was indeed demoralizing. Lin Feng, sensing his current feelings, reassured him with a smile. Hiss, this is merely my fortune. Everyone has their own opportunities. I believe you will soon break through to the sanctuary and ascend to the divine level. Hiss, ever carefree by nature, had momentarily been affected by Lin Feng's achievements but soon regained his composure and chuckled. No worries, then I'll take my leave. After 2 months of indulging in your hospitality without even a flirtation, I must head to the Azure Water Paradise to seek out a few young ladies for some fun. As spoke, he waved his sleeves and made his way toward the door. Oh, Lin Feng, do not forget to help me carve that stone sculpture. Seeing Hiss return to his carefree demeanor, Lin Feng responded with a smile. Rest assured, you may return in a month to collect it. Just as he bid farewell to Hiss, Beibei's voice chimed in Lin Feng's mind. Boss, you are simply extraordinary. In such a short time, you've comprehended the laws of life. Now, the only laws remaining for you to grasp are the laws of death and destruction. Correct? Lin Feng affectionately patted Beibei's small head and playfully retorted. The law of fate is merely my initial foray for the law of life. Although I've reached a bottleneck and am just a step away from divinity, I do not know how long it will take to break through that final barrier. It may even remain an enigma forever. For the laws of death and destruction, those are entirely beyond my current grasp. In truth, while Lin Feng expressed such sentiments, he held a strong sense of confidence within. Moreover, upon reaching the sanctuary, he discovered that his soul mirrored that of the original Lin Feng in the book, taking the form of a sword. According to Qinghua, a sword-shaped soul was particularly suited for cultivating the law of destruction. Thus, Lin Feng remained hopeful about his ability to comprehend the law of destruction. He also intended to pursue the highest understanding of the law of death, planning to seek a necromantic inheritance from the 9th-level necromancer, Saisler, when the opportunity arose. Boss, since you've reached the pinnacle of the sanctuary, why not take this opportunity to topple the Light Church? Beibei suggested with great enthusiasm. Not so fast, Lin Feng replied. Though I have attained the pinnacle of the sanctuary, my combat ability is still far inferior to that of the Light Pope, who has been at the pinnacle for an indeterminate time. Moreover, the influence of the Light Church is not as simple as it appears. Unless I ascend to the divine level, uprooting the Light Church will be exceedingly difficult. Lin Feng was not swept away by his recent surge in power. He remained acutely aware of his limitations. He estimated that with his current strength, he would struggle to breach the defenses of the Light Church's holy sanctuary, which he distinctly recalled had withstood a divine-level attack from the formidable Emperor Lin during the Day of Destruction. A single step from a divine-level powerhouse could shatter mountains and split the earth. Yet the holy sanctuary, which housed the divine beast, the devouring beast, remained unscathed. This exemplified the formidable strength of the holy sanctuary's defenses. Old 3, have you emerged from your retreat? Yale's voice unexpectedly rang out from outside the door. Turning his head, Lin Feng saw Yale, George, and Reno approaching the parlor, their faces brimming with delight. Big brother Yale, Old 2, Old 4, Lin Feng felt a surge of gratitude. Just as he had carved the stone sculpture of love, his 3 dear brothers had guarded him for 15 days. Now, they had watched over him for an additional 2 months. Such profound kindness was beyond expression. Old 3, we were terribly worried about you these past 2 months, George said as he entered the parlor. Gazing at Lin Feng. By the way, who was that man with the long black hair? His name is Hiss, Lin Feng replied with a light smile. Hiss, the king of slaughter. Hiss, Yale exclaimed suddenly. The Dawson family, with its millennia-long history, was well acquainted with many of the continent's secrets and naturally recognized the name of the king of slaughter. Hiss, indeed, he is the founder of the Blade organization and a sanctuary-level powerhouse. Hiss, Lin Feng nodded in affirmation. A gasp escaped Yale's lips as he felt a chill of fear run down his spine. Back then, when he prevented us from entering the living room, I had even contemplated sending someone to eliminate him, had I not seen third brother engaged in his cultivation there. And with Bei appearing so relaxed by his side, I might have acted impulsively. The thought of this made Yale break out in a cold sweat. He vividly recalled a conversation he had with his father, Monroe Dawson, regarding the assassin organizations on the Yulon continent. Monroe had told him, "There are four most notorious assassin organizations across the entire Yulon continent. The Blade Organization, Blood Plum Blossom, Red Moon, and Hand of Death. The most fearsome killer among them is the founder of the Blade Organization, known as the King of Slaughter, Hiss. This man stepped into the pinnacle of the sacred realm over 5,000 years ago. And no one knows the extent of his power after millennia. Yale, remember, never offend this King of Slaughter, Hiss. No matter the circumstance that it is better to incur the wrath of an empire than to cross him." Upon witnessing Yale's fearful expression, George and Reno exchanged glances. Though their families were steeped in history, they were still too young to have heard of Hiss' exploits. Hiss was, after all, a legendary figure, and Lin Feng did not wish to dwell on the topic with his brothers. He patted Yale on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Come, let us four brothers go out and celebrate. It has been 2 months since we last enjoyed a drink, and I have almost forgotten the taste of knife wine." On the 10th day of the 10th month in the Yulon calendar, a maid outside exclaimed, "Lord Lin Feng, Lord Hiss has arrived." Lin Feng had instructed that he needed to be informed immediately upon Hiss' arrival. "Hiss is here." Lin Feng swiftly donned a coat and rushed out to the spring water garden. With Lin Feng's speed, he reached the living room in less than 10 seconds to IT that moment. Hiss, still clad in his loose robe, was leisurely sipping tea with his legs crossed in the living room. "Hiss," Lin Feng called out from a distance, hastening into the living room with a few strides. Upon seeing Lin Feng approach, his eyes lit up, and he immediately rose. "Lin Feng, I was delayed by some matters, and could only come today to be by the way. Have you finished the stone sculpture I asked you to carve?" "It has long been completed. I was merely awaiting your arrival to collect it," Lin Feng replied, waving his hand to reveal a humanoid stone sculpture before Hiss. The sculpture emanated an air of cold indifference, and within its eyes lay an arrogance that seemed to overlook all of existence, compelling one to gaze up in awe. Merely standing before this stone figure would evoke a sense of dread. Its likeness was exquisitely crafted, almost identical to Hiss himself. "Excellent, excellent," Hiss exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he repeated the word. "Lin Feng, you truly deserve the title of master sculptor. To create such a flawless piece in such a short time is remarkable. In my eyes, this work surpasses love by 1,000-fold." Hiss gazed at the sculpture with a smile that seemed to bloom upon his face. The more he looked, the more delighted he became. This King of Slaughter was indeed not lacking in self-admiration. Lin Feng mused internally. In the blink of an eye, December arrived. The temperature in Finley City dropped sharply, and the first snowfall of the winter blanketed the ground. The entire city was enveloped in a silvery hue, and the biting cold caused many nobles to retreat indoors, reluctant to venture out. Clad once again in his loose robe, Lin Feng strolled through the snow-covered streets, flanked by 2 guards. The crunch of snow beneath his feet echoed softly. Finley City after the snowfall was exceptionally enchanting, with icicles adorning the gates of noble residences lining Greenleaf Road. The sunlight refracted off the icicles, making them shimmer brilliantly. The towering pines in front of the estates were crowned with a pristine layer of snow, creating a stunning vista. The scenery was beautiful, and Lin Feng's spirits were equally high. With merely a month remaining until the day of destruction, he pondered whether releasing Emperor Lin had been a mistake. Recalling the devastation wrought on the Holy Alliance and the Dark Alliance on the day of destruction, a calamity that left countless lives lost and a population decimated, Lin Feng felt a pang of melancholy. However, ever since he had delved into the rules of fate, he had come to understand that individuals, nations, and even realms possess their own destinies. Destiny, being a set of rules, generally remains unchangeable. Of course, these rules are dynamic rather than fixed. The fate of an individual is the most malleable. With an opportunity, one might veer off course. Yet, the fate of a nation or realm is far more challenging to alter. Only if a powerful individual exerts their strength can significant changes occur. The day of destruction was clearly a catastrophe destined for both the Holy Alliance and the Dark Alliance, one that Lin Feng, as a mere pawn, could not influence, even if he refrained from drawing the purple Bloodsoft sword or releasing Emperor Lin. This disaster would still transpire. Only the timing and key figures involved might shift. Thus, Lin Feng bore no guilt for unleashing the great demon Emperor Lin. Moreover, Lin Feng was not a person of great compassion or benevolence. He lacked the grand sentiments of a compassionate figure. "Brother, look," Most of the neighboring estates have undergone renovations, and there are many decorative items. Beibei's voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind as he walked, lost in thought. He had scarcely noticed. However, upon Beibei's remark, Lin Feng observed the differences in the estates along Green Leaf Road compared to before. That's right, the magnolia flower. Lin Feng noted the patterns of the decorative items hanging at the gates, which indeed bore the design of magnolia flowers. Suddenly, it dawned on him that, of course, it was already December, and the Magnolia Festival was just around the corner. Moreover, it was the Millennium Magnolia Festival. Lin Feng recognized the significance of this occasion. The first day of the Yulan calendar in the year 10,000 would likely be the most bustling day on the Yulan continent. In no wonder every noble estate was undergoing renovations and decorations. Yet, the irony struck him that the day of the Magnolia Festival coincided with the day of destruction. Crack! A servant's ladder unexpectedly broke beneath him, causing him to lose his footing and tumble to the ground. He collided with the ladder before his head struck the rocky floor, and blood quickly stained the ground. The nearby servants panicked. Is he all right? They rushed to assist the injured individual. I feel a bit dizzy. The injured servant replied weakly. Thankfully, the ladder was not high, and the impact was not severe, which spared him his life. All right, you should go home and rest for the day. Cole, please take care of him, the steward said, shaking his head in exasperation. The servant named Cole immediately helped the injured man, leading him back to his quarters. Lin Feng watched this scene with a sense of oddity. This minor incident had also been depicted in the original story of Panlong. He often felt that despite altering many of the original plotlines, numerous small details and overarching themes remained unchanged. At times, even the dialogues of the characters mirrored those in the original text verbatim. Just like today, the words spoken by these individuals were identical to those in the original narrative. Lin Feng could not fathom why he had suddenly felt compelled to take a stroll until he witnessed this event, reminding him that the original Lin Feng had also experienced a similar situation. He often unconsciously acted in accordance with the narrative steps of the original story, unsure whether he was influenced by the text or guided by a thread of fate. However, as he stepped into the realm of destiny's rules, Lin Feng gained a new understanding of these unconscious behaviors. There are no two minds that are entirely alike in the world. Even identical twins cannot share precisely the same thoughts. It can be said that the current Lin Feng and the Lin Feng from the original story differ significantly in terms of thought, character, and conduct. However, due to sharing a common identity and being influenced by the same adverse external environment within the grand tapestry of this world, one is bound to engage in numerous similar actions. This is fate, which may also be referred to as the will of the heavens. If Lin Feng did not possess formidable strength to extricate himself from this overarching context, he would remain perpetually affected by such influences, progressing along the predetermined trajectory established in the original narrative of Panlong. This is destiny. While it may seem straightforward to articulate, truly comprehending and mastering this concept of fate is exceedingly challenging. Lin Feng is well aware of this principle. He does not wish to replicate the path of strength taken by Lin Feng in the original text, yet he finds himself ensnared by destiny, unable to break free, and can only make subtle adjustments within the established confines. Naturally, as Lin Feng's power grows, the extent of these changes will also amplify. Fate, much like luck and opportunity, is elusive and difficult to grasp. With a sigh of contemplation, Lin Feng resumed admiring the scenery along the roadside. Winter days tend to pass more swiftly than those of the other 3 seasons. A month slipped by quietly amidst the gentle descent of snowflakes. On the deep night when the years 9,999 and 10,000 of the Yulan calendar intersected, snowflakes danced through the air, and the temperature in the city of Finley plummeted to astonishing lows. Yet, Yulan City remained aglow with brilliant lights, the lively atmosphere undiminished by the snowfall, for tomorrow marked the Millennial Yulan Festival. The night soon faded, and the heavy snowfall finally ceased out on this morning. Both noble families and ordinary citizens celebrated the arrival of the Millennial Yulan Festival in their own ways. Particularly at the Temple of Light. Above the Temple of Light, from the morning onward, a myriad of enchanting magical displays filled the sky. On this day, the holy city of Finley transformed into a sea of joy. The expansive square in front of the Temple of Light brimmed with people from far and wide, all cheering for the Millennial Yulan Festival, while the temple hosted a series of vibrant activities. Yale, Lin Feng, Reno, and George stood on the 3rd floor of a tavern, gazing down at the square, which was a veritable throng of humanity. Old 3, are we attending the wedding banquet of the D-Bus family today? George inquired. The wedding of Kalen from the D-Bus family coincided with the Yulan Festival. It was indeed a propitious day, and it was likely that many weddings were being celebrated throughout Finley. The banquet would commence at noon and continue into the evening. Lin Feng shook his head, lingering on the view of the champs, Lis outside, and softly replied, "No need. After today, Finley will cease to exist." Having spent 9 years in Finley, Lin Feng would be lying if he claimed to harbor no feelings for this place. His seemingly nonsensical remark caused Yale, George, and Reno to exchange puzzled glances. Unsure of why Lin Feng would utter such a statement. "Old 3, what do you mean by that? What do you mean Finley will cease to exist after today?" Yale asked, furrowing his brow, understanding Lin Feng's prudent nature. Yale knew he would never speak without reason. Thus, such a statement raised alarm. "Do not ask me why, for soon you shall know. Not only will Finley cease to exist, but much of the Holy Alliance and the Dark Alliance will follow suit." Lin Feng was unusually contemplative today. At this moment, even George and Reno recognized the gravity of Lin Feng's words. George asked directly, "Old 3, have you discovered something? Or do you have foreknowledge of some sort?" Lin Feng shook his wine glass, nodding and then shaking his head. "Yale, Old 2, Old 4, there is still time. If you trust me, gather your belongings and prepare to migrate north." "Migrate north? Why? What exactly is going on?" "Old 3, give us a clear answer." Yale was bewildered by Lin Feng's series of statements. Lin Feng rose to his feet, smiling. "Because the legendary beast siege is about to occur." He chuckled. "And not just one beast, but thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. Not only will there be low-level beasts, but also a multitude of 8th and 9th level advanced beasts, and even a considerable number of domain beasts. Furthermore, the king of the Beast Mountain, the god-level Emperor Lin, will also make his appearance. When that time comes, this prosperous city of Finley, the holy capital of the Light Church, will become a paradise for beasts." Yale was stunned, while George and Reno were left speechless. A beast siege, with countless beasts, including domain and even god-level beasts. How could that be possible? Though skeptical, they were more inclined to trust that Lin Feng would not deceive them. Yale immediately stood up, fixing Lin Feng with a serious gaze. "Old 3, confirm this for me. Is it true?" "Yale, such a significant matter. Would I just about it? You should promptly inform your merchant guild to prepare for evacuation and minimize losses. I disbanded my servants and attendants last night and instructed them to flee north." Lin Feng remained seated, as if what he was saying was merely trivial. "Old 3, if that is the case, why are you not fleeing?" George asked me. Lin Feng looked toward the direction of the Finley Royal Palace and spoke slowly. "Because I intend to take this opportunity to avenge my parents by killing the Golden Lion Clyde." "You seek revenge on King Clyde of Finley?" Yale was astonished, staring at Lin Feng in disbelief. Each revelation Lin Feng made was more shocking than the last. "Now, hurry and pack your things. Escape immediately. Heading north. I will rendezvous with you after I have dealt with Clyde," Lin Feng urged. "All right, Old 2, Old 4, you head to the academy to gather your belongings while I notify the Dawson Merchant Guild." Yale understood the urgency. The Dawson Merchant Guild held significant assets in Finley, and every moment saved would reduce their losses. After the three left, Lin Feng remained seated, swirling the wine in his glass, lost in thought. "Father, immediately notify all the members of the Merchant Guild to pack their things and flee north." Upon exiting the tavern, Yale found his father, Monroe Dawson. "What?" The rotund Monroe Dawson looked at Yale in astonishment. Confused, "Yale, what is happening?" "Father, there is no time. Hurry and gather your belongings. It will be too late if you tarry," Yale urged without explaining the reasons. Even if he did, his father would find it implausible. If not for the bond of brotherhood he shared with Lin Feng, he would not have believed such an absurdity. "Old master, was what you discussed with Yale and the others truly the case? Is a beast siege truly imminent?" Bei conveyed telepathically to Lin Feng. "Naturally. Otherwise, why do you think I went to Wushan town last night, urging its residents to flee north?" Lin Feng replied with a smile. Lin Feng was not overly benevolent, but he valued relationships deeply. Even though the day of destruction was inevitable, he would not allow the residents of his hometown, Wushan town, to meet the same tragic fate as in the original story at the Claws of Beasts. Last night, Lin Feng hurried back to Wushan town, using his position as the patriarch of the Baruch family, the owners of Wushan town, to persuade all residents to flee north. Initially, the townsfolk were skeptical. But once Lin Feng demonstrated his domain-level strength, they quickly gathered their belongings and fled north with their families. At this moment, within the Debus family on Greenleaf Road, Coiling was serving drinks to guests alongside Alice and Roland. Suddenly, a terrifying rumble echoed from outside. A sound so deep it seemed to shake the very earth, causing tiles from above the hall to fall. What is happening outside? The nobles in the hall were taken aback. Roland, Alice, do not run around. Coiling quickly followed his father out of the hall, while many nobles rushed outside to ascertain the source of the tremendous noise. Just then, a colossal foot descended from the sky, crashing down onto the front courtyard of the Debus family. The massive foot landed squarely on Bernard and Coiling, who had just stepped into the courtyard, resulting in the sickening sound of bones shattering as they were crushed into a bloody pulp. Staining the ground red, the foot was easily 3 to 4 meters long, covered in golden fur. Many gazed upward in awe, witnessing the true form of this monstrous being. It was a golden-haired giant ape, towering nearly 20 to 30 meters high, equivalent to the height of an 8-story building. Its eyes resembled 2 enormous purple wheels, and the aura that subtly enveloped its body caused the very air to tremble. Coiling could not escape his predetermined fate, meeting his demise beneath the colossal foot of the purple-eyed golden ape. The beast, with an exhilarated roar, exclaimed in human tongue, "Ha ha! Kill, slay them all, wipe them out. The more you kill, the greater the rewards bestowed by the king. Ha ha! Kill." A thunderous echo reverberated as the crowd heard the roars of various magical beasts from all directions, as if the world itself was filled with their cacophony. Suddenly, they beheld the sky darkened by an endless swarm of flying magical beasts. Winged dragons. Someone shouted in alarm. A multitude of these creatures descended from the distance, their sheer numbers so overwhelming that they were impossible to count in a moment. Instantly, a sense of impending doom enveloped everyone. Few could muster sympathy for Coiling and Bernard, who had been reduced to mere pulp beneath the feet of the purple-eyed golden ape. What had transpired? Everyone was bewildered, having just attended a wedding banquet, only to witness the sudden arrival of a sacred domain beast, the purple-eyed golden ape, along with a multitude of other magical creatures. The sky, filled with the ominous presence of winged dragons, instilled fear in the hearts of all. Not just here, but the entirety of Finley City was in shock. That moment, Yale, George, and Reno, having received advanced warning from Lin Feng, along with a host of Dawson Commerce's guards, had already fled outside the city. Yale cast a glance back at Finley City, now shrouded by countless flying beasts, his heart racing with dread. George and Reno stood in stunned silence, finally believing Lin Feng's words. Even Monroe Dawson, accustomed to grand spectacles, had never encountered such a multitude of beasts, their presence overwhelming the senses. "Everyone, accelerate! Quickly!" Monroe Dawson bellowed. The skies and ground of Finley City were saturated with these colossal beasts, plunging the entire city into a state of catastrophe, utterly defenseless. Even the weakest among the dragons were level 8 magical beasts. If over 100 of them charged, who would dare to resist? Even the elite Knight Order of the Temple of Light would likely find themselves decimated by a collective dragon fire from 100 dragons. The end was nigh. The city of Finley was engulfed in chaos. Yet, the inhabitants remained oblivious to the fact that the magical beasts arriving were merely a fraction of the total, as the majority still resided on the ground. In terms of speed, ground beasts were slower than their airborne counterparts. Hence the latter arrived first on the city walls. The soldiers stood in shock. Today was the Millennium Magnolia Festival, and they had just celebrated with a hearty meal at noon, only to now be confronted with an unending tide of magical beasts. Particularly alarming were the sheer numbers of creatures before them. The earth trembled as a vast horde of wind wolves surged toward Finley City, their numbers in the hundreds of thousands. An overwhelming collective charge that sent chills down the spine of any onlooker. "Where are the mages? Mages! Prepare the magic crystal cannons, quickly!" The city guards shouted, desperately trying to ready their forces. In truth, they understood that their efforts would be futile, as countless flying beasts had already invaded the city. "Captain, what is that?" Suddenly, a soldier stared blankly at the sky. The captain followed his gaze, spotting a colossal beast hurtling through the air, devoid of wings yet soaring with terrifying speed. "It's flying. It's a sacred domain beast." A sacred domain beast. The captain felt a wave of hopelessness wash over him. The monstrous roar echoed from the distance as a massive figure sprinted from the rear of the wind wolf horde, moving at a pace 10 times faster than the wolves, its speed rivaling that of the flying sacred domain beasts. This creature stood a staggering 30 meters tall, resembling a colossal lion, its eyes a blood-red hue. A mage atop Finley City cried out in terror. The sacred domain beast, blood-eyed mane lion. Oh heavens, another sacred domain beast, the blood-eyed mane lion, rivaled only by the golden behemoth among its kind. Everyone stood in shock, the disparity in power overwhelming. P.S. The long-awaited update has finally arrived. and I hope it does not disappoint that I find myself at a loss for words. Today's release had been prearranged with the editor. Yet last-minute changes prevented it. Nevertheless, it is a small explosion of content, and I humbly ask for your support in recommendations and collections. Haha. Ashwa, why is a sacred domain beast running on the ground? The airborne giant beast roared with a sound reminiscent of thunder. Many soldiers below swallowed hard, realizing that a sacred domain beast could speak human language was indeed true. Nearly everyone present was witnessing a sacred domain beast for the first time. And to see two at once was beyond comprehension. They then discerned the form of the airborne sacred domain beast. The creature, dark as rock, resembled a dragon yet lacked wings. It is the sacred domain beast Tyrannosaurus Rex, the sovereign of the dragonkin. A mage exclaimed in terror. The dragonkin are primarily divided into two categories. Those with wings, such as level 8 green and red dragons, level 9 silver and black dragons, frost giants, and sacred domain golden and rainbow dragons. Among others, the other category consists of wingless beasts, such as the level 8 raptors and level 9 spiked armored dragons and sword-backed dragons, along with sacred domain thunder dragons and tyrannosaurs. The distinction between winged and wingless dragons lies primarily in their physical prowess. Wingless dragons possess formidable physical capabilities, whether it be the spiked armored dragon, sword-backed dragon, or the thunder and tyrannosaurus. Their defensive capabilities surpass their winged counterparts of the same level. Enough chatter. Let us see who can slay more. The blood-eyed maned lion's fearsome voice echoed, resonating through the heavens and earth. Very well. The Tyrannosaurus Rex roared in an instant. Its terrifying form, nearly 100 meters long, plummeted from the sky at breakneck speed. Directly aimed at the city walls. The walls of Finley City were remarkably sturdy, fortified with a colossal magical array for defense. However, with such a multitude of flying beasts, the magical array could not be activated. Can you outrun me? The blood-eyed maned lion bellowed in response, accelerating even faster. These two terrifying behemoths, one from the sky and one from the ground, charged toward the city walls at an alarming pace. The walls, with a thickness of over 10 meters, were designed to withstand an army's assault, yet faced with these two formidable beasts, even that was insufficient. Ultimately, only those at the pinnacle of the sacred domain could hope to contend with them. With a resounding crash, the blood-eyed maned lion and the Tyrannosaurus Rex collided with the city walls simultaneously. Despite the wall's impressive thickness, the impact merely momentarily halted their momentum before the structure crumbled under the force of the collision. Debris exploded outward, with stones flying in all directions, claiming the lives of many. The blood-eyed maned lion and the Tyrannosaurus Rex rampaged through Finley City, their astonishing speed rendering escape impossible for most. Coupled with their immense weight, the force of their trampling could severely injure or even kill those of level 9. For level 8 warriors, death was all but assured. A sea of windwolves surged forth, an endless tide pouring through the breach, many leaping with astonishing agility, capable of vaulting 20 to 30 meters high, rendering the walls ineffective as barriers. Hundreds of thousands of windwolves flooded into Finley City. The sound of rapid footsteps followed, as various other massive magical beasts, such as mammoths, advanced behind the wind wolves, posing an even greater threat. A handful of surviving soldiers, upon witnessing the dense throng of monsters in the distance, succumbed to despair. The holy city is doomed, muttered a soldier who had taken refuge in the recesses of the city wall, peering through a lookout. Suddenly, with a chilling snap, a wind wolf materialized beside him, swiftly crushing his skull in a single bite. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying force struck the Hall of Light, causing its walls to shimmer with radiant brilliance. Despite the magnitude of the assault, the Hall of Light stood resilient. Indeed, the defenses of this hall are remarkably formidable, resonated a deep, sonorous voice, loud enough for the entire populace of Finley City to hear. Your Majesty, a chorus of commanding voices erupted. Unmistakably more than one. Stop, roared the voice of the Pope. Lin Feng heard it clearly, yet immediately following the Pope's declaration, a more cataclysmic attack descended upon the Hall of Light, causing it to tremble violently. The intricate magical runes adorning its walls flickered and trembled, while fissures began to appear. With another thunderous impact, the hall's colossal defensive array, the radiance of the Lord of Light, finally faltered. A series of cracking sounds echoed as the hall split in two at its waist, the upper 8 tiers collapsing in ruin. With a swift leap, Lin Feng propelled himself into the plaza, which was now strewn with lifeless bodies, too many to count. Countless others were still engaged in battle with the monsters. Although Lin Feng had steeled himself for the carnage, the sheer scale of the slaughter left him profoundly shaken. Having taken lives before, Lin Feng had never before witnessed such a vast expanse of human and monster corpses. The visual impact was overwhelming. Eye in the sky, various flying beasts, including winged dragons, azure winged eagles, double-winged pegasi, thunder-winged pegasi, green dragons, fire dragons, and black dragons, filled the air, creating a scene that sent shivers down his spine. The ground was equally teeming with a staggering number of monsters. What is that? Lin Feng gazed toward the Hall of Light, where a dozen colossal monsters gathered ominously above, earth-shattering bears, blood-eyed maned lions, thunderbolt leopards, thunder-winged white tigers, thunder dragons, and tyrannosaurs loomed in the sky. As Lin Feng observed these legendary domain monsters, he felt the overwhelming aura radiating from them, leaving him in awe. Among this assembly of domain beasts stood a figure, a human, hovering in the air. He was an otherworldly young man, clad in a dark gold robe that billowed dramatically. With a vertical mark etched upon his forehead, this enigmatic youth regarded the group led by Hidings, the Pope, and 6 other domain powerhouses with a detached indifference. Clearly, the Light Church's side was in disarray. Is that Emperor Lin? Lin Feng murmured to himself, gazing at the hovering figure. Is this the essence of divinity, truly formidable? Hey, hey. Lin Feng suddenly heard Beibei's voice resonating in his mind. Who is this youth? He is so powerful. He is the king of the Beast Mountain, the divine Beast Emperor Lin. Lin Feng transmitted back to Beibei while still watching Emperor Lin across the entirety of Finley City. Both within and beyond its walls, monsters prowled in vast numbers. What was once a jubilant celebration of the Millennium Yulan Festival had devolved into a day of calamity. Death loomed at every corner. As the population of this sacred city dwindled at a horrifying pace, from the highest echelons of the Hall of Light to the common folk, everyone was preoccupied with fending off the monsters and fleeing for their lives. Hurry, hurry, do not dawdle. Duke Berna bellowed, disregarding the monarchy as he led his family and the most formidable of his guards in a frantic escape from Finley City. He carried only a few magic crystal cards. This was a desperate flight for survival. Father, please save Nisha, implored Berna's son, Albert. You fool, if you wish to live, come with us. Duke Berna thundered. Move out. Ignoring his son, Duke Berna hastily departed with his wife and other children. Albert hesitated momentarily, then, gritting his teeth, drew his sword and dashed in another direction. Ungrateful wretch, Duke Berna muttered, his heart heavy with anguish. Yet he understood that the city was overrun with monsters, with 7th-tier beasts lurking everywhere, and 8th and 9th-tier monsters not uncommon. If they did not flee Finley City, survival was nearly impossible. Forgive me, my son, Duke Berna thought grimly, then commanded his guards, quickly, leave Finley City. Once safe, each of you shall receive 300,000 gold coins. At this desperate juncture, Duke Berna was willing to part with his wealth. Yes, my lord, the guards rejoiced, for 300,000 gold coins would secure their future. However, after traveling a mere 2 to 3 miles and slaying 2 7th-tier beasts, 5 6th-tier beasts, and 3 5th-tier beasts, a 10-meter-tall black bear charged toward them, shaking the very ground with each thunderous step. Upon seeing the bear, the guards turned pale, and Duke Berna shouted, quickly, it's a purple-striped black bear. Move. Adult purple-striped black bears were typically 9th-tier beasts. Lin Feng recalled the domain-level purple-striped black bear he had encountered in the Misty Valley, a creature of immense strength. The purple-striped black bear, fixated on Duke Berna and his entourage, advanced with relentless determination, crushing anything in its path into ruins. With a single sweep of its massive paw, it obliterated a 3-story building, sending rubble crashing down upon Duke Berna and his group. A stone, nearly half a person's height, struck one of Duke Berna's daughters, shattering her beautiful visage and splattering blood and brain matter across the ground. Before Duke Berna and his companions could process their grief and rage, the 9th-tier purple-striped black bear began swatting the guards aside like mere insects. Duke Berna suddenly saw a colossal paw descending toward him and instinctively rolled away. With a sickening thud, the purple-striped black bear crushed Duke Berna underfoot. Had he possessed any ability to evade the bear's assault, it would not have been deserving of its 9th-tier status. With a triumphant roar, the purple-striped black bear beat its chest and continued its rampage in another direction. Being trampled, crushed, or mauled was a grim reality. Life was fragile for both nobles and commoners alike in this critical hour. One by one, nobles and commoners fell to the slaughter. Finley City was engulfed in chaos. The most ferocious bloodshed occurred around the Hall of Light, where the valiant knights and inquisitors fought desperately against the encroaching monsters. Here, the resistance was most fervent. drawing in even more beasts. Lin Feng and Bei found refuge in a corner of the hall's plaza. Secure in their position, with their strength, they had little to fear unless a domain beast approached. At this moment, however, the domain beast loomed ominously above the Hall of Light, where 7 domain powerhouses faced off against a dozen domain monsters and Emperor Lin. The aura of the domain powerhouses was daunting, evoking fear in those who beheld them. Each of the 7 could effortlessly annihilate thousands of soldiers, crushing them as easily as one would squash an ant. Yet, these 7 human champions found themselves in a position of absolute disadvantage. Monsters possessed an inherent advantage over humans, and once a monster entered the domain, even the most novice of them required a mid-tier domain powerhouse to contend with. If such formidable beasts as the spiked-back iron-armored dragon, the Tyrannosaurus, or the Hydra were to step into the sacred realm, it would undoubtedly require the pinnacle of human strength within that realm to contend with them. Presently, a dozen or more sacred beasts hovered in the air, and among these formidable creatures were the blood-eyed maned lion, the Tyrannosaurus, and the purple-eyed golden-haired ape, all of which are exceedingly terrifying sacred beasts. Each of these beings would be more than capable of engaging in battle with the Pope. What is most alarming is that before these dozen sacred beasts stands a so-called king, an otherworldly young man. You are human, are you? Hades fixed his gaze upon this enigmatic youth. The young man, with an icy glance at Hades, replied, "Human? How could I possibly be a lowly human? Humans are merely food for us beasts." His words dripped with absolute disdain, and even as he regarded Hades, his demeanor was one of derision. "Ha ha, it would be child's play for our great king to slay you. You should be grateful we do not take your lives without a second thought." The purple-eyed, golden-haired ape bellowed. Hades' expression turned ashen, and the 6 sacred experts behind him mirrored his pallor. What does it mean for a beast to transform into human form? Could it be that another god-tier powerhouse has emerged in the Yulon continent? A being of invincibility? A sense of dread filled Hades. The Yulon continent previously had 3 towering figures: the war god of the Aubrian Empire, the high priestess of the Yulon Empire, and the king of the Dark Forest. Hades had never anticipated that a king would also arise from the Beast Mountain range. Capable of taking on human form, to transcend the sacred realm and enter the divine level, Hades understood all too well how terrifying a divine beast could be. The king before him could single-handedly annihilate all 7 sacred experts. And that was no trivial matter. Hades instinctively realized he must flee. Preserving the strength of the Holy See was paramount. Should these 7 sacred experts perish today, the Holy See would be diminished by at least half, and its standing would plummet. A divine beast. How could one suddenly appear? Hades cursed inwardly, entirely unaware that this divine beast was intentionally unleashed by Lin Feng in the Misty Valley. Great Beast King. "I am Pope Hades. May I inquire what you require of us?" Hades resolved to submit. Recognizing that resisting a divine powerhouse would be an unwise endeavor, the enigmatic young man nodded with a smile. "You are Hades. Very well. What you need to do is lead your people and flee north. My beasts from the Beast Mountain range will also expand northward. One day, when my beasts feel that their territory is sufficiently vast, they shall cease their expansion." Hades seethed with anger internally. What kind of statement is that? To feel that the territory is large enough before halting expansion. Arrogance, pure and unadulterated arrogance. Rest assured, we will not completely occupy your sacred alliance's territory. At most, we will take half. Yes, it is about time. We have already obliterated the holy city of the Dark Church, the otherworldly young man stated nonchalantly. The mention of the holy city of the Dark Church startled Hades and the other 6 sacred experts. Could it be that the sacred beasts of the Beast Mountain range simultaneously attacked both the Dark Church and the Holy See? Such audacity is beyond belief. They knew there were numerous beasts within the Beast Mountain range, including many sacred beasts, but they had not anticipated that they possessed sufficient strength to assault both factions. "You may leave now. I shall reveal my name. I am D. Lin," the otherworldly young man declared casually. Upon hearing this conversation, Lin Feng confirmed that this enigmatic youth was indeed the devourer beast, D. Lin. With this knowledge, Lin Feng hastened toward the Debus family's residence, since, according to the original tale, Alice and Roland were saved by Lin Feng. He intended to rescue them as well. Seeking to understand the intricate web of fate, a robust wind wolf noticed Lin Feng and immediately leapt towards him. Whoosh! A flash of purple light streaked by as Lin Feng maintained his speed. While the powerful wind wolf was cleaved in 2, blood staining the ground, Lin Feng's path to the Debus family was one of carnage, with beasts lurking at every turn. He dared not fly through the air nor unleash his sacred aura. While a level 9 powerhouse, Lin, and the dozen sacred beasts might not be concerned, the appearance of another sacred expert would surely provoke an ambush. Lin Feng was confident in his ability to escape from the dozen sacred beasts but doubted his chances against Lin. Throughout Finley City, numerous families faced the threat of extermination that day, and the D-Bus family was no exception. The patriarch, Bernard, and the first heir, Coiling, were crushed to death by a kick from the sacred beast. The purple-eyed, golden-haired ape, the D-Bus family had no time to contemplate who would inherit the patriarchate before suffering even greater calamity. The beasts invaded their estate. Guards, servants, maidens, and family members fell one by one, driving the D-Bus family into a frenzy as they scrambled to seize valuables and flee in all directions. At this juncture, few were still inclined to think of others. Sister Alice, what do we do? Roland was utterly bewildered. Alice, who had been dazed from the outset, now regained her clarity. Follow me, Alice commanded immediately. Alice was a level 4 mage, and Roland was a level 4 warrior. For their age, they were indeed quite exceptional. However, in the face of rampant level 5 beasts, they were utterly defenseless. Alice led Roland into Kalen's room, swiftly retrieving 2 magic crystal cards from a box. Roland, these 2 magic crystal cards each contain 100,000 gold coins. This should suffice for our needs. Let us depart at once. Alice handed 1 card to Roland, and they dashed out of the estate. As a mage and a warrior, they at least possessed commendable physical abilities and moved with remarkable agility. Help! A maid desperately sprinted towards Alice and Roland, with a wind wolf hot on her heels. In a sudden lunge, the wind wolf reached her side and sank its teeth deep into her throat. The maid fixed her gaze on Alice and Roland, her eyes filled with a desperate longing for life, before gradually dimming. Roland stared in shock at this scene, rendered speechless. Run, Alice urged, pulling the dazed Roland along. At this moment, any display of compassion would be tantamount to courting death. Not only they, but even a level 9 powerhouse would not dare to show mercy. It was known that there were more than a dozen sacred beasts in Finley City alone. With nearly 100 level 9 beasts, the lower the level, the more numerous the beasts, particularly level 5 and level 6 beasts. For instance, the Wind Wolf pack numbered in the tens of thousands. The entire population of Finley City was barely over 1 million, and most residents possessed only level 1 or 2 strength, rendering them incapable of resistance. The 2 weak women, Alice and Roland, tore their wedding gowns to allow for greater speed. Sister Alice, there are beasts ahead, Roland exclaimed. This way. Alice tugged Roland toward a nearby alley. However, peering through the alley's entrance, they could clearly see that ferocious beasts awaited them at the end. Alice and Roland found themselves trapped between 2 estates in the alley. Suddenly, a bloodthirsty iron bull charged in from the other end. Run. Alice yanked Roland and bolted out of the alley, disregarding the beasts ahead, reasoning that there were still many people in front of them. Those beasts might not pursue them. They sprinted forward with all their might, their breaths heavy, as the life-and-death moment heightened their tension to the extreme. A-woo! 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 Suddenly, a dozen wind wolves accelerated from behind, their speed far surpassing that of Alice and Roland. Quickly closing the distance, just then, a massive earth dragon appeared before them. The sheer size of the earth dragon nearly blocked half the width of the green leaf road, and with its tail behind it. Alice and Roland found no escape. Sister Alice, Roland despaired. Alice surveyed the towering earth dragon ahead, and the wind wolves charging from behind, unable to conceive of any means of escape. Were they destined to perish? Alice tightly embraced Roland, feeling devoid of hope as the dozen wind wolves bore down on them, their fangs glinting ominously. A dazzling purple light flashed. The heads of the wind wolves soared into the air simultaneously. A figure shot upward in a flash. Then, without warning, a colossal earth dragon charged forward. It was Alice and Roland, who stood in stunned silence, gazing at their unexpected savior. Alice recognized the figure clearly. Long ago, a similar event had transpired. With a dazed look in her eyes, Alice beheld the silhouette. It was Lin Feng. At that moment, Alice suddenly recalled Lin Feng's earlier warning that Coiling was not a suitable confidant for a lifetime. Previously, she had dismissed those words, for Coiling loved her dearly and indulged her. Yet now, as she turned back to reflect on his statement, she realized how prescient Lin Feng's words truly were on the day of the wedding. The groom had been trampled into pulp by a beast. The thought filled Alice with profound sorrow. With a twist of his waist, Lin Feng directed his strength through his hips into his legs. His right leg whipped around like a long whip, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle as it struck the earth dragon's head. During the strike, Lin Feng's leg sprouted scales, half-dragon transformation. In a flash, his kick was so swift that the Earth Dragon could not react in time, resulting in a devastating blow that shattered its hardened skull, its brain matter splattering as the massive creature collapsed with a thunderous crash. Lin Feng landed gracefully. Alice and Roland stared at the descending figure, momentarily stunned. Lin Feng, "Big brother," Alice called softly. "Where is Coiling?" Lin Feng inquired. He was crushed to death by the beast." Alice sobbed uncontrollably. Indeed, Coiling had not escaped his predetermined fate. Lin Feng sighed inwardly. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly spotted a cavalry unit racing toward them in the distance. Among them rode an elder on a fine steed, Maya, the Grandmaster of the Pruxis Guild. In this onslaught of beasts, nearly all of Pruxis Guild's sculptures had been destroyed, with only a few crucial pieces salvaged by Grandmaster Maya and stored in a spatial ring. Such rings were extraordinarily precious, especially this one passed down through Maya's family. "Grandmaster Maya?" Lin Feng shouted. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Maya's face lit up with joy. "Master Lin Feng, you are here." Maya held deep admiration for sculptors of master caliber, and Lin Feng's ability to create works rivaling those of Pruxis and Hopkinson at such a young age was indeed commendable. "Master Lin Feng, come with us," Maya urged confidently. "The armed forces of the Pruxis Guild can ensure safety, provided we are not attacked by a domain-level beast." "Thank you, but I have a favor to ask. These two ladies are connected to me. Please escort them to safety," Lin Feng requested earnestly. "Of course." "But Master Lin Feng, Finley City is very unsafe," Maya replied hastily. "No. I have other matters to attend to. I entrust these two ladies to you," Lin Feng stated, and with that, he dashed toward the direction of the Finley Royal Palace. The sound of galloping hooves echoed as Maya's group led Alice and Roland away. "Bebe, we are heading to the palace now." "Boss, let us unleash havoc," Bebe exclaimed, excitement bubbling within her. Lin Feng, accompanied by Bebe, sped toward the palace. Most people had begun to flee, yet Clyde had entered the royal treasury. The wealth accumulated by the royal family over the years was too tempting for Clyde to resist. The fortune of a royal family was indeed formidable, like the Debus family, whose wealth approached 100 million gold coins. A corrupt financial minister, Duke Patterson, also possessed nearly 100 million gold coins. Yet, the treasures within the royal treasury exceeded even that. The wealth accumulated by the Finley kingdom over thousands of years. Clyde marveled at the multitude of treasures in the treasury, too rushed to ponder further. He hastily stowed away a few precious items into his spatial ring. As a king, Clyde was fortunate to possess a spatial ring. "And these 32 magic crystal cards," Clyde mused, holding the cards in his hand. These 32 unclaimed magic crystal cards represented the Finley kingdom's centuries of accumulation, each worth 100 million gold coins, totaling an astonishing 3 billion gold coins. Such a figure was terrifying. Even some prominent families among the 4 great empires could not amass such wealth. It is often said that being a king is the most lucrative endeavor, and the accumulation of wealth over thousands of years by the royal family was indeed staggering. The capital, Finley City, is doomed. Clyde glanced back at the remaining treasures in the treasury, gritting his teeth to leave. However, Clyde was unaware that it was not merely Finley City that was lost. The entire Finley kingdom had already become a paradise for beasts. He was no longer a king. In fact, not only the Finley kingdom but also the territory of the Holy Alliance was being relentlessly devoured by the beasts. In a secluded courtyard of the palace, important figures of the Finley royal family gathered. Clyde, along with his many wives and numerous children. With beasts roaming throughout Finley City, it was imperative to avoid gathering large groups, as that would only attract powerful monsters. Clyde's face was grave as he conveyed this wisdom, a notion well understood by many. This was also the reason why Grandmaster Maya and Monroe Dawson's cavalry unit consisted of only a few dozen individuals. A group of several dozen was inconspicuous in Finley City, but a force of hundreds would likely draw the attention of 9th-level beasts or even domain-level monsters, potentially leading to their demise. At this moment, attracting the attention of beasts was the last thing they needed. "Care, you and your mother take a thunder squad and set out. Here are 5 unclaimed magic crystal cards. Remember, this is the wealth accumulated by our royal family over thousands of years." Clyde instructed his eldest son sternly. With so many royals, they could only leave in batches. Clyde did not wish for the royal lineage to perish. By departing in phases, the chances of preserving their heritage increased. "Yes, father," Care responded, elated. The thought of such immense wealth was exhilarating. "Shark, you, your mother, and your sister also take a thunder squad and set out. Here are 5 unclaimed magic crystal cards," Clyde said, handing 5 cards to his second son. Both princes felt a thrill of excitement. Clyde's expression remained serious as he stated, "Our royal family's elite will be divided into 3 groups, Care, Shark, and myself. Regardless of who survives, we must ensure our family's continuity. Now, let us depart. Caesar, as the instructor of the Thunder Squad, come with me," Clyde called to Caesar. "Yes, your majesty," Caesar nodded. The Thunder Squad was the most formidable royal guard unit of the Finley royal family, comprising only 100 members, including Caesar. Each squad consisted of just 33 individuals, making their quality exceptionally high. Among these 100, the weakest was a 7th-level warrior. The Finley royal family promptly divided into 3 small teams. Escaping in different directions, Lin Feng leaped into action, his body moving with incredible speed. A bizarre purple light flickered as the lightning-winged steed, which had been attacking Lin Feng with bolts of lightning, was cleaved in 2. Lin Feng then darted swiftly toward the royal palace. Along the way, there were countless corpses, both human and beast, scattered about. Upon reaching the palace, Lin Feng leaped with agility, becoming a mere blur, covering dozens of meters with each movement. This astonishing speed rendered most 5th and 6th level beasts incapable of striking him. With a powerful leap, Lin Feng soared over 10 meters, entering the palace. Roars of beasts echoed throughout the palace, mingled with the cries of soldiers at the palace gates. Not a single guard remained. Only heaps of shredded flesh, blood, and corpses littered the ground, occasionally accompanied by the massive carcass of a beast. Lin Feng moved with the grace of a cat, nimbly navigating the palace's structures. However, when he leaped onto the roof of a building, he suddenly spotted a cavalry unit in the distance. In their flight, no one was utilizing carriages anymore. Their speed was simply too slow. Lin Feng instantly recognized the golden-haired man at the center. It was Clyde, known as the Golden Lion. Clyde was commanding the unit, directing them to slay the surrounding beasts attacking them. The cavalry unit coordinated their movements with remarkable finesse. An elite squad composed of 7th and 8th level warriors, once synchronized, proved to be far more efficient than a chaotic assembly of mere 8th level warriors. Clyde Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Boss, let us take action." Bebe chimed in, equally exhilarated. "Let us not waste any time. Hurry." With a single swing of his colossal sword, Clyde cleaved a winged beast from the sky. Where on earth do all these magical beasts come from? Damn it! Clyde's anger intensified with each passing thought. These beasts had ravaged his royal capital and now threatened his very life. How could he not be furious? Quickly, after dispatching the horde of beasts assailing them, Clyde urged his cavalry once more to accelerate their advance. However, suddenly, a figure obstructed their path. "You, Lin Feng," Clyde exclaimed in surprise. "Clyde, it is I," Lin Feng replied with indifference. Clyde detected an oddity in Lin Feng's tone. He had addressed him by name rather than "Your Majesty." "Clyde, do you recall 15 years ago when you sent someone to abduct a woman who had just returned from a blessing at the Temple of Light?" Lin Feng inquired coldly. "A woman?" Clyde struggled to remember. "You offered that woman of pure soul to the Church of Light, and in return, they forcibly elevated your strength to that of a 9th-level warrior, providing you with a life-protecting magical scroll. Do you recall now?" Lin Feng continued to prod. Clyde's expression darkened as he scrutinized Lin Feng, asking, "How do you know this? Who are you really?" "I am the son of that woman, Lin Feng Baluk." As soon as the words left his mouth, a flash of purple light appeared, and Clyde's head was severed from his body. Simultaneously, Lin Feng relieved Clyde of the spatial ring on his finger. P.S. Yesterday's recommendation surged past 1,000. How exhilarating. Without further ado, here are today's 3 chapters. Although Clyde was a peak 9th-level warrior, he posed no resistance against Lin Feng. The sword strike just delivered was imbued with the principles of wind, allowing Lin Feng to effortlessly sever Clyde's head. "Lin Feng, you actually killed His Majesty," Caesar seethed, pointing a trembling finger at Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned his gaze towards Caesar and smiled, saying, "Caesar, you may leave. I will not trouble you." From his experiences in Pendragon, Lin Feng understood that Caesar was merely foolishly loyal and posed no real threat. Thus he harbored little animosity toward him. Killing Clyde was also a means of avenging his mother. Lin Feng regarded Caesar as inconsequential. Although Caesar was somewhat foolishly loyal, he was no fool. The moment he witnessed Lin Feng's earlier strike, he realized Lin Feng was far beyond his capability to contend with. With that thought, Caesar remained silent, taking a step back before darting toward the outskirts of the city. "The kingdom of Finlai is doomed. You should hasten your escape," Lin Feng advised the remaining members of the Thunder Squad before swiftly departing. "Boss, Quickly check what treasures lie within the spatial ring, Bei urged, realizing Lin Feng had taken Clyde's ring. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng promptly dripped his blood onto the ring. After successfully binding it to himself, he probed its contents with his mental energy. A plethora of rare treasures, high-grade magical crystal cores, and valuable art collectibles were carelessly strewn within the ring. Moreover, Lin Feng's eyes were drawn to 22 unmarked magical crystal cards. However, his focus did not linger on these items. Instead, he was captivated by the last row of bookshelves. With a thought, a tome appeared in his hand. Complete Compendium of Light Magic. Lin Feng rejoiced and began to peruse it, revealing spells from level 1 to 9, including Forbidden Light Magic and its incantations. With another thought, another tome manifested in his grasp. Complete Compendium of Water Magic. Complete Compendium of Thunder Magic. In total, 6 books materialized in Lin Feng's hands, yet he lamented the absence of a complete compendium of dark magic. Realizing the reason, Lin Feng understood that the kingdom of Funlai belonged to the Holy Alliance, which forbade the practice of dark magic. It was only natural that Clyde lacked such texts. No matter, I can always obtain the dark magic incantations from Shisa, Lin Feng mused inwardly. Though Shisa was a dark warrior, he was nonetheless a peak domain warrior, with mental prowess rivaling that of an 8th-level mage, capable of casting dark magic, as demonstrated by the 8th-level dark spell Veil of Darkness he had previously unleashed for Lin Feng. Just as Lin Feng exited Funlai City, he encountered the second prince, Shark. Having seen Prince Shark at Coiling's engagement banquet, Lin Feng recognized him immediately. Since fate has led us this way, I shall follow him. After all, only by accompanying him can I secure my black jade greatsword. Lin Feng contemplated on this desolate road. The second prince of Funlai, Shark, was cursing the magical beasts, while Lin Feng silently removed the spatial ring from his finger and tucked it into an inner pocket of his coat. Your Highness, the second prince, Lin Feng called out warmly. Initially engrossed in roasted meat and cursing the beasts, Shark paused at the sound of Lin Feng's voice, turning to face him. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Shark sprang to his feet, his massive 2-meter frame leaping from the ground as he rushed toward Lin Feng with joy. Lord Lin Feng, you are unharmed. This is truly wonderful. I am equally delighted to see you. Your Highness, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Lord Lin Feng, have you eaten? Come, join us, Shark exclaimed enthusiastically. Lord Lin Feng, you must not blame my father for not rescuing you. The magical beast came too swiftly. My father had no choice. He even left many of the princesses behind, bringing only his most favored ones. Shark defended his father. I understand, Lin Feng nodded, glancing to the side. In addition to nearly 30 Thunder Knights, there was an older woman and a little girl of about 5 or 6 years. I greet you, Your Highness and Princess, Lin Feng said, bowing to the 2 women. Having decided to temporarily accompany Shark, a modicum of courtesy was necessary, even though he had just slain their husband and father. This did not hinder his respect. The beautiful queen, though past 40, appeared as if she were in her 30s, exuding a seductive allure. The queen immediately remarked, Lin Feng, His Majesty departed in haste this time, without even bringing a mage. He believed the Church of Light would come to your aid. Both Shark and the queen defended Clyde, unaware that he had already fallen by Lin Feng's sword. In their minds, it was crucial to maintain a good relationship with Lin Feng. Oblivious to the true nature of his connection with Clyde. I understand, Lin Feng replied with a nonchalant smile. As the cavalry unit led by Shark continued along the desolate road, villages that once thrived along the route now lay in ruins, with decaying corpses frequently visible. In these barren lands, one could occasionally spot a beast wandering aimlessly. Occasionally, a fortunate human escaping the initial wave of slaughter would also fall prey to these roaming beasts. Our kingdom of Funlai is finished, Shark lamented as he rode alongside Lin Feng, surveying the desolation ahead. Though the occasional beast would attempt to attack from afar, they were swiftly dispatched by the members of the Thunder Squad. Leaving Shark's conversation with Lin Feng uninterrupted. At least 9 out of 10 of Funlai's residents have perished. Lin Feng's expression reflected his deep sadness and helplessness. The sorrow etched on Lin Feng's face was genuine. In such a short span, he had witnessed far too much death and slaughter, and the despair in the eyes of those facing the beasts weighed heavily on him. Although he understood this calamity was fated, and that even without his intervention, others would have stepped in, he could not shake the discomfort within him. Shark nodded slightly, feeling the weight of loss in his heart. The fall of the kingdom of Funlai marked the end of their royal lineage. Without a kingdom, what remained of royalty? Fortunately, Shaku recalled the 5 magic crystal cards within his package. With these 5 cards, the Finley royal family, despite the loss of their kingdom, could easily transform into a formidable clan. Thanks to their accumulation of wealth over millennia, A.S. Lin Feng journeyed alongside Shaku. They encountered various magical beasts, but there was no need for Lin Feng to intervene. The warriors of the Thunder Squad had already dealt with them. 3 days later, the territories of the 2 great kingdoms and 3 principalities had all fallen. Shaku, Lin Feng, and their companions traversed the realms of the Finley Kingdom, Hanmu Kingdom, and 2 principalities. Stepping into the domain of the Regao de Principality, only to find it devoid of any human presence. The vast expanse of land falling into enemy hands was indeed astonishing. After all, the Holy Alliance consisted of merely 6 kingdoms and 15 principalities. Roars of magical beasts echoed from ahead. Accompanied by the shouts of humans, the chaotic battle between humans and magical beasts was unfolding in the distance. Shaka furrowed his brow and stroked his chin, advising everyone to proceed with caution and circumvent the conflict. Understood, the members of the Thunder Squad replied respectfully. Shaka led his group carefully around the skirmish. However, as they neared the battleground, Shaku's eyes widened in surprise. Prince Luo Yi? Lin Feng also noticed the scene unfolding in the distance. It was indeed a distinguished knightly order, albeit unfortunate in their plight, as they faced a horde of fire lions. Fire lions, a level 7 fire-type magical beast, could effortlessly unleash fiery projectiles and were engulfed in flames. Although classified as a level 7 beast, magical creatures inherently held an advantage over humans, making it arduous for even an average level 8 warrior to slay one. In this elite knightly order, the number of level 8 experts was clearly sparse, with most being level 7 warriors. Engaged in combat with nearly 20 fire lions, this knightly order had already suffered half of their ranks. Meanwhile, the fire lions had only been diminished by about a third. Despite the casualties, not a single level 8 warrior had fallen. In truth, the fighting capacity of this knightly order had only diminished by a third at most. Ha! My Heiyu heavy sword has finally found its rightful owner. Lin Feng felt a surge of joy upon seeing this group. In the original narrative, the Heiyu heavy sword was crucial to Lin Feng's development, serving as his primary weapon for an extended period. Stop, Shaku commanded. The surrounding knights were momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement. Given the prowess of the Thunder Squad combined with Prince Luo Yi's men, defeating the Fire Lions would not pose a challenge. Yet, to their astonishment, Shaku did not allow them to engage immediately. It was only after Prince Luo Yi's forces had suffered significant losses, including the death of 2 level 8 warriors, and with over half of the Fire Lions injured or slain, that Shaku finally issued the order. Let us move. Save Prince Luo Yi, Shaku suddenly instructed his subordinates. Yes, the Thunder Squad sprang into action. With the addition of nearly 30 fresh troops, including close to 10 level 8 warriors, they swiftly dispatched 5 or 6 of the remaining Fire Lions, prompting the others to flee in disarray. Prince Shaku, thank you. Prince Luo Yi, a remarkably handsome young man, appeared quite disheveled at this moment. Upon seeing Shaku, he gratefully embraced him. Prince Luo Yi, I saw the knightly order besieged from afar and hesitated momentarily for my own safety. It was only after spotting you that I decided to intervene. I hope you can forgive my delay, Shaku replied with a seemingly sincere expression, lamenting, had I arrived sooner, perhaps fewer of your men would have perished. Given that Shaku and his group had lingered at a distance for quite some time, how could Luo Yi's elite force have failed to notice them? Nonetheless, upon hearing Shaku's words, Luo Yi began to believe him, albeit reluctantly. Indeed, in such a calamity, who would risk themselves to save those unrelated? Prince Shaku, there is no need for such humility. I am already exceedingly grateful for your assistance. Otherwise, I fear my men would have dwindled to merely 2 or 3. No need. We shall handle our own casualties, Prince Luo Yi insisted, observing as Shaku's men began to remove the bodies of his fallen soldiers from their packages. With the Fire Lions having escaped, Luo Yi's surviving men promptly commenced the task of unburdening the deceased from their packages and shouldered them. This spectacle naturally aroused suspicion among Shaku's subordinates. Was it truly worth taking the burden of a fallen comrade? One of the knights stepped forward to assist in unburdening the package, which only heightened the other's vigilance. Here you go, one knight under Shaku handed over the package, which was received sharply by one of Luo Yi's knights, who shot a fierce glare at Shaku's man. Observing this interaction, Shaku could not help but smirk internally. It was all too predictable. Generally, royal families lacked spatial rings, The Finley royal family had been fortunate enough to acquire one by chance. Now, in the wake of disaster, they sought to evacuate their royal treasures, and without spatial rings, they relied on packages to carry their valuables. The anxious demeanor of Prince Luo Yi regarding those packages suggested that they likely contained precious heirlooms of the Han Mu royal family. Not many, but I am tenaciously confident, Sha Ke mused, having made his decision regarding Prince Luo Yi's entourage. Prince Sha Ke, I am grateful for your timely assistance, but we shall part ways here, Prince Luo Yi stated with a smile. Sha Ke's expression hardened, displeased. Why the haste, Prince Luo Yi? The area is rife with magical beasts, and you number only 7. If you encounter more beasts on your journey, it could spell danger. You should accompany us. Our numbers will ensure greater safety. Prince Sha Ke, please, do not refuse. Otherwise, I shall be quite upset, Luo Yi retorted. Sha Ke's face darkened with irritation, while Luo Yi's expression grew awkward, yet beneath it lay simmering anger. He was no fool. He was acutely aware that the actions of his men in collecting the packages of their fallen comrades had raised suspicions. Indeed, the packages held the royal treasures of the Hanmu kingdom, a lineage that has held high office for over 1,000 years. While not as ancient as the Finley royal family, their wealth and treasures are still formidable. However, lacking spatial rings, they could only use packages to transport their valuables. In this chaotic time, prominent families from both the Finley and Hanmu kingdoms were utilizing packages to evacuate their family treasures or magic crystal cards. How many individuals across the entire Yulan continent possessed spatial rings? Even among influential factions like the Plux Association, only the Grand Director possessed one. Sha Ke has ulterior motives, Luo Yi thought anxiously. He wanted to refuse, but feared a confrontation with Sha Ke. A knight beside Prince Luo Yi gently tugged at his sleeve, reminding him of the precarious situation at hand.